love. And that obnoxious creature, Falash, to have so contemptuously spurned his advances, well now, she would pay for that, for the rest of her life, if Rava had his way, and ultimately he always did. Yes, he'd have her kneeling just the way this slave did, but the difference between the two would be the most delicious reward. Falash would not wear any visible shackles, after all. She would have enslaved herself. To him, to Rava. And she would find her only pleasure in servicing him, all his needs, every one of his desires. Now that was love. Groans of relief from outside, and the palanquin levelled out. Rava drew a handkerchief and mopped at his face, and then tugged on the bell cord. The contrivance lurched to a merciful halt. "Open the damned door! Be quick!" He tugged up his pantaloons and knotted the ties, and then half rose, pushing the Duras slave away. Outside he saw pretty much what he had expected to see. They were down from the pass. Before them spread somewhat more level land, strips and stands of deciduous forest broken up by meadows used for pasture by the local savages. This region had served as a buffer between the miserable hill tribes and Bolcando's civilized population, but the buffer was shrinking as the locals drifted away in both directions, into the cities or taking up banditry among the rock-dwellers. There would come a time, Rava knew, when his kingdom would simply engulf the region, which meant establishing forts and border posts and maintaining garrisons and patrols to hold back the blue-skinned savages, all of which would devour yet more of the treasury. Well, Rava considered, there'd be income from cutting down all the trees, at least to begin with, and thereafter from whatever crops the soil could yield. Such thoughts comforted him, righted the world beneath his pinched feet. Wiping sweat from his face again, he cast about for signs of Conquesta of Alt and his entourage of messengers, lackeys, and so-called advisers. The military was a miserable necessity, despite all its inherent pitfalls. Put a sword in a person's hands, and a few thousand others at their backs, and sooner or later the tip of that sword was going to lift to prick the necks of people like Rava. The Chancellor scowled, reminding himself to keep Avalt tightly bound to his belt, by way of that tangled skein of mutually rewarding interests he worked so hard to maintain. Surrounding him, the column of the Bolcando Guard was spilling out, shaking loose over the swards to either side of the track. Oxen lowed, straining to reach the lush grasses, and from somewhere in the seething mob pigs were squealing. The air stank of human sweat and beastly dung and piss. This was worse than a Duras trader camp. After a moment, Rava succeeded in picking out Avalt's pennon, 200 or so paces down the trail. He beckoned to one of his servants, pointing to the wavering standard. "I wish to speak with the Conquestor. Bring him to me." The old man plunged into the crowd. This army was exhausted, desperate to camp right here, though the day was barely two-thirds done. And as far as the Chancellor could tell, Avalt had halted the entire column. Rava craned, but he could not even see the perished legions. Somewhere far ahead, marching brainless as millstones. They should have ambushed these fools after all. What army could fight after such a pace? In full armor, barring shields, too, if that report held any truth. Ridiculous. It was some time before he saw commotion in the crowd on the track, figures hastily shifting to either side. Moments later, Conquestor of Alt appeared, his face set in an uncharacteristic scowl. The gaze he fixed upon Rava as he drew nearer was something of a shock. Even as the Chancellor opened his mouth to speak, Avalt stepped close and rasped. "Do you think I exist only to scuttle at your beck and call, Chancellor? If you haven't noticed, my whole damned army here has fallen apart. I've had officers deserting by the 20 pricks of Balat. And now you want what? Another smug exchange of platitudes and reassurances?" Rava's eyes narrowed. "Careful, Conquestor. Be assured, when I summon you, it is with good reason. I require an update, for as you can see, my bearers were unable to maintain your vanguard's pace, and now you have halted the entire army, and I want to know why." Avalt blinked, as if disbelieving. "Didn't you just hear me, Rava? Half my legions can barely walk. Their boots fell apart under them. The under-rigging for their breastplates has sawn into their shoulders. The manufacturers didn't bother softening the leather. Bedrolls rot as soon as they get damp. Half the staples have gone foul and were out of salt. And if all of that is not enough, then I should add this. We are at least 5 leagues behind the parish, and as for the army we left here to greet them, one messenger remained, to inform me that the Kundril burned tears are, as of 3 days ago, within 7 leagues of the capital. Now, he added in a snarl, how many other blithe assumptions we made weeks back are about to turn out fatally askew? He pointed a gauntleted finger at the palanquin. Climb back inside, Chancellor, and leave me to my business. A business you appear to be failing at, Conquestor, snapped Rava. You want my resignation? You have it. Take over by all means, Chancellor. I'll ride back up into the mountains and toss in with the hill bandits. At least they don't pretend the world is just how they want it to be. Calm down, Conquestor. You are understandably overwrought. I have no wish to assume the burden of your responsibility. I am not a military man, after all. Thus, I do not accept your resignation. Repair this army, Avalt, and take as long doing so as is needed. If the army we left here has departed, clearly it is to meet the threat of the Kundril. Presumably the threat has by now been taken care of, and either way, we here are in no position to affect the outcome, are we? I would imagine we've had enough of our affecting matters, don't you think, Chancellor? Return to your command, Conquestor. We can speak again once safely ensconced in the palace, where I can correct your misapprehensions about who serves whom. Avalt stared at him long enough to make plain his disrespect, and then turned to retrace his route. Rava watched him march back into the crowd, and then gestured for his servant, who had unwisely stood less than 6 paces away during the course of the Chancellor's conversation with Avalt. Find us a place to camp. Raise the tent, the smaller one. Tonight I will maintain the minimum number of providers, no more than 20. And find me some new women from the train. And no Daras. I'm done with their haphazard attentions. Go, quickly, and get me some wine. Head bobbing, the servant scurried off. Rava looked round until he found one of his assassins. The man was staring directly at him. The Chancellor flicked his eyes in the direction of the servant. The assassin nodded. See what you have done, Conquestor? You have killed the poor old man, and I shall send you his salted head, so that we clearly understand one another. Shield Anvil Tanakalian stepped into the tent and drew off his gloves. I just took a look for myself, mortal sword. They are indeed done. I doubt they will even manage a march tomorrow, much less a fight any time in the next week or two. Krughava was intent on oiling her sword and did not look up from where she sat on the camp cot. That was easier than expected. There is water atop the chest. Help yourself. Tanakalian stepped over to the salt-stained trunk. I have more news. We captured a Balkando scout riding back through the dregs of the army that had been awaiting us. It would appear that War Leader Gaul has done precisely what we anticipated, sir. He is probably even now within sight of the kingdom's capital. The woman grunted. Do we wait for the Chancellor to catch up, then, to inform him of the altered situation, or do we maintain our pace? As much as the Kundril war leader might wish to besiege the capital, he has but horse soldiers at his disposal. One must assume that he will do nothing until we arrive, and that is at least 3 days from now. Tanakalian drank deep from the clay jug, then set it back down on the pitted lid of the chest. Do you expect a fight, mortal sword? She grimaced. Regardless of the unlikelihood that matters will deteriorate to that extreme, sir, we must anticipate every possibility. Even so, and she rose, seeming to fill the confines of the tent, we will add a half-night march. There are times when achieving the unexpected well serves. I would rather we intimidate the king into submission. The very notion of losing a single brother or sister to this meaningless conflict with the Balkando galls me. But we shall present to King Tarkalf a certain measure of short-tempered belligerence, as I am certain the war leader has already done. Tanakalian considered her words, and then said, Kundril warriors have no doubt fallen in this uninvited war, mortal sword. Sometimes respect must be earned the hard way, Shield Anvil. I expect the Balkando have had little choice but to reassess their contempt for the burned tears. She faced him, teeth bared. Shield Anvil, they choke on it still, and we will ensure they continue to do so for a while longer. Tell me, have we availed ourselves of the supplies left behind by the fleeing army? We have, mortal sword. Their haste is our gain. She sheathed her sword and strapped it on. Such are the spoils of war, sir. Now let us make ourselves available to our sisters and brothers. They have done well, and we should remind them of the measure of respect we hold for them. But Tanakalian hesitated. Mortal sword, are you any closer to your selection of a new destriant? Something flickered in her hard eyes before she turned to the tent flap. Such matters will have to wait, Shield Anvil. He followed her out into the well-ordered, quiet camp. Cook fires were lit in rows, spaced between companies. Tents covered the clearings in precise, measured-out regularity. The heady scent of brewing tea filled the air. As Tanakalian walked a step behind and to Krukava's left, he gave thought to the suspicions assembling in his mind. The mortal sword was, perhaps, content to stand virtually alone. The triumvirate of the Grey Helm's high command was, structurally, both incomplete and unbalanced. After all, Tanakalian was a very young Shield Anvil, and none would see him as the mortal sword's equal. In essence, his responsibility was passive, whilst hers was front and foremost. She was both fist and gauntlet, and he could do naught but trail in her wake, as he was physically doing here and now. How could this not please her? Let the legends born of this mythic quest find sharpest focus upon Krukava. She could afford to be magnanimous to those she would permit to stand in her shadow. Standing tallest of them all, her face would be first to receive the sun's light, etching every detail of her heroic resolve. But remember the words of Shield Anvil Exas a century ago. Even the fiercest mask can crack in the heat. So I will watch you, mortal sword Krukava, and yield you sole possession of this lofty dais. History waits for us, and all the creatures of our youth stand in our wake to witness what their sacrifice has won. And at that moment it is the Shield Anvil who must stride to the fore, alone in the harsh glare of the sun, feeling the raw flames and flinching not. I shall be judgment's crucible, and even Krukava must step back and await my pronouncement. She was generous with her time and attention this evening, addressing every sister and brother as equals, but Tanakalian could see the cold deliberation in all this. He could see her knitting every strand of her own personal epic, could see those threads trailing out in her wake as she moved from one knot of soldiers to the next. It took 1,000 eyes to weave a hero, 1,000 tongues to fill out the songs of worth. It took, in short, the calculated gift of witnessing to work every detail of every scene upon this vast, sprawling tapestry that was the mortal sword Krukava of the perish Grey Helms. And he walked a step behind her, playing his part. Because we are all creators of private hangings, depicting our own heroic existences. Alas, only the maddest among us weave in nothing but gold thread, while others among us, unafraid of truth, will work the fullest palette, the darker skeins, the shadows, the places where the bright light can never reach, where grow all the incondite things. It is tragic indeed how few we are, we who are unafraid of truth. In any crowd, he suspected, no matter how large, how teeming, if he looked hard enough, he would see naught but golden fires on all sides, so bright, so blazing in self-deception and wildest ego, until he alone stood with eyes burned blind, sockets gaping. But will any of you hear my warning? I am the Shield Anvil. Once my kind were cursed to embrace all, the lies with the truth, but I shall not be as the ones before me. I will take your pain, yes, each and every one of you, but in so doing, I will drag you into this crucible with me, until the fires scour your souls clean. And consider this one truth. Of iron, silver, bronze, and gold, it is the gold that melts first. She walked ahead of him, sharing laughter and jests, teasing and teased in the manner of all beloved commanders, and the legend took shape step by step. And he walked, silent, smiling, so generous of regard, so seemingly at peace, so content to share the rewards of her indulgence. Some masks broke in the sun and the heat, but his mask was neither fierce nor hard. It could, in fact, take any shape he pleased, soft as clay, slick and clear as the finest of pressed oils. Some masks, indeed, broke, but his would not, for he understood the real meaning beneath that long-dead shield anvil's words. It is not heat that breaks the mask. It is the face beneath it, when that mask no longer fits. Remember well this day, Tanakalian. You are witness to the manufacture of delusion, the shaping of a time of heroes. Generations to come will sing of these lies built here, and there will be such fire in their eyes that all doubt is banished. They will hold up the masks of the past with dramatic fervor, and then bewail their present fallen state. For this is the weapon of history when born of twisted roots. These are the lies that we are living, and they are all we will give to our children, to be passed down the generations, every catching edge of disbelief worn smooth as they move from hand to hand. In the lie, Krugava walks among her brothers and sisters, binding them with love to the fate awaiting them all. In the lie, this moment of history is pure, caged in the language of heroes. There is nothing to doubt here. We heroes, after all, know when to don our masks. We know when the eyes of the unborn are upon us. Show them the lies, all of you. And so Shield Anvil Tanakalian smiled, and all the cynicism behind that smile stayed hidden from his brothers and sisters. It was not yet time for him. Not yet, but soon. War Leader Gaul drew his black feather cloak about his shoulders, and then strapped on his crow-beaked helm. He adjusted his overweighted tulwar onto the point of his left hip as he strode to his horse. Insects whirred in the crepuscular air like flecks of winged dust. Gaul hacked and spat out a lump of phlegm before swinging into the saddle. "Why does war always bring smoke?" The two young tier runners facing him exchanged looks of incomprehension. "And not just regular smoke, either," the war leader continued, kicking his mount forward to ride between the two warriors. "No, it's the foul kind, cloth, hair, sits like tar on the tongue, eats into the back of your throat. It's a fall-damned mess, is what it is." Flanked now by the tier runners, Gaul rode up the track. "Yelk, you say there are Barghast among them?" The scout on his left nodded. 2, maybe 3 legions, war leader. They hold the left flank." Gaul grunted. "I've never fought Barghast before. There weren't many left in 7 cities, and those ones were far to the north and east of our homelands, or so I recall. Do they seem formidable?" "Undisciplined is what they seemed," said Yelk. "Squatter than I'd expected, and wearing armor that looks as if it's made of turtle shells. Their hair stands straight up, wedge-shaped, and with all the face paint they look half mad." Gaul glanced over at the tier runner. "Do you know why you two are accompanying me to this parley, and not any of my officers?" Yelk nodded. "We're expendable, war leader." "As am I." "There we do not agree with you." "Glad to hear it. So, should they shit on the flag of peace, what will you and Ganap here do?" "We shall offer our bodies between you and their weapons, war leader, and fight until you can win clear." "Failing to save my life, what then?" "We kill their commander." "Arrows?" "Knives." "Good," said Gaul, well pleased. "The young are fast, and you two are faster than most, which is why you're tier runners. Perhaps," he added, "they will think you two my children, eh?" The track lifted and then wound down over the ridge to converge with a broad cobbled road. At the junction, 3 squat, square granaries plumed columns of black smoke. A waste. The locals had lit their own harvest rather than yield it to the Kundril. Pernicious attitudes annoyed Gaul, as if war was an excuse for anything. He recalled a story he'd heard from a Malazan, Fist Keneb, he believed, about a company of royal guard in the city of Blor on Quantali, who, surrounded in a square, had used children as shields against the Emperor's archers. Dasem Ultor's face had darkened with disgust, and he'd had siege weapons brought in to fling nets instead of bolts, and once all the soldiers were tangled and brought down, the First Sword had sent in troops to extricate the children from their clutches. Among all the enemies of the Empire during Dasem Ultor's command, those guards had been the only ones ever impaled and left to die slowly in terrible agony. Some things were inexcusable. Gaul would have skinned the bastards first. Destroying perfectly good food wasn't quite as atrocious, but the sentiment behind the gesture was little different from that of those Blorian guards, as far as he was concerned. Without the crimes that had launched this war, the Kundril would have paid good gold for that grain. This was how things fell apart when stupidity stole the crown. War was the ultimate disintegration of civility, and, for that matter, simple logic. At the far end of the plain, perhaps a fifth of a league distant, the Bolcando army was arrayed across a rumpled range of low hills. Commanding the center, straddling the road, was a legion of perhaps 3,000 heavy infantry, their armor black but glinting with gold, matching the facing on their rectangular shields. A small forest of standards rose from the center of this legion. "Ganap, your eyes are said to be the sharpest among all tier runners. Tell me what you see on those standards." The woman took a moment to dislodge the wad of rust leaf bulging one cheek, sent out a stream of brown juice, and then said, "I see a crown." Gaul nodded. "So." The Barghast were presented on the left flank, as Yelk had noted. The ranks were uneven, with some of the mercenaries sitting, helms doffed and shields down. The tall standards rising above their companies were all adorned with human skulls and braids of hair. Right of the center legion, earthworks mottled the crest and slope of the hills, and pikes were visible jutting above the trenches. Probably regulars, Gaul surmised, slippery discipline, ill-trained, but in numbers sufficient to fix any enemy they faced, long enough for the center and left to wheel round after breaking whatever charge Gaul might throw at them. Behind all three elements and spilling out to the wings were archers and skirmishers. "Yelk, tell me how you would engage what you see here." "I wouldn't, war leader." Gaul glanced over, his eyes brightening. "Go on. Would you flap your tail in flight, surrender, cower in bulging breeches and sue for peace, spill out endless concessions until the shackles close round the ankles of every living Kundril?" "I'd present our own wings and face them for most of the day, war leader." "And then?" "With dusk, we would retire from the field. Wait until the sun was fully down, and then peel out to either side and ride round the enemy army. We'd strike just before dawn, from behind, with flaming arrows and madness. We'd burn their baggage camp, scatter their archers, and then chew up the backsides of the legions. We'd attack in waves, with half a bell between them. By noon, we would be gone." "Leaving them to crawl bloodied back to their city?" "We would hit them again and again on that retreat." "And use up all your arrows?" "Yes, as if we had millions of them, war leader, an unending supply. And once we've chased them through the city gate, they would be ready to beg for peace." "The Kundril are Cultain's children indeed. Ha! Well done, Yelk. Now, let us meet this Bolcando king, and gauge well the chagrin in his eyes." 6 slaves brought out the weapons and armor. The gold filigree on the black iron scales of the breastplate gleamed like runnels of sunfire. The helm's matching bowl displayed writhing serpents with jaws stretched, while the elongated lobster tail was polished bright silver. The hinged cheek guards, when swung forward, would click and lock against the iron nasal septum. The Bolcando royal crest adorned the vambraces, while the greaves were scaled black. The broad, straight-bladed, blunt-tipped sword rested in a lacquered scabbard of exquisite workmanship, belying the plain functionality of the weapon it embraced. Every item was positioned with care upon a thick magenta carpet rolled out on the road, the slaves kneeling and waiting on 3 of the 4 sides. Queen Abrastel walked up on the 4th side and stared down at the assemblage. After a moment she said, "This is ridiculous. Give me the helm, sword belt, and those gauntlets. If I have to wear the rest, I won't even be able to move, much less fight. Besides," she added, with a glare to her cadre of pallid advisers, "it hardly seems likely they're planning betrayal. The presumed war leader and 2 pups against my bodyguard of 10. They'd have to be suicidal, and they've not shown such failings thus far, have they?" Hethry, her 3rd daughter, stepped forward and said, "It is your life that matters, Mother." "Oh, eat my shit. If you could pull off the perfect disguise of a Kundril to get a knife in my back, there'd be 4 of them riding up to our parley, not 3. Go play with your brother, and tell me nothing about what you get up to with him. I'd like to keep my food down for a change." She held out her arms, and slaves worked the gauntlets on. Another slave cinched the weapon belt around her solid, meaty hips, whilst a fourth one waited, cradling the helm in gloved hands. As Hethri retreated, after a few venomous darts at her mother, the Queen turned to the Gilk war chief. "You coming along to see if they make you a better offer, Spax?" The Barghast grinned, revealed filed teeth. "The Kandrel probably hold more of your treasury than you do, Firehair. But no, the Gilk are true to their word." Abrastal grunted. "I imagine the one you call Tool might piss in laughter at hearing that." The Gilk's broad, flat face lost all traces of humor. "If you were not a queen, woman, I'd have you hobbled for that." She stepped up to the warrior and slapped him on one shell-armored shoulder. "Let's see those pointies again, Spax, while you walk beside me and tell me all about this hobbling thing. If it's as ugly as I suspect, I might adopt it for some of my daughters. Well, most of them, actually." Snagging the helm from the slave, she set out down the road, her bodyguards scrabbling to catch up and then flank her and Spax. "Your daughters need a whipping," the Gilk war chief said. "Those I have met, anyway." "Even Spaltatha? You've been dimpling her thighs the last 3 nights straight. Some kind of record for her, by the way. Must be she likes your barbarian ways." "Especially her, Firehair. Willful, demanding. Any Barghast but a Gilk would have died of exhaustion by now." He barked a laugh. "I like you, and so I would never want to see you hobbled." "But the wound that is named Tool is still raw, is it?" He nodded. "Disappointment is a cancer, Queen." "Tell me about it," she responded, thinking of her husband and a few other things besides. "A woman hobbled has her feet chopped, and can refuse no man or woman, or indeed camp dog." "I see. Use that word in the same sentence as my name again, Spax, and I'll chop your cock off and feed it to my favorite corpse rat." He grinned. "See these teeth?" "That's better." The 3 Kandril were waiting on the road, still in their saddles, but as the Bolkando contingent approached, the feather-cloaked warrior in the center swung down and left his horse behind him as he stepped forward 3 paces. A moment later, his 2 companions did the same. "Look at that," Abrastal observed under her breath. "Show me a Bolkando horse that just stands there once its reins are dropped." "Horse warriors," said Spax. "They are closer to their horses than they are to their wives, husbands, and children. They are infuriating to fight against, Queen. Why, I recall the Rivi—" "Not now, Spax, and stay back among my soldiers. Watch, listen, say nothing." The Gilk shrugged. "As you like, Firehair." Despite herself, Abrastal was forced to admit that her first impression of war leader Gaul of the Burned Tears left her uneasy. He had the sharp, avid eyes of a hunting bird. He was well into his 6th decade, she judged, but he had the physique of a blacksmith. The black tattoos of tears tracked down his gaunt cheeks, vanishing into an iron-shot beard. The vast crow-feather cape was too heavy to ride out behind him as he strode towards her, instead flaring to the sides until it seemed he was perpetually emerging from a cavern mouth. The scales of his black-stained hauberk were tear-shaped across his broad chest, elongating into layered feathers on his shoulders. His 2 bodyguards looked barely out of their teens, but they had the same predatory glint in their dark eyes. Abrastal had a sudden vision of taking the young men to her bed, and something delicious squirmed below her rounded belly. The young ones were best, not yet sunk into self-serving habits and what-not, pliable to her domination, her measured techniques of training that some might call corruption. Well, her lovers never complained, did they? The Queen blinked away the distraction and focused once more upon the war leader. She had learned something of the cult binding these Kandril, struck to awe and then worship upon witnessing an enemy on the field of battle. An extraordinary notion. She had trouble believing it. So foreign. In any case, whoever that commander was, who, in death, had found worshippers among his enemies, he must have possessed unusual virtues. One thing was undeniable. These savages had been fatally underestimated.
"War leader Gaul," she said as the warrior halted 2 paces in front of her. "I am Abrastal, commander of the Evertine Legion and queen of the Balkando." There was amusement in his eyes as they flicked to scan the heavily armored Legion bodyguards arrayed behind her.
"And these are the soldiers you command, Highness? These tent pegs? When the Kundril whirlwind finds them, will they hold fast?"
"You are welcome to find out, war leader."
He grunted and then said, "They will hold, I'm sure, even as the tent you call a kingdom is torn to shreds behind them." He shrugged. "We'll take care not to stumble upon them when we leave. No matter, it pleases me that the first title you gave yourself was that of commander. That you are also the queen had the flavor of an afterthought. By this, am I to assume that this parley is to be between commanders?"
"Not entirely," Abrastal replied.
"So what you have to say this afternoon binds the kingdom itself, including your husband, the king?"
"It does."
He nodded. "Good."
"I will hear from you your list of grievances, war leader."
His bushy brows lifted. "Why? Are we to badger each other with matters of interpretation? Your merchants practiced extortion on the Kundril and clearly had the backing of the military. We took their contempt for us and rammed it up their backsides, and now we are but a day from the walls of your capital. And here you are seeking to bar the way. Do we fight, or do you seek peace between us?" Abrastal studied the man.
"The city behind me has walls and fortifications, war leader. Your horse warriors cannot hope to take it. What then is left to you? Why, to ravage the countryside until there is nothing left."
"Easier to feed my warriors than for you to feed a city packed with tens of thousands of refugees."
"You would seek to starve us out?"
Gaul shrugged. "Highness, Balkando has lost this war. If we were so inclined, we could simply take over, throw you and all of your bloodline into the nearest well and seal it up." Abrastal smiled.
"Oh dear. Now you show your hut-dwelling roots, war leader Gaul. Before I tell you of the overwhelming logistics of ruling a kingdom whose citizens consider conspiracy a religion, I need to avail you of some other details. Yes, your fleet warriors have given us a great deal of trouble, but we are far from defeated. My Evertine Legion, yes, it belongs to me, not to the king, not to the kingdom, has never been defeated. Indeed, it has never retreated a single step in battle. By all means, fling your braves against our iron wall. We will heap the dead 2 stories high around us. But I do not think you will have the chance, alas. Should we come to battle here, war leader, you will be annihilated. The Kundril burned tears shall have ceased to exist, reduced to a few thousand slaves with quaint tattoos."
After a moment, Gaul hacked up phlegm, turned and spat. Then he wiped his mouth and said, "Highness, even as we stand here, your 2 flanking pincers are being filed down to stumps. Even should we lock jaws with your army, we'll hardly remain so locked until such time as any other relieving force you manage to cough up arrives." He made a dismissive gesture with one scarred hand. "This posturing is pointless. How many days away are the Perish? They will take your Evertine Legion and melt it down for all the fancy gold on that armor." As she made to speak, he held up his hand to forestall her. "I have yet to mention the worst you will face, the Bonehunters. Among my people, arguments and opinions are unending as to who are the greatest soldiers the world has ever known. Ah, I see in your face that you think we strut about as one of those 2, but we do not. No, we speak of the Wiccans of Coltane versus the Marines of the Malazan Empire." His teeth appeared in a hard smile. "Lucky for you that there are no longer any Wiccans among the Bonehunters, but alas, there are plenty of Marines." A long moment of silence followed his words. Eventually, Abrastal sighed.
"What are your demands?"
"We already have enough loot, Highness, so now we're prepared to sell it back to you, for food, water, livestock, and feed. But for the cost of my warriors killed or maimed in this war, we will pay no more than a third of the true value of those supplies. Once these arrangements are completed to our satisfaction, and once we are reunited with the perished Grey Helms, we shall leave your kingdom forever."
"That is it?" Gaul made a face.
"We don't want your kingdom. We never did."
She knew she should feel offended by that, but the time for such indulgences would have to wait. "War leader, understand. The pernicious acts of the merchant houses which led to this war were in themselves abuses of the king's official policy."
"We made certain those thieves were the first to die, Highness."
"The ones you killed were but the tip of the poisoned knife." She half-turned and nodded to one of her guards. This officer led 4 other soldiers out from the squad, these ones carrying between them a leather satchel large enough to hold a Kundril teepee. They set it down and untied the bound corners, and then pulled flat the edges. A half-dozen bodies were revealed, although not much was left of them. "These are the principal agents," said Abrastal, "believing themselves safely ensconced in the capital. As you can see, only their skins remain. Our punishers are skilled in such matters. Consider them evidence of our acknowledgment of the injustices set upon you. They are yours if you want them."
Gaul's raptor eyes fixed on her. "I am tempted," he said slowly, "to renege on my avowed lack of interest in taking over your kingdom, if only out of compassion for your people, Highness."
"We hold to justice," Abrastal snapped, "in our own way. I am frankly surprised at your sensitivity, war leader. The stories I have heard about the habits of savages when it comes to inventing cruel tortures—"
"Do not apply to us," Gaul cut in, his voice hard as iron. After a moment he seemed to suddenly relax. "Unless we happen to get very angry. In any case, you misunderstood me, Highness. That your kingdom is home to citizens of any stripe who know no self-constraint. No, even worse, that they would treat with foreigners unmindful of the fact that they stand as representatives of their own people and their kingdom, speaks to me of your self-hatred."
"Self-hatred? I see. And if you were the king of Bolkando, war leader, what would you do?"
"I would make lying the greatest crime of all."
"Interesting notion. Unfortunately, usually the biggest liars of all are the people at the top. It's how they stay there, after all."
"Ah, then I am not to believe a word you say?"
"You can believe me, for I can think of no lies that would win me anything."
"Because my sword hovers over your throat."
"Precisely. But the lies I was speaking of are the ones the elite use to maintain the necessary distinctions, if you see my point."
"I do."
And now he regarded her with keen interest.
"Highness, this has proved most interesting. But I must ask you one other thing. Why are you here and not your husband the king?"
"The role of my Evertine legion is to be arbiter of control within the kingdom and its own populace, as much as to confront external threats." He nodded.
"Thus, your presence here serves dual purpose."
"And the message presented to our rivals in the palace is, and do not be offended by this, the more important of the two." And then she smiled and added, "Unless, of course, you were seeking actual conquest."
"Your husband holds great faith in you, Highness."
"He has no choice." "He does, and with reason."
"Do you accept our demands?"
"I do, war leader, with some modifications." His eyes narrowed.
"Name them."
"The water we provide you will be doubled, and it will be freely given. We shall also double the forage you require for your beasts, for we know far more about the wastelands than you do. And we have no wish to make you into liars when you say you will never return to Bolkando." She paused, cocked her head. "Beyond the wastelands you will find the dozen or so kingdoms of Kolanse. War leader, I imagine you will not heed my advice, but I will give it anyway. You will find nothing of worth there. You will, in fact, find something terrible beyond imagining."
"Will you tell me more, Highness?"
"If you like."
Then may I request that you do not do so until such time as either the mortal sword Krukava or the Adjunct Tavore is present.
Those you have named, they are both women, yes?
They are.
Will you feel out of place, then?
I will, but not for the reasons you might think, Highness.
I shall then await this potent gathering with anticipation, war leader.
And for the first time, Gaul bowed to her. Queen Abrastal, it has been a pleasure.
I am sure you feel so, and I do not begrudge you that. Are we now at peace?
We are. She glanced down at the skins on the leather top.
And these?
Oh, said Gaul, we'll take them. My warriors will need to see them to ease their rage, and for some to soothe their grief over fallen kin. As he bowed again and turned away, Abrastal called out,
War leader!
He faced her again, a question in his eyes. The queen hesitated and then said,
When you spoke of your people's opinions, of these marines of the Malazan Empire, was there truth to your words?
He straightened. Highness, although the great Coltane of the Crow clan had many Wiccans with him, he also possessed marines. Together they escorted 30,000 refugees across a third of a continent, and each step of the journey was war.
Have I misunderstood then, war leader? Did not Coltane fail? Did he not die? And everyone with him?
The warrior's eyes were suddenly old. He did. They all died. The Wiccans, the marines.
Then I do not...
They died, Highness, even as they delivered those 30,000 refugees to safety. They died, but they won. When she had nothing more to say, Gaul nodded and resumed his march back to his horse. The two young bodyguards moved to edge past her to help with the defleshed and deboned merchants. Abrastal caught the eye of the boy and winked. If he had been a Volcando, his eyes would have widened in return. Instead, he grinned. That dark thing came alive in her once again. Spax was suddenly at her side, watching as Gaul swung himself onto his horse and then sat motionless, presumably waiting for his two charges and the legionaries. I well remember Malazan marines, he muttered.
And?
Gaul spoke true. A more stubborn lot this world has never seen. Abrastal thought of Kolanse.
They will need it.
Firehair, will you escort them to the border?
Who?
All of them. The Condrill, the Perish, the Bonehunters.
I wasn't even aware the Bonehunters were entering our territory.
Perhaps they won't now that the need is gone.
The Evertine Legion shall accompany these Condrill and the Perish. It seems, however, that some form of meeting of at least two of the three commanders is planned, and Gaul seems to think it will be soon. I would like to speak with them. Accordingly, you and your Gilk will now attach to me, and if we have to march past the border, we shall.
Spax showed his filed teeth. You can make a request to the war leader, Queen.
I think I've already been invited.
Not that. He jerked with his chin. The pup. She scowled. The Gilk war chief grunted a laugh. You told me to watch carefully, Firehair. Abrastal swung about and began marching back to her legion.
Rava is going to pay for all of this.
He already has, I gather.
Not enough. I'll keep shaking him till he's old and grey and shedding teeth and whiskers.
Gaul is disgusted by your people.
So am I, Spax.
He laughed again.
Stop sounding so smug, she said. Hundreds, maybe thousands of Volcando soldiers have died today. I had actually considered using your Gilk for one of the pincers. You would not be so pleased with yourself if I had.
We would have just kept on marching, Firehair.
Studded with arrows.
Oh, we'd leave a trail of our own, yes. But we would have arrived when we were supposed to, ready to deliver vengeance. She considered that, and concluded he was not simply full of himself.
We should have heeded what befell the Lether Empire. Dear Volcando, the world beyond is very large indeed. And the sooner we send it on its way again, the sooner we can get back to our orgy of sniping and backstabbing."
"You've a nostalgic look in your eye, Firehair."
"Stop seeing so much, Spax." His third laugh made her want to punch her fist through the man's ugly face. Impatient, Gaul left his two-tier runners to deal with the gift of skins and rode back to the camp alone. A formidable woman, this queen. Thick, long hair, the hue of flames. Clever eyes, brown so deep as to be almost black. Stolid enough to give Krughava a tangle in the spit circle with some lucky man the prize.
"And I'd like to see that match. Why, they're both enough to make me uncertain whether I was in bed with a woman or a man."
The thought enlivened him, and he shifted in the saddle.
"Bolt's balls! Never mind that, you old fool."
They would not be quit of Abrastal and her Evertine legion any time soon, he suspected. All the way to the border, and perhaps even beyond. But he did not anticipate betrayal. The Kundril had done enough to keep the fools honest. Honest in that frightened, over-eager way that Gauls so appreciated. Sometimes war did what was needed. Always easier and lucrative dealing with a reeling foe, after all. He was well enough pleased with how the parley had played out, although some unease remained, like a yurt rat chewing on his toes.
"Kolanse, what do you know, Adjunct? What is it you are not telling us? You're moaning like an old man shivering under furs, Gaul. The Kundril, the Perish Greyhelms, and the Bonehunters. No army can hope to stand against the three of us combined. Volcando is small. Queen Abrastal rules a tiny, insignificant realm, and the only empire she knows is the one the Marines shattered. No, we have nothing to fear. Still, it will be good to learn what the Queen knows."
A cadre of wing and sub-wing officers awaited him at the edge of the encampment. He scowled at them as he rode up.
"Seems they want to keep their kingdom after all. Send out word. Hostilities are at an end. Recall all the raids."
"What of the wings attacking the flanking armies?" one of the warriors asked.
"Too late to do anything about that, but send runners in case they're still fighting. Order them to withdraw to the main camp, and no looting on the way."
"War leader," said another warrior, "your wife has arrived and awaits you in your tent." Gaul grunted, kicking his horse onward. He found her sprawled on his cot, naked and heavy as only a pregnant woman could be. Eyeing her as he drew off his cape, he said,
"Wife?"
She glanced up with lidded eyes.
"Husband, how goes the killing?"
"Over with for now."
"Oh, how sad for you."
"I should have drowned you in a river long ago."
"You'd rather have my ghost haunting you than this all-too-solid flesh?"
"Would you have haunted me?"
"Not for long. I'd get bored."
Gaul began unstrapping his armor.
"You still won't tell whose it is?" "Does it matter?"
"So it could still be mine." She blinked, and a sharper focus came to her regard.
"Gaul in Shikalan, you are 56 years old. You've been crushing your balls on a horse's back for 4.5 decades. No Kundril man your age can cede a woman."
He sighed.
"That's the problem. Everyone knows that." "Are you humiliated, husband? I did not think that was possible."
Humiliation. Well, though he'd never wanted it, he'd done his share of humiliating this woman, who had been his wife for most of his life. He had been 15, she had been 10. In the old days, they would not lie together even when married until she'd had her first bleed. He remembered the women's celebration when that time finally arrived for his wife. They bundled the pale girl away for a night of secret truths, and what had been a frightened child at the beginning of that night came back to him the following dawn with a look of such knowing in her eyes that he was left uncertain, feeling foolish for no reason, and from that day onward, that he was 5 years older than her had ceased to be relevant. In fact, it seemed as if she was the elder between them, wiser, sure of herself, and stronger in every way. He had worshipped that truth in all the years they had been together. In fact, he realized with a sudden flush, he still did. Gaul stood, looking down at his wife, trying to think of the words he lacked to tell her this, and other things besides. In her eyes, as she studied him in turn, something
A shout from outside the tent. She looked away.
"The war leader is summoned."
Just like that, the moment was gone, closed up tight. He turned away, stepped back outside. The scout, the woman he had sent with Vedith, stood before him, spattered in dried blood, dust, slick gore, stinking like a carcass. Gaul frowned.
"So soon? We crushed them, war leader, but Vedith is dead."
"Did you take command?"
"I did."
He tried to recall her name, glancing away as she went on.
"War leader, he was leading the first charge. We were arrayed perfectly. His horse stepped into a snake hole, went down. Vedith was thrown. He landed poorly, breaking his neck. We saw how his body flopped as he rolled, and we knew."
Gaul was nodding. Such things happened, yes. Unexpected, impossible to plan around. That hoof, those shadows on the uneven ground, the eyes of the horse, that hole, all converging into a single fatal moment. To think too much of such things could drive one mad, could tip one into an all-consuming rage. At the games of chance, the cruel, bitter games.
"War leader," the scout continued after a moment, "Vedith's command of the ambush was absolute. Every raid set about its task, though we all knew he had fallen. We did this for him, to honor him as we must. The enemy was broken. 1,400 dead Volcando, the rest weaponless and in flight across the countryside. We have 19 dead and 51 wounded."
His gaze returned to her. "Thank you, Rafala. The wing is now yours."
"It shall be named Vedith."
He nodded. "See to your wounded." Gaul stepped back inside the tent. He stood, not sure what to do next, where to go, not sure why he was here at all.
"I heard," said his wife in a low tone. "Vedith must have been a good warrior, a good commander."
"He was young," said Gaul, as though that made a difference, as though saying it made a difference, but it didn't.
"Malak's cousin Tharat has a son named Vedith."
"Not anymore."
"He used to play with our Kith Anar."
"Yes," Gaul said suddenly, eyes bright as he looked upon her. "That is right. How could I have forgotten?"
"Because that was 15 years ago, husband. Because Kith did not live past his 7th birthday. Because we agreed to bury our memories of him, our wondrous first son."
"I said no such thing, and neither did you."
"No, we didn't need to. An agreement? More like a blood vow."
She sighed.
"Warriors die, children die."
"Stop it!"
She sat up, groaning with the effort. Seeing the tears he could not wipe away, she reached out one hand. "Come here, husband." But he could not move. His legs were rooted tree trunks beneath him. She said, "Something new comes squalling into the world every moment of every day, opening eyes that can barely see, and as they come, other things leave."
"I gave him that command. I did it myself."
"Such is a war leader's burden, husband." He fought back a sob.
"I feel so alone."
She was at his side, taking one of his hands. "That is the truth we all face," she said. "I have had 7 children since then, and yes, most of them are yours. Do you ever wonder why I cannot give up? What it is that drives women to suffer this time and again? Listen well to this secret, Gaul. It is because to carry a child is to be not alone, and to lose a child is to be so wretchedly alone that no man can know the same, except perhaps the heart of a ruler, a leader of warriors, a war leader." He found he could meet her eyes once again.
"You remind me,"
he said, voice rough. She understood. "And you me, Gaul. We forget too easily and too often these days."
"Yes."
He felt her calloused hand in his, and something of that loneliness crumbled away. Then he guided their hands down onto her rounded belly. "What awaits this one?" he wondered aloud. "That we cannot say, husband."
"Tonight," he said, "we shall call all our children together. We shall eat as a family. What do you think?"
She laughed. "I can almost see their faces, all around us, the looks so dumbfounded, so confused. What will they make of such a thing?" Gaul shrugged, a sudden looseness to his limbs, the tightness of his chest vanishing in a single breath. "We call them not for them, but for us, For you and me, Hanavat." "Tonight," she said, nodding, "Vedis plays with our son once more. I can hear them shouting and laughing, and the sky is before them, and it does not end." With genuine feeling, the first time in years, Gaul took his wife into his arms. Chapter 15. People will not know the guilt they cannot deny, cannot escape. Blind the gods and fix their scales with binding chains and pull them down like the truths we hate. We puzzle over the bones of strangers and wonder at the world when they danced free of us blessedly long ago, and we are different now, but even to speak of the men and women we were then tempts the whirlwind ghosts of our victims, and this will not do as we treasure the calm and the smooth of pretend. What cruel weapons of nature and time struck down all these strangers of long ago, when we were witness in a hapless, if smug way. We dodged the spear thrusts of mischance, where they stumbled, too oafish, too clumsy, and altogether inferior, and their bones you will find in mountain caves and river clay, in white spider crevasses above white beaches, in forest shelters of rock, and all the places in between, so many that one slayer, we say, cannot be responsible, but many the weapons of nature, and the skittish thing in our eyes, as they slide away, perhaps mutters to a sharp ear, the one constant shadow behind all those deaths. Why, that would be us, silent in guilt, undeserving recipients of the solitary gift that leaves us nothing but the bones of strangers to tumble and roll beneath our arguments. They are wordless in repose, but still unwelcome, for they speak as only bones can, and still we will not listen. Show me the bones of strangers, and I become disconsolate. Unwelcome Lament, Gadesp, First Empire. He saw a different past, one that rolled out after choices not made. He saw the familiar trapped inside strangeness, huddling round fires as winds howled and new things moved in the darkness beyond. The failure of opportunities haunted him and his kind. A dogged rival slipped serpent-like into the mossy cathedrals of needled forests, sliding along shadow streams, and life became a time of picking through long-dead kills, frowning at broken tools of stone different from anything ever seen before. This, all of this, he realized, was the slow failure that, in his own past, had been evaded. By the ritual of Telan, the sealing of living souls inside lifeless bone and flesh, the trapping of sparks inside withered eyes. Here, in this other past, in that other place, there had been no ritual, and the ice that was in his own realm the plaything of the Jaghut here lifted barriers unbidden. Everywhere the world shrank. Of course, such challenges had been faced before. People suffered, many died, but they struggled through and they survived. This time, however, it was different. This time there were strangers. He did not know why he was being shown this, some absurdly detailed false history to torment him, too elaborate, too strained in its conceptualization. He had real wounds that could be torn open. Yes, the vision mocked him, but on a scale broader than that of his own personal failures. He was being shown the inherent weakness of his own kind. He was feeling the feelings of those last survivors in that other bitter world, the muddy knowledge of things coming to an end, the end of families, the end of friends, the end of children, nothing to follow. The end, in fact, of the one thing never before questioned. Continuation. We tell ourselves that each of us must pass, but that our kind will live on. This is the deeply buried taproot feeding our very will to live. Cut that root, and living fades. Bleeding dry and colorless, it fades. He was invited to weep one last time, to weep not for himself, but for his species. When fell the last salty tear of the Imas? Did the soil that received it taste its difference from all those that came before? Was it bitterer? Was it sweeter? Did it sting the ground like acid? He could see that tear, its deathly drop dragged into infinity, a journey too slow to measure.
but he knew that what he was seeing was a conceit. The last to die had been dry-eyed. Onos Tulan had witnessed the moment here in this false past, the wretched brave lying bound and bleeding and awaiting the flint-toothed ivory blade in a stranger's hand. They too were hungry, desperate, those strangers, and they would kill the Imas, the last of his kind, and they would eat him, leave his cracked and cut bones scattered on the floor of this cave, with all the others, and then, in sudden superstitious terror, the strangers would flee this place, leaving nothing behind of themselves, lest wronged ghosts find them on the paths of haunting. In that other world, the end of Tool's kind came at the cut of a knife. Someone was howling, flesh stretched to bursting by a surge of rage. The children of the Imas, who were not children at all, but inheritors nevertheless, had flooded the world with the taste of Imas blood on their tongues. Just one more quarry hunted into oblivion, with nothing more than a vague unease lodged deep inside, the mark of sin, the horror of a first crime. The son devours the father, heart of 1,000 myths, 1,000 half-forgotten tales. Empathy was excoriated from him. The howl he heard was rising from his own throat. The rage battered like fists inside his body, a demonic thing eager to get out. They will pay. But no. Onos Tulan staggered onward, hide-bound feet crunching on frozen moss and lichen. He would walk out of this damning, vicious fate, back to his own world's paradise beyond death, where rituals delivered curse and salvation both. He would not turn. He was blind as a beast driven to the cliff's edge, but it did not matter. What awaited him was a death better than this death. He saw a rider ahead, a figure hunched and cowled as it waited astride a gaunt grey horse from which no breath plumed. He saw a recurved rivy bow gripped in one bony hand, and Onos Tulan realized that he knew this rider, this inheritor. Tool halted 20 paces away. You cannot be here. The head tilted slightly, and the glitter of a single eye broke the blackness beneath the cowl. Nor you, old friend, yet here we are. Move aside, Tok the Younger. Let me pass. What waits beyond is what I have earned. What I will return to, it is mine. I will see the herds again, the Great Eye and the Ranak, the Okral and Agkor. I will see my kin and run in the shadow of the tusked Tenag. I will throw a laughing child upon my knee. I will show the children their future, and tell them how all that we are shall continue, unending. For here I will find an eternity of wishes, forever fulfilled. Tok, my friend, do not take this from me. Do not take this too, when you and your kind have taken everything else. I cannot let you pass, Tool. Tool's scarred, battered hands closed into fists. For the love between us, Tok the Younger, do not do this. An arrow appeared in Tok's other hand, biting the bowstring, and, faster than Tool could register, the barbed missile flashed out and stabbed the ground at his feet. I am dead, said Tool. You cannot hurt me. We're both dead, Tok replied, his voice cold as a stranger's. I will take your legs out from under you, and the wounds will be real. I will leave you bleeding, crippled, in terrible pain. You will not pass. Tool took a step forward. Why? The rage burns bright within you, doesn't it? Abyss take it. I am done with fighting. I am done with all of it. On my tongue, Onos Tulan, is the taste of Imas blood. You want me to fight you? I will. Do you imagine your puny arrows can take down an Imas? I have snapped the neck of a bull ranag. I have been gored, mauled by an okral. When my kind hunt, we bring down our quarry with our own hands, and that triumph is purchased in broken bones and pain. A second arrow thudded into the ground. Tok, why are you doing this? You must not pass. I gifted you with an Imas name. Did you not realize the measure of that honor? Did you not know that no other of your kind has ever been given such a thing?
I called you friend. When you died, I wept. I see you now, in flesh, all that once rode the bone. You have seen this before, Tok the Younger. I do not. You did not recognize me. Outside the walls of Black Coral, I found you, but even your face was not your own. We were changed, the both of us. Could I go back? He faltered and then continued. Could I go back, I would not have let you pass me by. I would have made you realize. It does not matter. Something broke inside Onos Tulan. He looked away. No, perhaps it doesn't. On the old Dan plain, you saw me fall. Tool staggered back as if struck a blow. I did not know. Nor me, Tool. And so truths come round, full circle, with all the elegance of a curse. I did not know you outside Black Coral. You did not know me on the plain. Fates have a way of fitting together. Tok paused and then hissed a bitter laugh. And do you recall when we met at the foot of Morn? Look upon us now. I am the withered corpse, and you. He seemed to tremble, as if struck an invisible blow, and then recovered. On the plain, Onos Tulan. What did I give my life for? Do you recall? The bitterness in Tool's mouth was unbearable. He wanted to shriek. He wanted to tear out his own eyes. The lives of children. Can you do the same? Deeper than any arrows, Tok struck with his terrible words. You know I cannot, Tool said in a rasp. You will not, you mean? They are not my children. You have found the rage of the Imas, the rage they escaped, Tool, with the ritual. You have seen the truth of other pasts, and now you would flee it all. Do you really believe, Onos Tulan, that you will find peace? Peace in self-deception? This world behind me, the one you so seek, you will infect with the lies you tell yourself. Every child's laugh will sound hollow, and the look in every beast's eye will tell you they see you truly. The third arrow struck his left shoulder, spun him round, but did not knock him down. Righting himself, Tool reached to grip the shaft. He snapped it and drew out the fletched end. Behind him, the flint point and a hand's width of shaft fell to the ground. What do you want of me? You must not pass. What do you want? I want nothing, Tool. I want nothing. And he knocked another arrow. Then kill me. We're dead, Tok said. That I cannot do. But I can stop you. Turn round, Onos Tulan. Go back. To what? Tok the Younger hesitated, as if uncertain for the first time in this brutal meeting. We are guilty, he said slowly, of so many pasts. Will we ever be made to answer for any of them? I wait, you see, for the fates to fit together. I wait for the poisonous beauty. You want me to forgive you? Your kind, Tok the Younger? Once in the city of Mott, I wandered into a market and found myself in front of row upon row of squall apes, the swamp dwellers. I looked into their eyes, Tool, and I saw their suffering, their longing, their terrible crime of living. And for all that, I knew that they were simply not intelligent enough to refuse forgiveness. You, Imas, you are. So, do not forgive us. Never forgive us. Am I to be the weapon of your self-hatred? I wish I knew. In those 4 words, Tool heard his friend, a man trapped, struggling to recall himself. Tok resumed. After the ritual, well, you chose the wrong enemy for your endless war of vengeance. It would have been more just, don't you think, to proclaim a war against us humans? Perhaps one day Silver Fox will come to realize that and choose for her undead armies a new enemy. He then shrugged. If I believed in justice, that is. If I imagined that she was capable of seeing clearly enough.
that you and you alone, Tlanimas, are in the position to take on the necessary act of retribution. For those squall apes, for all the so-called lesser creatures that have fallen and ever fall to our slick desires. He speaks the words of the dead. His heart is cold. His single eye sees and does not shy away. He is tormented. Is this what you expected? Tool asked. When you died? What of Hood's gate? Teeth gleamed. Locked. How can that be? The next arrow split his right kneecap. Bellowing in agony, Tool collapsed. He writhed, far tearing up his leg. Pain, in so many layers, folding round and round, the wound, the murder of a friendship, the death of love, history skirling up in a plume of ashes. Horse hoofs slowly thumped closer. Blinking tears from his eyes, Tool stared up at the ravaged, half-rotted face of his old friend. Onos Tulan, I am the lock. The pain was overwhelming. He could not speak. Sweat stung his eyes, more bitter than any tears. My friend, the one thing left in me, it is slain. You have murdered it. Go back, said Tok in a tone of immeasurable weariness. I cannot walk. That will ease, once you turn around. Once you retrace your route, the farther you get away from me. With blood-smeared hands, Tool prized loose the arrow jutting from his knee. He almost passed out in the wave of agony that followed, and lay gasping. Find your children, Onos Tulan. Not of the blood, of the spirit. There are none, you bastard. As you said, you and your kind killed them all. Weeping, he struggled to stand, twisting as he turned to face the way he had come. Rock-studded, rolling hills, a grey, lowering sky. You've taken it all. And we're far from finished, said Tok behind him. I now cast away love. I embrace hate. Tok said nothing to that. Dragging his maimed leg, Tool set out. Tok the Younger, who had once been Anaster firstborn of the dead seed, who had once been a Malazan soldier, one-eyed and a son to a vanished father, sat on his undead horse and watched the broken warrior limp to the distant range of hills. When, at long last, Tool edged over a ridge and then disappeared behind it, Tok dropped his gaze. His lone eye roved over the matted stains of blood on the dead grasses, the glistening arrows, one broken, the other not, and those jutting from the half-frozen earth. Arrows fashioned by Tool's own hands, so long ago on a distant plain. He suddenly pitched forward, curling up like a gut-stabbed child. A moment later, a wretched sob broke loose. His body trembled, bones creaking in dried sockets as he wept, tearless, leaking nothing but the sounds pushing past his withered throat. A voice broke through from a few paces away. Compelling you to such things, Herald, leaves me no pleasure. Collecting himself with a groan, Tok the Younger straightened in the saddle and fixed his eye upon the ancient bonecaster standing now in the place where Tool had been. He bared dull, dry teeth. Your hand was colder than Hood's own witch. Do you imagine Hood is pleased at you stealing his herald? At your using him as you will? This will not go unanswered. I have no reason to fear Hood, but you have reason to fear me, O Larethiel. And how will you find me, dead rider? I stand here, yet not here. No, in the living world, I am huddled beneath firs, sleeping under bright stars. You have no need of sleep, she laughed. Guarded well by a young warrior, one you knew well, yes? One you chased at night, there behind his eyes. And yes, when I saw the truth of that, why, he proved my path to you. And you spoke to me, begging for his life, which I accepted into my care. It has all led to this. And here, Tok muttered, I'd given up believing in evil. How many others do you plan to abuse? As many as I need, Herald. I will find you. When my other tasks are finally done, I swear I will find you. To achieve what? Onos Tulan is severed from you, and more importantly, from your kind. She paused and then added with a half-snarl, I don't know what you meant by that rubbish you managed to force out about Tool finding his children. I need him for other things. I was fighting free of you, Bonecaster. He saw, he heard, and failed to understand. Onos Tulan hates you now. Think on that. Think on the deepness of his love, and know that for an Imas, hatred runs deeper still. Ask the Jaghut. It is done, and can never be mended. Ride away from this, Herald. I now release you. I look forward, said Tok, gathering the reins, to the next time we meet, Olar Assail. Torrent's eyes snapped open. Stars in blurred, jade-tinged smears spun overhead. He drew a deep but ragged breath, shivered beneath his furs. Olar Assail's crackling voice cut through the darkness. Did he catch you? He was in no hurry to reply to that. Not this time. He could still smell the dry, musty aura of death, could still hear the drumbeat of hoofs. The witch continued. Less than half the night is done. Sleep. I will keep him from you now. He sat up. Why would you do that, Olar Assail? Besides, he added, my dreams belong to me, not you. Rasping laughter drifted across to him. Do you see his lone eye? How it glitters in darkness like a star? Do you hear the howl of wolves echoing out from the empty pit of the one he lost? What do the beasts want with him? Perhaps he will tell you when at last he rides you down. Torrent bit down one reply, chose another. I escape. I always do. She grunted. Good. He is filled with lies. He would use you as the dead are wont to do to mortals. In the night, Torrent bared his teeth. Like you? Like me, yes. There is no reason to deny it. But listen well. I must leave your side for a time. Continue southward on your journey. I have awakened ancient springs. Your horse will find them. I will return to you. What is it you want, Olar Assail? I am nothing. My people are gone. I wander without purpose, caring not if I live or die. And I will not serve you. Nothing you can say can compel me. Do you believe me a tyrant? I am not. I am a bonecaster. Do you know what that is? No, a witch. Yes, that will do for a start. Tell me, do you know what a soul taken is? A diverse? No. What do you know of elder gods? Nothing. He heard something like a snarl, and then she said, How can your kind live, so steeped in ignorance? What is history to you, warrior of the Oldan? A host of lies to win you glory. Why do you so fear the truth of things? The darker moments of your past, you, your tribe, all of humanity. There were thousands of my people who did not join the ritual of Telan. What happened to them? Why, you did. No matter where they hid, you found them. Oh, on rare occasions there was breeding, a fell admixture of blood. But most of the time such meetings ended in slaughter. You saw in our faces the strange and the familiar. Which of the two frightened you the most? When you cut us down, when you carved the meat from our bones? You speak nonsense, Torrent said. You tell me you are Imas, as if I should know what that means. I do not.
Nor do I care. Peoples die. They vanish from the world. It is as it was and ever will be.
You are a fool. From my ancient blood ran every stream of soul taken and diverse. And my blood, it was but half Imas, perhaps even less. I am old beyond your imagining, warrior, older than this world. I lived in darkness, I walked in purest light, I cast curses upon shadow. My hands were chipped stone, my eyes spawned the first fires to huddle round, my legs spread to the first mortal child. I am known by so many names, even I have forgotten most of them. She rose, her squat frame dangling rotted furs, her hair lifting like an aura of madness to surround her withered face, and advanced to stand over him. A sudden chill gripped Torrent. He could not move. He struggled to breathe. She spoke. Parts of me sleep, tormented by sickness. Others rail in the fury of summer storms. I am the drinker of birth waters and blood, and the rain of weeping and the oil of ordeal. I did not lie, mortal, when I told you that the spirits you worship are my children. I am the bringer of a land's bounty. I am the cruel thief of want, the sower of suffering. So many names. Eranishal, mother to the Erasal, my first and most sentimental of choices. She seemed to flinch. Ras Evain to the Forkrul Assail, Stone Bitch to the Jaghut. I have had a face in darkness, a son in shadow, a bastard in light. I have been named the mother beneath the mountain, Ayala Alal, who tends the gardens of the moon, forever awaiting her lover. I am Burn, the sleeping goddess, in whose dreams life flowers unending, even as those dreams twist into nightmares. I am scattered to the very edge of the abyss, possessor of more faces than any other elder. She snapped out a withered, bony hand, the nails long and splintered, and slowly curled her fingers. And he thinks to hunt me down. Her head tilted back to the sky. Chain down your servant's hood. She fixed him once more with her eyes. Tell me, mortal, did he catch you? Torrent stared up at her, an old hag crackling with venom and rage. Her dead breath reeked of serpents among the rocks. The onyx knuckles of her eyes glistened with the mockery of life. Perhaps, he said, you were once all those things, Olar Ethiel, but not any more. It's all torn away from you, isn't it? Scattered and lost, when you gave up life, when you chose to become this thing of bones. That hand lunged down, closed about his neck. He was lifted from the ground as if he weighed less than an orphan, flung away, slamming hard down on one shoulder, breath whooshing from his lungs, half blinded and unable to move. She appeared above him, rotted teeth glittering like stumps of smoky quartz. I am promised! The stone bitch shall awaken once more, in plague winds and devouring locusts, in wildfires and drowning dust and sand, and you will fall upon each other, rending flesh with teeth and nails. You will choose evil in fullest knowledge of what you do. I am coming, mortal, the earth awakened to judgment. And you shall kneel, pleading, begging. Your kind, human, shall make pathos your epitaph. For I will give you nothing, yield not a single instant of mercy. She was gasping now, a pointless bellows of unwarmed breath. She trembled in terrible rage. Did he speak to you? Torrent sat up. No, he said through gritted teeth. He reached up to the swollen bruises on his throat. Good. And Olar Ethiel turned away. Sleep, then. you will awaken alone. But do not think you are rid of me. Do not think that." A pause, and then, "He is filled with lies. Beware him." Torrent hunched forward, staring at the dew-speckled ground between his crooked legs. He closed his eyes. "I will do as you ask. When the time comes, I will do as you ask." She awoke to the howling of wolves. Setok slowly sat up, ran a hand through the tangles of her matted hair, and then drew her bedroll closer about her body. False dawn was ebbing, almost drowned out by the glare of the jade slashes. As the echoes of those howls faded, Setok cocked her head. Had something else stirred her awake? She could not be certain. The stillness of night embraced them. She glanced across to the motionless form of Kafal. She'd run him into exhaustion. Each night since they'd begun this journey, he'd fallen into deep sleep as soon as their paltry evening meal was done. As her eyes adjusted, she could make out his face. It had grown gaunt, aged by deprivation. She knew he'd not yet reached his 30th year of life, but he seemed decades older. He lay like a dead man, yet she sensed from him troubled dreams. He was desperate to return to his tribe.
"Something terrible is about to happen."
These words had ground out from him again and again, a litany of dread, a chant riding out his tortured breaths as he ran. She caught a scent, a sudden mustiness in the cool, dry air. Visions of strange fecundity fluttered across her eyes, as if the present was peeling away, revealing this landscape in ancient times. An oasis, a natural garden rich with color and life. Iridescent birds sang among palm fronds. Monkeys scampered, mouths stained with succulent fruit. A tiny world, but a complete one, seemingly changeless, untouched by her kind. When she saw the grey cloud drifting closer, inexplicable bleak despair struck her, and she gasped aloud. She saw the dust settling like rain, a dull patina coating the leaves, the globes of fruit, the once clear pool of water, and everything began to die. In moments there was nothing but blackened rot dripping down the boles of the palms. The monkeys, covered in oozing sores, their hair falling away, curled up and died. The birds sought to flee, but ended up on the grey ground, flapping and twitching, then falling still. The oasis dried up. The winds blew away what was left, and sands closed about the spring until it too vanished. Setok wept. What had done this? Some natural force? Did some mountain erupt to fill the sky with poison ash? Or was it a god's bitter breath? Had some wretched city burned, spewing acidic alchemies into the air? Was this desecration an accident, or was it deliberate? She had no answer to such questions. She had only their cruel yield of grief. Until a suspicion lifted from beneath her sorrow, grisly and ghastly. It was a weapon. But who wages war upon all living things, upon the very earth itself? What could possibly be won? Was it just stupidity? Setok shook herself. She did not like such thoughts. But this anger I feel, does it belong to the wolves, to the beasts on their forgotten thrones? No, not just them. It is the rage of every unintended victim. It is the fury of the innocents, the god whose face is not human, but life itself. She is coming. Setok caught a host of vague shapes in the darkness now, circling, edging closer. Curious in the manner of all wolves, yet cautious. Old memories left scars upon their souls, and they knew what the presence of these two-legged intruders meant for them, for their kind. They could smell her tears. Their child was in pain, and so the wolves spun their spiral ever tighter, bringing their heat, the solid truth of their existence, and they would bare fangs to any and every threat. They would, if needed, die in her stead. And she knew she deserved none of this. How did you find me, after this long? I see you, grey-nosed mother. Was I the last one to suckle from your teats? Did I drink in all your strength until you were left with aching bones, failing muscles? I see the clouds in your eyes, but they cannot hide your love.
and it is that love that breaks my heart." Still she held out her hand. Moments later, she felt that broad head rise beneath it. The warm, familiar smells of old assailed her, stinging her eyes. "You must not stay," she whispered. "Where I go, you will be hunted down, killed. Listen to me. Find the last of the wild places. Hide there forevermore. Be free, my sweet ones." She heard Kafal awaken, heard his muffled grunt of shock. 7 wolves crowded their small camp, shy as uninvited children. Her mother moved up closer, fur sliding the length of Setok's arm. "You must go," she whispered to the beast. "Please." "Setok," said Kafal, "they bring magic." "What?" "Can't you feel the power? So harsh, so untamed. But I think, yes, I can use it. A warren, close enough the barrier feels thin as a leaf. Listen, if we run within it, I think—" "I know," she said in a croak, leaning her weight against the she-wolf, so solid, so real, so sure. "I know, Kafal, the gift they bring. Perhaps," he said in growing excitement as he tugged aside his blankets, "we can get there in time. We can save— Kafal, none of this is for you. Don't you understand anything? It's not for you." He met her glare unblinking. The dawn was finally paling the sky, and then nodded. "Where will they lead you, then? Do you know?" She turned away from his despair. "Oh, Kafal, you really are a fool. Of course we're returning to your tribe's camp. No other path is possible, not anymore." I don't understand." "I know. Never mind. It's time to leave." Destry and Callis scanned the south horizon, the blasted, unrelieved emptiness revealed in the toneless light of the rising sun. "Where, then," she muttered, "are my hands of fire?" She turned to her 2 exhausted companions. "You understand, don't you? I cannot do this alone. To lead your kind, I need my own kind. I need to look into eyes little different from my own. I need to see their aches come the dawn, the sleep still in their faces. Spirits fend, I need to see them cough the night loose and then piss a steaming river." The Kachin Chemal regarded her with their reptilian eyes, unblinking, unhuman. Calith's beseeching frustration trickled away, and she fixed her attention on Sag Churok, wondering what he had seen, those 14 undead Jaghut, a battle that, it was now clear, completely eradicated their pursuers. This time, anyway. Was there something different in the Kell hunter? Something that might be unease? "You wanted a destriant," she snapped. "If you thought that meant a doe-eyed Rodara, it must finally be clear just how wrong you were. What I am given, I intend to use. Do you understand?" Still, for all the bravado, she wished she had the power to bind those Jaghut to her will. She wished they were with them right now. Still not human, but, well, closer. Yes, getting closer. She snorted and turned back to study the south. "No point in waiting round here, is there? We continue on." "Destriant," Sag Churok whispered in her mind. "We are running out of time. Our enemy draws ever closer. No, not hunting the 3 of us. They hunt the rooted, our final refuge in this world." "We're all the last of our kind," she said. "And you must have realized by now, in this world and in every other, there is no such thing as refuge. The world finds you. The world hunts you down." Time once more to ride Gunth Mak, as if she were nothing more than a beast, Sag Churok lumbering at their side, massive iron blades catching glares from the sun in blinding spasms. To watch small creatures start from the knotted grasses and bound away in panic, plunging through clouds of midges driven apart by the prows of reptilian heads and broad heaving chests. To feel the wind's touch as if it was a stranger's caress, startling in its unwelcome familiarity, reminding her again and again that she still lived, that she was part of the world's meat, forever fighting the decay dogging its trail.
None of it seemed real, as if she was simply waiting for reality to catch up to her. Each day delivered the same message, and each day she met it with the same bemused confusion and diffident wariness. These K'chain Chemal felt none of that, she believed. They did not think as she did. Everything was a taste, a smell, thoughts and feelings, the sun's very light, all flowing in a swarm of currents. Existence was an ocean. One could skate upon the surface, clinging to the shallows, or one could plunge into the depths until the skull creaked with the pressure. She knew they saw her and her kind as timid, frightened by the mystery of unplumbed depths, creatures floundering in fears, terrified of drowning knee-deep in truths. But your matron wants you to slide into the shallows, to find my world of vulnerabilities, to find out what we do to defeat them. You seek new strategies for living. You seek our secret of success. But you don't understand, do you? Our secret is annihilation. We annihilate everyone else until none are left, and then we annihilate each other, until we too are gone. Such a wondrous secret. Well, she would give it to them, if she could. Her grand lessons of survival, and only she would hear the clamoring howl of the ghosts storming her soul. Riding Gunth Mac's back, Calith's hands itched. Destinies were drawing close. I will find my hands of fire, and we will use you, Sag Churok. You and Gunth Mac and all your kind. We will show you the horrors of the modern world you so want to be a part of. She thought of their dread enemy, the faceless killers of the K'chain Chemal. She wondered at this genocidal war, and suspected it was, in its essence, no different from the war humans had been engaged in for all time. It is the same, but it is also different. It is naive. With what was coming, with what she would bring, Calith felt a deep, sickening stab of pity. In an unbroken line from each mother to every daughter, memory survived, perpetuating a continuous history of experience. Gunth Mac held in her mind generations of lives trapped in a succession of settings that portrayed the inexorable collapse, the decay, the failure of their civilization. This was unbearable. Knowledge was an unceasing scream in her soul. Every matron was eventually driven insane. No daughter, upon ascension to the role, could long withstand the deluge. Male K'chain Chemal had no comprehension of this. Their lives were perfectly contained, the flavors of their selves truncated and unsubtle. Their unswerving loyalty was sustained in ignorance. She had sought to break this pattern with Sag Churok, and in so doing was betraying the inviolate isolation of the matrons. But she did not care. All that had gone before had not worked. She remembered half a continent pounded level and then made smooth as a frozen lake, on which cities sprawled in a scale distorted even to K'chain Chemal eyes, as if grandeur and madness were one and the same. Domes large enough to swallow islands, curling towers and spires like the spikes riding the backs of Denrabi. Buildings with single rooms so huge that clouds formed beneath the ceiling, and birds dwelt there in their thousands, oblivious to the cage that held them. She remembered entire mountain ranges preserved as if they were works of art, at least until their value as quarries for skykeeps was realized in the times of the civil wars, when those mountains were carved down to stumps. She remembered looking upon her kind in league-wide columns 20 leagues long, as they set out to found new colonies. She stood, creaking beneath her own weight, and watched as 50 legions of Vagath soldiers, each one 5,000 strong, marched to wage war against the Tarthano Tel Akai. And she was there when they returned, decimated, leaving a trail of their own dead that stretched across the entire continent. She recalled the birth pains of the Naruk, and then the searing agony of their betrayal. Burning cities and corpses 3 deep on vast fields of battle, chaos and terror within the nests, the shriek of desperate births, and the sly mockery of the waves on the shores as a dying matron loosed her eggs into the surf in the mad hope that something new would be made, a hybrid of virtues with all the flaws discarded. And so much more, fleeing through darkness and blinding smoke, the slash of an assassin's talons, cold, sudden adjudication, life draining away, the blessed relief that followed, flavors awakening cruel and bitter in the daughter who followed, for nothing was lost, nothing was ever lost. There was a goddess of the Kachange Himal, immortal, omniscient as such things were supposed to be. The goddess was the matron, Mahaib of the eternal oil. Once that oil had been of such strength and volume that hundreds of matrons were needed as holy vessels. Now there was but one. She could remember the pride, the power of what had once been, and the futile wars waged to give proof to that pride and that power, until both had been utterly obliterated, cities gone, the birth of wastelands across half the world. Ganth Mak knew that Gorol still lived. She knew, too, that the Shigal assassin was her adjudicator. Beyond this quest there waited the moment of inheritance, when Assail finally surrendered to death. Was Ganth Mak a worthy successor? The Shigal would decide. Even the enemy upon the rooted, slaughter unleashed in the corridors and chambers, would have no bearing upon matters. She would surge through the panicked crowds, seeking somewhere to hide, with 3 assassins stalking her. The will to live was the sweetest flavor of all. She carried the destriant on her back, a woman who weighed virtually nothing, and Ganth Mak could feel the tension in her small muscles, her frail frame of bones. Even an orphan bares its fangs in its last moments of life. Failure in this quest was unacceptable, but in Ganth Mak's mind it was also inevitable. She would be the last matron, and with her death so too would die the goddess of the Kachange Himal. The oil would drain into the dust, and all memory would be lost. It was just as well.
Spirits of stone, what happened here?
Scepter Irculus slowly dismounted, staring aghast at the half-buried battlefield, as if the ground had lifted up to swallow them all, Barghast and Akrinae both. Crushed bodies, broken limbs, faces scoured away as if blasted by a sandstorm. Others looked bloated, skin split and cracked open, as if the poor soldiers had been cooked from within. Crows and vultures scampered about in frustrated cacophony, picking clean what wasn't buried, whilst Akrinae warriors wandered the buried valley, tugging free the corpses of dead kin. Irculus knew his daughter's body was here somewhere. The thought clenched in his stomach like a sickly knot leaching poison, weakening his limbs, tightening the breath in his throat. He dreaded the notion of sleep at this day's end, the stalking return of anguish and despair. He would lie chilled beneath furs, chest aching, rushes of nausea squirming through him, his every breath harsh and strained, close to the clutch of panic. Something unexpected, something unknown had come to this petty war, as if the spirits of the earth and rock were convulsing in rage and perhaps disgust.
Demanding peace. Yes, this is what the spirits have told me, with this here, this horror. They have had enough of our stupid bloodletting. We must make peace with the Barghast.
He felt old, exhausted. A day ago, vengeance seemed bright and pure. Retribution was sharp as a freshly honed knife. 4 major battles, 4 successive victories. The Barghast clans were scattered, fleeing. Indeed, only one remained, the southernmost, largest clan, the Sinan, ruled by the one named Onos Tulan. The Akrinae had 3 armies converging upon the war leader and his encampment.
We have wagons creaking beneath Barghast weapons and armor, chests filled with foreign coins, heaps of strange furs, trinkets, jewelry, woven rugs, gourd bowls, and clumsy pots of barely tempered clay. We have everything the Barghast possessed. Just the bodies that owned them have been removed, barring a score of broken prisoners. We are a traveling museum of a people about to become extinct, and yet I will plead for peace.
Upon hearing this, his officers would frown behind his back, thinking him an old man with a broken heart, and they would be right to think that. They would accept his commands, but this would be the last time. Once they rode home, Scepter Irculus would be seen, would be known to all, as a ruler in his grey dusk, a man with no light of the future in his eyes, a man awaiting death.
But it comes to us all. Everything we fear comes to us all.
Gerfolk, who had been among the advance party, rode up and reined in near the Scepter's own horse. The warrior dismounted and walked to stand in front of Irculus. "Scepter, we have examined the western ridge of the valley, or what's left of it. Old Yara," he continued, speaking of the Barghast spokesperson among the prisoners, "says he once fought outside some place called One-Eye Cat. He says the craters remind him of something called Moranth munitions, but not when those munitions are dropped from the sky, as was done by the Moranths. Instead, the craters look like those made when the munitions are used by the Malazans, buried in the ground, arranged to ignite all at once, thus lifting the ground itself. Some kind of grenado. He called them cussers." "We know there is a Malazan army in Lether," Irculus said, musing. Then he shook his head. "Give me a reason for their being here, joining in a battle not of their making, killing both Acrani and Barghast." "The Barghast were once enemies of these Malazans, Scepter. So claims Yara." "Yet have our scouts seen signs of their forces? Do any trails lead from this place? No. Are the Malazans ghosts, Gerfolk?" The warrior spread his hands in helpless dismay. "Then what struck here, Scepter?" "The rage of gods. Sorcery." A sudden flicker in Gerfolk's eyes. "Lethery, who might well be pleased to see the Acrani and Barghast destroy each other." "It is said the Malazans left them few mages, Scepter, and their new Cedar is an old man who is also the Chancellor, not one to lead an army." But Irculus was already shaking his head at his own suggestions. "Even a Lethery Cedar cannot hide an entire army. You are right to be skeptical, Gerfolk." A conversation doomed to circle round and devour its own tail. Irculus stepped past the warrior and looked upon the obliterated valley once more. "Dig out as many of our warriors as you can. At dusk we cease all such efforts, leaving the rest to the earth. We shall drive back the night with the power of our dead, and I shall stand vigil." "Yes, Scepter." The warrior returned to his horse. "Vigil, yes, that will do." A night without sleep, he would let the bright flames drive back the sickness in his soul. It would be best, he decided, if he did not survive to return home. An uncle or cousin could play the bear to his grandchildren, someone else in any case. Better, indeed, if he was denied the chance of sleep until the very instant of his death. One final battle against the Sinan camp. Kill them all, and then fall myself. Bleed out in the red mud. And once dead, I can make my peace with their ghosts. Hardly worth continuing this damned war on the ash plains of death, this stupid thing. Dear daughter, you will not wander alone for long, I swear it. I will find your ghost, and I will protect you for evermore, as penance for my failure and as proof of my love. He glared about, as if in the day's fading light he might see her floating spirit, a wraith with a dirt-smeared face and disbelieving eyes. No, eyes with the patience of the eternally freed. Freed from all this, freed from everything, in a new place where no sickness grows inside, where the body does not clench and writhe, flinching at the siren calls of every twinge, every ache. Spirits of stone, give me peace. Mar al-Eb's army had doubled in size, as survivors from shattered encampments staggered in from all directions, shamefaced at living when wives, husbands, and children had died beneath the iron of the treacherous Acrani. Many arrived bearing no weapons, shorn of armor, proof that they had been routed, had fled in waves of wide-eyed cowardice. Cold waters were known to wash upon warriors in the midst of battle, even Barghast warriors, and the tug of currents could lift into a raging flood where all reason drowned, where escape was a need that overwhelmed duty and honor. Cold waters left the faces of the survivors grey and bloated, stinking of guilt. But Mar al-Eb had been sobered enough by the news of the defeats to cast no righteous judgment upon these refugees with their skittish eyes. Clearly, he understood he would need every warrior he could muster, although Bakal knew as well as anyone how such warriors, once drowned beneath panic, were now broken inside, Worse, in the instant when a battle tottered on the fulcrum's point, their terror could return. They could doom the battle as their panic flooded out and infected everyone else. No word had come from the Senan. It seemed that, thus far at least, the Akrenai had yet to descend upon Bakal's own clan. Soon Maral Eb would grasp hold of the Senan army and claim it for himself, and then he would lead them all against the deceitful scepter Irculus. 1,000 curses rode the breaths of the mass of warriors. It was obvious now that the Akren had been planning this war for some time, trickling in and out their so-called merchants as spies, working towards the perfect moment for betrayal. How else could the scepter assemble such forces so quickly? For every refugee insisted that the enemy numbered in the tens of thousands. Bakal believed none of it. This was the war Onos Tulan did not want, the wrong war. Maral Eb walked flanked by his 2 brothers, and surrounding these 3 was a mob of strutting idiots, each one vying to find the perfect words to please their new war leader and his 2 hood-eyed, murderous siblings, arguments sending the arrow of blame winging away. Onos Tulan was no longer alive, and so less useful as a target, although some murky residue remained, like handfuls of shit awaiting any rivals among the Senan. Now it was the Akrenai, Irculus and his lying, cheating, spying horsemongers. By the time this army arrived at the Senan camp, they would be blazing with the righteous fury of innocent victims. "Whatever he needs," Strahl had said at the noon break. "Falsehoods cease being false when enough people believe them, Bakal. Instead, they blaze like eternal truths, and woe to the fool who tries pissing a stream on that. They'll tear you to pieces." Strahl's words were sound, ringing clear and true upon the anvil, leaving Bakal's disgust to chew him on the inside with no way out. That ache warred with the one in his barely mended elbow, making his stride stiff and awkward, but neither one could assail the shame and self-hatred that closed a fist round his soul. "Murderer of Onos Tulan, so fierce the thrust that he broke his arm. Look upon him, friends, and see a true white-faced Barghast." He had heard as much from Maral Eb's cronies, while behind him trudged his fellow Senan warriors, nothing like the triumphant slayers of Onos Tulan they pretended to be, silent, grim as shoulder women at a funeral. "Because we share this crime. He made us kill him to save our own lives. He made us cowards. He made me a coward." Bakal felt like an old man, and each time his gaze caught upon those 3 broad backs arrayed like bone-picker birds at the head of the trail, it was another white-hot stone tossed into the cauldron, soon to boil, yes, raging until the blackened pot boiled dry. All that useless steam. "What will you do with my people, Maral Eb? When Irculus shatters us again, where will we run to?" He needed to think. He needed to find a way out of this. Could he and his warriors convince the rest of the clan to refuse Maral Eb? Refuse this suicidal war? Teeth grating, Bakal began to understand the burdens under which Onos Tulan had labored, the impossibility of things. "The real war is against stupidity. How could I not have understood that? Oh, an easy answer to that question. I was among the stupidest of the lot. And yet, Onos Tulan, you stood before me and met my eyes. You gave me what I did not deserve. And look at me now. When Maral Eb stands before me, I choke at the very sight of him. His flush of triumph, his smirk, the drunken eyes. I am ready to spew into his face, and if I had any food in my guts, I would probably do just that, unable to help myself. Onos Tulan, you should have killed us. Every warrior you brought with you. Be done with the stupid ones, be done with us all. Instead, you leave us with the perfect legacy of our idiocy. Maral Eb, precisely the leader we deserve. And for our misplaced faith, he will kill everyone." Bakal bared his teeth until the wind dried them like sun-baked stones. He would do nothing. He would defy even Strahl and his companions here. There would be justice after all, an ocean of it to feed the thirsty ground, so long as he did nothing, said nothing. "Lead us, Maral Eb. You are become the standard of Tul's truth. You are his warning to us, which we refuse to heed. So, warrior of the Imas, you shall have your vengeance after all." Strahl spoke at his side. "I have seen such smiles, friend, upon the warrior I am about to slay, the brave ones who face their deaths unflinching. I see crazed contempt, as if they say to me, 'Do what you must, you cannot reach me. My flesh, yes, my life, but not my soul. Drive home your blade, warrior, the final joke is on you.'" His laugh was a low snarl. "And so it is, because it is a joke I will not get until I am in their place, facing down my own death." "Then," said Bakal, "you will have to wait, but not for long. And when the time comes, I too will laugh at this perfect jest." The place belonged to Stolmen, but it was his wife who walked at the head of the Gadra column. And it was to Sakara the Vile that the scouts reported during the long march to the Sanan encampment, which was now less than half a league away. Her husband's face was set in a scowl as he trudged 3 paces behind her. The expression did not belong to offended fury, however. Confusion and fear were the sources of his anger, the befuddled misery of the unintelligent man. Things were moving too fast. Essential details were being kept from him. He did not understand, and this made him frightened. He had right to be. Sakara was beginning to realize that his usefulness was coming to an end. Oh, there were advantages to ruling through him, should that opportunity arise in the aftermath of the imminent power struggle, but better a husband who actually comprehended his titular function, assuming it was even necessary, since many a past war leader had been a woman. Although, truth be said, such women were invariably warriors, possessing the status of experienced campaigners. Sakara had fought many battles, of course, in her own style. She had laid sieges in tents and in yurts. She had drawn blood beneath the furs in the armor of night, had driven knives, figurative and literal, into the hearts of scores of lovers. She had unleashed precision ambushes with utter ruthlessness, and had stared down seemingly insurmountable odds. Her list of triumphs was well-nigh unending. But few would countenance any of that. They held to out-of-fashion notions of prowess and glory, and for Sakara this had proved and would ever prove the greatest obstacle to her ascension. No, for now she would need a man to prop up in front of her. Not that anyone would be fooled, but so long as propriety was observed, they would abide. There were challenges ahead. Stolmen was not ready to be the war leader of the White Faces. Not while in the throes of a vicious war. No, at the moment, the greatest need was to ensure the survival of the Barghast, and that demanded a capable commander. Someone clever in the ways of tactics and whatnot. Someone swollen with ambition, eager to be quickly pushed to the fore, arriving breathless and flush. Quickly, yes, so that he'd no opportunity to grow wary, to begin to recognize the flimsy supports beneath him, the clever traps awaiting his first misstep. Sakara had long pondered prospective candidates, and she had to admit that she was not entirely satisfied with her final choice, but the bones were cast. Alone, in the chill night at that first secret meeting, in the wake of a tumultuous gathering of war chiefs, Maral Ebb had seemed perfect. His contempt for Onos Tulan had filled him with hatred that she slyly fed until it became a kind of fevered madness. Nothing difficult there, and his willingness to bind himself to her conspiracy had struck her, at the time, as almost comical, like a puppy eager to lick whatever she offered. He had been alone, and perhaps in that she had been careless. She had not considered for even an instant Maral Ebb's 2 brothers. 3 were harder to manage than 1, almost impossible, in fact. If they were left to consolidate their domination once the war was over, Sakara knew that her chance would be forever lost. She knew indeed that Maral Ebb would see her murdered to silence all that she knew. Well, his brothers would just have to die. In battle, to a stray arrow, these things, she had been told, happened all the time. Or some bad food improperly cured, to strike with swift fever and terrible convulsions until the heart burst. A lover's tryst gone awry, some enraged rival. Charges of rape, a trial of shaming, and a sentence of castration. Oh, the possibilities were countless. For the moment, of course, such delights would have to wait. The Acroni must be defeated first, or at least driven back, One more battle awaited them, and this time Scepter Irculus would be facing the combined might of the Sinan, Baran, and Gadra clans. 2 Baran scouts had found her 3 days past, carrying with them the stunning news of Onos Tulan's murder. The Gadra had already been on the march. Sakara had made certain that her people, a small clan, isolated and perilously close to Akrin lands, had not awaited the descent of thousands of enraged Akrinai horse warriors. Instead, Stolman had announced the breaking of camp, and this fast-paced retreat to the safety of the Sinan almost as soon as news of the war reached them. Since then, Gadra scouts had twice sighted distant riders observing them, but nothing more, and as Sakara learned from an alarmingly steady arrival of refugees from other clans, a half-dozen battles had left the Barghast reeling. The sudden coyness of the victorious Akrinai was disturbing, unless they too sought one final clash, one that they were content to let the Gadra lead them to at a steady dog trot. Stolmen complained that his warriors were weary, barely fit for battle. Their nerves were twisted into taut knots by constant vigilance and a sickening sense of vulnerability. They were a small clan, after all. It made no tactical sense for the scepter to let them reach the Sinan. The Akrinai horde should have washed over them by now. Well, that was for Maral Eb to worry about. Sakara had just this morning sent her own agents ahead to the Sinan. Onos Tulan was dead, but his wife was not, nor his children, bloodkin and otherwise. The time had come for Sakara to unleash her long-awaited vengeance. The day's light was fading. Though she had exhorted her people with relentless impatience, they would not reach the Sinan any time before midnight. And by then, the blood spilled would be as cold as the ground beneath it. Stavi made a face.
"He has a secret name," she said. "An Imas name."
Story's brow knitted as she looked down upon the drooling toddler playing in the dirt. She twisted round on the stone she was sitting on.
"But we can't get it, can we? I mean, he doesn't know it, that name. How can he? He can't talk." "Not true. I heard him talk. He says, blah, la, blah, la, blah, la, and that's all he says. That doesn't sound Imas to me."
Stavi tugged at the knots in her hair, unmindful of the midges swarming round her head.
"But I heard Father talking."
Story's head snapped up, eyes accusing.
"When? You snuck off to be with him, without me. I knew it."
Stavi grinned.
"You were squatting over a hole. Besides, he wasn't talking to me. He was talking to himself. Praying, maybe. Father never prays. Who else would he be talking to, except some 5-headed Imas god?" "Really? Which head?" "What? Which head was he talking to?" "How should I know? The one listening. It had ears on stalks and they turned, and then it popped out one eye and swallowed it."
Story leapt to her feet.
"So it could look out its hole. Only way gods know how to aim."
Story squealed with laughter. The dirt-faced runt looked up from his playing, eyes wide, and then he smiled and said,
"Blah, la, blah, la, blah, la. That's the god's name. But which head?"
Stavi asked.
"The one with poop in his ears, of course. Listen, if we can really find out his secret name, we can curse him forever and ever." "That's what I was saying. What kind of curses?" "Good ones. He can only walk on his hands. He starts every sentence with blah, la, blah, la, blah, la. Even when he's 20 years old. As old as that, and even older. That's pretty old. That's grey-haired old. Let's think of more curses."
Sitting oblivious on the ground, the son of Onos Tulan and Hetan made curling patterns in the soft dust with one finger. 4 squiggles in one particular pattern, trying again and again to get it just right. It was getting dark. Shadows walked out from stones. The shadows were part of the pattern. The Imas possessed no written language. Something far more ancient was buried deep within them. It was liquid. It was stain on skin. It was the magic of shadows cast by nothing, nothing real. It was the gift of discord, the deception of unnatural things slipped into a natural world. It was cause in search of effect. When the sun was gone from the sky, fire rose in its stead, and fire was the maker of shadows, revealer of secrets. The child had a secret name, and it was written in elusive, impermanent games of light and dark. A thing that could flicker into and out of existence in the dancing of flames, or, as now, at the moment of the sun's death, with the air itself crumbling to grainy dust. Absi Kir, a name gifted by a father struck with unexpected hope, long after the death of hopeful youth. It was a name striving for faith, when faith had departed the man's world. It whispered like a chill wind, rising up from the cavern of the worm. Absi Kir. Its breath was dry, plucking at eyes that had forgotten how to close. Born of love, it was a cry of desperation. Patterns in the dirt, fast sinking into formless gloom. Absi Kir. Autumn Promise. Story held up a hand, cutting short a list of curses grown past breathless, and cocked her head.
Some news,
she said. Nodding, Stavi reached down and snatched up the boy. He struggled, tilting his head back until it pressed hard against her chest. She blew down, stirring the hair atop his slightly elongated head, and he instantly settled.
Excited voices. Not happy excited. No,
Stavi agreed, turning to look in the direction of the camp, just beyond a sweep of tilted rock outcroppings. The glow of fires was rising beneath a layer of wood smoke.
We should get back.
Hetan cursed under her breath. The girls had kidnapped their half-brother yet again, and no one had seen their escape. When they were out of her sight, the vast pit of her solitude opened its maw beneath her, and she could feel herself tumbling and spinning as she fell, and fell. So much darkness, so little hope that the plunge would end in a merciful snap of bones, the sudden bliss of oblivion. Without her children, she was nothing. Sitting motionless, wandering inside her skull, dull-eyed and weaving like a hoof-kicked dog. Nose sniffing, claws scratching, but there was no way out. Without her children, the future vanished, a moth plunging into the fire. She blinked motes from her eyes, hands drawn together and thumbnails picking at the scabs and oozing slices left behind by the last assault on the ends of her fingers, the tender skin round the nails. Frozen in place, sunken, in endless retreat. Another bowl of rust leaf, durhang, a resin bud of debayang, teras beer. Too much effort, every one of them. If she sat perfectly still, time would vanish. Until the girls brought him back. Until she saw the twins pretending to smile, but skittish and worried behind their eyes. And he would squirm in a girl's arms, reaching for Hetan, who would see those strangely large, wide hands with their stubby fingers, clutching, straining, and a howl would rise within her, lifting out of that black maw, blazing like a skystone returning to the sky. She would take him into a suffocating embrace, desperate sparks igniting within her, forcing her into animation. Strings on the ends of those pudgy fingers, plucking her to life. And she howled and she howled. Heavy footsteps rushed past the entrance to the tent. Voices, a few shouts. A runner had entered the camp. The word was delivered, and the word was dead. How could imagination hope to achieve the wonders of reality? The broken, deathly landscape stretched out on all sides, but the vista was shrinking as the day's light faded. Yet more than darkness embraced the transformation. Domes of cracked bedrock appeared, skinned in lichen and moss. Shin-high trees with thick, twisted boles, branches fluttering with the last of the autumn leaves, like blackened layers of peeled skin. Bitter Arctic wind rushing down from the northwest to herald winter's eager arrival. Kafal and Setok ran through this new world. The frigid air bit in their lungs, yet it was richer and sweeter than anything they had breathed in their own realm, their own time. How to describe the noise of 100,000 wolves running across the land? It filled Kafal's skull with the immensity of an ocean. Padded footfalls delivered a pitch and rhythm unlike that of spaded hoofs. The brush of fur as shoulders rubbed was a seething whisper. The heat rising from bodies was thick as mist, the animal smell overwhelming. The smell of a world without cities, forges, charcoal burners, without battlefields, trenches filled with waste, without human sweat and perfumes, the smoke of rust leaf and durhang, the dust of frantic destruction. Wolves. Before humans waged war upon them, before the millennia-long campaign of slaughter, before the lands emptied. He could almost see them. Every sense but sight was alive with the creatures, and he and Setok were carried along on the ghostly tide. All that was gone had returned, all this history seeking a home. They would not find it among his people. He did not understand why Setok was leading them to the Barghast. He could hear her singing, but the words she used belonged to some other language. The tone was strangely fraught, as if warring forces were bound together. Curiosity and wariness, congress and terror. He could almost see the glint of bestial eyes as they watched the first band of humans from a distance. Did these two-legged strangers promise friendship, cooperation, a recognition of brother and sisterhood? Yes, to all of that. But this was no family at peace. This was a thing writhing with deceit, betrayal, black malice, and cruelty. The wolves were innocents. They stood no chance. "Flee the Barghast. Please, I beg you." But his pleading rang hollow even to Kafal. He needed them. He needed this swift passage. Night had fallen. A wind was rising to tear at the torches and hearth fires in the Sanan camp. Rain spat with stinging fury, and lightning ignited the horizon. Eyes gleamed, iron licked the darkness. The gods were showing him what was coming. And he would not get there in time, because, as has ever been known, the Barghast gods were bastards. Heart thudding with anticipation, Sathand Grill slipped out from the light of the wind-whipped fires. He had watched the children and their furtive flight into the shattered hills northeast of the camp when the sun was still a hand's breadth above the horizon. This had been his singular responsibility for weeks now, spying on the horrid little creatures, all leading to this moment, this reward. He had killed the boy's dog, and now he would kill the boy, plunging his knife into his belly with a hand over his mouth to stifle the shrieks, a large rock to crush the skull and destroy the face, because no one welcomed the face of a dead child, especially one frozen in twisted pain. He had no desire to look upon the half-lidded eyes that saw nothing, that had gone flat with the soul's absence. No, he would destroy the thing utterly, and then fling it into a defile. The twins were destined for something far more elaborate. He'd break their legs, then tie their hands. He'd blood them both, but not cruelly, for Sathand was not one of those who hungered to rape, not women, not children. But he would give them his seed to carry to the gods. This night of murder, it was for the Barghast, the righting of wrongs, the end of the usurper's line and the eradication of Hetan's shame. Onos Tulan was not of the clans of the White Face. He was not even Barghast. No matter, word had come. Onos Tulan was dead, murdered by Bakal, who had broken his own arm with the force of the knife thrust he had driven into the war leader's heart. A power struggle was coming. Sathand Grill well knew that Sakara had decided on the Baran war chief Maral Eb. But to Sathand's eyes, and to those of many others among the Sanan, Bakal would make a surer claim, and that was one Sathand would back. More blood to be spilled before things settled out. Most were agreed on that. Sakara the Vile, her idiot husband Stolman, Maral Eb and his vicious brothers. The new war leader would be Sanan. No other clan was as powerful, after all, not even the Baran. It would have to be quick, all of it. The cursed Akrenai army was on its way. Sathand Grill padded through the darkness. The brats should be on their way back by now. Even they weren't stupid enough to stay out once the sun set, what with both half-starved wolves and Akrenai marauders on the hunt. So, where were they? From the camp behind him, someone shrieked. It had begun. 3 women entered the tent, and Hetan knew them all. She watched them advance on her, and suddenly everything became perfectly clear, perfectly understandable. Mysteries flitted away like veils of smoke on the wind. "Now I join you, husband." She reached for her knife and found only the sheath at her hip. Her eyes snapped to the flat stone on which sat the remnants of her last meal, and there waited the knife, and Hetan lunged for the weapon. She did not reach it in time. A knee slammed into her jaw, whipped her head round, blood spinning in threads. Hands snagged her wrists, dragged her round and pushed her to the ground. Fists pummeled her face. Flares of light exploded behind her eyes. Stunned, suddenly too weak to struggle, she felt herself rolled onto her stomach. Rawhide bound her arms behind her. Fingers snarled a fist's worth of hair and lifted her head up. Balamit's foul breath whispered across her cheek.
"No easy way for you, whore. No, it's hobbling for Hetan. And what's so different about that? You'd rut with a dog if it knew how to kiss. May you live 100 years.
She was thrown onto her back and then lifted up from behind, Javis's nails digging deep into Hetan's armpits. Hegga, burly, miserable Hegga, swung the hatchet down. Hetan shrieked as the front half of her right foot was chopped off. The leg jumped, spraying blood. She tried to pull the other one away, but a crack of the hatchet's iron ball against her kneecap numbed the leg. The hatchet swung down again. The pain rushed in a black flood. Balamet giggled. Hetan passed out. Kryn, whose niece had married a Gadra warrior and was swollen with child, watched as Sakara's bitch dogs dragged Hetan out from the tent. The whore was unconscious. Her stumped feet trailed wet streaks that seemed to flare as lightning flashed in the night. They brought her to the nearest hearth fire. Little Yedin was tending to the flat blade, and it was pale hot when she lifted it from the coals. Meat sizzled and popped as the blade was pushed against Hetan's left foot. The woman's body jerked, her eyes staring open in shock. A second shriek shattered the air. 9-year-old Yedin stared, and then, at an impatient snap from one of the bitches, she flipped the blade and seared Hetan's other foot. Kryn hurried forward, scowling at the way Hetan's eyes had rolled up, head lolling.
Wake her up, Hegga! I'm fast!
His sister grinned, still holding the bloodied hatchet.
Your son?
Kryn looked away, disgusted. He was barely half her age. Then he jerked a nod.
Tonight's the night for it, he said. Widow's gift,
Hegga cried in glee. Javis brought over a gourd of water and threw its contents into Hetan's bruised face. She sputtered, coughed. Kryn advanced on her, mindful and delighted at how many people had gathered, and at how other men were arguing their place.
Keep her hands tied, he said, for the first dozen or so. After that, there won't be any need.
It was true. No Barghast woman resisted by that point, and in a few days she'd dropped to her hands and knees at a glance, backside upthrust and ready.
Might be 24, someone in the crowd observed. Hetan was a warrior, after all.
Hegga stepped up and kicked Hetan in the ribs. Spittle flew from the widow's lips as she snarled and said,
What's a warrior without a weapon? Bah! She'll be licking her lips after 5 or so, you'll see.
Kryn said nothing, nor did anyone else. The warriors knew their own, after all. Hegga was an idiot to think Hetan would break so easily.
I remember you, Hegga. My sister, too fat to fight. And who was the one licking her lips 5 times a day? Oh, we see where your hate lives. Gods, I am giving my son to this thing? Well, just for one night, and I'll give him my own knife, with leave to use it. No one will miss you, Hegga, and no one will call out my boy, either.
The wind was howling. A storm had found them on this fateful night. He could hear rain in the distance. Guy ropes quivered and hummed. Hide walls thumped and rippled. Barghast warriors were pouring into the encampment as if the wild drumming had summoned them, and Kryn caught word that Maral Eb had arrived, along with the Sanan warriors Tool had taken with him. Bakal among them, slayer, liberator of all the Barghast. Who would forget this night? Who would forget, too, that it was Kryn, firstborn son of Humbrol Tar's own uncle, who was the first to fuck Hetan? The thought hardened him. He stood above her, waiting until her wild eyes slanted across his own, and when that fevered gaze stuttered and then returned to lock with his, Kryn smiled. He saw the shock, and then the hurt that was betrayal, and he nodded.
Allies, Hetan? You lost them all. When you proclaimed him as your husband, when you championed your father's madness.
Hegga pushed back in.
Where are your children, Hetan? Shall I tell you? Dead and cold in the darkness.
Kryn backhanded her across the face.
Your time with her is over, widow. Go, run and hide in your hut.
Hegga wiped blood from her lips, and then, eyes flashing, she wheeled, shouting,
Bavart, son of Kryn, tonight you are mine.
Kryn almost sent a knife her way as she pushed through the crowd.
A knife, son, long before she wraps round you, long before you sink into that spider's hole.
As the significance of Hegga's words worked through, There was laughter, and Kryn was stung by the contempt he heard all round him. He looked down at Hetan. She was still staring up at him, eyes unwavering. Shame flooded through him, stealing his hardness fast as a mother's kiss. "Don't think you can watch," he said in a growl, crouching to pull her onto her stomach. As he tugged down her leathers, excitement returned, awakened by anger as much as anything else. Oh, and triumph, for many men among the Senan had looked upon her with lust and desire, and they were even now arguing their turn with her. "But I am the first. I will make you forget Onos Tulan. I will remind you of the manhood of the Barghast." He knelt, pushing with his knees to splay wide her legs. "Lift up to me, whore. Show them all how you accept your fate." Pain was a distant roar. Something cold and sharp now filled her skull, fixed like spears to her eyes, and every face she had looked upon since awakening once more had pierced her like lightning, arcing in from her eyes, igniting her brain. Faces, those expressions and all that they revealed, they were burned upon her soul now. She had played with Hegar's younger sister. They had been so close. But that woman was somewhere in the crowd now, flat-eyed, walled off. Javis had spun a fine horse blanket as a wedding gift, and Hetan remembered her bright, proud smile when Hetan singled her out in giving public thanks. Balamit, daughter of a shoulder woman, had been her keeper on the night of first blood, when Hetan was barely 12 years old. She'd sat awake, holding her hand, until sleep finally took the child, now a woman. Yedin often played with the twins. "Husband, I have betrayed you. In my misery, in my pathetic self-pity, I knew this was coming. How could it not? My children, I have abandoned them. They killed them, husband. They killed our children." "Lift up to meet me, whore." "Kryn, I used to laugh at your hunger for me, sick as it was. Does my father's ghost wait for you, Kryn? Does he witness this and what you demand of me? Does he understand my shame? Kryn now punishes me. He is only the first, but no matter how many there are, the punishment will never be enough. Now I understand the mind of a hobbled woman. I understand." And she lifted up to meet him. The wretches saw him before he saw them, and they saw, too, the heavy knife in his hand. None would deny that the twins were clever, nasty creatures, in the manner of newborn snakes, and so when they spun round and fled, Sathand Grill was not surprised. But one of them was burdened with a child, and that child was now screaming. Oh, they might silence him in the only way possible, a suffocating hand over his mouth and nose, thus sparing Sathand the blood on his own hands, and he waited for that as he plunged in pursuit, but the shrieks went on. He could run them down, and so he would, eventually. He was sure they knew that they were already dead. Well, if they would make it a game, he would play. One last gesture of childhood before he took childhood away. Would they squeal when he caught them? An interesting question. If not immediately, then later, yes. Later they would squeal indeed. Scrabbling sounds ahead, at the slumped end of a rock-walled defile, and Sathand lumbered forward. Yes, there was one of them, with that boy in her arms, trying to climb up the scree. The boulder very nearly killed him, dropping down to hammer into his shoulder. He howled in pain, stumbled, caught the flash of the other twin up on the edge of the wall to his left. "You rotted piece of dung!" he snarled. "You will pay for that!" No longer a game. He would give them hurt for hurt, and then more. He would make them regret such stupid attempts. Ahead, the girl with the boy had given up trying to climb the fan of sand and gravel, and had instead dropped down and to the right, vanishing into a crevasse. A moment later, the other girl darted in after her sister. The whole thing had been an act, a trap. So clever, weren't they? Mind blackening with fury, he bolted after them. Setok was tugging at his arms. "Kafal, get up!" It was too late. He was seeing all there was to see, cursed by his own gods. Could he close hands about their necks, one by one, and choke the life from them? He vowed he would. His beloved sister, he had screamed as the hatchet chopped down. He had fallen to his knees when Kryn stepped up to her, and now he sought to claw out his own eyes, although the visions behind them proved indifferent to the damage done to them. Blood ran with tears. He would dig and dig until never again would he look upon the world, but it seemed that blindness would forever elude him. He watched Kryn rape his bloodkin. He heard the exhortations from the hundreds of warriors gathered round. He saw Bakal, gaunt and his eyes luminous, stumble into view, saw the man's horror as all the blood left his face, saw as the great slayer of Onos Tulan twisted round and fled, as if the war leader's ghostly hand was reaching for him. But it was just the rape of a hobbled woman, not even considered rape, in fact, just using. And Sathand Grill, whom he had hunted beside in years past, was now hunting Stavi and Story, and Absi, who flailed in Stavi's arms as if in full awareness that this new world he had found was crumbling around him, that death was coming to take him before he could as much as taste it. And the boy was outraged, indignant, defiant, confused, terrified. Too much. No heart could withstand such visions. Setok tugged at his arms, fought to keep his hands from his face. "We must keep going. The wolves!" "Hod take the wolves!" "But he won't, you fool! He won't! But someone will! We must hurry, Kafal!" His hand lashed out, caught her flush on the side of her head. The way her neck twisted round as she fell horrified him. Crying out, he crawled to her. The wolves were ghosts no longer. Blood clouded his eyes, dripped down in a mockery of tears. "Setok!" She was still a child, still so young, so thin. The wolves howled, a chorus that deafened him, that drove him face first into the frozen dirt. "Gods, my head! Stop! Stop, I beg you!" If he screamed, he could not hear it. The beasts surged on all sides, closing in and in. They wanted him. They wanted his blood. From somewhere sounded a hunter's horn. Kafal leapt to his feet and ran from the world. When her sister passed the wailing boy over, Stavi clutched him to her chest. Story moved past her as they emerged from the fissure, grasping handfuls of tawny grasses to pull her way up the slope. This range of broken hills was narrow, an island of scoured limestone, and beyond it the land levelled out, flat, with nowhere to hide. She struggled up the tattered slope, gasping, the boy beating at her face with his tiny fists. They were going to die. She knew that now. Their life in all its loose joy, its perfect security, was suddenly gone. She longed for yesterday. She longed for the solid presence that was her adopted father. Once more the sight of his face, a face wide and weathered, with every feature exaggerated, oversized, his soft eyes that had only ever looked upon his children with love. Against the twins, it had seemed anger was impossible. Even disapproval wavered in a heartbeat. They had worked him like river clay, but they had known that beneath that clay there was a thing of iron, a thing of great power. He was a truth, resolute, unbreakable. They worked him because they knew that truth. Where was he now? What had happened to their mother? Why was Sathand Grill hunting them? Why was he going to kill them? Story ran ahead, darting like a hare seeking cover, but there was none to be found. Ghoulish light painted the plain as the slashes etched the night. A cruel wind cut into their faces, and the mass of storm clouds blotted out the north sky. The sight of her sister's panic was like a knife in Stavi's chest. The world was as broken as the hills behind them, as broken as the vicious look in Sathan's eyes. She could have dropped that rock on his skull, she should have, but the thought of hurting him that much had horrified her. A part of her had wanted to believe that if she could manage to break his shoulder, he would give up, he would return to the camp. She knew now, bleak with despair, that such faith, that all of this could be so easily righted, was ridiculous. Her error in judgment was going to see them all killed. Hearing Sathand climb out of the fissure, Stavi cried out, running as fast as her legs could carry her. All at once the boy she held went quiet, and his arms wrapped tight round her neck, hands clutching her hair. He understood as well. Motionless as a doe in the grasses not 10 paces from a hunting cat, his eyes wide, his breath panting and hot against the side of her neck. Tears streamed down her cheeks. He clutched her in the belief that she could protect him, that she could defend his life. But she knew she couldn't. She wasn't old enough. She wasn't fierce enough. She saw Story look back over a shoulder, saw her falter. Sathan's heavy footfalls were closing fast.
Go!
Starvi shrieked at her sister.
Just go!
Instead, Story bent down, scooped up a rock, and then sprinted back towards them.
Fierce sister! Brave sister! You fool!
They would die together then. Starvi stumbled, fell to her knees, skinning them on the grasses. The burning pain loosed more tears, and everything blurred. The boy kicked himself free. Now he would run, fast as his short legs could take him. Instead, he stood and faced the charging warrior. The man was not a stranger, was he? No, he was kin, and in the shadow of a kinsman there was safety. Starvi whispered,
Not this time.
Sathan readied the knife in his hand, slowing now that the chase had come to an end. Nowhere for them to go, was there? His shoulder throbbed, and sharp bolts of pain shot out from his collarbone. He couldn't even lift that arm. She'd broken it. But the warrior's rage was fading.
They did not choose their parents. Who does? They're just unlucky. But that is the way of the world. Spawn of rulers inherit more than power. They inherit what happens when that power collapses. When a night of blood is unleashed, and ambition floods black as locust ink.
He saw the stone gripped by one of the girls and nodded, pleased with her defiance. Only half her blood was Barghast, but it had awakened for this. He would have to take her down first.
What has happened?
Asked the girl standing beside the boy.
Sathan?
He bared his teeth. The right words now could take the fight out of them.
You are orphans, he said. Your
The stone was a blur, catching him a glancing blow above his left eye. He cursed in pain and surprise, and then shook his head. Blood ran down into the eye, blinding it.
Spirits haunt you, he laughed. I've taken fewer wounds in battle, but one eye is enough. One working arm, too.
Sathan edged forward. The boy's eyes were wide, uncomprehending. He suddenly smiled and held out his arms. Sathan faltered.
Yes, I've taken you up and swung you in the air. I've tickled you until you shrieked, but that is done now.
He lifted the knife. The twins stared, unmoving. Would they protect the boy? He suspected they would. With teeth and nails, they would.
We are as we are. I am proud of you, he said. Proud of you all. But this must be.
The boy cried out as if in joy. Something slammed into his back. He staggered. The knife fell from his hand. Sathan frowned down at it. Why would he drop his weapon? Why was his strength draining away? On his knees, his lone eye finding the boy's, level at last.
No, he's not looking at me. He's looking past me.
Confusion, a roar of something rushing deep in his skull. The warrior twisted round. The second arrow took him in the forehead, dead center, punching through the bone and ploughing into the brain. He never saw where it came from. Starvi sank down on watery legs. Her sister ran to their brother and snatched him up. He yelped in delight. In the greenish gloom, she could see the silhouette of a warrior astride a horse, 60 or more paces away. Something in that seemed unreal, and she struggled to track it down, and then gasped.
That arrow! Sathan was turning round, in motion, and yet 60 paces away, in this wind.
Her gaze fell to Sathan's corpse. She squinted at that arrow.
I've seen the like before.
Starvi moaned and crawled forward until she could close a hand about the arrow's shaft.
Father made this.
The rider was closing at a loose canter. Behind Starvi, her sister said,
That's not father. No, but look at the arrows.
Story set the boy down once more.
I see them, Starvi.
As the warrior drew closer, they could see that something was wrong with him, and with his horse. The beast was too gaunt, its hide worn away in patches, its long stained teeth gleaming, the holes of its eyes lightless, lifeless. The rider was no better, but he held a horn bow, and within a saddle quiver a dozen or so of Onos Tulan's arrows were visible. A cowl was draped over the warrior's head, hiding what was left of his face and seemingly impervious to the gale. He let his horse slow to a walk, and then halted it 10 paces away with a twitch of the reins. He seemed to study them, and Starvi caught an instant's blurred spark of a single eye. "The boy, yes," he said in Daru, but it was Daru with a Malazan accent. "But not you two." A chill crept over Starvi, and she felt her twin's hand slip into hers. "That," he said after a moment, "perhaps came out wrong. What I meant was, I see him in the boy, but not in you two."
"You knew him,"
Story accused. She pointed at the quiver.
"He made those. You stole them."
"He made them, yes, as a gift to me. But that was long ago, before you were born."
"Talk the younger,"
whispered Starvi. "He spoke of me?" That this warrior was undead did not matter. Both girls rushed forward, one to either side, to hug his withered thighs. At their touch he might have flinched, but then he reached out with his hands, hesitated only to settle them on the heads of the girls, as they wept in relief. The son of Onos Tulan had not moved, but he watched, and he was still smiling. Setok's eyes fluttered open. The instant she moved her head, blinding agony lanced through her skull. She groaned. The night was luminous, the familiar green tinge of her own world. She could feel the wolves, no longer as solid beasts surrounding her, but as ghosts once more, ephemeral, hovering, pensive. A cold wind was blowing, lightning flashing to the north. Shivering, nauseated, Setok forced herself onto her knees. The dark plains spun round her. She tried to recall what had happened. Had she fallen? "Kafal!" As if in answer, thunder rumbled. Blinking, she sat back on her haunches, looked round through bleared eyes. She found herself in the center of a ring of half-buried boulders, the jade glow from the south adding a green hint to their silvery sheen. Whatever patterns had been carved upon them had long since weathered away to the barest of indentations. But there was power here, old as anything on this plain, whispering sorrow to the empty land as the wind curled between the bleached humps. The wolf ghost slowly circled, as if drawn inward to this ring of stones and its mournful dirge. There was no sign of Kafal. Had he been lost in the realm of the beast hold? If so, then he was lost forever, falling back and back through the centuries, into times so ancient not a single human walked the world, where no bloodline was drawn to divide the hunter from the hunted, animals all. He would fall victim eventually, prey to some sharp-eyed predator. His death would be a lonely one, so lonely she suspected he would welcome it. Even the will of the wolves in their hundreds of thousands could barely brush the immensity of the lost hold's power. She huddled against the cold and the ache in her head. The rain arrived with the rage of hornets. Whipped by the wind and lashed by the rain, Kafal reached the edge of the encampment. Hearth fires flared and dipped beneath the deluge, but even in the fitful light he could see huddled crowds and the smaller makeshift camps of the Baran clustered round the edges. Figures hurried between the rows, hunched against the weather. He could see pickets here and there, haphazardly arranged with some of the posts abandoned. When lightning lit the scene, it seemed to seethe before his eyes. Somewhere in there was his sister, being used again and again. Warriors he had known all his life were pushing bloody paths into her, eager to join in the breaking of this once proud, beautiful, and powerful woman. Kafal and Tool had spoken often of outlawing the tradition of hobbling, but too many resisted the casting away of traditions, even those as vicious as this one. He could not change what had happened, all the damage already done, but he could steal her away. He could save her the months, even years of horror that awaited her. Kafal crouched, studying the Barghast camp. Swathed in furs, Balamet made her way back to her yurt. Such a night. Too many years bowing to that bitch, too many years stepping from her path, eyes downcast, as was demanded by Hetan's position as wife to the war leader. Well, the whore was paying the soul's coin for that now, wasn't she? Balamet ran through her mind once more the fateful moment when Hegar's hatchet descended, the way Hetan's whole body contorted in pain and shock, the deafening shriek cutting like a knife in the air. Some people lived as if privilege was something they were born to, as if everyone else was a lesser being, as if their domination was a natural truth. Well, there were other truths in nature, weren't there? The gathering of the pack could bring down the fiercest wolf. Balamit grinned as the rain spat icy against her face. Not just a pack, but 1,000 of her kind. The pushed down, the murky shapes that made up the common crowd, the ignored subjects of contempt. No, this was a worldly lesson, was it not? And sweetest truth of all,
we are far from finished.
Mar al-Eb was a fool, just another one of those superior bastards who thought their damned farts could buy a crown. Bakal was a much better choice, a Senan for one, and the Baran were no match for her tribe. To think they could just step into the stirrup when they'd not even had a hand in killing Onos Tulan. Why, it was... A huge shape stepped out from between two tarp-covered dung piles, bowled into her hard enough to make her stagger. The figure reached out to right her, even as she hissed a curse, and then the hand clutched tighter and snatched her close. A knife blade sank between her ribs, the point slicing her heart in half. Blinking in the sudden darkness, Balamit's legs gave out beneath her, and she fell to the mud. Her killer left her there without a backward glance. Javis finally rose from her place close to the fire, as the flames had at last guttered out beneath the rain. Her bones ached terribly when the weather turned cold, and the injustice of that galled her. She was barely into her 5th decade, after all. But now that she was among the powerful, she could demand a ritual of healing to scour clean the rot in her joints, and she would have to pay nothing at all. Sakara had promised, and Sakara knew the importance of favoring her allies. Life would be good once again, as it had been in her youth. She could take as many men as she wanted. She could take for herself the finest furs to stay warm at night. She might even buy a Duras slave or two to work oils into her skin and make her supple once more. She'd heard they could take away stretch marks and make sagging breasts taut. They could smooth the wrinkles from her face, even the deep bird track between her brows, where had gathered a lifetime of injustice and anger. Seeing the last of the coals blacken at her feet, she turned away. 2 warriors stood before her. Baran, one of them Kashat, Mar al-Eb's brother. The other warrior she did not recognize.
What do you want?
Javis demanded in sudden fear.
Just this,
Kashat said, and he lashed out. She caught the gleam of an etched blade, a sting against her throat, and suddenly heat poured down the front of her chest. The ache in her bones vanished, and after a time the knot in her brow slowly relaxed, making her face, as the rain kissed it, almost young again. Little Yedin crouched beside the body of Hega, staring at the pool of blood that still steamed even as raindrops pounded its surface. The nightmare would not end, and she could still feel the heat of the iron paddle she'd used to cauterize Hetan's feet. It pulsed like fever up her arms, but could not reach the sickly chill wrapped about her heart. So terrible a thing, and Hega had made her do it, because Hega had a way of making people do things, especially young people. She'd show them the dangerous thing in her eyes, and nothing more would be needed. But Hetan had never been mean, had never been anything but nice, gentle, always ready with a wink. And Stavian's story, too, always making Yedin laugh, the acts they put on, all their crazy ideas and plans. The world ahead was suddenly dark, unknowable. And look here, someone had gone and killed Hega. The dangerous thing in her eyes hadn't been enough. But then, what was? What those men did to Hetan. A hand grabbed the back of her collar and she was lifted from the ground. A stranger's face stared at her own. From one side, another voice spoke. She won't remember much of this, Sagal. One of Hega's imps. Even so. Sagal set her down and she tottered on wobbly legs. He put his huge hands against the sides of her head. Their eyes met, and Yedin saw darkness come to life there, a dangerous thing. Sagal snapped her neck, dropped the body onto Hega's. Find Befka. 1 more to go this night. For you. What of Sakara and Stolmen? Sagal grinned. Kashat and me, we're saving the best for last. Now go, Korit. The warrior nodded. And then I get my turn with Hetan. She's worth it, the way she squirms in the mud. Once Strahl had left, Bakal sat alone in his yurt. His wife would not return this night, he knew, and he admitted he would be not too upset if she did not return at all. Amazing that surprises could come to a marriage after so many years. The skein of rules was torn apart this night, strands winging on the black wind. 1,000 possibilities awakened in people's souls, long-buried feuds clawed up out of the ground and knives dripped. A warrior could look into a friend's eyes and see a stranger, could look into a mate's eyes and see the flare of wicked desires. She wanted another man, but Bakal was in the way. That man wanted her in turn, but his wife was in the way. Bakal's wife had stood before him, a half-smile playing on her face, a living thing pleased to deliver pain, if pain was possible, which he'd found, to his own bemusement, it was not. The moment she'd realized that, her visage had transformed into hatred. When she left, she was holding her knife. Between her and her new lover, a woman would die tonight. Would he stop them? He had not yet decided. Nothing raged inside him. Nothing smoldered an instant's breath from bursting into flame. Even the effort of thinking exhausted him. Blood runs down, an ancient saying among the Barghast. When a ruler is murdered, 1,000 blades are drawn, and the weak become savage. We are in our night of madness. An enemy marches to find us, and we are locked in a frenzy of senseless slaughter, killing our own. He could hear faint screams cutting through the howling wind. The image of his wife's face, so ugly in its wants, rose before him. No, I will not let it be. He rose, cast about until he found his coin-scaled hauberk. If he was too late to save the woman, he would kill both his wife and her lover. An act, he decided, devoid of madness.
"Find him!" exhorted Sakara. "His brothers are out, killing our allies. Maral Eb is alone."
"He is not," said Stolman. "On this night, that would be insane."
She glared at him, huge in his armor, a heavy hook knife in one gauntleted hand, a miserable look on his stolid face.
"Tell him you would discuss the alliance of the Gadra clan. Just find a reason. Once you cut his throat—"
"His brothers will hunt me down and kill me. Listen, woman, you told me you wanted Maral Eb to command the warriors."
"I did not expect him to move on us this very night. Hagar is dead. Javis is nowhere to be found, nor is Balamit. Don't you understand what's happening?"
"It seems you don't. If they're all dead, then we are next."
"He'll not dare touch us. I have 100 slayers. I have spies in every clan. No, he still needs us."
"He won't think that way when I try and kill him."
"Don't just try, husband. Do it and be sure of it. Leave his fool brothers to me."
The rain was hammering down on the thick hides humped over the sapling frame of the yurt's ceiling. Someone shrieked nearby. Stolman's face was ashen.
"Spirit below, he doesn't even need the paint tonight. Must I do this too? Are you worth anything to me?"
"Sakara, I stand here ready to give up my life to protect you. Once this night is done, the madness will end. We need only survive."
"I'm not interested in just surviving."
He stared at her, as if seeing her for the first time. Something in that look, so strange on his face, sent a tendril of disquiet through Sakara. She stepped closer, set a hand on his scaled chest.
"I understand, husband. Know that I value what you are doing. I just don't think it's necessary, that's all. Please, do this for me. Find Maral Eb, and if you see that he is surrounded by bodyguards, then return here. We will know that he fears for his life. We will have struck our first blow against him without even raising a hand."
He sighed, turned to the entrance. The wind gusted round him when he pushed aside the flap and stepped outside. Sakara backed away from the chill. A moment later, she heard a heavy thump, and then something rolled into the tent wall before sliding to the ground. Heart in her throat, hands to her mouth, Sakara froze. Sagal was the first to enter the yurt. His brother Kashat came in behind him, a tulwar in one hand, the blade slick with watery blood.
"Sakara the Vile," said Sagal, smiling. "'Tis a cruel night." I'm glad he's dead, she replied, nodding to the dripping blade. Useless, a burden upon my every ambition.
Ambitions, yes, muttered Kashat, looking round. You've done yourself well, I see.
I have many, many friends. We know, said Sagal. We've met with some of them this night. Maral Ebb needs me. He needs what I know. My spies, my assassins. As a widow, I am no threat to you, any of you. Your brother shall be war leader, and I will make certain he is unassailed.
Sagal shrugged. We'll think on it. Licking her lips, she nodded.
Tell Maral Ebb I will come to him tomorrow. We have much to discuss. There will be rivals. What of Bakal? Have you thought of him? I can lead you straight to his yurt. Let me get my cloak.
No need for that, Sagal said. Bakal is no longer a threat. A shame, the slayer of Onos Tulan dying so suddenly. He glanced across at Kashat. Choked on something, wasn't it?
Something,
Kashat replied.
Sakara said, There will be others, ones that I know about that you don't, among the Sanan and even my own people.
Yes, you'll sell them all, woman.
I serve the war leader.
We'll see, won't we? At that, Sagal swung round, left the yurt. Kashat paused to clean her husband's blood from his tulwar, using a priceless banner hanging from the ridgepole. He paused at the entrance, grinned at her, and then followed his brother. Sakara staggered back a step, sank down onto a travel chest. Shivering gripped her, shook her, rattled her very bones. She struggled to swallow, but her mouth and throat were too dry. She laced together her hands on her lap, but they slipped free of each other. She could not take hold of anything. The wind buffeted the hide walls, cold air lancing in from the entrance flap, which had not settled properly back into place. She should get up, fix that. Instead, she sat, shaking, fighting her slippery hands.
Stallman, she whispered. Husband, you left me, abandoned me. She gasped. I almost died.
She looked to where he had been standing, so big, so solid, and her eyes strayed to the banner and its horrid wet stain.
Ruined it, she said in a mutter. Ruined it.
She used to run it through her hands, that silk, through and through, like a stream of wealth that never wetted her palms. But no more. She would feel the crust of his blood, the dust speckling her hands.
He should have seen it coming. He should have.
Bakal had just cinched on his weapon belt while sitting down, struggling one-handed with the clasp, when the two Baran warriors rushed in. He surged upright, the hook blade hissed free of its scabbard, and he caught the heavy slash of a descending tulwar. His lighter weapon's blade snapped clean just above the hilt. He leapt close and drove the jagged stub into the warrior's throat. Blood poured onto his hand. The other was coming round the brazier. Bakal backstepped from the warrior drowning in his own blood. He had nothing with which to defend himself.
Wife, it seems you win.
A shape loomed behind the Baran, who was readying his tulwar for a decapitating cut. Hook blades licked both sides of his throat. The brazier hissed and crackled as spatters struck it. Reeling, the Baran stumbled to one side, fell over the armor chest, leaving one twitching foot visible from where stood Bakal. Gasping, his arm in agony, he swung his gaze to the newcomer.
Kafal. I dreamed it, the priest said, face twisting. Your hand, your knife, into his heart.
Did you dream as well, Kafal? Who delivered that blow? The burly warrior sagged, stepped clumsily away from the entrance, his eyes dropping to the weapons in his hands.
I've come for her.
Not tonight. The hook blade snapped back into fighting position, and Kafal made to advance on him, but Bakal raised his hand. I will help you, but not tonight. She fell unconscious. 24 men, maybe more, had used her. Any more, and she would die, and they won't let that happen. The women have her, Kafal. They will tend to her, cackling like starlings. You know of what I speak. Until her flesh is healed, you cannot get into that hut. Those women will tear you to pieces. My wife went there first, before her other tasks. to see, to join in. She laughed at me, at my horror. Kafal, she laughed. The priest's visage was furrowed in cuts. He had been clawing at his own face, Bakal realized.
Your dreams, he whispered, eyes widening. You saw. I saw. Kafal, but it's not over. They don't know that. None of them know that. Our gods are howling in terror.
He fixed wild eyes on Bakal.
Did they think they could get away with that? Did they forget what he was, where he came from? He will take them into his hands and he will crush them.
He bared his teeth.
And I will stand back. Do you hear me? I will stand back, Bakal, and do nothing. Your sister.
He started as if Bakal had slapped him.
Yes, I will wait. You can't hide here, Kafal. More of Maral Eb's assassins will come for me. This night is almost spent, the priest said. The madness is already blowing itself out. Find your allies, Bakal. Gather them close. Come back in 3 days, Bakal said. I will help you. We'll get her out, away. But, Kafal, you must know.
The man flinched.
It will be too late, he said in a wretched tone. Yes, I know. I know. Go with the last of the night, Bakal said.
He went to find one of his older weapons and then paused, stared down at the 2 corpses crumpled on the floor.
I must do something now. One last thing.
He lifted bleak eyes to the priest.
It seems the madness is not quite blown out.
The rider emerged from the night with a child before him on the saddle. 2 young girls flanked the horse, staggering with exhaustion. As the storm's ragged tail scudded south, taking the rain with it, Setok watched the strangers approach. The man, she knew, was a revenant, an undead soldier of the Reaper. But seated as she was in the center of this ring of stones, she knew she had nothing to fear. This ancient power defied the hunger for blood. It was, she knew now, made for that very purpose. Against elder gods in their ceaseless thirst, it was a sanctuary, and was and would ever remain so. He drew rein just outside the ring, as she knew he must. Setok rose to her feet, eyeing the girls. Dressed as Barghast, but neither was purely of that blood. Twins, eyes dull with fading shock, and a kind of fearless calm rising in its place. The small boy, she saw, was smiling at her. The revenant lifted the child with one hand, to which the boy clung like a Volcando ape, and carefully set him down on the ground.
Take them,
the revenant said to Setok, and the undead eyes he fixed upon her blazed, one human and wrinkled in death, the other bright and amber, the eye of a wolf. Setok gasped.
You are not the Reaper's servant.
It's my flaw, he replied.
What is?
Cursed by indecision. Take them, camp within the circle. Wait.
For what?
The rider collected the reins and drew the beast round.
For his war to end, Destriant.
He hesitated and then said, We leave when I return. She watched him ride away, westward, as if fleeing the rising sun. The 2 girls closed on the boy and each took one of his hands. They edged warily closer. Setok sighed.
You are Hetan's Get?
Nods.
I am a friend of your uncle, Kafal. No, she added wearily, I do not know where he has gone. Perhaps, she added, thinking of the revenant's last words, he will return. For now, come closer. I will make a fire. You can eat and then rest.
Once inside the circle, the boy pulled loose from his sister's hands and walked to the southwestern edge of the ring, where he stared at seemingly nothing on the dark horizon, and then he began a strange rhythmic babbling, almost a song. At the sound, Setok shivered. When she turned to the twins, she saw that they had found her bedroll and were now wrapped together in its folds, fast asleep.
Must have been a long walk.
The carrion eaters had picked away the last strip of meat. Jackals had chewed on the bones, but found even their powerful jaws could not crush them sufficiently to swallow the splinters down. Nor could they grind the ends, as was their habit. In the end, they left the fragments scattered in the trampled grasses. Besides, there was more to be found, not only in this place, but in numerous others across the plain. It was proving a season for fly-swarmed muzzles and full bellies. After a few days, all the scavengers had left, abandoning the scene to the sun, wind, and stars. The blades of grasses prickled free of dried-up blood, the roots thickened on enriched soil, and insects crawled like the teeth of the earth, devouring all they could. On a night with a storm raging to the east and south, a night when foreign gods howled and ghost wolves raced like a tidal flood across an unseen landscape, when the campfires of armies whipped and stuttered, and the jackals ran first one way and then another, as the stench of spilled blood brushed them on all sides, the buried valley with its sprawl of boulders and bones and its ash heap of burnt remains began to move, here and there, fragments drawing together, forming into ribs, phalanges, leg bones, vertebrae. As if imbued with iron seeking a lodestone, they slid and rolled in fits and starts. The wind that had begun in the southeast now rushed over the land, a gale like 100,000 voices rising, ever rising. Grasses whipped into frenzied motion, dust swirled up and round and spun, filling the air with grit. In the still cloudless sky overhead, the slashes seemed to pulse and waver, as if seen through waves of heat. Bones clattered together. From beneath the mass of boulders and crumpled armor in the valley, pieces of rotting flesh pulled free, tendons writhing like serpents, ligaments wriggling like worms, climbing free and crawling closer to the heap of bones, which were edging into a pattern, reforming a recognizable shape, a skeleton, loosely assembled, but the bones were neither acrinae nor bargast. These were thicker, with high ridges where heavy muscles once gripped tight. The skull that had been crushed was now complete once more, battered and scorched. It sat motionless, upper teeth on the ground, until the mandible clicked up against it, and then pushed beneath it, tilting the skull back, until the jaw's hinges slipped into their joints. Flesh and desiccated skin, random clumps of filthy hair, ligaments gripped long bones, ends fusing to join them into limbs. Twisted coils of muscle found tendons and were pulled flat as the tendons grew taut. An arm was knitted together, scores of finger bones clumping at the end of the wrist. Rotting meat bound the vertebrae into a serpentine curl. Ribs sank into indentations on the sides of the sternum and lifted it clear of the ground. When the slashes were gouging the horizon to the southeast, and the wind was dying in fitful gusts, a body lay on the grasses. Fragments of skin joined to enclose it, each seam knitting like a scar. Strands of hair found root on the pate of the skull. As the wind fell away, there was the distant sound of singing, an old woman's rough, enfeebled voice, and in the music of that song there were fists closed into tight knots, there was muscle building to terrible violence, and faces immune to the sun's heat and life's pity. The voice ensorcelled, drawing power from the land's deepest memories. Dawn crept to the horizon, bled color into the sky, and a Tlani Mas rose from the ground, walked with slow, unsteady strides to the fire-annealed flint sword left lying close to the bargast pyre. A withered but oversized hand reached down and closed about the grip, lifting the weapon clear. Onos Tulan faced southeast, and then set out. He had a people to kill. Chapter 16. Sower of words out from the hungry shade, the seeds in your wake drink the sun, and the roots burst from their shells. This is a wilderness of your own making, green chaos too real to countenance. Your words unravel the paths and blind the trail with crowding bowls, and the future is lost to the world of possibilities you so nurtured in that hungry shade. Sower of words, heed the truth they will make, for all they need is a rain of tears and the light of day. The ease of shadows, simple words, Bavela Delic. Desecration's gift was silence. The once blessed boulder, massive as a wagon, was shattered. Nearby was a sinkhole at the base of which a spring struggled to feed a small pool of black water.
The bones of gazelle and rodents studded the grasses and the stones of the old stream bed that stretched down from the sinkhole's edge, testament to the water's poison. This silence was crowded with truths, most of them so horrid in nature as to leave Setchel Lath trembling. Shoulders hunched, arms wrapped about his torso, he stared at the rising sun. Kilmandaros was picking through the broken rock, as if pleased to examine her own handiwork of millennia past. Erastus had collected a handful of pebbles and was tossing them into the pool one by one. Each stone vanished without a sound, leaving no ripples. These details seemed to amuse the errant, if the half-smile on his face was any indication. Setchel Lath knew enough to not trust appearances when it came to an elder god infamous for misdirection. He might be contemplating his satisfaction at the undeniable imperative of his summons, or he might be anticipating crushing the throat of an upstart god, or someone less deserving. He was the errant, after all. His temple was betrayal, his altar mocking mischance, and in that temple and upon that altar he sacrificed mortal souls, motivated solely by whim, and perhaps boredom. It was the luxury of his power that he so cherished, that he so wanted back. But it's done. Can't you see that? Our time is over with. We cannot play that game again. The children have inherited this world, and all the others we once terrorized. We squandered all we had. We believed in our own omnipotence. This world. Erastus, you cannot get back what no longer exists. I will have my throne, you said, and 1,000 faces laying claim to it, each one momentarily bright and then fading. They all just blur together, entire lives lost in an instant's blink. If you win, you will have your throne, Erastus, and you will stand behind it, as you once did, and your presence will give the lie to mortal ambitions and dreams, to every aspiration of just rule, of equity, of peace and prosperity. You will turn it all into dust, every dream, nothing but dust, sifting down through their hands. But, elder god, these humans, they have left you behind. They don't need you to turn to dust all their dreams. They don't need anyone else to do that. This, he said, facing Erastus, is what we should intend. The errant's brows rose, his solitary eye bright. What, pray tell? To stand before our children, the young gods, and tell them the truth. Which is? Everything they claim as their own can be found in the mortal soul. Those gods, Erastus, are not needed. Like us, they have no purpose, none at all. Like us, they are a waste of space, irrelevant. The errant's hands twitched. He flung away the pebbles. Is misery all we get from you, Knuckles? We have not yet launched our war, and you've already surrendered. I have, agreed Setchel Lath. But that is a notion you do not fully understand. There is more than one kind of surrender. Indeed, snapped the errant, yet the face of each one is the same, a coward's face. Knuckles eyed him, amused. Erastus made a fist. What, he said in a low rasp, is so funny? The one who surrenders to his own delusions is, by your terms, no less a coward than any other. Kilmandaros straightened. She had taken upon herself the body of a Tel Akai, still towering above them, but not quite as massively as before. She smiled without humor at the errant. Play no games with this one, Erastus. Not bones, not words. He will tie your brain in knots and make your head ache. Erastus glared at her. Do you think me a simpleton? The smile vanished. Clearly you think that of me. When you think with your fists, don't complain when you appear to others as witless. But I complain with my fists as well, she replied. And when I do, even you have no choice but to listen, Erastus. Now, best be careful, for I feel in the mood for complaining. We have stood here all night, whilst the ether beyond this place has stirred something to life. My nerves are on fire, even here, where all lies in lifeless ruin.
You say you have summoned the others. Where are they?
Coming, the errant replied.
How many?
Enough. Knuckles started.
Who defies you?
It is not defiance. Rather, must I explain myself?
It might help, said Featureless Lath.
I am not defied by choice. Draconus, within Dragnipur, it's not likely he hears anything. Grizzin Fowl is, I think, dead. His corporeal flesh is no more. He hesitated and then added with a scowl, Ardata alone has managed to evade me, but she was never of much use anyway, was she?
Then where?
I see one,
Kilmandaros said, pointing to the north.
Taste of the blood. She was wise to take that shape. But oh, I can smell the stench ever laint upon her.
Restrain yourself, Erastus said. She's been dead too long for you to smell anything.
I said you imagine, nothing more.
Tiam's daughter did not outlive her mother. This thing has embraced the ritual of Telan. She is less than she once was.
Less, said Knuckles, and more, I think.
Erastus snorted, unaware of Featureless Lath's deliberate mockery. Kilmandaros was visibly shaking with her fury.
It was her,
she hissed.
Last night, that singing. She awakened the ancient power. Olar Assail.
Featureless Lath could see sudden worry on the errant's face. Already things were spiraling out of his control. A voice spoke behind them. I too felt as much. They turned to see Mael standing beside the sinkhole. He had an old man's body and an old man's face, and the watery eyes he fixed on the errant were cold. This is already unraveling, errant. War is like that. All the players lose control. Chaos takes the sword. Erastus snorted a second time. Quoting Anamander Rake? Rarely Mael. Besides, he spoke that in prophecy. The other resonances came later. Yes, muttered Mael. About that prophecy. Featureless Lath waited for him to continue, but Mael fell silent, squinting now at Olar Assail. She had long ago chosen the body of an Imas woman, wide-hipped, heavy-breasted. When Knuckles had last seen her, he recalled, she was still mortal. He remembered the strange headgear she had worn, for all the world like a woven corded basket, with no holes for her eyes or her mouth. Matron of all the Bonecasters, mother to an entire race. But even mothers have secrets. She no longer wore the mask, nor much in the way of flesh. Desiccated, little more than sinews and bone, a tlanimas. Snakeskin webbing hung from her shoulders, to which various mysterious objects had been tied. Holed pebbles, nuggets of uncut gems, bone tubes that might be whistles or curse traps, soul catchers of hollowed antler, a knotted bundle of tiny dead birds. A roughly made obsidian knife was tucked in her cord belt. Her smile was an inadvertent thing, the teeth oversized and stained deep amber. Nothing glittered from the sockets of her eyes.
How did it go again?
Featureless asked her.
Your mother's lover and child both? Just how did you beget yourself, Olar Assail?
Elaint, growled Kilmandaros. Olar Assail spoke.
I have traveled in the realm of birth fires. I have sailed the dead sky of Kalor's curse. I have seen all I needed to see.
Her neck creaked and made grinding noises as she turned her head until she faced the errant.
You were nowhere to be found. You hid behind your pathetic throne, ever proving the illusion of power. The world has long ago grasped your message, though by nature it will not ever heed it. You, Erastus, are wasting your time.
Featureless Lath was startled that her words so closely matched his own thoughts.
Save it, Olar Assail. He does not listen.
She then turned to Mael.
Your daughters run wild.
The old man shrugged. Daughters will do that. Rather, they should do that. I would be disappointed otherwise. It's a poor father who does not nudge and then cut loose, as I am sure the errant will eagerly chime, once he gathers what wits he has left.
When that witch stole your eye, what else spilled out? Olar Athail cackled. Erastus straightened.
I have summoned you. You could not deny me, not one of you.
Saved me hunting you down, said Mael. You have much to answer for, Errant. Your eagerness to ruin mortal lives.
It is what I do, what I have always done. And you should talk, Mael. How many millions of souls have you drowned? Hundreds of millions, all to feed your power. No, old man, do not dare chide me.
What do you want? Mael asked. You don't really think we can win this war, do you?
You have not been paying attention, Erastus replied. The gods are gathering against the fallen one. They don't want to share this world.
Nor, it seems, do you.
We never denied any ascendant a place in our pantheon, Mael.
Really?
The errant bared his teeth. Was there ever the risk of running out of mortal blood? Our children betrayed us by turning away from that source of power, by accepting what Forkrul offered them, and in turn they denied us our rightful place.
So where is he, then? Forkrul asked. Brother Forkrul, and the sister of cold nights. What of the wolves who ruled this realm before humans even arrived? Erastus, did you reach some private decision to not invite them?
Forkrul deserves the fate awaiting the gods. His was the cruelest betrayal of all.
The errant gestured dismissively.
One could never reason with the wolves. I have long given up trying. Leave them the beast throne. It's where they belong.
And, Mael added dryly, ambition does not beset them. Lucky for you.
For us.
At the errant's correction, Mael simply shrugged. Olar Athail cackled again, and then said,
None of you understand anything. Too long hiding from the world. Things are coming back, rising. The stupid humans have not even noticed.
She paused, now that she had everyone's attention, and something like breath rattled from her.
Calor understood. He saw Silverfox for what she was, is. Do any of you really think the time of the Tlanimas is over? And though she made a useful error in releasing the first sword, I have forgiven her. Indeed, I have seen to his return. And what of the Jagut? Popping up like poison mushrooms. So comforting to believe they are incapable of working together. But then lies can prove very comforting. What if I told you that in the wastelands, but a handful of days ago, 14 undead Jagut annihilated 100 Naruk? What if I told you that 5,000 humans carrying the blood of the Tist Andi have walked the road of Galan? That one with royal Andean blood has ridden through the gates of dead Draconus and the road of Galan? Why, upon that path of blood hunt the Tist Leosan. And...
Her head creaked as she regarded Kilmandaris.
Something far worse. No, you are all blind. The crippled god? He is nothing. Among the gods, his allies break and scatter. Among the mortals, corruption devours his cult, and his followers are the wasted and the lost. Kaminsod has no army to summon to his defense. His body lies in pieces scattered across 7 continents. He is as good as dead.
She jabbed a bony finger at the errant.
Even the deck of dragons has a new master, and I tell you this, Erastus, you cannot stand against him. You're not enough.
The wind moaned in the wake of her words. None spoke. Even Erastus stood as one stunned. Bones clattering, Olar Athail walked to the shattered boulder.
Kilmandaris, she said, you are a cow, a miserable, brainless cow. The Imas made this sanctuary in an act of love, as a place where not one of us could reach in to poison our souls.
Kilmandaris clenched her fists, staring blankly at the old woman.
I don't care, she said. I can destroy the young gods, Erastus suddenly said. Every one of them.
And have you told Kilmandaris about your secret killer?
Olar Athail inquired.
Oh, yes, I knew you were there. I understand what you've done, what you intend.
Setchel Lath frowned. He'd lost this trail, too soon after Olar Athiel's speech, from which he still reeled.
Secret killer? Tell her, Olar Athiel went on, of the Elaint.
When the Slayer has been unleashed, when it has done what it must, Erastus smiled, then Kilmandaros shall receive a gift.
She slays the Slayer.
So that when all is done, we alone are left standing. Olar Athiel, all those things you spoke of, they are irrelevant. The Jaghut are too few, living or undead, to pose any sort of threat. The dust of the Tlanimas has crossed the ocean, and even now closes upon the shores of Assail, and we all know what awaits them there. And Carcanus is dead, as you say. What matter that one of royal Andean blood has returned to it? Mother Dark is turned away from her children. As for the Tist Leosan, they are leaderless, and do any of us here actually think Osirk will go back to them? Setchel Lath hugged himself tighter. He would not look at Kilmandaros. Neither Olar Athiel nor Erastus had spoken of the Forkrul Assail. Were they ignorant? Was the knowledge that Setchel held within him, that Kilmandaros possessed as well, truly a secret?
Olar Athiel, we cannot trust you. Erastus should never have invited you here. You are worse than Karul, more of a threat to us than Draconus or Edgewalker. You are Elaint, and you are Tlanimas, and both were ever beyond our control.
The Master of the Deck, said Mael, has an ally. One that even you, Olar Athiel, seem unaware of, and she is more of a wild knuckle than anything Setchel Lath was ever in the habit of casting. His cold eyes settled upon the errant. You would devour our children, but even that desire proves that you have lost touch, that we, all of us here, are nothing more than the spent forces of history. Errant, our children have grown up. Do you understand the significance of that? What stupidity are you—
Old enough, cut in Setchel Lath, all at once comprehending, to have children of their own. Abyss below!
Erastus blinked and then gathered himself, waving a hand in dismissal. Easily crushed once we have dealt with their parents, don't you think? Crushed, as we were? Erastus glared at Mael. Setchel Lath barked a wry laugh.
I see your point, Mael. Our killing the gods could simply clear the way for their children.
This is ridiculous, said Erastus. I have sensed nothing of grandchildren, nothing at all.
Hood summons the dead,
Olar Athiel said, as if Mael's words had launched her down a track only she could see.
The 14 undead Jaghut. They did not belong to him. He has no control over them. They were summoned by an ascendant who had been mortal only a few years ago.
She faced Mael.
I have seen the dead. They march, not as some mindless mob, but as would an army. It is as if the world on the lifeless side of Hood's gates has changed.
Mael nodded, prompting the question, what is Hood up to? He was once a Jaghut. Since when do Jaghut delegate? Olar Athiel, who was this recent ascendant?
Twice brought into the world of worship, once by a tribal people and named Iskar Jarak, a bringer of wisdom, a savior, and the other time as the commander of a company of soldiers, promised to ascension by a song woven by a Tano spirit walker. Yes, the entire company ascended upon death.
Soldiers? Erastus was frowning. Ascended? Confused, frightened by the notion. And what name did he possess among these ascended soldiers? Mael asked.
Whiskey Jack. He was a Malazan.
A Malazan, Mael nodded. So too is the Master of the Deck, and so too is the Master's unpredictable, unknowable ally, the Adjunct Tavore, who leads a Malazan army east across the wastelands. Leads them, he turned to Setchel Lath, into Kolanse.
The bastard knows. He understands the game we're playing.
It was a struggle not to betray everything with a glance to Kilmandaros. Seeing the quiet knowledge in Mael's eyes chilled him. Olar Ethiel bestowed on them a third cackle, a gift no one welcomed. Erastus was no fool. Suspicion glittered from his eye as he studied Sechul Lath. "Well, now," he said in a low tone, "all those nights tossing the bones for Kilmandaros here, I suppose you found plenty of things to talk about, killing time, as it were. Some plans, perhaps, Sech? Foolish of me, I see now, to imagine you were content with simply wasting away, leaving it all behind. It seems," and the smile he gave was dangerous, "you played me, using all of your most impressive talents." "This meeting," drawled Mael, "was premature. Errant, consider yourself banished from Letheras. If I sense your return, I will hunt you down and drown you as easily as you did Featherwitch." He walked to the spring, descended into the sinkhole, and vanished from sight. Olar Ethiel pointed a finger at Kilmandaros, waggled it warningly, and then set off, northward. A miserable collection of skin and bones. The 3 remaining elder gods watched her walk away. When the Talani Mas was perhaps 50 paces distant, she veered into her draconic form, dust billowing, and then lifted skyward. A low growl came from Kilmandaros. Sechul Lath rubbed at his face. He sighed. "The power you seek to bleed dry, Erastus," he said, facing the errant. "Well, it turns out we were all working to similar ends." "You anticipated me," Sechul shrugged. "We had no expectation that you would just show up at the door." "I do not appreciate being played, Sech. Do you see no value to my alliance?" "You have irrevocably altered the strategy. As Mael pointed out, though perhaps for different reasons, this meeting was premature. Now our enemies are awakened to us." He sighed again. "Had you stayed away, stayed quiet, why, Mother and I, we'd have stolen that power from beneath their very noses." "To share solely between the 2 of you." "To the victors, the spoils. But none of this mad usurpation, this desire to return to what once was. But I dare say, had you come begging, we might well have proved magnanimous, for old time's sake." "I see." Kilmandaros faced him. "Do you, Master of the Holds? You summoned us here, only to find that you are the weakest, the most ignorant among us. You forced us all, Sechul, Mael, Olar Ethiel, to put you in your place, to make you realize that you alone have been wallowing in self-pity and wasting away doing nothing. Perhaps Mael thinks our time is done, but then why has he ensured that his worship is on the ascent? That a Gistal priest of Mael now rises to take the throne of the most powerful empire this world has seen since the time of Calor and Decimbalakis? Who among us has proved the witless one this day?" With a snarl, Erastus swung away from them. Sechul turned to his mother. "Mael was warning us, I think. This Adjunct Tavore he spoke of, these infernal Malazans." "And the children of the gods. Yes, many warnings, Sechul. From Olar Ethiel as well. Jagut, Tlanimas, Tist Andi, bah." "All subtlety is lost," agreed Sechul Lath. "Erastus, return to us. We have much to discuss. Come now, I will tell you of the path we have already prepared. I will tell you just how close we are to achieving all that we desire. And you, in turn, can tell us how you intend to release the Otataral Elaint. Such exchanges are the heart of an alliance, yes?" His poor friend had been humiliated. Well, there was value in lessons, so long as it's someone else receiving them. Kilmandaros spoke. "Time has come to build anew the bridge, Erastus. Let us ensure that it is strong, immune to fire and all manner of threat. Tell me of how I will kill the Otataral Elaint. For that promise alone I will stand with you." He returned to them, eventually, as they had known he would. "They never burned the bridge behind them before finishing the one in front of them. But there then came a day when the bridges ran out. Nowhere ahead. The road's end. Cuttle reached out, and a clay jug was pressed into his hand. He drank down another mouthful, and would not look at the young soldiers with whom he shared the brazier. The rush of water under the flat-bottomed hull was an incessant wet scrape, far too close beneath the sapper for his liking. Silly, he reflected, being a marine who hated water. Rivers, lakes, seas, and rain, he despised them all. "Black coral," someone said in a low, almost reverent tone. "Like the 10,000 veins in a hand," Cuttle said sourly. "Stories spread out. Not a single Malazan army out there doesn't know about them. The Chain of Dogs, the Fall, the Aran Way, Black Dog, Pale, and Black Coral, where died the bridge burners." "They didn't all die," objected that same soldier. It was too dark to make out the speaker, and Cuttle didn't recognize the voice. He shrugged. "High mage, Quick Ben. Dead Hedge. But he died there, and that's why we call him Dead Hedge. So that's one who didn't make it. Maybe a handful of others did. But the bridge burners were finished, and that's how the histories will tell it. Destroyed at Black Coral, at the close of the Penion War. The few who crawled out of such things, well, they vanish like the last wisps of smoke." He drank down another mouthful. "It's how things are." "It's said they were dropped into the city by the Black Moranth," another soldier said, "and they went and took the palace, went straight for the Penion Domin himself. Was Whiskey Jack dead by then? Does anyone know? Why wasn't he leading them? If he'd done that, maybe they wouldn't have—" "Stupid, that kind of thinking." Cuttle shook his head. He could hear the faint sweeps from the other barges. The damned river was packed with them, with leathery crews struggling day and night to avoid collisions and tangled lines. Bonehunters and Commander Bryce's escort, almost 20,000 soldiers, support elements, pack animals, the whole lot riding this river south. Better than walking, better and worse, reminding him of past landings, Marines struggling beneath the hail of arrows and slingstones, dying and drowning, barges raging with flames, the shrieks of burning men and women. Not that they would be landing under fire, not this time. This was a leisurely journey, surrounded by allies. It was all so civilized, so peaceful, that Cuttle's nerves were shredded. It's just how it played out. Choices are made, accidents happen, the fates fall. Remember that when our own falls on us. Nobody's going to sing songs about us, the hidden speaker said. We're not the bridge burners, not the Grey Swords, not Coltane's 7th. She said as much, the adjunct did. Open that last jug, someone advised. Cuttle finished the one in his hand. 3 fast swallows. He sent the empty vessel over the side. Bonehunters, he said. Was that Fiddler's idea? Maybe. Can't really remember. I just remember the desperation. I remember the adjunct, and Aaron's quiet streets and empty walls. I remember being broken, and now I'm wondering if anything's changed, anything at all. Histories, they're just what survived. But they're not the whole story, because the whole story can never be known. Think of all the histories we've gone and lost. Not just kingdoms and empires, but the histories inside every one of us, every person who ever lived. As the new jug of peach rum came within reach, Cuttle's hand snapped out to snare it. What do you want, any of you? You want the fame of the bridge burners? Why? They're all dead. You want a great cause to fight for, to die for? Show me something worth that. He finally looked up, glad at the half-circle of coal-lit faces, so young, so bleak now. And from behind him a new voice spoke. Showing's not enough, Cuttle. You need to see, you need to know. I'm standing here, listening to you, and I'm hearing the rum. It's running through a soldier who thinks he's at his end. Cuttle took another drink. Just talk, Sergeant Gessler, that's all. Bad talk, Gessler said, pushing in. Soldiers moved aside to make room as he settled down opposite the sapper. They wanted stories, Cuttle, not a reason to throw themselves over the side. Those are the cheapest reasons of all. You should know that. Speaking freely here, Sergeant. That's how it was. I know. This ain't no official dressing down. That's for your own sergeant to do, and if he was here, he'd be tacking up your hide right about now. No, you and me, we're just two old soldiers here." Cuttle gave a sharp nod. "Fine, then. I was just saying. I know, I heard. Glory's expensive. Exactly. And it's not worth it. Right. But that's where you're wrong, Cuttle." There was speaking freely, and that's what this was, but Cuttle wasn't a fool. "If you say so. All those choices you complained about, the ones that take you to the place you can't avoid, the place none of us can escape, you say it's not worth it, Cuttle. That's a choice too. It's the one you've decided to make, and maybe you want company, and that's what all this is about. Personally, I think you're a damned liability, not because you ain't a good soldier, you are. And I know for a fact that when the iron sings, having you at my back makes no itch. But you keep pissing on the coals, Cuttle, and then complaining about the smell. I'm a sapper with a handful of munitions, Gessler. When they're gone, then I step into the crossbow ranks, and I ain't as fast a loader as I used to be. I already said it's not your soldiering that worries me. Maybe you reload slower, but your shots will count, and don't try saying otherwise." Cuttle answered with a gruff nod. He'd asked for this dressing down that wasn't supposed to happen, this speaking freely that was now nailing him like a rusty nail to the wooden deck, in front of a bunch of pups. "There were sappers," Gessler continued, "long before the munitions came along. In fact, the sappers will need veterans like you, the ones who remember those days." He paused and then said, "I got you a question, Cuttle." "Go on." "Tell me the one thing that can rot an army." Time with nothing to do. Nothing to do but talk. Why is it the people with the least useful things to say do most of the talking? The unseen speaker from earlier spoke up behind Gessler. "Because their pile of shit never gets smaller, Sergeant. In fact, just keeps getting bigger." Cuttle heard the relief in the laughter that followed. His face was burning, but that might just be the coals, or the rum, or both. Could be he was just drunk. "All this talk of piss and shit," he muttered, forcing himself upright. He weaved, managed to find his balance, and then turned about and stumbled off in the direction of the stern. As the sapper staggered away, Gessler said, "You that spoke, behind me. That you, Widdershins?" "Aye, Sergeant. Was wandering past when I heard the bleating." "Go after him. Make sure he doesn't topple over the rail." "Aye, Sergeant. And, thanks. He was dragging even me down." Gessler rubbed at his face. His skin felt loose and slack, all suppleness long gone. Getting old, he decided, was miserable. "Needs a shaking awake," he said under his breath. "And don't we all? Here, give me that jug. I've worked up a thirst." He didn't recognize any of the faces he could make out round the brazier. They were young, foot soldiers, the ones who'd barely known a fight since joining up. They'd watched the Marines assault Yegatan and fight on the landing in Malaz City. They'd watched those Marines set off to invade the Lethery mainland. They'd done a lot of watching, and no amount of marching or drilling or war games could make a young soldier hungrier for glory than did all that watching. He knew how they looked upon the Marines. He knew how they bandied the names back and forth, the legends in the making: Throat Slitter, Dead Smell, Hellion, Masangelani, Crump, Mayfly, and all the rest. He knew how they damn near worshipped Sergeant Fiddler. And gods forbid anything bad should happen to him. Maybe Cuttle had a point with all that pushing down, on things like glory, the making of legends. Maybe he was undermining all those romantic notions for a good reason. Don't hold to any faith. Even legends die. Gessler shivered, drank down a mouthful of rum. Tasted like shit. Bottle slipped away. He'd listened to Cuttle. He'd watched Gessler slide morosely into the sapper's place, settling in for a night of drinking. The entire army lounged on the open decks, getting bored and lazy. After the eastward trek from Letheras, they'd crossed River Lether and marched through the rich lands to the south, finally reaching this river, known as the Gress. No shortage of food, drink, or whores the whole damned way. A sidling pace, a march that barely raised a sweat. League upon league of bickering, nasty hangovers, and nobody having a clue what they were up to, where they were going, and what was waiting for them. A joke ran through the ranks that, after this river journey ended at the city of Gress on the Dracon's Sea, the entire army would simply swing back westward, come up round to Letherus again, and start the whole thing over, round and round and round. Nobody laughed much. It was the kind of joke that wouldn't go away, and when it no longer fitted the circumstances, why, it would twist a tad and start its run all over again. Like dysentery. The 42 barges that had been awaiting them south of the Blue Rose Range, just beyond the Gresses Cataracts, were all new, built specifically for transporting the army downstream. Once at the journey's end, with all the soldiers and supplies offloaded, the barges would be dismantled and carried with the army overland to the West Kryn River, where they'd be rebuilt and sent on their way down to the inside Hyacinth Reach, and from there on to the Drasilhani, who had purchased the wood. The Lethery were clever that way. If you could take something and make a profit from it once, why not twice? It was, Bottle supposed, an admirable trait. Maybe. He could imagine that such predilections could become a fever, a poison in the soul. He walked to the nearest unoccupied rail and stared out over the jade-lit water. The hulk of another barge blocked the shoreline opposite. The night air was filled with flitting bats. He could make out a figure over there, doing what Bottle was doing, and he wondered if he knew him or her. The squads were scattered. Probably someone's bright idea about knitting new ties and friendships among the soldiery, or the even brighter realization that the squads needed a break from staring at each other's ugly faces. Mix them up to keep them from killing each other. Hood knew he wasn't missing Coric or even Smiles, just damned bad luck finding himself on the same deck as Cuttle. The man was a walking plague of the spirit, almost as bad as Fist Blistig. But then, what army didn't have them? Sour, stone-eyed, using their every breath to bitch. He used to admire soldiers like that, the ones who'd seen it all and were still waiting to be impressed, the ones who looked at a recruit's face as if studying a death mask. Now, he realized, he despised such soldiers. Could be that was unfair, though. The misery and horror that got them to that cold, lifeless place was nothing to long for in one's own life, was it? What he and all the other younger soldiers had to live with, then, was the curse of the survivors, the veteran's brand leaking like a septic wound. It stained, it fouled, it killed dreams. He wasn't one of them, had no desire to join their ranks, and could not imagine an entire army consisting of such twisted, scarred creatures. But that was the Bridgeburners. That was Cultane's, by the end, anyway. One Arm's host, grey-maned stone, Dasem's first sword, nothing but the dead-eyed. He shivered, drawing his rain-cape tighter. The Bonehunters was another army headed that way, if it didn't tear itself apart first. But wait, Bottle, you've forgotten Fiddler. He's nothing like the rest. He still cares, doesn't he? Even the question troubled him. His sergeant had been growing ever more distant of late. A generational thing? Maybe. The burden of rank? Possibly, since when he'd been a bridge burner, he'd had no responsibilities beyond that of a regular soldier. A sapper, in fact, and sappers were notorious for the threat they presented to their own comrades, never mind the enemy. So not just a regular, but an irresponsible one at that. But now Fid was a sergeant, and a whole lot more. Reader of the Deck of Dragons, legendary survivor of the bridge burners. He was the iron stake driven deep into the ground, and no matter how fierce the raging winds, he held fast, and everyone in turn clung to him, the whole damned army, it seemed. We hold tight, not to the Adjunct, not to Quick Ben or Fist Kenneb. We hold tight to Fiddler, a damned sergeant. Hood's breath. This sounds bad. I shouldn't be thinking of things this way. Fid deserves better. He deserves to have his life back. No wonder he ran when she wanted the reading. The black water swirled past, oblivious to the maelstrom of his thoughts, carrying what it could down to the distant sea. Cold with the memories of snow and ice in the high mountains, slowing with the silts of overturned earth and stones worn down to dust. Huge turtles slid through the muck far below. Blood-drinking eels, little more than jaws and tail, slithered in the currents, seeking the soft bellies of massive carp and catfish. Silt blooms billowed and rolled over rounded stones and gravel banks. Bedded in muck, amphorae of fired clay, fragments of corroded metal, tools, fittings, weapons, and the smooth, vaguely furry long bones of countless animals. The floor of this river was crowded indeed, unfurled like a scroll, writing a history down to the sea. He had already freed his mind to wander, sliding from spark to spark among the multitude of creatures beneath the spinning surface. It had become something of a habit. Wherever he found himself, he sent out tendrils, spreading like roots to expand his skein of awareness. Without it, he felt lost, and yet such sensitivity was not always a gift. Even as he came to comprehend the vast interconnectedness of things, so too grew the suspicion that each life possessed its circle, closed in, virtually blind to all that lay outside. No matter the scale, no matter the pretensions of the things within that circle, no matter even their beliefs, they travelled in profound ignorance of the vastness of the universe beyond. The mind could do no better. It wasn't built for profundity, and each time it touched upon the wondrous, it slid away, unable to find purchase. No, we do fine with wood chips flying from the axe's bite, the dowels we drive home, the seeds we scatter, the taste of ale in our mouths, the touch of love and desire at our fingertips. Comfort doesn't lie in the mystery of the unknown and the unknowable. It lies in the home we dwell in, the faces we recognize, the past in our wake and the future we want for ourselves. All this is what is solid. All this is what we grasp hold of, even as we long for the other. Was the definition of religion as simple as that? Longing for the other, fueling that wish with faith, emulating desires through rituals, that what we wish to be therefore is, that what we seek in truth exists, that in believing we create, and in creating we find. By that argument, is not the opposite equally true? That what we reject ceases, that truth is born in what we seek, that we create in order to believe, that we find only what we have created, that wonder does not exist outside ourselves? By our belief, we create the gods, and so in turn we can destroy them, with a single thought, a moment's refusal, an instant's denial. Is this the real face of the war to come? Chilled by the notion, Bottle contracted his senses, fled the indifferent sparks swirling through the river's depths. He needed something closer, something human. He needed his rats in the hold. Dead Smell coughed and then dropped 2 coins into the trough. You won't get your cage, throat slitter. You watch as 4 comes back to me. He looked up and scowled. What's wrong? Throw the bones, fool.
You must be kidding. Ebron?
Aye, he glamoured the trough. Throat Slitter leaned forward.
You got yourself a problem, Dead Smell. And heed this too, Ebron, since you're a mage and all.
Hey, I just told you.
And kindly, aye, you did. But listen anyway. Dead Smell, might be it's a safe thing to be magicking the East and whatnot, so long as you're playing nitwits or fellow spooks or both. But see, I'm Throat Slitter, remember? I kill people for a living in ways no reasonable sane soldier could hope to imagine. Am I getting through here? You bring your talents to this game, maybe so will I.
Gods below, Dead Smell said. No need to get all riled.
You cheated.
So?
With sorcery.
I'm not quick enough for the other stuff, not anymore. So maybe I was desperate.
Maybe. Ebron, you got to agree here. A clean cheat, well, that's expected. But a magicked one, that's not acceptable. That's knife-kissing stuff. And if I wasn't so damned magnanimous, not to mention being sober enough to know that killing the squad healer's probably not a good idea, why, there'd be blood running atween the boards right now.
He's got a point, Dead Smell. Here I figured on joining this game all clean like. Dead Smell's snort cut him off. You threw a web over the whole field when you sat down, Ebron. I was just giving it a twist. Throat Slitter stared and then held up the first polished bone.
See this, Ebron? Since you're so happy to magic everything, let's see how you do eating this. And the next one. In fact, how about you eat them all?
Not a chance. Throat Slitter lunged over the chalked-out field on the deck. Ebron shrieked. Things got ugly, and Bottle's rat was lucky to escape unscathed. Skull Death sat huddled beneath blankets, staring morosely at the unconscious form of Hellion. She had passed out halfway through their lovemaking, which probably wasn't unusual. Another soldier was sitting nearby, studying the Seven Cities prince with a knowing expression on his face. The young man's need for comfort and all the rest was not doomed this night, and in a short time he would slide over. It was a good thing that the only thing Hellion was possessive about was her rum and whatnot. She eyed a jug in someone else's hand with all the fiery jealousy of a jilted lover. In any case, a drunk she might be, but she was no fool when it came to Skull Death's confused desires. No, the real fool in the equation was sitting off to one side. Sergeant Erb, whose love for the woman glittered like the troubled waters of a spring, fed unceasingly from the bedrock of his childlike faith. A faith in the belief that one day her thoughts would clear, enough for her to see what was standing right in front of her, that the seduction of alcohol would suddenly sour. The man was an idiot. But there were idiots aplenty in the world, an unending supply, in fact. When Skull Death finally stirred, Bottle edged out of the rat's mind. Watching things like that, love-making, was too creepy. Besides, hadn't his grandmother pounded into him the risk of deadly perversions offered by his talents? Oh, she had. She had indeed. Scanero moved up to stand alongside Captain Ruthen Gudd, where he leaned on the rail.
"Dark waters," she murmured.
"It's night."
"You like keeping things simple, don't you?"
"It's because things are, Scanero. All the complications we suffer through are hatched inside our own skulls."
"Really? Doesn't make them any less real, though, does it?"
He shrugged. "Something you want?"
"Many things, Ruthen Gudd."
He looked across at her, seemed startled to find how close she stood, almost as tall as he was, her Canese eyes dark and gleaming, and then away again. "And what makes you think I can help you with any of them?" She smiled, though the captain was not paying attention, and it was a lovely smile.
"Who promoted you?"
she asked. "A raving lunatic."
"Where?"
He raked fingers through his beard, scowled. "And all this is in aid of what, precisely?"
"Kindly was right, you know. We need to work together. I want to know more about, Ruthen Gudd."
"It's not worth it." She leaned on the railing.
"You're hiding, Captain. But that's all right. I'm good at finding things out. You were among the first list of officers for the 14th, meaning you were in Malas City, already commissioned and awaiting attachment. Now, which armies washed up on Malas Island, too torn up to keep intact? The 8th, the 13th, both from the Corelry campaign. Now, the 8th arrived at about the time the 14th shipped out, but given the slow pace of the military ink-scratchers, it's not likely you are from the 8th. Besides, Faradan Sort was, and she doesn't know you." I asked. "So that leaves the 13th, which is rather interesting. You served under Greymane."
"I'm afraid you got it all wrong," Ruthen Gudd cut in. "I came in on a transfer from Nox Fleet, Scanero. Wasn't even a Marine."
"Which ship did you serve on?"
"The Denrabi."
"Which sank off the Strike Bite?"
"Aye."
"About 80 years ago."
He eyed her for a long moment. "Now that kind of recall verges on the obsessive, don't you think?"
"As opposed to pathological lying, Captain?"
"That was the first Denrabi. The second one slammed into the wall at 5 knots. Of the 272 on board, 5 of us were dragged out by the Storm Guard."
"You stood the wall?"
"No, I was handed over in a prisoner exchange."
"Into the 13th?
"Straight back to the fleet, Scanero. We'd managed to capture 4 mare triremes loaded with volunteers for the wall. Aye, hard to believe anyone would volunteer for that. In any case, the Storm Guard were desperate for the new blood. So you can put all your suspicions to rest, Captain. My history is dull and uneventful and far from heroic. Some mysteries, Scanero, aren't worth knowing."
"All sounds very convincing, I'll grant you that."
"But—" She gave him another bright smile, and this one he saw.
"I still think you're a liar."
He pushed himself away from the railing. "Lots of rats on these barges, I've noticed."
"We could go hunting."
Ruthen Gudd paused, combed his beard, and then shrugged. "Hardly worth the trouble, I should think." When he walked off, the Canese woman hesitated, and then followed.
"God's pillow," Bottle muttered. "Everyone's getting it this night."
He felt a stab somewhere deep within him, an old familiar one. He'd not been the kind of man that women chased down. He'd had friends who rolled from one bed to the next, every one of those beds soft and warm. He'd had no such fortune. The irony of the thing that visited him in his dreams was that much sharper in how it mocked the truths of his life. Not that she'd been appearing of late, not for a month. Maybe she'd grown tired of him. Maybe she'd taken all she needed, whatever that was. But those last few times had been frightening in their desperation, the fear in her unhuman eyes. He'd awakened to the stench of grass fires on the savannah, the sting of smoke in his eyes, and the thunder of fleeing herds ringing in his skull. Sickened by the overwhelming sense of dislocation, he would lie shivering beneath his threadbare blankets like a fevered child. A month of peace, but why then did her absence fill him with foreboding? The barge opposite had slipped ahead, riding some vagary of the current, and he could now see the eastern shore of the river, a low bank of boulders and reeds, and beyond that rolling plains lit a luminous green by the jade slashes in the southern sky. Those grasslands should have been teeming with wildlife. Instead, they were empty. This continent felt older than Quantali, older than 7 cities. It was a land that had been fed on for too long. On the western shore, farmland formed narrow strips with one end reaching down to the river and the other, a third of a league inland, debouching onto the network of roads crisscrossing the region. Without these farms, the Lethery would starve. Yet Bottle was troubled by the dilapidated condition of many of the homesteads, the sagging barns and weed-ringed silos. Not a single stand of trees remained. Even the stumps had been pulled from the withered earth. The alder and aspen windbreaks surrounding the farm buildings looked skeletal, not parched, but perhaps diseased. Broad fans of topsoil formed muddy islands just beyond drainage channels, making that side of the river treacherous. The rich earth was drifting away. Better indeed, then, to be facing the eastern shoreline, desolate as it was. Some soldier had been making the circuit, pacing the barge as if it was a cage, and he'd heard the footsteps pass behind him twice since he'd first settled at the railing. This time those boots came opposite him, hesitated, and then clumped closer. A midnight-skinned woman arrived on his left, setting hands down on the rail. Bottle searched frantically for her name, gave up, and sighed. "You're one of those Badan Gruk thought drowned, right?" She glanced over.
Sergeant Cinta.
"With the beautiful sister? Oh, not that you're not."
With the beautiful sister, aye. Her name's Kisware, which is a kind of knowing wink all on its own, isn't it? Sometimes names find you, not the other way round. So it was with my sister.
Not her original name, I take it.
Your Bottle, Fiddler's mage, the one he doesn't talk about. Why's that?
Why doesn't he talk about me? How should I know? What all you sergeants yak about is no business of mine anyway. So if you're curious about something Fid's saying or not saying, why don't you just ask him?
I would, only he's not on this barge, is he?
Bad luck?
Bad luck, but then there's you. When Fiddler lists his, assets, it's like you don't even exist. So I'm wondering, is it that he doesn't trust us? Or maybe it's you he doesn't trust? 2 possibilities, 2 directions, unless you can think of another one.
Fid's been my only sergeant, Bottle said. If he didn't trust me, he'd have long since got rid of me, don't you think?
So it's us he doesn't trust.
I don't think trust has anything to do with it, Sergeant.
Shaved knuckle, are you?
Not much of one, I'm afraid, but I suppose I'm all he's got. In his squad, I mean. She'd chopped short her hair, probably to cut down on the lice and whatnot. Spending a few months in a foul cell had a way of making survivors neurotic about hygiene, and she now ran the fingers of both hands across her scalp. Her profile, Bottle noted with a start, was pretty much perfect. Anyway, Bottle said, even as his throat tightened, when you first showed up, I thought you were your sister. And then he waited. After a moment, she snorted.
Well, now, that took some work, I'd wager. Feeling lonely, huh?
He tried to think of something to say that wouldn't sound pathetic. Came up with nothing. It all sounded pathetic. Cinta leaned back down on the rail. She sighed.
The first raiding parties us Dalhanese assembled, long before we were conquered, were always a mess. Suicidal, in fact. You see, no way was a woman going to give up the chance to join in. So it was always both men and women forming the group. But then all the marriages and betrothals started making for trouble. Husbands and wives didn't always join the same parties. Sometimes one of them didn't even go. But a week or two on a raid, well, fighting and lust suckle from the same tit, right? So rather than the whole village tearing itself apart in feuds, jealous rages and all that, it was decided that once a warrior, male or female, married or betrothed, left the village on a raid, all pre-existing ties no longer applied. Ah, seems a reasonable solution, I suppose. That depends. Before you knew it, 10 or 12 raiding parties would set out all at once, leaving the village mostly empty, with the choice between living inside rules, even comfortable ones, and escaping them for a time. Well, what would you choose? And even worse, once word reached the other tribes and they all adopted the same practice, well, all those raiding parties started bumping into each other. We had our first full-scale war on our hands. Why be a miserable farmer or herder with one wife or one husband when you can be a warrior drumming a new partner every night? The entire Dalhon Confederacy almost self-destructed. What saved it? 2 things. Exhaustion. Oh, well, 3 things now that I think on it. Exhaustion. Another was the ugly fact that even free stuff isn't for free. And finally, apart from imminent starvation, there were all those squalling babies showing up 9 months later. A population explosion, in fact. Bottle was frowning. Cinter, you could have just said no, you know. It's not the first time I've heard that word. I gave up the Dalhanese life, Bottle, when I joined the Malazan Marines. Are you deliberately trying to confuse me? No, just saying that I'm being tugged 2 ways. I already got a man chasing me, but he's a bad swimmer, and who knows which barge he's on right now. And I don't think I made any special promises. But then, back at the stern, where all the fun is, there's this soldier, a heavy, who looks like a marble statue. You know, the ones that show up at low tide off the Canese coast. Like a god, but without all the seaweed. All right, Sergeant, I see where you're going. Or going back to, I mean. I'm no match for that, and if he's offering... He is, but then a drum with him might complicate things. I mean, I might get possessive. But that's not likely with me. Just my thinking. Bottle eyed the dark waters roiling past below, wondering how fast he'd sink and how long it took to drown when one wasn't fighting it. Oh, she murmured. I guess that was a rather deflating invitation, wasn't it? Well put, Sergeant. Okay, there's more. More of what? He could always open his wrists before plunging in, cut down on the panic and such. I got senses about things, and sometimes people too. Feelings, curiosity. And I've learned it pays to follow up on that when I can. So with you, I'm thinking it's worth my while to get to know you better, because you're more than you first seem, and that's why Fid's not talking. Very generous, Sergeant. Tell you what, how about we share a meal or 2 over the next few days and leave it at that, at least for now? I've made a mess of this, haven't I? All right, we've got lots of time. See you later, Bottle. Pour out poison, maybe a vial's worth, and then a knife to the heart to go with the slitted wrists, and then the drop over the side. Drowning? Nothing to it. He listened to the boots clump off, wondering if she'd pause at some point to wipe off what was left of him from her soles. Some women were just out of reach. It was a fact. There were ones a man could get to, and then others he could only look at. And they in turn could do the calculations in the span of the barest flutter of an eye, walk up or walk over, or, if need be, run away from. Apes did the same damned thing, and monkeys and parrots and flare snakes. The world was nothing but matches and mismatches, posturing and poses, the endless weighing of fitness. It's a wonder the useless ones among us ever breed at all. A roofed enclosure provided accommodation for the adjunct and her staff of 1, Lostara Yil, as well as her dubious guest, the once-priest Banaskar. Screened from the insects, cool in the heat of the day and warm at night when the mists lifted from the water. One room functioned as a mobile headquarters, although in truth there was little need for administration whilst the army traversed the river. The single table bore the tacked maps, sketchy as they were, for the wastelands and a few scraps marking out the scattered territories of Kolanse. These latter ones were renditions of coastlines for the most part, pilot surveys made in the interests of trade. The vast gap in knowledge lay between the wastelands and those distant coasts.
Banascar made a point of studying the maps when no one else was in the room. He wasn't interested in company, and conversations simply left him weary, often despondent. He could see the adjunct's growing impatience, the flicker in her eyes that might be desperation. She was in a hurry, and Banascar thought he knew why, but sympathy was too rich a sentiment to muster, even for her and the Bonehunters who blindly followed her. Lostara Yil was perhaps more interesting, certainly physically, not that he had any chance there. But it was the haunted shadow in her face that drew him to her, the stains of old guilt, the bitter flavors of regret and grievous loss. Such desires, of course, brought him face to face with his own perversions, his attraction to dissolution, the allure of the fallen. He would then tell himself that there was value in self-recognition. The challenge then was in measuring that value. A stack of gold coins? 3 stacks? A handful of gems? A dusty burlap sack filled with dung? Value indeed, these unblinking eyes and their not-too-steady regard. Fortunately, Lostara had little interest in him, relegating his hidden hungers to harmless imaginings, where the illusions served to gloss over the wretched realities. Dissolution palled in the details, even as blazing health and vigor could not but make a realist, like him, choke on irony. Death, after all, played against the odds with a cheating hand. It was a serious struggle to find righteous moralities in who lived and who died. He often thought of the bottle he reached for and told himself, "Well, at least I know what will kill me. What about that paragon of perfect living, cut down by a mole on his back he couldn't even see? What about the glorious young giant who trips on his own sword in his first battle, bleeding out from a cut artery still 30 paces from the enemy? The idiot who falls down the stairs? Odds, don't talk to me about odds. Take a good look at the hound's toll if you don't believe me." Still, she wasn't eager for his company, so that conversation would have to wait. Her aversion was disappointing and somewhat baffling. He was educated, wasn't he, and erudite, when sober, and sometimes even when not sober. As capable of a good laugh as any defrocked priest with no future. And as for his own dissolution, well, he wasn't so far along as to have lost the roguish qualities that accompanied that dissolution, was he? He could walk the decks, he supposed, but then he would have no choice but to let the miasma of the living swirl over him with all the rank insistence that too many sweaty, unwashed bodies could achieve. Not to mention the snatches of miserable conversation assailing him as he threaded through the prostrate, steaming forms. Nothing was uglier, in fact, than soldiers at rest. Nothing was more insipid, more degenerate, or more honest. Who needed reminding that most people were either stupid, lazy, or both? No, ever since the sudden disappearance of Telerast and Curdle, almost a month ago now, he was better off with these maps, especially the blank places that so beckoned him. They should be feeding his imagination, even his sense of wonder, but that wasn't why they so obsessed him. The unmarked spans of parchment and hide were like empty promises, the end of questions, the failure of the pursuit of knowledge. They were like forgotten dreams, ambitions abandoned to the pyres so long ago not a single fleck of ash remained. He so wanted such blank spaces, spreading through the maps of his own history, the maps pinned to that curling table of bone that was the inside of his skull, the cave walls of his soul. Here be thy failures, of resonance and mystery and truth. Here be the mountains, vanishing in the mists, never to return. Here be the rivers sinking into the sands, and these are the sands that never rest, and the sky that looks down and sees nothing. Here, aye, is the world behind me, for I was never much of a map-maker, never much the surveyor of deeds. Bleach out the faces, scour away the lives, scrape down the betrayals, soak these maps until all the inks blur and float and wash away. It is the task of priests to offer absolution, after all, and I shall begin by absolving myself. It's the lure, you see, of dissolution. And so he studied the maps, all those empty spaces. The river was a promise, that it could take the knife from Lostara's hand, a glimmering flash and gone, forever gone. The silts could then swallow everything up, making preservation and rot one and the same. The weight of the weapon would defy the current. That was the important thing, the way it would refuse to be carried along. Some things could do that. Some things possessed the necessary weight to acquire a will of their own. She could follow the knife into the stream, But she knew she'd be tugged and pulled, spun and rolled onward, because no one was a knife. No one could stay in one place, no matter how hard they tried. Lately, she'd been thinking about the red blades, the faces and the life she had once known. It was clear to her now that what was past had stopped moving, but the sense of distance ever growing behind her was proving an illusion. Eddies drew her back, and all those mired memories waited to catch her like hidden snags. A knife in hand, then, was sound wisdom. Best not surrender it to these troubled waters. The red blades. She wondered if that elite company of fanatics still served the Empress. Who would have taken command? Well, there were plenty, enough of them to make the accession a bloody one. Had she been there, she too would have made a try. A knife in hand, then, was an answer to many things. The adjunct's irritation with it bordered on obsession, but she didn't understand. A weapon needs to be maintained, after all, honed, oiled, sliding quickly from the sheath. With that knife, Lostara could cut herself loose whenever she liked. A little earlier, she had sat at the evening meal with Tavore, a ritual of theirs since leaving Letheras. Food and wine, and not much in the way of conversation. Every effort Lostara made to draw the adjunct out, to come to know her better, on a more personal level, had failed. For a long time, Lostara had concluded that the woman in command of the Bonehunters was simply incapable of revealing her vulnerable side. A flaw in her personality, as impossible to reject or change as the color of one's eyes. But Lostara was coming to believe that Tavore was afflicted with something else. She behaved as would a widow, the kind that then made mourning a way of life, a ritualized assembly of habits. The light of day had become a thing to turn away from. A gesture of invitation was answered with muttered regrets, and the sorrowing mask never left her face. A widow should not be commanding an army, and the thought of Adjunct Tavore leading that army into a war left Lostara both disturbed and frightened. To wear the mask of the widow was to reject life itself, scattering ashes into one's own path ahead, making the future as grey as the past. It was as if a pyre awaited them all, and at the moment of standing on the threshold of those murderous flames, she saw Tavore Paran stride forward, bold and resolute, and the army at her back would simply follow. Two people seated across from one another, silent and trapped inside the world of their unspoken private thoughts. The waters never blended, and the currents of the other were forever strange and forbidding. There was no comfort in these suppers. They were, in fact, excruciating. She quickly made her escape, each night retreating to the silk-walled chamber that was her bedroom, where she sharpened and oiled her knife to drive away the red stain. Solitude could be an unwelcome place, but even the unwelcome could become habit. Lostara had heard Banaskar's footsteps as he headed for his temple of maps. They were steady this night, those footsteps, which meant he was more or less sober. Not often the case, alas, which was too bad, or perhaps not. Sometimes, his clear, sober times, the bleak horror in his eyes could overwhelm. What had it been like, worshipping the worm of autumn, that pale bitch of decay? It would take a particular person to be drawn to such a thing, one for whom abject terror meant facing the nightmare. Or, conversely, one who hungered for what could not be avoided, the breaking down of flesh and dreams, the knowledge of the multitude of carrion eaters that waited for him at life's end. But the worm had cast him out. She had embraced all her other lovers, but not Banaskar. What did that mean to the man? The eaters would have to wait. The nightmare was not yet ready to meet his eyes. Obeisance to the inevitable was denied. Go away. So he would begin the rotting from the inside out, spilling libations to drown the altar of his own soul. It was not desecration, it was worship. The knife edge went snick against the whetstone, steady as a heartbeat, each side in counterbeat as she flipped the blade in perfect rhythm. Snick, snick, snick. Here in this cloth house, the others had their rituals, while she had her tasks of maintenance and preparedness, as befitted a soldier. Stormy sat back against the stepped rail that served as the barge's gunwale, positioned just so. Opposite, the jade slashes loomed in the south sky, fierce and ominous, and to his eyes it seemed the heavens were coming for him, a personal and most private vendetta. He tried to think of a guilt worthy of the magnitude. That pouch of coins he'd once lifted from a drunk noble in Falar? He'd been able to buy a decent knife with that. How old had he been? 10? 12? Maybe that passed-out woman he'd groped? That friend of his aunt's, easily twice his age, her tits had felt huge in his hands, heavy and wayward, and she'd moaned when he pinched her nipples, legs shifting and opening up. And what would a 15-year-old boy do with that? Well, the obvious, he supposed. In went his finger, and then a few more. At some point she'd opened her eyes, frowned up at him as if trying to place him. And then she'd sighed, the way a mother sighed when a wide-eyed son pressed her with awkward questions. And she took hold of that hand with all its probing fingers. He'd expected her to pull him out. Instead, she pushed the whole hand inside. He didn't even think that was possible. Drunk women still held a certain fascination for Stormy, but he never went after them, in case he heard that sigh again, the one that could turn him back into a nervous, lip-licking 15-year-old. Guilt, aye, it was a terrible thing. The world tilted, came back, eager to crush him flat, because doing something wrong pushed it the other way, didn't it? Keep pushing until you lose your footing, and then wait for the sudden shadow, the huge thing blotting out the sky. Splat was another word for justice, as far as he was concerned. When it all comes back, aye. He'd thrown his sister into a pond once, but then she'd been doing that to him for years, until that day when he realized he was bigger and stronger than she was. She'd hissed and spat her way back out, a look of outrage on her face. Recalling that, Stormy smiled. Justice by his own hand. No reason for feeling guilty about that one. He'd killed plenty of people, of course, but only because they'd been trying to kill him, and would have done just that if he'd let them. So that didn't count. It was the soldiers' pact, after all, and for all the right decisions that kept one alive, 1,000 things one could do nothing about could take a fool down. The enemy wasn't just the one in front of you, it was the uncertain ground underfoot, the stray arrow, the flash of blinding sunlight, the gust of grit in the eye, the sudden muscle cramp or the snapped blade. A soldier fought against a world of enemies each and every time, and walking free of that was a glory to make the gods jealous. Maybe the guilt showed up, but that was later, like an aftertaste when you can't even remember the taste itself. It was thin, not quite real, and to chew on it too long was just self-indulgence, as bad as probing a loose tooth. He glared at the southern night sky. This celestial arbiter was indifferent to everything but the punishment it would deliver. Cut sharp as a gem, 5 jade swords were swinging down. Of course, they weren't all aiming at him. It just felt that way, on this steamy night with the river full of glinting eyes from those damned crocodiles, and they wanted him too. He'd heard from the barge hands about how they'd tip a boat if they could and then swarm the hapless victims, tearing them to pieces. He shivered. "There's a glamour about you, Adjutant." Stormy looked up. "I'm a corporal, High Mage." "And I'm a squad mage, aye." "You was a squad mage just like I was maybe once an adjutant, but now you're a High Mage and I'm a corporal." Quick Ben shrugged beneath his rain cape, which he'd drawn tight. "At first I thought it was just the slashes, giving you that glow, but then I saw how it flickered, like flames under your skin, Stormy." "You're seeing things. Go scare someone else." "Where's Gessler?" "How should I know? On some other barge." "Fires are burning on the wastelands." Stormy started, scowled up at Quick Ben. "What's that?" "Sorry?" "What was that you were saying, about fires?" "The ones under your skin?" "No, the wastelands." "No idea, Adjutant." Quick Ben turned away, strangely ghostly, and then wandered off. Stormy stared after him, chewing at his lower lip, and from the whiskers there he tasted bits of stew. His stomach rumbled. They weren't on any official list, which meant no ink-stained clerk had a chance to break them up for this voyage. Sergeant Sunrise thrice blessed the errant for that. He lounged on a mass of spare bedrolls, feeling half drunk with all this freedom, and the camaraderie. He already loved all the soldiers in this company, and the thought that it was a continuation of a famous Malazan company made him proud and eager to prove himself, and he knew he wasn't alone in that. Dead Hedge was the perfect commander, as far as he was concerned, a man brimming with enthusiasm and boundless energy. Happy to be back, Sunrise surmised, from that dead place where the dead went after they were dead. It had been a long walk, or so Hedge had said, when he'd been cajoling them all on the long march to the river. "You think this is bad? Try walking on a plain of bones that stretches to the damned horizon." Try being chased by Derogos, whatever they were, they sounded bad, and stalked by an evil Tlanimas. Sunrise wasn't sure what Tlanimas were either, but Hedge had said they were evil, so he was glad never to have met one. Death, dear soldiers, is just another warren. Any of you know what a warren is? Gods, you might as well be living in mud huts. A warren, friends, is like a row of jugs on a shelf behind the bar. Pick one, pull the stopper, and drink. That's what mages do. Drink too much and it kills you, but just enough and you can use it to do magic. It's fuel, but each jug is different, tastes different, does different magic. Now there's a few out there, like our high mage, who can drink from 'em all, but that's because he's insane. Sunrise wondered where that bar was, because he'd like to try some of those jugs, but he was afraid to ask. You probably needed special permission to get in there. Of course, drinking always caused him trouble, so maybe it was just as well that the Warren's bar was in some city in faraway Malaz. Besides, it'd be crowded with mages, and mages made Sunrise nervous, especially High Mage Quick Ben, who seemed to be mad at Dead Hedge for some reason. Mad? More like furious. But Dead Hedge just laughed it off, because nothing could put him in a bad mood for very long. Corporal Rumjugs waddled into view, sighing heavily as she seated herself on a bale.
What a workout. You'd think these soldiers never before held a decent woman. A good night, then? Sunrise asked. My money purse is bulging, Sonny, and I'm leaking every which way.
She'd lost some weight, just like her friend Sweetlard. That march had almost done them both in. But they were still big in that way of swallowing a man up, and it sure seemed there were lots of men who liked that just fine. For himself, he preferred to make out a bit more of an actual body under all that fat. Another few months of marching, and they'd be perfect.
I'm going to start charging them ones who like to watch, too. Why should that be free? You're right in that, Rumjugs. Ain't nothing should be for free. But that's where us Lethery are different from the Malazans. We see the truth of that, and it's no problem. Malazans, they just complain. Worse is all the marriage offers I'm getting. They don't want me to stop working, those ones. They just want to be married to me. Open-minded, I'll grant you that. With Malazans, pretty much anything goes. It's no wonder they conquered half the world.
Sweetlard joined them from the other side of the deck.
Errant, shriveled cock, I can barely walk. Rest the slab, sweetie,
Rumjugs offered, waving a plump hand at a nearby bale close to the lantern.
Where's Nosestream? Sweetlard asked. I'd heard he was going to talk to the boss about us trying some of them new missions. Munitions, corrected Rumjugs. Right, munitions. I mean, that sword I got, what am I supposed to do with it? I was collared to clear an overgrown lot once when I was little, and I took one look at them machetes and I threw up all over the penal mistress. Sharp edges give me the shakes. I've got too much that looks too easy to cut, if you know what I mean. We can't do nothing with the ones Bevedikt's made up, said Sunrise. Not until we're off these barges, and even then we got to work in secret. Boss doesn't want anybody else knowing anything about them, you see. But why? Sweetlard demanded. 'Cause, love, drawled Rumjugs, there's other sappers, right? In the Bonehunters. They see what Bevedikt's come up with, and everyone will want 'em. And before you know it, all the powders and potions are used up, and we got us nothing. The greedy bastards! So make sure you say nothing, right? Even when you're working, I mean. I hear you, rummy cups. No worries in that regard. I can't get a word in with all the marriage proposals. You too? Why's they all so desperate, I wonder? Children, said Sunrise. They want children and they want 'em quick. Why would they all want that? Sweetlard asked. The only answer that came to Sunrise was a grim one, and he hesitated. After a moment, Rumjugs gusted out a loud sigh. Errant's balls! They're all expecting to die. Not the best attitude, mused Sweetlard, as she pulled out a leaf stick and leaned into the lantern slung close to her left shoulder. Once the end was smouldering, she drew it to a bright coal and then settled back. Spirits below! I'm chafing. When did you last have a drink? Rumjugs asked her. Weeks now. You? Same. Funny how things kind of clear up. Funny, aye.
Sunrise smiled to himself at hearing Sweetlard try out that Malazan way of talking.
Aye, it's a good word, I think. More a whole attitude than a word, really, with lots of meaning in it, too. A bit of yes and a bit of, well, fuck, and maybe some we're all in this mess together. So, a word to sum up the Malazans.
He uttered his own sigh and settled his head back.
Aye,
he said, and the others nodded. He knew they did, and he didn't even have to look.
We're tightening up, just like Deadhedge said we would. Just like that, aye.
Idle hands, soldier. Take hold of that chest there and follow me.
I got an idea about what you can take hold of, Master Sergeant, and you don't need my help at all.
Paws wheeled on the man. Impudence? Insubordination? Mutiny?
Keep going, sir, and we can end on regicide.
Well now, Paws said, advancing to stand in front of the solid, scowling bastard. I didn't take you for a mouthy one, Corporal. What squad and who's your sergeant? The man's right cheek bulged with something foul. The Malazans were picking up disgusting local habits, and he worked it for a moment before saying,
8th Legion, 9th Company, 4th Squad, Sergeant Fiddler, Corporal Tar, not at your service, Master Sergeant.
Think you got spine, Corporal?
Spine? I'm a fucking tree, and you ain't the wind to blow me down. Now, as you can see, I'm trying to wake up here, since I'm coming on my watch. You want some fool to tote your ill-gotten spoils? Find someone else?
What's that in your mouth?
Rylig, it's called. Deras. You use it to wake you up sharp.
Paws studied the man's now glittering eyes, the sudden cascade of jumpy twitches on his face. You sure you're supposed to chew the whole wad, Corporal?
You may have a point there.
Spit that ow out, Corporal, before your head explodes.
And out, Master Fuckface, expensive.
The idiot was starting to pop like a seed on a hot rock. Paws took Tar by the throat and forced him half over the rail. Spit it out, you fool! He heard gagging and then ragged coughing. The corporal's knees gave out, and Paws pulled hard to keep the man upright. He stared a long moment into Tar's eyes. Next time, Corporal, be sure to listen when the locals tell you how to use it, right?
Hood's breath!
Paws stepped back as Tar straightened, the corporal's head snapping round at every sound. Go on, then. Do your 20 rounds for every 2 your partner does. But before you do, he added, why not carry that chest for me?
Aye, sir. Easy, easy. Watch.
Fools who messed up their own heads, Paws reflected, were the easiest marks of all. Might be worth buying an interest in this Rylig stuff. The 2 half-blood Duras hands lounged near the starboard tiller. The whole load? One asked, eyes wide with disbelief.
The whole load, the other confirmed. Just jammed it into his mouth and walked off.
So where is he now? Probably bailing the barge with a tin cup. The leaks ain't got a hope of keeping up.
They both laughed. They were still laughing when Corporal Tar found them, coming up from behind, one hand to each man's belt. They wailed as they were yanked from their feet, and wailed a second time as they went over the stern rail. Loud splashes, followed by shrieking. Clear to Tar's unnaturally bright vision, the V-wakes of maybe a dozen crocodiles fast closing in. He'd forgotten about those things. Too bad. He'd think about it later. The alarms rang for a time, big brass bells that soon slowed their frantic call and settled into something more like a morning dirge, before echoing to silence once again. Life on the river was a nasty business. Nasty as nasty could get, but that's just how it was. The giant lizards were horrible enough with all those toothy jaws, but then the local hands started talking about the river cows waiting downstream. Not that river cows sounded particularly frightening as far as Tar was concerned, even ones with huge tusks and pig eyes. He'd heard a score of confusing descriptions on his rounds, but only fragmentary ones, as he was quickly past and into the next bizarre, disjointed conversation, quick as breaths, quick as the blur of his boots drumming the deck. Vigilant patrol, aye, no time for lingering, no time for all that unimportant stuff. Walk the rail, round and round. And this was decent exercise, but he should have worn his chain and kit bag, and maybe his folding shovel, and double time might be required, just so he could get to know all these sudden faces jumping up in front of him, know them inside and out, and their names too, and whether they liked smoked fish and chilled beer, or proper piss-warm ale, and so many bare feet. What if someone attacked right here and now? They'd all have nails stuck in their tender souls, and he'd be all alone, leading the charge, but that'd be fine, since he could kill anything right now, even bats, because they weren't so fast, were they? Not as fast as those little burning sparks racing everywhere into his brain and back out again, and in one ear and out the other, too, and look at this, marching on his knees. It was easy. Good thing, since he'd worn his legs down to stumps, and now the deck was coming up fast to knock on his nose and see if anyone was home, but was anyone home? Only the bats.
He going to live?
Badan Gruck asked.
Eh? Get primly so, lurky bagger!
Good. Keep him under those blankets. I never seen a man sweat like that. He's bound to chill himself to the bone, and keep forcing water down him.
Then tell it mean business, sornt. Ain't it known healer, eh?
Fine, then. Just make sure you heal him. Sergeant Fiddler will not be pleased to hear his corporal went and died in your care.
Fabler kint shit ding, in air feared him.
Really? Then you're an idiot, Nep. Badan Gruck frowned down at Tar. Some new fever to chase them down? He hoped not. It looked particularly unpleasant, reminding him of the shaking fever, only worse. This place had almost as many miserable diseases and parasites as in the jungles of Dalhon. Feeling nostalgic, the sergeant left Tar to Nep Furrow's ministrations. He would have been happier if he'd been on the same barge as Cinta, even Kisware. Corporal Ruffle was around, but she'd discovered a bones and trough game with a few heavies and was either heading for a sharp rise in her income or a serious beating. No matter what, she'd make enemies. Ruffle was like that. He still didn't know what to make of this army, these Bonehunters. He could find nothing, no detail, that made them what they were. What we are. I'm one of them now. There were no great glories in the history of these legions. He'd been in the midst of the conquest of Lether, and it had been a sordid thing. When the tooth's rotten right down to its root, it's no feat to tug it out. Maybe it was a just war, maybe it wasn't. Did it make any difference? A soldier takes orders, and a soldier fights. The enemy wore 1,000 masks, but they all turned out the same. Just people determined to stand in their way. This was supposed to be enough. Was it? He didn't know. Surrounded by foreigners, friendly or otherwise, settled a kind of pressure on every Malazan soldier here, demanding a shape to this army, and yet something was resisting it, something within the Bonehunters, as if hidden forces pushed back against that pressure. We are and we aren't. We will and we won't. Are we just hollow at the core? Does it start and end with the adjunct? That notion felt uncharitable. People were just restless, uneasy with all this not knowing. Who was the enemy awaiting them? What sort of mask would they see this time? Badan Gruck could not remember ever knowing a person who deliberately chose to do the wrong thing, the evil thing. No doubt such people existed, the ones who simply didn't care, and ones who, for all he knew, enjoyed wearing the dark trappings of malice. Armies served, and sometimes they served tyrants, bloodthirsty bastards, and they fought against decent, right-minded folk out of fear and in the interests of self-preservation, and out of greed, too, come to that. Did they see themselves as evil? How could they not? But then, how many campaigns could you fight if you were in that army? How many before you started feeling sick inside, in your gut, in your head? When the momentum of all those conquests start to falter, aye, what then? Or when your tyrant empress betrays you? No one talked much about that, and yet Badan Gruck suspected it was the sliver of jagged iron lodged in the heart of the Bonehunters, and the bleeding never slowed. We did everything she asked of us. The adjunct followed her orders and got it done. The rebellion crushed, the leaders dead or scattered, 7 cities brought under the imperial heel once again, in the name of order and law and smiling merchants. But none of it mattered. The Empress twitched a finger and the spikes were readied for our heads. Anger burned for only so long, enough to cut a messy path through the empire of Lether, and then it was done. That then was now. What did they have to take anger's place? "We are to be unwitnessed," she said. "We must fight for each other and ourselves and no one else. We must fight for survival, but that cannot hold us together. It's just as likely to tear us apart." The adjunct held to an irrational faith in her soldiers, in their resolve. "We're a fragile army, and there are enough reasons for that being true. That sliver needs to be pulled, the wound needs to knit. We're far from the Malazan Empire now, but we carry its name with us. It's even what we call ourselves, Malazans. Gods below, there's no way out of this, is there?" He turned away from the inky river carrying them along, scanned the huddled, sleeping forms of his fellow soldiers, covering every available space on the deck, motionless as corpses. Badan Gruk fought off a shiver and turned back to the river, where nothing could resist the current for long. It was an old fancy, so old he'd almost forgotten it. Her grandfather, it hardly mattered whether he'd been a real one or some old man who'd thrown on that hat for the duration of the memory, had taken him to the Malaz docks, where they'd spent a sunny afternoon fishing for collar gills and blue tube eels. "Take a care on keeping the bait small, lad. There's a demon at the bottom of this harbour. Sometimes it gets hungry or maybe just annoyed. I heard of fishers snapped right off this dock, so keep the bait small and keep an eye on the water." Old men lived for stories like that, putting the fright into wide-eyed runts who sat with their little legs dangling off the edge of the pier, runts with all the hopes children have, and wasn't that what fishing was all about? Fiddler couldn't remember if they'd caught anything that day. Hopes had a way of sinking fast once you stepped out of childhood. In any case, escaping this motley throng of soldiers, he'd scrounged a decent line and a catfish spine hook. Using a sliver of salted beddarin for bait and a bent hold coin buffed to flash, he trailed the line out behind the barge. There was always the chance of snagging something ugly, like one of those crocodiles, but he didn't think it likely. He did, however, make a point of not dangling his legs over the edge. Wrong bait. Baum wandered up after a time and sat down beside him. "Catch anything?" "Make one of two guesses and you'll be there," Fiddler replied. "Funny though, Fid. Seen plenty jumping earlier." "That was dusk. Tomorrow round that time I'll float something looking like a fly. Find any of your squad?" "No, not one. Feels like someone cut off my fingers. I'm actually looking forward to getting back on land." "You always were a lousy marine, Baum." The Dalhonese nodded. "And a worse soldier." "No, I didn't say—" "Oh, but I am. I lose myself. I get confused." "You just need pointing in the right direction, and then you're fine, Baum. A mean scrapper, in fact." "Aye, fighting my way clear of all that fug. You was always lucky, Fid. You got that cold iron that makes thinking fast and clear easy for you. I ain't neither hot or cold, you see. I'm more like lead or something." "No one in your squad has ever complained, Baum." "Well, I like them and all, but I can't say that they're the smartest people I know. Throat slitter, dead smell. They seem to have plenty of wits." "Wits, aye. Smart, no. I remember when I was a young boy. In the village there was another boy, about my age, was always smiling, even when there was nothing to smile about, and always getting into trouble. Couldn't keep his nose out of anything. Some of the older boys would pick on him. I saw him punched in the face once, and he stood there bleeding, that damned smile on his face. Anyway, one day he stuck his nose into the wrong thing. No one ever talked about what it was, but we found that boy lying dead behind a hut, every bone broken, and on his face, all speckled in blood, there was that smile." "Ever see a caged ape, Baum? You must have. That smile you kept seeing was fear." "I know it now, Fid. You don't need to tell me. The point is, throat slitter and dead smell, they make me think of that boy, the way he always got into things he shouldn't have. Wits enough to be curious, not smart enough to be cautious." Fiddler grunted. "I'm trying to think of any soldier in my squad who fits that description. It occurs to me that wits might be hard to find among 'em, barring maybe Bottle, but he's smart enough to keep his head down, I think. So far, anyway. As for the rest of them, they like it simple, and if it ain't simple, why, they just get mad and break something. You got yourself a good squad there, Fid." "They'll do." A sudden tug. He began hitching the line back in. Not much of a fight, can't be very big. Moments later, he drew the hook into view. They stared down at a fish not much bigger than the bait, but it had lots of teeth. Barnes snorted. Look, it's smiling. It was late and Bryce Benedict was ready for bed, but the aide's face was set, as if the young man had already weathered a tirade. Very well, send her in. The aide bowed and backed away with evident relief, turning smartly at the silk curtain, slipping past to make his way to the outer midship deck. A short time later, Bryce heard boots thumping from bare boards to the rug-strewn corridor leading to his private chamber. Sighing, he rose from his camp chair and adjusted his cloak. Atrisida Aranict edged aside the curtain and stepped within. She was tall, somewhere in her late 30s, though the deep creases framing her mouth, from a lifetime of rust leaf, made her look older, although something about those lines suited her well. Her sun-faded brown hair was straight and hung loose, down to either side of her breasts. The uniform of her rank seemed an ill fit, as if she was yet to become accustomed to this new career. Bug had found her in the most recent troll for potential seeders. She had been employed as a midwife in a household in the city of Trait, which had suffered terribly at the beginning of the Edward invasion. Her greatest talents were in healing, although Bug had assured Bryce that she possessed the potential for other magics. To date, his impression of her was as a singularly dour and uncommunicative woman, so despite the lateness, he found himself regarding her with genuine interest. Atrisida, what is it that is so urgent? She seemed momentarily at a loss, as if she had not expected to succeed in receiving this audience. She met his eyes in the briefest flicker, which seemed to fluster her even more, and then she cleared her throat. Commander, it is best. I mean, you need to see for yourself. Will you permit me, sir? Bemused, Bryce nodded. I have been exploring the Warrens, the Malazan way of sorcery. It's so much more elegant. As she was speaking, she was rummaging inside the small leather pouch tied to her belt. She withdrew her hand and opened it, revealing a small amount of grainy dirt. Do you see, sir? Bryce tilted forward. That would be dirt, Aranict? A quick frown of irritation that delighted him. Look more carefully, sir. He did, watching it settle, and then settle some more. No, the soil was in motion. You have ensorcelled this handful of earth? Well done, Atrisida. The woman snorted, and then her breath caught. My apologies, Commander. It's obvious I've not explained myself. As of yet, you've not explained anything. Sorry, sir. I thought if I didn't show you, you'd have no reason to believe me. Aranict, you are my Atrisida. You would not serve me well if I viewed you with skepticism. Please, go on. And please, relax. I did not mean to sound impatient. In truth, this restless soil is most remarkable. No, sir, not in itself. Any Malazan mage could manage this with barely the twitch of a finger. The fact is, I'm not the source of this. Oh, then who is? I don't know. Before we boarded, sir, I was standing down at the water's edge. There'd been a hatching of water snakes, and I was watching the little ones slither into the reeds. Creatures interest me, sir, and I noticed something in the mud where the serpents had crawled. Parts of it were moving, shifting about, as you see here. Naturally, I suspected that some insect or mollusk was beneath the surface, so I probed. Bare-handed? Was that wise? Probably not, as the whole bank was full of mud urchins, but I could see that this was different. In any case, sir, I found nothing, but the mud in my hand fairly seethed, as if it possessed a life of its own. Bryce peered at the dirt cupped in her palm once more. And is this the offending material? Yes, sir. And that's where the Malazan Warrens come into this. It's called sympathetic linkage. Rather, with this bit of dirt, I can find others just like it. Along the river? Her eyes met his again, and once more they flitted away. And with a start, Bryce realized that Aranict was shy. The notion endeared her to him, and he felt a wave of sympathy, warm as a caress. Sir, it started there, since I'm new to working this kind of magic, but then it spread inland, and I could sense the places of its greatest manifestation, this swarming power in the ground, I mean, in mud, in sands. The range, sir, is vast, but where you'll find more than anywhere else, Commander, is in the wastelands. I see. What, do you think, do these modest disturbances signify? That something's just beginning, sir.
but I need to talk to some Malazan mages. They know so much more than I do. They can take it farther than I have managed." "Atrisida, you have only begun your explorations of the Malazan warrens, and yet you have extended your sensitivity all the way to the wastelands. I see now why the cedar held you in such high regard. However, come the morning, we shall send you in a launch to a Malazan barge. Perhaps the one where Ebron will be found, or Widdershins. Squad mages? No, Atrisida, like it or not, you are my equivalent of High Mage. Accordingly, your appropriate contact among the Bonehunters is their High Mage, Adafon Ben Delat." All color drained from her face, her knees buckled. Bryce had to move quickly to take her weight as she slumped in a dead faint. "Granthos, get me a healer!" He heard some muffled response in reply from the outer chamber. The dirt had scattered onto the rug, and Bryce caught motion from the corner of his eye. It was gathering together, forming a roiling heap. He thought he could almost make out shapes within it before everything fell away, only to reform once more. She was heavier than he'd expected. He looked down at her face, the parted lips, and then away again. "Granthos, where in the errant's name are you?" Chapter 17. I have reached an age when youth itself is beauty. A brief assembly of ugly thoughts. Interlude. Gothos folly. The bones of the Rithen rested on a bed of glittering scales, as if in dying it had shed its carpet of reptilian skin, unfolding it upon the hard crystals of the glass desert's lifeless floor, a place to lie down, the last nest of its last night. The lizard wolf had died alone, and the stars that looked down upon the scene of this solitary surrender did not blink, not once. No wind had come to scatter the scales, and the relentless sun had eaten away the toxic meat from around the bones, and had then bleached and polished those bones to a fine golden luster. There was something dangerous about them, and Badal stood staring down at the hapless remains for some time, her only movement coming when she blew the flies away from the sores clustering her mouth. Bones like gold, a treasure assuredly cursed. "Greed invites death," she whispered, but the voice broke up, and the sounds that came out were likely unintelligible, even to Sadik, who stood close by her side. Her wings were shriveled, burnt down to stumps. Flying was but a memory finely dusted with ash, and she found nothing inside to justify brushing it clean. Past glories dwindled in the distance. Behind her, behind them all. But her descent was not over. Soon, she knew, she would crawl, and finally slither like a drying worm, writhing ineffectually, making grand gestures that won her nothing. Then would come the stillness of exhaustion. She must have seen such a worm once. She must have knelt down beside it as children did, to better observe its pathetic struggles. Dragged up from its dark, comforting world by some cruel beak, perhaps, and then lost on the fly, striking a hard and unyielding surface, a flagstone, yes, one making up the winding path in the garden. Injured, blind in the blazing sunlight, it could only pray to whatever gods it wanted to exist. The blessing of water, a stream to swim back into the soft soil, a sudden handful of sweet earth descending upon it, or the hand of some merciful godling reaching down, the pluck of salvation. She had watched its struggle, she was certain she had, but she could not recall if she had done anything other than watch. Children understood at a very young age that doing nothing was an expression of power. Doing nothing was a choice swollen with omnipotence. It was, in fact, godly. And this, she now realized, was the reason why the gods did nothing, proof of their omniscience. After all, to act was to announce awful limitations, for it revealed that chance acted first. The accidents were just that, events beyond the will of the gods, and all they could do in answer was to attempt to remedy the consequences, to alter natural ends. To act, then, was an admission of fallibility. Such ideas were complicated, but they were clean, too, sharp as the crystals jutting from the ground at her feet. They were decisive in catching the rays of the sun and cutting them into perfect slices, proving that rainbows were not bridges in the sky, and that no salvation was forthcoming. The snake had become a worm, and the worm was writhing on the hot stone. Children withheld, pretending to be gods. Fathers did the same, unblinking when the children begged for food, for water.
They knew moments of nostalgia, and so did nothing, and there was no food and no water, and the sweet, cool earth was a memory finely dusted with ash. Brederal had said that morning that she had seen tall strangers standing beneath the rising sun, standing, she said, on the ribby snake's tail. But to look in that direction was to go blind. People could either believe Brederal or not believe her. Badal chose not to believe her. None of the quitters had chased after them, even the fathers were long gone, as were the ribbers and all the eaters of dead and dying meat, except for the shards, who could fly in from leagues away. No, the ribby snake was alone on the glass desert, and the gods watched down and did nothing, to show just how powerful they really were. But she could answer with her own power. That was the delicious truth. She could see them writhing in the sky, shriveling in the sun, and she chose not to pray to them. She chose to say nothing at all. When she had winged through the heavens, she had sailed close to those gods, fresh and free as a hatchling. She had seen the deep lines bracketing their worried eyes. She had seen the weathered tracks of their growing fear and dismay. But none of these sentiments was a gift to their worshippers. Their faces and their expressions were the faces of the self-obsessed. Such knowledge was fire. Feathers ignited. She had spiraled in a half-wild descent, unraveling smoke in her wake. Flashes of pain, truths searing her flesh. She had plunged through clouds of shards, deafened by the hissing roar of wings. She had seen the ribby snake stretched out across a glittering sea, had seen, with a shock, how short and thin it had grown. She thought again of the gods now high above her. Those faces were no different from her own face. The gods were as broken as she was broken, inside and out. Like her, they wandered a wasteland with nowhere to go.
The fathers drove us out. They were done with children.
Now she believed the fathers and mothers of the gods had driven them out as well, pushed them out into the empty sky. And all the while, and far below, the people crawled in their circles, and from high up no one could make sense of the patterns. The gods that sought to make sense of them were driven mad.
Badal!
She blinked in an effort to clear her eyes of the cloudy skins that floated in them, but they just swam back. Even the gods, she now knew, were half blinded by the clouds.
Rut!
His face was an old man's face, cracked lines through caked dust. Held was wrapped tight within the mottled blanket. Rut's eyes, which had been dull for so long that Badal thought they had always been so, were suddenly glistening, as if someone had licked them.
Many died today, she said. We can eat. Badal.
She blew at flies.
I have a poem.
But he shook his head.
I can't go on. Quitters never quit, and that is the lie we live with. Now they walk us to the end, eating our tail. But we are shadows on glass, and the sun drags us onward. The quitters have questions, but we are the eaters of answers.
He stared at her.
She was right then. Brederal was right. She has threads in her blood. Rut, she will kill us all if we let her.
He looked away, and she could see he was about to cry.
No, Rut, don't.
His face crumpled. She took him as he sagged, took him and somehow found the strength to hold him up as he shuddered with sobs. Now he too was broken, but they couldn't let that happen. She couldn't, because if he broke, then the quitters would get them all.
Rut, without you, held is nothing. Listen, I have flown high. I had wings like the gods. I went so high I could see how the world curves, like the old women used to tell us, and I saw, Rut, listen, I saw the end of the glass desert.
But he shook his head.
And I saw something else, a city, Rut, a city of glass. We will find it tomorrow. The quitters won't go there. They are afraid of it. The city, it's a city they know from their legends, but they'd stopped believing those legends, and now it's invisible to them. We can escape them, Rut. Badal.
His voice was muffled against the skin and bone of her neck.
Don't give up on me. If you give up, I won't. I can't.
She had given up long ago, but she wouldn't tell him that.
I'm here, Rut. No, I mean...
He pulled back, stared fixedly into her eyes.
Don't go mad, please. Rut, I can't fly anymore. My wings burned off. It's all right. Please, promise me, Badal. Promise. I promise, but only if you promise not to give up.
His nod was shaky. His control, she could see, was thin and cracked as burnt skin.
I won't go mad, Rut. Don't you see? I have the power to do nothing. I have all the powers of a god. This ribby snake will not die. We don't have to do anything at all. Just keep going. I have flown to where the sun sets, and I tell you, Rut, we are marching into fire. Beautiful, perfect fire. You'll see, she said to him.
Beside them stood Sadik, watching, remembering. His enemy was dust. What is, was. Illusions of change gathered wind-blown into hollows in hillsides, among stones and the exposed roots of long-dead trees. History swept along as it had always done, and all that is new finds shapes of old. Where stood towering masses of ice now waited scars in the earth. Valleys carried the currents of ghost rivers, and the wind wandered paths of heat and cold to deliver the turn of every season. Such knowledge was agony, like a molten blade thrust to the heart. Birth was but a repetition of what had gone before. Sudden light was a revisitation of the moment of death. The madness of struggle was without beginning and without end. Awakening to such things loosed a rasping sob from the wretched, rotted figure that clambered out from the roots of a toppled cottonwood tree sprawled across an old oxbow. Lifting itself upright, it looked round, the grey hollows beneath the brow ridges gathering the grainy details into shapes of meaning. A broad, shallow valley, distant ridges of sage and firebrush, grey-winged birds darting down the slopes. The air smelled of smoke and tasted of slaughter. Perhaps a herd had been driven over a bluff. Perhaps heaps of carcasses spawned maggots and flies, and this was the source of the dreadful, incessant buzzing sound. Or was this something sweeter? Had the world won the argument? Was she now a ghost returned to mock the rightful failure of her kind? Would she find somewhere nearby the last putrid remnants of her people? She dearly hoped so. She was named Bitterspring in the language of the Brold clan, Lera Epar, a name she had well earned for the terrible crimes she had committed. She had been the one flower among all the field's flowers whose scent had been deadly. Men had cast away their own women to clutch her as their own. Each time she had permitted herself to be plucked, seeing in his eyes what she had wanted to see, that he valued her above all others, even and especially the mate he had abandoned, and so their love would be unassailable, before it went wrong, before it proved the weakest binding of all. And then another man would appear with that same hungry fire in his eyes, and she would think,
"This time it is different. This time I am certain our love is a thing of great power."
Everyone had agreed that she was the cleverest person in all the clans of the Brold gathering. She was not a thing of the shallows, no, her mind plunged unlit depths. She was the delver into life's perils, who spoke of the curse that was the alighting of reason's spark. She found divination not in the fire-cracked shoulder-blades of caribou, but in the watery reflections of faces in pools, springs, and gourd bowls, faces she knew well as kin. As kin, yes, and more. Such details as made one distinct from all others, she knew these to be illusions, serving for quick recognition but little else. Beneath those details, she understood, they were all the same, their needs, their wants, their fears. She had been regarded as a formidable seer, a possessor of spirit-gifted power. But the truth was, and this she knew with absolute certainty, there was no magic in her percipience. Reason's spark did not arise spontaneously amidst the dark waters of base emotion. No, and nor was each spark isolated from the others. Bitterspring understood all too well that the sparks were born of hidden fires, the soul's own array of hearth-fires, each one devoted to simple, immutable truths, one for every need, one for every want, one for every fear. Once this revelation found her, reading the futures of her kin was an easy task. Reason delivered the illusion of complexity, but behind it all,
"We are as simple as Bedarin, simple as I, as Ranag. We rut and bare our teeth and expose our throats. Behind our eyes our thoughts can burn bright with love or blacken with jealous rot. We seek company to find our place in it, and unless that place is at the top, all we find dissatisfies us, poisons our hearts. In company we are capable of anything, murder, betrayal. In company we invent rituals to quench every spark, to ride the murky tide of emotion, to be once again as unseeing and uncaring as the beasts. I was hated, I was worshipped, and in the end, I am sure, I was murdered. Lera Epa, why are you awake once more? Why have you returned? I was the dust in the hollows, I was the memories lost. I did terrible things once. Now I stand here, ready to do them all again. She was Bitterspring of the Brold Imas, and her world of ice and white-furred creatures was gone. She set out, a chert and jawbone mace dangling from one hand, the yellowed skin of the white-furred bear trailing down from her shoulders. She had been too beautiful once, but history was never kind. He rose from the mud, wringing the waterhole, shedding black roots, fish scales, and misshapen cakes of clay and coarse sand. Mouth open, jaws stretched wide, he howled without sound. He had been running straight for them, 3 Kell hunters whose heads turned to regard him. They had been standing over the corpses of his wife, his 2 children. The bodies would join the gutted carcasses of other beasts brought down on their hunt, an antelope, a mule deer. The mates of the felled beasts had not challenged the slayers. No, they had fled. But this one, this male Imas, roaring out his battle cry and rushing them with spear readied, he was clearly mad. He would give his life for nothing. The Kell hunters did not understand. They had met his charge with the flat of their blades. They had broken the spear and had then beaten him unconscious. They didn't want his meat, tainted as it was with madness. Thus ended his first life. In rebirth, he was a man emptied of love, and he had been among the first to step into the embrace of the ritual of Tellan, to expunge the memories of past lives. Such was the gift, so precious, so perfect. He had lifted himself from the mud, summoned once more, but this time was different. This time he remembered everything. Kalt Urmanal of the Orshane Tlanimas stood shin-deep in mud, head tilted back, howling without sound. Ristal Ev crouched on a mound of damp clay 20 paces from Kalt, understanding him, understanding all that assailed him. She too had awakened, possessor of all that she had thought long lost, and so she looked upon Kalt, whom she loved and had always loved, even in the times when he walked as would a dead man, the ashes of his loss grey and thick upon his face, and in the times before, when she harbored jealous hatred for his wife, when she prayed to all the spirits for the woman's death. It was possible that his scream would never cease. It was possible that, as they all rose and gathered in their disbelief at their resurrection, as they sought out the one who so cruelly summoned the Orshane, she would have to leave him here. Though his howl was without voice, it deafened her mind. If he did not cease, his madness would infect all the others. The last time the Orshane had walked the earth had been in a place far away from this one. With but 3 broken clans remaining, a mere 612 warriors left, and 3 damaged bonecasters, they had fled the spires and fallen to dust. That dust had been lifted high on the winds, carried half a world away. There had been no thought of a return to bone and withered flesh, to finally settle in a scattered swath across scores of leagues. This land, Ristal Ev knew, was no stranger to the Imas, nor, and Kalt's torment made this plain, was it unknown to the Kachin Jamal. What were they doing here? Kalt Urmanal fell to his knees, his cry dying away, leaving a ringing echo in her skull. She straightened, leaning heavily on the solid comfort of her spear's shaft of petrified wood. This return was unconscionable, a judgment she knew she would not have made without her memories, to that time of raw, wondrous mortality replete with its terrible crimes of love and desire.
She could feel her own rage rising like the molten blood of the earth. Beyond the waterhole she spied 3 figures approaching, Tlani Mas of the Orshane, Bonecasters. Perhaps now they would glean some answers. Brolos Haran had always been a broad man, and even the bones of his frame, so visible beneath the taut, desiccated skin, looked abnormally robust. The clear, almost crystalline blue eyes that gave him his name were, of course, long gone, and in their place were the knotted remnants, gnarled and blackened and lifeless. His red hair drifted like blood-stained cobwebs out over the dun-hued lava fur riding his shoulders. His lips had peeled back to reveal flat, thick teeth the color of raw copper. To his left was Ilm Ebsinus, her narrow, tall frame sheathed in the grey scales of the Encaral, her long black hair knotted with snakeskins. The serpent staff in her bony hands seemed to writhe. She walked with a hitched gait, remnant of an injury to her hip. Ulag Togtil was as wide as Brolas Haran, yet taller than Ilm Ebsinus. He had ever been an outsider among the Orshane clans. Born as a half-breed among the first tribes of the Trell, he had wandered into the camp of Kebral Koresh, the object of intense curiosity, especially among the women. It was the way of the Imas that strangers could come among them, and, if life was embraced and no violence was stirred awake, such strangers could make for themselves a home among the people, and so cease to be strangers. So it had been with Ulag. In the wars with the Order of the Red Sash, he had proved the most formidable among all the Orshane bonecasters. Seeing him now, Ristal Ev felt comforted, reassured, as if he alone could make things as they once were. He could not. He was as trapped within the ritual as was everyone else. Ulag was the first to speak. Ristal Ev, Cult Urmanal. I am privileged to find 2 of my own clan at last. A huge hand gestured slightly. Since dawn, I have labored mightily beneath the assault of these 2 cloud dancers. Their incessant joy has proved a terrible burden. Could she have smiled, Ristal would have. The image of cloud dancers was such an absurd fit to these 2 dour creatures. She might well have laughed, but she had forgotten how.
Olag, do you know the truth of this?
A most elusive hair. How it leaps and darts, skips free of every slingstone. How it sails over the snares and twitches an ear to every footfall. I have run in enough circles, failing to take the creature into my hands, to feel its pattering heart, its terrified trembling.
Ilm Ebsinus spoke.
Inistral Ovan awaits us. We shall gather more on our return journey. It has not been so long since we last walked. Few, if any, will have lost themselves.
Brolos Haran seemed to be staring into the south. Now he said,
The ritual is broken. Yet we are not released. In this I smell the foul breath of Olar Ethil.
So you have said before, snapped Ilm Ebsinus, and still for all your chewing the same words, there remains no proof.
We do not know, sighed Ulag, who has summoned us. It is curious, but we are closed to her or him, as if a wall of power stands between us, one that can only be breached from the other side. The summoner must choose. Until such time, we must simply wait.
Cult Urmanal spoke for the first time.
None of you understand anything. The waters are crowded.
To this, silence was the only reply. Cult snarled, as if impatient with them all. He was still kneeling, and it seemed he had little interest in moving. Instead, he pointed.
There, another approaches.
Ristal and the others turned. The sudden disquiet was almost palpable. She wore the yellow and white fur of the Brold, the bear of the snows and ice. Her hair was black as pitch, her face wide and flat, the skin stained deep amber. The pits of her eyes were angled, tilted at the outer corners. The talons of some small creature had been threaded through her cheeks. Tlani Mas, yes.
But not of our clans.
3 barbed harpoons were strapped to her back. The mace she carried in one hand was fashioned of some animal's thigh bone, inset with jagged blades of green rhyolite and white shirt. She halted 15 paces away. Ilm Ebsinos gestured with her staff.
"You are a bone caster, but I do not know you. How can this be? Our minds were joined at the ritual. Our blood wove 1,000 upon 1,000 threads. The ritual claims you as kin, as Tlani Mas. What is your clan?"
"I am Nom Kala."
Brolos Haran cut in.
"We do not know those words."
That very admission was a shock to the Orshane. It was, in fact, impossible.
"Our language is as dead as we are."
Nom Kala cocked her head and then said,
"You speak the old tongue, the secret language of the Bonecasters. I am of the brawled Tlani Mas."
"There is no clan chief who claimed the name of the brawled."
She seemed to study Brolos for a moment, and then said,
"There was no clan chief bearing the name of the brawled. There was, indeed, no clan chief at all. Our people were ruled by the Bonecasters. The brawled clans surrendered the Dark War. We gathered. There was a ritual." "What?"
Ilm Ebsinos lurched forward, almost stumbling until her staff brought her up short.
"Another ritual of Telan?" "We failed. We were camped beneath a wall of ice, a wall that reached to the very heavens. We were assailed."
"By the Jaghut?"
Brolos asked.
"No."
"The Kachain Chemal?"
Once more she cocked her head and was silent. The wind moaned. A grey fox wandered into their midst, stepping cautiously, nose testing the air. After a moment it trotted down to the water's edge. Pink tongue unfurled, and the sounds of lapping water tickled the air. Watching the fox, Kalt Urmanal put his hands to his face, covering his eyes. Seeing this, Ristal turned away. Nom Kala said,
"No, the dominion of both was long past."
She hesitated, and then added,
"It was held among many of us that the enemy assailing our people were humans, our inheritors, our rivals in the ways of living. We Bonecasters, the 3 of us who remained, knew that to be no more than a half-truth. No, we were assailed by ourselves, by the lies we told each other, by the false comforts of our legends, our stories, our very beliefs."
"Why, then," asked Ulag, "did you attempt the ritual of Telan?"
"With but 3 Bonecasters left, how could you have hoped to succeed?"
Ilm Ebsinos demanded, her voice brittle with outrage. Nom Kala fixed her attention upon Ulag.
"Trell blood, you are welcome to my eyes. To answer your question, it is said that no memory survives the ritual. We deemed this just. It is said as well that the ritual delivers the curse of immortality. We saw this, too, as just." "Then against whom did you wage war?" "No one. We were done with fighting, Trell blood." "Then why not simply choose death?" "We severed all allegiance to the spirits. We had been lying to them for too long."
The fox lifted its head, eyes suddenly wide, ears pricked. It then trotted in its light-footed way along the rim of the pool, slipped beneath some firebrush, and vanished inside a den. How much time passed before another word was spoken? Ristal could not be certain, but the fox reappeared, a marmot in its jaws, and bounded away, passing so close to Ristal that she could have brushed its back with her hand. A flock of tiny birds descended to prance along the muddy verge. Somewhere in the shallows ruddered a carp. Ilm Ebsinos said in a whisper,
"The spirits died when we died." "A thing that dies to us is not necessarily dead," Nom Kala replied. "We do not have that power."
"What does your name mean?" Ulag asked.
"Knife drip."
"How did the ritual fail?"
"The wall of ice fell on us. We were all killed instantly. The ritual was therefore uncompleted." She paused and then added, "Given the oblivion that followed, failure seemed a safe assumption.
We were capable of making assumptions, but now it appears we were in error.
How long ago? Ulag asked her. Do you know? She shrugged.
The Jaghut were gone 100 generations. The Kachain Chemal had journeyed to the eastern lands 200 generations previously. We traded with the Jek, and then with the Krenan all and the colonists of the Empire of Decimbalakis. We followed the ice in its last retreat.
How many of you will return, Knife Drip?
The other 2 bonecasters have awakened and even now approach us. Lid Ger, Sourstone, and Leira Epar, Bitter Spring. Of our people we cannot yet say. Maybe all, perhaps none.
Who summoned us?
One more time she cocked her head. Trell blood, this is our land. We have heard clear his cry. You cannot? We are summoned, Tlanimas, by the first sword, a legend among the brawled that, it seems, was not a lie.
Ulag was rocked back as if struck a blow. Onos Tulan? But why?
He summons us beneath the banner of vengeance, she replied, and in the name of death. My new friends, the Tlanimas, are going to war.
The birds launched into the air like a tent torn loose of its tethers, leaving upon the soft clays nothing but a scattering of tiny tracks. Bitter Spring walked towards the other Tlanimas. The emptiness of the land was a suffocating pressure.
When everything goes, it is fitting that we are cursed to return, lifeless as the world we have made. Still, am I beyond betrayal? Have I ceased to be a slave to hope? Will I once again tread the old worn trails? Life is done, but the lessons remain. Life is done, but the trap still holds me tight. This is the meaning of legacy. This is the meaning of justice.
What was, is. The wind was insistent, tugging at worn strips of cloth, the shredded ends of leather straps, loose strands of hair. It moaned as if in search of a voice, but the lifeless thing that was Tok the Younger held its silence, its immutability in the midst of the life surrounding it. Setok settled down on aching legs and waited. The 2 girls and the strange boy had huddled together nearby and were fast asleep. Their savior had carried them leagues from the territory of the Sinan Bargast, north and east across the undulating prairie. The horse under them had made none of the normal sounds a horse should make, none of the grunting breaths, the snorts. It had not once sawed at the bit or dipped its head seeking a mouthful of grass. Its tattered hide remained dry, not once twitching to the frustrated deerflies, even as its ropey muscles worked steadily and its hoofs drummed the hard ground. Now it stood motionless beneath its motionless rider. She rubbed at her face. They needed water. They needed food. She didn't know where they were. Close to the wastelands, perhaps. She thought she could make out a range of hills or mountains far to the east, a dusty grimace of rock shimmering through the waves of heat. Lolling in the saddle behind Tok, she had been slipping into and out of strange dreams, fragmented visions of a squalid farmstead, the rank sweat of herds and small boys shouting. One boy with a face she thought she knew, but it was twisted with fear and then hard with sudden resolve. A face that had transformed in an instant to one that awaited death. In one so young, nothing was more horrifying. Dreaming of children, but not these children here, not even Bargast children. At times she found herself wheeling high above this lone warrior who rode with a girl in front, a girl behind, a girl and a boy in the crooks of his arms. She could smell scorched feathers, and all at once the land far below was a sea of diamonds cut in two by a thin, wavering line. She was fevered, or so she concluded now as she sat, mouth dry, eyes stinging with grit. Was this meant to be a rest? Something in her was resisting sleep. They needed water. They needed to eat. A mound a short distance away caught her eye. Groaning, she stood, dragged herself closer. A cairn, almost lost in the knee-high grasses, a wedge-shaped stone set atop a thinner slab, and beneath that a mound of angled rocks. The wedge was carved on its sides. etching the eyes of a wolf. Mouth open, with a slab forming the lower jaw, the scratchings of fangs and teeth, worn down by centuries of wind and rain. She reached out a trembling hand, set her palm against the rough, warm stone. "We are being hunted." The rasping pronouncement drew her round. She saw Tok stringing his bow, heard the wind hum against the taut gut, a new voice in the air. She joined him, gazed westward, a dozen or more riders.
"Akrenai," she said. "They will see our Barghast clothing. They will seek to kill us. Then again," she added, "if you ride to them, they may change their minds."
"And why would that be?" he asked, even as he kicked his horse forward. She saw the Akrenai horse warriors fan out, saw lances being readied. Tok rode straight for them, an arrow knocked to the bowstring. As they drew closer, Setok saw the Akrenai falter, even as their lances lifted defensively. Moments later, the warriors scattered, horses bucking beneath them. Within a few more heartbeats, all were in flight. Tok slowly wheeled his mount and rode back to where she stood. "It seems you were right."
"Their horses knew before they did."
He halted his mount, returned the arrow to its quiver, and deftly unstrung the bow.
"Actually, you'll need those," Setok said. "We need food. We need water, too."
It seemed he'd stopped listening, and his head was turned to the east.
"What is it?" she asked. "More hunters?"
"She wasn't satisfied," he muttered. "Of course not. What can one do better than an army can? Not much. But he won't like it. He never did. In fact, he may turn them all away. Well now, Bonecaster, what would you do about that, if he releases them?"
"I don't know what you're talking about. She? Him? What army?"
His head turned to look past her. She swung round. The boy was on his feet, walking over to the wolf cairn. He sang,
"La la 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 la." "I wish he'd stop doing that," she said.
"You are not alone in that, Setok of the Wolves." She started, turned back to eye the undead warrior.
"I see you now, Tok Anasta, and it seems you have but one eye, dead as it is. But that first night I saw—"
"What? What did you see?"
"The eye of a wolf."
She waved towards the cairn.
"You brought us here."
"No, I took you away. Tell me, Setok, are the beasts innocent?"
"Innocent? Of what?"
"Did they deserve their fate?"
"No."
"Did it matter, whether they deserved it or not?"
"No."
"Setok, what do the wolves want?" She knew by his intonation that he meant the god and the goddess. She knew they existed, even if she didn't know their names, or if they even had ones.
"They want us all to go away, to leave them alone, them and their children."
"Will we?"
"No."
"Why not?" She struggled for an answer. "Because, Setok, to live is to wage war, and it just happens that no other thing is as good at waging war as we are."
"I don't believe you. Wolves don't wage war against anything."
"A pack marks out its territory, and that pack will drive off any other pack that seeks to encroach upon it. The pack defends its claim to the land and to the animals it preys upon in that land."
"But that's not war."
He shrugged. "Mostly, it's just the threat of war, until threat alone proves insufficient. Every creature strives for dominance among its own kind and within its territory. Even a pack of dogs will find its king, its queen, and they will rule by virtue of their strength and the threat their strength implies, until they are usurped by the next in line. What can we make of this? That politics belong to all social creatures? So it would seem. Setok, could the wolves kill us humans, every one of us? Would they?"
"If they understood it was them or us, yes. Why shouldn't they?"
"I was but asking questions," Tok replied. "I once knew a woman who could flatten a city with the arch of a single perfect eyebrow."
"Did she?"
Setok asked, pleased to be the one asking questions. "Occasionally, but not every city, not every time."
"Why not?"
The undead warrior smiled, the expression chilling her. "She liked a decent bath every now and then." After Tok had set off in search of food, Setok set about building a hearth with whatever stones she could find. The boy was sitting in front of the cairn, still singing his song. The twins had awakened, but neither seemed to have anything to say. Their eyes were glazed, and Setok knew it for shock.
"Tok'll be back soon," she told them. "Listen, can you make him stop that babbling? Please? It's making my skin crawl. I mean, has he lost his mind, the little one? Or are they all like that? Barghast children aren't, at least not that I remember. They stay quiet, just like you two are doing right now."
Neither girl replied. They simply watched her. The boy suddenly shouted. At the cry, the ground erupted 20 paces beyond the cairn. Stones spat through a cloud of dust, and something clambered forth. The twins shrieked, but the boy was laughing. Setok stared. A huge wolf, long-limbed, with a long flat head and heavy jaws bristling with fangs, stepped out from the dust, and then paused to shake its matted, tangled coat. The gesture cut away the last threads of fear in Setok. From the boy, a new song.
"Ai, ai, 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 ai."
At its hunched shoulders, the creature was taller than Setok, and it had died long, long ago. Her eyes snapped to the boy.
"He summoned it. With that nonsense song, he summoned it. Can I do the same? What is the boy to me? What is being made here?"
One of the twins spoke.
"He needs Tok, at his side, at our brother's side. He needs Tool's only friend. They have to be together."
And the other girl, her gaze leveled on Setok, said,
"And they need you. But we have nothing, nothing." "I don't understand you,"
Setok said, irritated by the stab of irrational guilt she'd felt at the girl's words.
"What will happen," the girl asked, "when you raise one of your perfect eyebrows?" "What?" "Wherever you walk, someone stepped before you. Our father used to say that."
The enormous wolf stood close to the boy. Dust still streamed down its flanks. She had a sudden vision of this beast tearing out the throat of a horse.
"I saw these ones, but as ghosts, ghosts of living things, not all rotted skin and bones. They kept their distance. They were never sure of me, yet I wept for them. I can't level cities. Can I?"
The apparitions rose suddenly, forming a circle around Tok. He slowly straightened from gutting the antelope he'd killed with an arrow to the heart. "If only Hood's realm was smaller," he said. "I might know you all. But it isn't, and I don't. What do you want?" One of the undead Jaghut answered, "Nothing." The 13 others laughed. "Nothing from you," the speaker amended. She had been female once, when such distinctions meant something. "Then why have you surrounded me?" Tok asked. "It can't be that you're hungry." More laughter, and weapons rattled back into sheaths and belt loops. The woman approached. "A fine shot with that arrow, Herald. All the more remarkable for the lone eye you have left." Tok glared at the others. "Will you stop laughing for Hood's sake?" The guffaws redoubled. "The wrong invocation, Herald," said the woman. "I am named Varandas. We do not serve Hood. We did Iskar Jarak a favor, and now we are free to do as we please." "And what pleases you?" Laughter from all sides. Tok crouched back down, resumed gutting the antelope. Flies spun and buzzed. In the corner of his vision he could see one of the animal's eyes, still liquid, still full, staring out at nothing. "Iskar Jarak, when will you summon me? Soon, I think. It all draws in, but none of that belongs to the wolves. Their interests lie elsewhere. What will happen? Will I simply tear in half?" He paused, looked up to see the Jaghut still encircling him. "What are you doing here?" "Wandering," Varandas replied. Another added in a deep voice, "Looking for something to kill." Tok glanced again at the antelope's sightless eye. "You picked the wrong continent. The Tlani Mas have awakened." All at once the amusement surrounding him seemed to vanish, and a sudden chill gripped the air. Tok set down his knife and dragged loose the antelope's guts. "We never faced them," said Verandus. "We were dead long before their ritual of eternal unlife." A different Jaghut spoke. "Kachain Naruk, and now Tlanimas. Doesn't anyone ever go away?" After a moment all began laughing again. Through the merriment, Verandus stepped close to Tok and said,
"Why have you killed this thing? You cannot eat it, and since that is true, I conclude that you must therefore hunt for others. Where are they?"
"Not far," he replied, "and none are any threat to you."
"Too bad."
"Naruk, were they Iskar Jarak's favor?"
"They were."
"What were they after?"
"Not what. Who? But ask nothing more of that. We have discussed the matter and can make no sense of it. The world has lost its simplicity."
"The world was never simple, Jaghut, and if you believe it was, you're deluding yourself."
"What would you know of the ancient times?"
He shrugged. "I only know recent times, but why should the ancient ones be any different? Our memories lie. We call it nostalgia and smile, but every lie has a purpose, and that includes falsifying our sense of the past."
"And what purpose would that serve, Herald?"
He wiped clean his knife in the grasses. "You shouldn't need to ask."
"But I do ask."
"We lie about our past to make peace with the present. If we accepted the truth of our history, we would find no peace. Our consciences would not permit it, nor would our rage." Verandus was clearly amused.
"Are you consumed with anger, Herald? Do you see too clearly with that lonely eye? Strong emotions are ever a barrier to perception, and this must be true of you."
"Meaning?"
"You failed to detect my mocking tone when I spoke of the world's loss of simplicity."
"I must have lost its distinction in the midst of the irony suffusing everything else you said. How stupid of me! Now I am done with this beast." He sheathed his knife and lifted the carcass to settle it across his shoulders. "I could wish you all luck in finding something to kill," he said, "but you don't need it."
"Do you think the Tlanimas will be eager to challenge us, Herald?"
He levered the antelope onto the rump of his horse. The eyes, he saw, now swarmed with flies. Tok set a boot in the stirrup and, lifting wide with his leg to clear the carcass, lowered himself into the saddle. He gathered the reins. "I knew a Tlanimas once," he said. "I taught him how to make jokes."
"He needed teaching?"
"More like reminding, I think. Being unalive for as long as he was will do that to the best of us, I suspect. In any case, I'm sure the Tlanimas will find you very comforting, in all that dark armor and whatnot, even as they chop you to pieces. Unfortunately, and at the risk of deflating your bloated egos, they're not here for you."
"Neither were the Naruk. But," and Verandus cocked her helmed head, "what do you mean they will find us comforting?"
Tok studied her, and then scanned the others, lifeless faces so eager to laugh. "Damned Jaghut." He shrugged, and then said, "Nostalgia." After the herald and the lifeless antelope had ridden away on the lifeless horse, Verandus turned to her companions.
"What think you, Hort?"
The thick-limbed warrior with the heavy voice shifted, armor clanking and shedding red dust, and then said, "I think, Captain, we need to make ourselves scarce." Suvalis snorted.
"The Imas were pitiful. I doubt even unliving ones could cause us much trouble. Captain, let us find some of them and destroy them. I'd forgotten how much fun killing is."
Verandus turned to one of her lieutenants.
"Baragast?"
"A thought has occurred to me, Captain." She smiled.
"Go on."
"If the Tlanimas who waged war against the Jaghut were as pitiful as Suvalis suggests, why are there no Jaghut left?" No one arrived at an answer. Moments passed. "We need to make ourselves scarce," Hort repeated, and then he laughed. The others joined in, even Suvalis. Captain Verandus nodded. So many things were a delight, weren't they? All these awkward emotions, such as humility, confusion, and unease, To feel them again, to laugh at their inherent absurdity, mocking every survival instinct, as if she and her companions still lived, as if they still had something to lose, as if the past was worth recreating here in the present. As if, she added mostly to herself, old grudges were worth holding on to. She grunted and then said, "We shall march east." "Why east?" Gadoran demanded. "Because I feel like it, Lieutenant. Into the birth of the sun, the shadows on our trail, a new day ever ahead." She tilted back her head. "Ha ha 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 ha!" Tok the Younger saw the gaunt eye from some distance away, standing with the boy clinging to one foreleg. If Tok had possessed a living heart, it would have beaten faster. If he could draw breath, it would have quickened. If his eye was swimming in a pool of tears, as living eyes did, he would weep. Of course it was not Baal-Jag. The giant wolf was not, he realized as he rode closer, even alive. It had been summoned, not from Hood's realm, for the souls of such beasts did not reside there. A beast hold, gift of the wolves, an eye to walk the mortal world once again, to guard the boy, and their chosen daughter. Setok, was this by your hand? One-eyed he might be, but he was not blind to the patterns taking shape, nor, in the dry dust of his mind, was he insensitive to the twisted nuances within those patterns, as if the distant forces of fate took ghastly pleasure in mocking all that he treasured, the memories he held on to as would a drowning man hold on to the last breath in his lungs. I see you in his face, Tool, as if I could travel back to the times before the ritual of Telan, as if I could whisper in like a ghost to that small camp where you were born, and see you at but a few years of age, bundled against the cold, your breath pluming and your cheeks bright red. I had not thought such a journey possible, but it is. I need only look upon your son, and I see you. We are broken, you and me. I had to turn you away. I had to deny you what you wanted most. But what I could not do for you, I will do for your son." He knew he was a fool to make such vows. He was the herald of death, and soon Hood would summon him. He would be torn from the boy's side, unless the wolves want me to stay. But no one can know what they want. They do not think anything like us. I have no control over anything. He reached the camp. Setok had built a small fire. The twins had not moved from where they'd been earlier, but their eyes were fixed on Tok now, as if he could hold all their hopes in his arms. But I cannot. My life is gone, and what remains does not belong to me. I dream I can hold to my vows. I dream I can be Tok the Younger, who knew how to smile and love, who knew what it was to desire a woman forever beyond his reach. God, such delicious anguish, when the self would curl up, when longing overwhelmed with the sweetest flood. Remember, you once wrote poems. You once crawled into your every thought, your every feeling, to see and touch and dismantle and, in the midst of putting it all back together, feel wonder. Awed, humbled by complexity, assailed by compassion, uncomprehending in the face of cruelty, of indifference. Remember how you thought, how can people think this way? How can they be so thoughtless, so vicious, so worshipful of death, so dismissive of suffering and misery? He stared at the wolf. Baal-Jag, not Baal-Jag. A mocking reflection, a crafted simulacrum. A hairlock. He met Setok's slightly wide eyes and saw that she had nothing to do with this summoning. The boy, of course. Tool made me arrows. His son finds me a companion as dead as I am. It is named Baal-Jag. Ba-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la. Scepter Irkulus sat, shoulders hunched, barricaded from the world by his grief. His officers beseeched him, battering at the high walls. The enemy was within reach. The enemy was on the move, an entire people suddenly on the march. Their outriders had discovered the Akrenai forces. The giant many-headed beasts were jockeying for position, hackles raised, and soon would snap the jaws, soon the fangs would sink deep, and fate would fill the mouth bitter as iron. A conviction had burrowed deep into his soul. He was about to tear out the throat of the wrong enemy. But there were no thorns to prick his conscience, nothing to stir to life the trembling dance of reason. Before too long, loved ones would weep, children would voice cries unanswered, and ripples would spread outward, agitated in a tumult, and nothing would be the same as it once was. There were times when history curled into a fist, breaking all it held. He waited for the crushing embrace with all the hunger of a lover. His officers did not understand. When he rose, gesturing for his armor, he saw the relief in their eyes, as if a belligerent stream had once more found its destined path. But he knew they thought nothing of the crimson sea they now rushed towards. Their relief was found in the comfort of the familiar, these studied patterns preceding dread mayhem. They would face the time of blood when it arrived. Used to be, he envied the young. At this moment, as the sun's bright morning light scythed the dust swirling above the restless horses, he looked upon those he could see, weapons flashing like winks from 1,000 skulls, and he felt nothing but pity. Great war leaders were, one and all, insane. They might stand as he was standing here in the midst of the awakening machine, and see nothing but blades to cut a true path to his or her desire, as if desire alone was a virtue, a thing so pure and so righteous it could not be questioned, could not be challenged. This great war leader could throw 1,000 warriors to their deaths, and the oily surface of his or her conscience would reveal not the faintest swirl. He had been a great war leader once, his mouth full of iron shards, flames licking his fingertips, his chest swollen with unquestioned virtues. "If we pursue, Scepter, we can meet them by dusk. Do you think they will want to close then, or will they wait for next dawn? If we are swift—"
"I will clench my jaws one more time," Kolanse said. "I will keep them fast and think nothing of the bite, the warm flow. You'd be surprised at what a man can swallow."
They looked on, uncomprehending. The Acrini army shook loose the camp of the night just past. It lifted itself up, broke into eager streams flowing into the wake of the wounded foe, and spread in a flood quickened to purpose. The morning lost its gleam, strange clouds gathered, and across the sky flights of birds fled into the north. Scepter Kolanse rode straight-backed on his horse, riding the sweaty palm as the fist began to close. "Gatherer of skulls, where is the fool taking us?" Strahl, Bakal observed, was in the habit of repeating himself, as if his questions were a siege weapon, flinging stones at what he hoped was a weak point in the solid wall of his ignorance. Sooner or later, through the dust and patter of crumbling mortar, he would catch his first glimpse of the answers he sought. Bakal had no time for such things. If he had questions, he burned them to the ground where they stood, smiling through the drifting ashes. The wall awaiting them all would come toppling down before too long. To our regret. "We've left a bloody trail," Strahl then added, and Bakal knew the warrior's eyes were fixed upon Hetan's back, as she limped, tottered, and stumbled a short distance ahead of them in the column. Early in the day, when the warriors were still fresh, their breaths acrid with the anticipation of battle, perhaps only a day away, one would drag her from the line and take her on the side of the path, with others shouting their encouragement. 12 times since dawn this had occurred. Now everyone walked as slowly as she, and no one had the energy to use her. Of food there was plenty, their lack was water. This wretched land was an old hag, her tits dry and withered. Bakal could almost see her toothless grin through the waves of heat rising above the yellow grasses on all sides, the nubbed horizon with its rotten stumps of bedrock protruding here and there. The bloody trail Strahl spoke of marked the brutal consolidation of power by War Chief Maral Ebb and his 2 brothers, Sagal and Kashat, and the widow Sakara the Vile. What a cozy family they made. He turned his head and spat, since he found the mere thought of them fouled the taste on his tongue. There had been 2 more attempts on his life. If not for Strahl and the 6 other Senan who elected themselves his guardians, he would now be as dead as his wife and her would-be lover. A widow walked a few steps behind him. Estarol would have died by her husband's hand if not for Bakal. Yet the truth was, his saving her life had been an accidental byproduct of his bloodlust, even though he had told her otherwise. That night of storms had been like a fever coursing through the Barghast people. Such a night had been denied them all when Onos Tulan assumed command after Humbrol Tar's drowning. He had drawn his stone sword before all the gathered clan chiefs and said, The first murder this night will be answered by me. Take hold of your wants, your imagined needs, and crush the life from them." His will was not tested. As it turned out, too much was held back, and this time everyone had lunged into madness. "They won't rest until you're dead, you know." "Then they'd best be quick," Bakal replied, "for tomorrow we do battle with the Akrenai." Strahl grunted. "It's said they have Daras with them, and the legions of Safi spears." "Maral Eb will choose the place. That alone can decide the battle. Unlike our enemy, we are denied retreat. Either we win or we fall." "They think to take slaves." "The Barghast kneel to no one. The grandmothers will slide knives across the throats of our children and then sever the taproot of their own hearts." "Our gods shall sing and so summon us all through the veil." Bakal bared his teeth. "Our gods would be wise to wear all the armor they own." 3 paces behind the 2 warriors, Estaral stared at Bakal, the man who had killed her husband, the man who had saved her life. At times she felt as if she was walking the narrowest bridge over a depthless crevasse, a bridge reeled out behind Bakal. At other moments the world suddenly opened before her, vast as a flooding ocean, and she flailed in panic, even as, in a rush of breathless astonishment, she comprehended the truth of her freedom. Finding herself alone made raw the twin births of fear and excitement, and both sizzled to the touch. Estaral alternated between cursing and blessing the warrior striding before her. He was her shield, yes, behind which she could hide. He also haunted her with the memory of that terrible night when she looked into her husband's eyes and saw only contempt, and then the dark desire to murder her. Had she really been that useless to him? That disgusting? He could not have always seen her so, else he would never have married her. She remembered seeing smiles on his face, years ago now, it was true, but she could have sworn there had been no guile in his eyes. She measured out the seasons since those bright, rushing days, seeking signs of her failure, struggling to find the fatal threshold she had so unwittingly crossed. But the memories swirled round like a vortex, drawing her in, and everything blurred, spun past, and the only thing she could focus on was her recollection of his 2 faces, the smiling one, the one ugly with malice, flitting back and forth. She was too old to be desired ever again, and even if she had not been so, it was clear now that she could not keep a man's love alive. Weak, foolish, blind, and now widow to a husband who'd sought to kill her. Bakal had not hesitated. He'd killed her man as she might wring the neck of a yurt rat. And then he had turned to his wife. She had stood defiant until his first step towards her, and then she had collapsed to her knees, begging for her life. But that night had been the night of Hetan's hobbling. The beast of mercy had been gutted, and its bloody skin staked to the ground. She'd begged even as he opened her throat.
"Blood flows down. I saw it doing just that. Down their bodies, down and down. I thought he would turn to me then and do the same. I witnessed his shame, his rage, and he knew, if I had been a better wife, my husband would never have fixed his eyes upon his wife. And so the failure and the crime was mine as well. I would not have begged."
Instead, he had cleaned his knife and sheathed it, and when he looked upon her, she saw his fury fall away, and his eyes glistened. "I wish you had not seen this, Estaral."
"You wish he'd already killed me?"
"No, I came here to stop them doing that." That had confused her.
"But I am nothing to you, Bakal."
"But you are," he said. "Without you, I would have no choice but to see this night, to see what I have done here, as black vengeance, as the rage of a jealous man. But you see, I really didn't care. She was welcome to whoever she wanted, but she had no right, nor your husband there. They had no right to kill you."
"You are the slayer of Onos Tulan."
She still did not know why she had said that then. Had she meant that the night of blood was his and his alone? He had flinched, and his face had drained. She'd thought then that he regretted sparing her life, indeed, that he might even change his mind. Instead, he turned away, and an instant later he was gone. Did she know that her words would wound him? Why should they? Was he not proud of his glorious deed? Of course, Bakal had since failed to become the leader of the Barghast. Perhaps he had already seen the power slipping from his grasp that night. So she followed him now, had tethered herself to him, all with the intention of taking back her words, and yet not one step she took in pursuit found her any closer. Days now, nights of hovering like a ghost beyond the edge of his hearth-fire. She had witnessed the attempt on him by the first assassin, a Baran warrior desperate for status. Strahl had cut him down 5 strides from Bakal. The next time, it had been an arrow sent through the darkness, missing Bakal's head by less than a hand's width. Strahl and 3 other warriors had rushed off after the archer, but they had lost the would-be killer. Upon returning, Strahl had muttered about Estaral's spectral presence, calling her the Reaper's Eyes, wondering if she stayed close in order to witness Bakal's death. It seemed Strahl believed she hated Bakal for killing her husband, but the notion of hate had never even occurred to her, not for him, anyway. She wanted to speak with Bakal. She wanted to explain, and if she could understand her own motivations from that night, why, she would do just that. Salve the wound, perhaps heal it completely. They shared something, the 2 of them, didn't they? He must have understood, even if Strahl didn't. But now they spoke of a battle with the Akranai, a final clash to decide who would rule this land. Maral Eb would lead the Barghast, warriors in their tens of thousands. It had been one thing for the Akranai to strike clan camps. Now at last all of the white-faced Barghast were assembled, and no tribe in the world could defeat such an army. Even so, Bakal might die in the battle. He would be commanding the Sanan after all, and it was inconceivable to imagine Maral Eb being so arrogant as not to position the most powerful clan in the line's center. No, the Sanan would form the jagged wedge, and it would cut savage and deep. She should approach him soon, perhaps this very night. If only to take back my words. He struck them down to save my life, after all. He said so, even though I was the cause of so much. She had missed something, and now Bakal had sent Strahl away and was dropping back to her side. Suddenly her mouth was dry. Estaral, I must ask of you a favor. Something in his tone whispered darkness. No more death, please. If she had other lovers... Hetan, he said under his breath. You are among the women who guard her at night. She blinked. Not for much longer, Bakal, she said. She is past the time of fleeing. There is nothing in her eyes. She is hobbled. Last night there were but 2 of us. And tonight there will be 1. Perhaps not even that. Warriors will use her, likely through the night. God, shit! I didn't think of that. If you want her... I do not. Listen, with the sun's fall, as warriors gather for their meals, can you be the one to feed her? The food just falls from her mouth, Estaral said. We let the children do that. It entertains them, forcing it down as if she was a babe. Not tonight. Take it on yourself. Why? I want to speak with you, take things back. I want to lie with you, Bakal, and take back so much more. He fixed his eyes upon her own, searching for something. She quickly glanced away in case he discovered her thoughts. I don't understand, he said. Why are you women so eager to hobble another woman? I had no hand in that. That is not what I asked. She had never before considered such a thing. It was what was done. It had always been so. Women have claws. I know. I've seen it often enough. I've seen it in battle, but hobbling, that's different, isn't it? She refused to meet his eyes. You don't understand. I didn't mean the claws of a warrior. I meant the claws we keep hidden, the ones we use only against other women. But why? You speak now in the way Onostulan did, all his questions about the things we've always done. Was it not this that saw him killed, Bakal? He kept questioning things that he had no right to question. She saw as he lifted his right hand. He seemed to be studying it. His knife hand. His blood, he whispered, has poisoned me. When we turn on our own, she said, struggling to put her thoughts into words, it is as water in a skin finds a hole. There is so much weight. Pressure. Yes, that is the word. We turn on our own to ease the pressure. All eyes are on her, not us. All desire... She stopped then, stifling a gasp. But he'd caught it. He'd caught it all. Are men the reason, then? Is that what you're saying? She felt a flush of anger, like knuckles wrapping up her spine.
Answer me this, Bakal,
and she met his wide eyes unflinchingly.
How many times was your touch truly tender upon your wife? Tell me, how often did you laugh with your friends when you saw a woman emerge from her home with blood crusting her lip, a welt beneath an eye? Oh, the wild wolf rutted last night. And then you grin and you laugh. Do you think we do not hear? Do you think we do not see? Hobble her, take her, all of you, and for as long as she lifts to you, you leave us alone.
Heads had turned at her venomous tone, even if they could not quite make out her words, as she had delivered them low, like the hiss of a dog snake as it wraps tight the crushed body in its embrace. She saw a few mocking smiles, saw the muted swirls of unheard jests.
Bound tight in murder, those two, and already they spit at each other. No wonder their mates leapt into each other's arms.
Bakal managed to hold her glare a moment longer, as if he could hold back her furious, bitter words, and then he looked ahead once more. A rough sigh escaped him. I remember his nonsense, or so I thought it at the time. His tales of the Imas. He said the greatest proof of strength a male warrior could display was found in not once touching his mate with anything but tenderness.
And you sneered.
I saw women sneer at that, too.
And if we hadn't, Bakal? If you'd seen us with something else in our eyes?
He grimaced and then nodded. A night or two of the wild wolf.
To beat out such treasonous ideas, yes. You did not understand. None of you did. If you hadn't killed him, he would have changed us all.
And women such as Sekara the Vile? She curled her lip.
What of them?
He grunted. Of course, greed and power are her only lovers. In that, she is no different from us men.
What do you want with Hetan?
Nothing. Never mind.
You no longer trust me. Perhaps you never did. It was only the pool of blood we're both standing in.
You follow me. You stand just beyond the firelight every night.
I am alone. Can't you see that? Why did you murder him? I will tell you. It's because you saw him as a threat, and he was surely that, wasn't he?
I did not. He halted, shook his head. I want to steal her away. I want it to end.
It's too late. Hetan is dead inside, long dead. You took away her husband, you took away her children, and then we took away her body. A flower cut from its root quickly dies.
Estaral. He was holding on to a secret, she realized. Bakal glanced at her. Kafal. She felt her throat tighten. Was it panic, or the promise of vengeance, retribution, even if it meant her own death?
Oh, I see now. We're still falling.
He is close, Bakal went on under his breath. He wants her back. He wants me to steal her away. Estaral, I need your help. She searched his face.
You would do this for him? Do you hate him that much, Bakal?
She might as well have struck him in the face. He is a shaman, a healer.
No Barghast shaman has ever healed one of the hobbled.
None has tried.
Perhaps it is as you say, Bakal. I see that you do not want to wound Kafal. You would do this to give to him what he seeks.
He nodded once, as if unable to speak.
I will take her from the children,
Estaral said.
I will lead her to the west end of the camp. But, Bakal, there will be pickets. We are at the eve of battle.
I know. Leave the warriors to me. She didn't know why she was doing this, nor did she understand the man walking at her side. But what difference did knowing make? Just as easy to live in ignorance, scraped clean of expectation, emptied of beliefs and faith, even hopes.
Hetan is hobbled. No different in the end from every other woman suffering the same fate. She's been cut down inside, and the stem lies bruised and lifeless. She was once a great warrior. She was once proud, her wit sharp as a thorn, ever quick to laugh, but never with cruelty.
She was indeed a host of virtues, but they had availed her nothing.
No strength of will survives hobbling, not a single virtue. This is the secret of humiliation, the deadliest weapon the Barghast have.
She could see Hetan up ahead, her matted hair, her stumbles brought up by the crooked staff the hobbled were permitted when on the march. The daughter of Humbrol Tar was barely recognizable. Did her father's spirit stand witness, there in the Reaper's shadow, or had he turned away?
No, he rides his last son's soul. That must be what has so maddened Kafal.
Well, to honor Hetan's father, she would do this. When the Barghast came to rest at this day's end, she was tired, she was thirsty, she hoped it would be soon. Kashat pointed.
"See there, brother. The ridge forms half a circle."
"Not much of a slope," Sagal muttered.
"Look around," Kashat said, snorting. "It's about the best we can manage. This land is pocked, but those pocks are old and worn down. Anyway, that ridge marks the biggest of those pocks. You can see that for yourself. And the slope is rocky. They would lose horses charging up that."
"So they flank us instead."
"We make strong points at both ends, with crescents of archers positioned behind them to take any riders attempting an encirclement."
"With the rear barricaded by the wagons."
"Held by mixed archers and pike-wielders, yes, exactly. Listen, Sagal. By this time tomorrow we'll be picking loot from heaps of corpses. The Akranai army will be shattered, their villages undefended. We can march into the heart of their territory and claim it for ourselves."
"An end to the war leader, the rise of the first Barghast king."
Kashat nodded. "And we shall be princes, and the king shall grant us provinces to rule. Our very own herds, horses, Bedarin, Rodara. We shall have Akranai slaves, as many of their young women as we want, and we shall live in keeps. Do you remember, Sagal? When we were young, our first war, marching down to Kapustan, we saw the great stone keeps all in ruin along the river. We shall build ourselves those, one each."
Sagal grinned at his brother. "Let us return to the host, and see if our great king is in any better mood than when we left him." They turned back, slinging their spears over their shoulders and jogging to rejoin the vanguard of the column. The sun glared through the dust above the glittering forest of barbed iron, transforming the cloud into a penumbra of gold. Vultures rode the deepening sky to either side. Barely 2 turns of the beaker before dusk arrived. The night ahead promised to be busy. The half-dozen Akrin scouts rode between the narrow, twisting gullies and out onto the flats where the dust still drifted above the rubbish left behind by the Barghast. They cut across that churned-up trail and cantered southward. The sun had just left the sky, dropping behind a bank of clouds dark as a shadowed cliff face on the western horizon, and dusk bled into the air. When the drum of horse hoofs finally faded, Kafal edged out from the deeper of the 2 gullies. The bastards had held him back too long. The great cauldrons would be steaming in the Barghast camp, the foul reek of 6 parts animal blood to 2 parts water and sour wine, and all the uncured meat still rank with the taste of slaughter. Squads would be shaking out amidst curses that they would have to eat salted strips of smoked Bedarin, sharing a skin of warm water on their patrols between the pickets. The Barghast encampment would be seething with activity. One of Bakal's warriors had found him a short time earlier, delivering the details of the plan. It would probably fail, but Kafal did not care. If he died attempting to steal her back, then this torment would end, for one of them, at least. It was a selfish desire, but selfish desires were all he had left.
"I am the last of Father's children, the last not dead or broken. Father, you so struggled to become the great leader of the White Faces. And now I wonder, if you had turned away from the attempt, if you had quenched your ambition, where would you and your children be right now? Spirits reborn, would we even be here on this cursed continent? I know for a fact that Onos Tulan wanted a peaceful life, his head down beneath the winds that had once ravaged his soul. He was flesh, he was life, after so long, and what have we done? Did we embrace him? Did the white-faced Barghast welcome him as a guest?
Were we the honorable hosts we proclaim to be? Ah, such lies we tell ourselves. Our every comfort proves false in the end.
He moved cautiously along the battered trail. Already the glow from the cook fires stained the way ahead. He could not see the picket stations or the patrols. Coming in from the west had disadvantaged him, but soon the darkness would paint them as silhouettes against the camp's hearths. In any case, he did not have to draw too close. Bakal would deliver her, or so he claimed. The face of Setok rose in his mind, and behind it flashed the horrible scene of her body spinning away from his blow, the looseness of her neck. Had he heard a snap? He didn't know. But the way she fell, her flopping limbs, yes, there was a crack, a sickening sound of bones breaking, a sound driving like a spike into his skull. He had heard it, and he'd refused to hear it. But such refusal failed, and so its dread echo reverberated through him. He had killed her. How could he face that? He could not.
Hetan, think of Hetan. You can save this one. The same hand that killed Setok can save Hetan. Can you make that be enough, Kafal? Can you?
His contempt for himself was matched only by his contempt for the Barghast gods. He knew they were the cause behind all of this.
Another gift by my own hand.
They had despised Onos Tulan. Unable to reach into his foreign blood, his foreign ideas, they had poisoned the hearts of every Barghast warrior against the war leader. And now they held their mortal children in their hands, and every strange face was an enemy's face. Every unfamiliar notion was a deadly threat to the Barghast and their way of life.
But the only people safe from change are the ones lying inside sealed tombs. You drowned your fear in ambition, and see where you've brought us. This is the eve of our annihilation. I have seen the Akrenai army, and I will voice no warning. I will not rush into the camp and exhort Maral Eb to seek peace. I will do nothing to save any of them, not even Bakal. He knows what comes, if not the details, and he does not flinch. Remember him, Kafal. He will die true to the pure virtues, so quickly abused by those who possess none of them. He will be used as his kind have been used for thousands of years, among thousands of civilizations. He is one among the bloody fodder for empty tyrants and their pathetic wants. Without him, the great scything blade of history sings through nothing but air. Would that such virtue could face down the tyrants, that the weapon turn in their sweaty hands. Would that the only blood spilled belonged to them and them alone. Go on, Maral Eb. Walk out onto the plain and cross swords with Irkalas. Kill each other, and then the rest of us can just walk away. Swords? Why such formality? Why not just bare hands and teeth, tear each other to pieces, like two wolves fighting to rule the pack? Whichever one limps away triumphant will be eyed by the next one in line, and on it goes. And really, do any of the rest of us give a fuck? At least wolves don't make other wolves fight their battles for them. No, our tyrants are smarter than wolves, aren't they?
He halted and crouched down. He was in the place he was supposed to be. The jade talons raked up from the southern horizon, and from the plain to the west a fox loosed an eerie, piercing cry. Night had arrived. Estarol grasped the girl by her braid and flung her back. They had been trying to force goat shit into Hetan's mouth. Her face was smeared from the cheeks down. Spitting in rage, the girl scrambled to her feet, her cohorts closing round her, eyes blazed.
My father will see you hobbled for that.
I doubt it, Estarol replied. What man wants to take a woman stinking of shit? You'll be lucky to keep your hide, Faranda. Now, all of you, get away from here. I know you all, and I've not yet decided whether to tell your fathers about this. They bolted. Estarol knelt before Hetan, pulling up handfuls of grass to wipe her mouth and chin. Even the bad rules are breaking, she said. We keep falling and falling, Hetan. Be glad you cannot see what has become of your people. But those words rang false. Be glad? Be glad they chopped off the fronts of your feet? Be glad they raped you so many times you couldn't feel a damned Bedouin pounding into you by now? No. And if the Akrenai chop off our feet and rape us come tomorrow, who will weep for the white faces?
not Kafal. Not you either, Hetan. She flung the soiled grasses away and helped Hetan to stand. Here, your staff. Lean on it. She grasped a handful of filthy shirt and began guiding the woman through the camp.
Don't keep her too long! She glanced back to see a warrior behind them. He had been coming to take her, and now stood with a grin that hovered on the edge of something dark and cruel.
They fed her shit. I'm taking her to get properly cleaned up.
A flicker of disgust. The children? Who were they? A solid beating!
They ran before I got close enough. Ask around.
Estarol tugged Hetan into motion once again. The warrior did not pursue, but she heard him cursing as he wandered off. She didn't think she'd run into many more like him. Everyone was crowding around their clan cookfires, hungry and parched and short-tempered as they jostled and fought for position. There'd be a few flick-blade duels this night, she expected. There always were, night before battle. Stupid, of course, pointless, but as Onos Tulan might say, the real meaning of tradition was, what had he called it?
Stupidity on purpose. That's what he said, I think. I never much listened. I should have. We all should have.
They neared the western edge of the camp, where the wagons were already being positioned to form a defensive barricade. Just beyond, drovers were busy slaughtering stock, and the bleating cries of hundreds of animals filled the night. The first bonfires for offal had been lit using rotted cloth, bound rushes, dung, and liberal splashes of lamp oil. The flames lit up terrified eyes from within crowded pens. Chaos and horror had come to the beasts, and the air was thick with death. She almost halted. She'd never before seen things in such a way. She'd never before felt the echo of misery and suffering assailing her from all directions. Every scene painted into life by the fires was like a vision of madness.
We do this all the time, to all these creatures who look to us for protection. We do this and think nothing of it. We say we are great thinkers, but I think now that most of what we do each and every day and night is in fact thoughtless. We will ourselves empty to numb us to our cruelty. We stiffen our faces and say we have needs. But to be empty is to have no purchase, nothing to grasp onto. And so, in the emptiness, we slide and we slide. We fall. Oh, when will it end?
She pulled Hetan to a position behind a wagon, the plains stretching westward before them. 30 paces ahead, limned by the deepening remnants of the sunset, 3 warriors were busy digging a picket.
Sit down. No, don't lift. Just sit.
Listen, Strahl. You have done enough. Leave this night to me.
Bakal.
Please, old friend. This is all by my hand. I stood alone before Onos Tulan. There must be the hope for balance in my soul. Leave me this, I beg you. Strahl looked away, and it was clear to Bakal that his words had been too honest, too raw. The warrior shifted nervously, his discomfort plain to see. Go, Strahl. Go lie in your wife's arms this night. Look past everything else. None of it matters. Find the faces of the ones you love, your children, your wife. The man managed a nod, not meeting Bakal's eyes, and then set off. Bakal watched him leave, and then checked his weapons one last time before setting off through the camp. Belligerence was building, sizzling beneath the harsh voices. It lit fires inside the strutting warriors as they bellowed out their oaths among the hearth circles. It bared teeth in the midst of every harsh laugh. War was the face to be stared into or fled from, but the camp on a night such as this one was a cage, a prison to them all. The darkness hid the ones with skittish eyes and twitching hands. The bold postures and wild glares masked icy terror. Fear and excitement had closed jaws upon each other's throat, and neither dared let go. This was the ancient dance, this ritualized spitting into the eyes of fate, stoking the dark addiction. He had seen elders, warriors too old, too decrepit to do anything but sit or stand crooked over staffs, and he had seen their blazing eyes, had heard their cracking exhortations, but most of all, he had seen in their eyes the pain of their loss, as if they'd been forced to surrender their most precious love. It was no quaint conceit that warriors prayed to the spirits for the privilege of dying in battle. Thoughts of useless years stretching beyond the warrior's life could freeze the heart of the bravest of the brave. The Barghast were not soldiers, not like the Malazans or the Crimson Guard. A profession could be left behind, a new future found. But for the warrior, war was everything, the very reason to live. It was the maker of heroes and cowards, the one force that tested a soul in ways that could not be bargained round, that could not be corrupted by a handful of silver. War forged bonds closer knit than those of bloodkin. It painted the crypt's wall behind every set of eyes, those of foe and friend both. It was indeed the purest, truest cult of all. What need for wonder, then, that so many youths so longed for such a life? Bakal understood all this, for he was indeed a warrior. He understood, and yet his heart was bitter with disgust. No longer did he dream of inviting his sons and daughters into such a world, embracing this addiction devoured too much, inside and out. He, and so many others, had looked into the face of Onos Tulan and had seen his compassion, had seen it so clearly that the only response was to recoil. The Imas had been an eternal warrior. He had fought with the warrior's blessing of immortality, given the gift of battles unending, and then he had willingly surrendered it. How could such a man, even one reborn, find so much of his humanity still alive within him? I could not have, even after but 3 decades of war. If I was this moment reborn, I could not find in myself, what? A battered tin cup half filled with compassion, not enough to splash a dozen people closest to me. Yet he was a flood, an unending flood. How can that be? Who did I kill? Shy from that question if you must, Bakal, but one truth you cannot deny. His compassion took hold of your arm, your knife, and showed you the strength of its will. His steps slowed. He looked round blearily. I am lost. Where am I? I don't understand. Where am I? And what are all these broken things in my hands? Still crashing down. The roar is deafening. Save her, he muttered. Yes, save her. The only one worth saving. May she live 1,000 years, proof to all who see her, proof of who and what the Barghast were, the white faces. We hobble ourselves and call it glory. We lift to meet drooling old men eager to fill us to bursting with their bitter poisons. Old men? No, war leaders and war chiefs, and our precious tradition of senseless self-destruction. Watch it fuck us dry. He was railing, but it was in silence. Who would want to hear such things? See what happened to the last one who held out a compassionate hand? He imagined himself walking between heaving rows of his fellow warriors. He walked, trailing the gutted ropes of his messy arguments, and from both sides spit and curses rained down. Truths bore the frightened mind. Are we bored? Yes. Where is the blood? Where are the flashing knives? Give us the unthinking dance. Charge our jaded hearts, you weeping slave. Piss on your difficult thoughts, your grim recognitions. Lift up your backside, fool, while I seek to pound feeling back into me. Stand still while I hobble you. Let's see you walk now. Bakal staggered out from the camp's edge. Halting 10 paces beyond the wagons, he tugged loose the straps binding the lance to his back, rolled the shaft into his right hand. His shoulder ached. The tears of tendon and muscle were not yet mended. The pain would wake him up. Ahead was the banked berm of the picket's trench. 3 helmed heads were visible as lumps projecting above the reddish heap of earth. Bakal broke into a trot, silent on the grasses as he closed the distance. He launched the lance from 12 paces behind the 3 warriors, saw the iron point drive between the shoulders of the one on his left, punching the man's body against the trench wall. As the other 2 jerked, heads snapping in that direction, he reached the trench, blades in hands, and leapt down between them. His cutlass bit through bronze skullcap, split half the woman's skull, and jammed there. The knife in his left hand slashed the back of the last warrior's neck, but the man had twisted, enough to save his spinal cord, and spinning, he slammed a dagger deep into Bakal's chest, just under his left arm. Intimately close with his enemy in the cramped trench, he saw the warrior open his mouth to cry out the alarm. Bakal's backslash with his knife ripped out the man's throat, even as the dagger sank a second time, the blade snapping as it snagged between 2 ribs. Blood rushed up to fill Bakal's throat, and he fell against the dying warrior, coughing into the wool of the man's cloak. He was feeling so very tired now, but there were things still to be done. Find her! Save her! He crawled from the trench. He was having trouble breathing. A memory that had been lost for decades returned to him suddenly. The last time he'd been near death, the drowning fever had struck him down, his lungs filling up with phlegm. The thick poultices encasing his chest, the eye-stinging smell of ground mustard seeds, his mother's face, a blurred thing, hovering, dread hardening to resignation behind her eyes. Crypt walls. We all have them there inside. You don't go there often, do you? It's where you keep your dead. Dead relatives, dead dreams, dead promises. Dead selves, so many of those, so many. When you loot, you only take the best things. The things you can use, the things you can sell. And when you seal it all up again, the darkness remains. It remains. Ah, Mother, it remains. My crypt walls. He thought to regain his feet. Instead, he was lying on the ground, the trench pit almost within reach. Mother, are you there? Father? Desorban, my son, oh precious son, I put that sword into your hand. I pretended to be proud, even as fear curled black talons round my heart. Later, when I looked down at your so still face, when all the others were singing the glory of your brave moments, only moments, yes, all you had, I pretended that the music eased the hurt in my soul. I pretended, because to pretend was to comfort them in turn. For the time when they stood in my place, looking down on the face of their own beloved. Son, are you there? Crypt walls, scenes and faces. In the dark, you can't even see the paint. Estarrel struggled in the gloom to see that distant picket. Had something happened there? She wasn't sure. From the camp behind the row of wagons at her back, she could hear a child shouting, something vicious and eager in the voice. A tremor of unease ran through her, and she shot Hetan a glance, sitting, staring at nothing. This was taking too long. Warriors would be looking for their hobbled prize. Words would break loose. Estarrel had been seen, dragging Hetan through the camp, westward, yes, out past the light of the fires. She reached down and pulled Hetan to her feet, took up the staff and pushed it into the woman's hands. Come! Estarrel dragged her towards the picket. No movement from there. Something lying on this side. Something that hadn't been there earlier. Mouth dry, heart in her throat, she led Hetan closer. The stench of feces and urine and blood reached her. That shape, a body, lying still in death. Bakal, she whispered. Nothing. From the trench itself, a heavy silence. She crouched at the body, pulled it onto its back. She stared down at Bakal's face, the frothy streaks of blood smearing his chin, the expression as of one lost, and finally, his staring, sightless eyes. Another shout from the camp, closer this time. That's Faranda, and that one, that's Sakara. Spirits shit on them both. Terror rushed through her. She crouched like a hare with no cover in sight. Hetan made to sink to her knees. No, she hissed. Stay up, damn you! She grasped the woman's shirt again, tugged her stumbling round one end of the trench, out onto the plain. Jade licked the grasses. 100 paces ahead the ground rose, showing pieces of a ridge. The column had skirted round that, she recalled. Hetan, listen to me. Walk to that ridge. Do you see it? Walk there. Just walk. Do you understand? A man waits for you there. He's impatient. He's angry. Hurry to him, or you'll regret it. Hurry! She shoved her forward. Hetan staggered, righted herself. For one terrible moment she simply stood where she was, and then the hobbled lurched into motion. Estarrel watched her for a dozen heartbeats, to be certain, and then she spun and ran back towards the camp. She could slip in unseen. Yes, she'd cleaned up Hetan's face and then had simply left her, close to the wagons. The bitch was dead behind the eyes, anyone could see that. She fled out onto the plain? Ridiculous. But if you want to go look, out where the Acronai are waiting, go right ahead. She found shadows between two wagons, squeezed in. Figures were moving in and out of firelight. The shouts had stopped. If she avoided the hearths, she could thread her way back to where Strahl and the others were camped. She would have to tell him of Bakal's death. Who would lead the Senan tomorrow? It would have to be Strahl. He would need to know, so he could ready his mind to command, to the weight of his clan's destiny. She edged forward. 30 paces on, they found her. 6 women led by Sakara, with Faranda hovering in the background. Estarol saw them rushing to close, and she drew her knife. She knew what they would do to her. She knew they weren't interested in asking questions, weren't interested in explanations. No, they will do to me what they did to Hetan. Bakal was gone, her protector was gone. There were, she realized, so many ways to be alone. They saw her weapon. Avid desire lit their eyes. Yes, they wanted blood.
I killed her,
Estarol shrieked.
Bakal was using her. I killed them both.
She lunged into their midst. Blades flickered. Estarol staggered, spun even as she sank to her knees. Gleeful faces on all sides.
Such bright hunger. Oh, how alive they feel.
She was bleeding out 4, maybe 5 wounds, heat leaking out from her body.
So stupid. All of it. So stupid.
And with that thought, she laughed out her last breath. The massive bank of clouds on the western horizon now filled half the night sky, impenetrable and solid as a wall, building block by block to shut out the stars and the slashes of jade. Wind rustled the grasses, pulled from the east as if the storm was drawing breath. Yet no flashes lit the clouds, and not once had Kafal heard thunder. Despite this, his trepidation grew with every glance at the towering blackness. Where was Bakal? Where was Hetan? The bound grip of the hook blade was slick in his hand. He had begun to shiver as the temperature plummeted. He could save her, he was certain of it. He would demand the power from the Barghast gods. If they refused him, he vowed he would destroy them.
No games, no bargains. I know it was your lust for blood that led to this, and I will make you pay.
Kafal dreaded the moment he first saw his sister, this mocking, twisted semblance of the woman he had known all his life. Would she even recognize him? Of course she would. She would lunge into his arms, an end to the torment, the rebirth of hope. Dread, yes, and then he would make it good again, all of it. They would flee west, all the way to Lether. A faint sound behind him. Kafal whirled round. The mace clipped him on his left temple. He reeled to the right, attempted to pivot and slash his weapon into the path of his attacker. A punch in the chest lifted him from his feet. He was twisted in the air, hook blade flying from his hand, and it seemed the fist on his chest followed him down, driving deeper when he landed on his back. Bones grated, splintered. He saw, uncomprehending, the shaft of the spear, upright as a standard, its head buried in his chest. Shadowy shapes above him, the gauntleted hands gripping the spear now twisted and pushed down hard, the point thrust through into the earth beneath him. He struggled to make sense of things, but everything slipped through his nerveless fingers. 3, now 4 shapes looming over him, but not a word was spoken.
They watch me die. I've done the same. Why do we do that? Why are we so fascinated by this failure? Because, I think, we see how easy it is.
The Akrenai warrior, holding the man down with his spear, now relaxed. "He's done," he said, tugging his weapon loose.
"If he was scouting our camp," the mace-wielder said, "why was he facing the wrong way?"
"Barghast," muttered a third man, and the others nodded. There was no sense to these damned savages. "Tomorrow," said the warrior, now cleaning his spear, "we kill the rest of them." She stumbled onward, eyes on the black wall facing her, which seemed to lurch close, only to recoil again, as if the world pulsed. The wind pushed her along now, solid as a hand at her back, and the thud of the staff's heel thumped on and on. When 4 Akrenai warriors cut across her field of vision, she slowed and then halted, waiting for them to take her. But they didn't. Instead, they made warding gestures and quickly vanished into the gloom. After a time, she set out once more, tottering, her breath coming in thick gasps now. The blisters on her hands broke and made the staff slick. She walked until the world lost its strength, and then she sat down on the damp grasses beside a lichen-skinned boulder. The wind whipped at her shredded shirt. She stared unseeing, the staff sliding out from her hands. After a time, she sank down onto her side, drawing her legs up, and waited for the blackness to swallow the world. It was as if night in all its natural order had been stolen away. Strahl watched as the white faces fed their fires with anything that would burn, crying out to their gods, "See us! Find us! We are your children!" Goats were dragged to makeshift altars and their throats slashed open. Blood splashed and hoofed legs kicked and then fell to feeble trembling. Dogs fled the sudden inexplicable slash of cutlass blades. Terror and madness whipped like the smoke and sparks and ashes from the bonfires. By dawn, he knew, not a single animal would be left alive. If dawn ever comes. He had heard about Astarel's death. He had heard about what she had claimed to have done. None of that made sense. Bakal would not have used Hetan. Clearly, Astarel had believed she would be with Bakal, that she would be his wife, and when she saw him with Hetan, her insanity had painted the scene with the drenched colors of lust. She had murdered them both in a jealous rage. Strahl cursed himself. He should have driven the widow away days ago. He should have made it plain that Bakal had no interest in her. Spirits below, if he'd seen even a hint of the mad light in her eyes, he would have killed her outright. Now command of the Sanan in the battle this dawn fell to him. He had been handed his most hidden ambition, when he had in fact already willingly surrendered it to stand in Bakal's shadow. But desire, once it reached the mouth, never tasted as sweet as it did in anticipation. In fact, he was already choking on it. Bakal had discussed the engagement with him, had told him what he intended. Strahl had that much at least, and when the Sanan gathered at dawn, he would summon the chiefs of the clan, and he would give him Bakal's words as if they were his own. Would they listen? He would know soon enough. The sun opened its eye in the east and seemed to flinch in the face of the massive wall of dark clouds devouring half the sky. On the vast plain at the very edge of what had once been the lands of the All, two armies stirred. Bestial standards of the Barghast clans lifted like uneasy masts above the wind-flattened grasses, as ash from the enormous bonfires spun and swirled in the air thick as snow. Approaching from the southwest was a vast crescent, warriors mounted and on foot. Pennons snapped above legions of Safi soldiers marching in phalanx, shields tilted to cut the wind, long spears blazing with the dawn's fires. Companies of Duras skirmishers and archers filled the gaps and ranged ahead of the main force in loose formations. Mounted archers advanced on the tips of the Bedouins' horns, backed by the heavier lancers. The horses were skittish beneath the Akrenai warriors, and every now and then one reared or bolted and fellow riders would close to help calm the animal. Along the summit of the ridge, war leader Maral Eb had positioned the Senan in the center, framed by the lesser clans. His own Baran he had divided between his brothers, anchoring the outer flanks. As the day awakened, the crescent approached the Barghast position, swinging south as scouts rode back to report on the field of battle. All at once the wind fell off, and in its place frigid cold gripped the air. It was the heart of summer, yet breaths plumed and steam rose from the backs of thousands of horses. Warriors shivered, half with chill and half with sudden dread. Was this a battle between gods? Were the Akrenai spirits about to manifest like fangs in snapping jaws? Were the undead ancestor gods of the white faces only moments from clambering up from the hard, frozen earth, chanting an ancient dirge of blood? Were mortal men and women destined to cower beneath the terrible clash of ascendants? Above them all, the sky was split in two, the brittle light of morning to the east, the unyielding darkness of night in the west. None, not Barghast, not Akrenai, not Safi, nor Duras, had ever before seen such a sky. It filled them with terror. Frost sheathed the grasses and glistened on iron and bronze as icy cold air flowed out from beneath the storm front. Among the two armies, no fierce songs or chants rang out in challenge. An unnatural silence gripped the forces, even at the moment when the two masses of humanity came within sight of each other. Not a single bird rode the febrile sky. Yet the Akrenai army marched closer to its hated enemy, and the enemy stood motionless awaiting them. 1,000 paces west of the Barghast position lay the body of a woman, curled in the frozen grasses with her back against a lichen-skinned boulder. A place to lie down, the last nest of her last night. Frost glittered like diamond scales upon her pale skin. She had died alone, 40 paces from the corpse of her brother. But this death belonged to the flesh. The woman that had been Hetan, wife to Onos Tulan, mother of Absi, Stavi, and Stori, had died sometime earlier. The body will totter past the dead husk of its soul, sometimes for days, sometimes for years. She lay on frozen ground, complete in her scene of solitary surrender. Did the sky above blink in witness? Not even once? When a sky blinks, how long does it take between the sweep of darkness and the rebirth of light? The ghosts, their wings burnt down to black stumps, waited to tell her the answers to those questions.
Sadiq, are you still alive? I have dreamed a thing. This thing was a vision, the death of a lizard wolf, lying curled on its side, the danger of bones beneath the sun. Listen to my dream, Sadiq, and remember. Greed is the knife in the sheath of ambition. You see the wicked gleam when you've drawn too close to get away, and as I told you, greed invites death, and now death takes her twice. This thing was a vision. She died not 40 paces from her brother, and above her 2 armies war in the heavens, and beasts that are brothers are about to lock jaws upon each other's throat. Strange names, strange faces, painted white like the quitters. A man with sad eyes whose name is Scepter Irculus. Such a sky, such a sky. Greed and ambition, Sadiq, greed and treachery, greed and justice. These are the reasons of fate, and every reason is a lie. She was dead before dawn. I held her broken soul in my hands. I hold it still, as rot holds held. I knew a boy. Absi, where are you?
Sadiq listened, and then he said,
Badal, I am cold. Tell me again about the fires, the wonderful fires.
But these fires were burned down to cinders and ash. The cold was the cold of another world.
Sadiq, listen. I have seen a door opening.
Chapter 18. What feeds you is rent with the claws of your need. But needs dwell half in light and half in darkness, and virtue folds in the seam. If the demand of need is life, then suffering and death hold purpose. But if we speak of want and petty desire, the seam folds into darkness, and no virtue holds the ground. Needs and wants make for a grey world, but nature yields no privilege, and what is righteous will soon feed itself with the claws of your need, as life demands. Qualities of Life, Sagan. Weak and exhausted, Jan Tovis had followed her brother through the gates and into the dead city of Karkanos. The secret legends possessed by her bloodline had virtually carved into her soul the details before her. When she'd walked the bridge, the echo of the stones underfoot embraced her, as familiar and steeped in sorrow as a dead grandmother's cloak. Passing beneath the storied arch, she felt as if she had returned home, but this home was a forgotten place, as if she had inherited someone else's nostalgia. Her discomfort turned to distress as she emerged from the cool darkness and saw before her a silent, lifeless vista of tall, smoke-stained buildings, smeared towers, and disfigured statues. Tiered gardens had grown past weeds and were now thick as twisted trees, the roots of which had burst the retaining walls, snaking down walls and buckling pavestones. Birds nested on ledges above walls painted white in guano. Heaps of wind-blown leaves mouldered in corners, and plants had pushed up between flagstones. She could feel the ancient magic, like something fluttering at the edge of her vision. The city had survived the eons far better than it rightly should have, and the sorcery still resisted the relentless siege of time. She looked upon a scene that might have been abandoned little more than a generation ago, when in truth it was ancient beyond imagining.
Mothers will hold children close until the world itself crumbles.
So wrote some poet from this very city, and Jan Tovis understood it well enough.
The child and the home shall never change if that child's mother has any say over the matter. But explanations make truths mundane. The poet seeks to awaken in the listener all that is known yet unspoken. Words to conjure an absence of words. But children will grow up, and time will drive spears through the thickest walls.
and sometimes the walls are breached from within." It had always been her habit, and she knew it well enough, to sow uncertainty. In her mind, indecision was a way of life. Her brother, of course, was the very opposite. They stood facing one another in extremity across a gulf that could not be bridged. When Yedan Derig stepped beyond challenge, his will was a brutal thing, a terrible force that destroyed lives. When she did not have him facing her, his hands dripping blood and his eyes hard as stone, she came to believe that indecisiveness was the natural order of the world, a state of mind that waited until acted upon, doomed to react and never initiate, a mind that simply held itself in place, passive, resigned to whatever the fates delivered. They were meant to stand together, meant to fix pressure each upon the other like the counterweights at either end of the bridge, and in that tense balance they might find the wisdom to rule, they might make solid and sure the stones beneath the feet of their people. He had murdered her witches and warlocks, and it had not been a matter of stepping round her to get to them, for she had proved no obstacle to him. No, she had been frozen in place, awaiting the knife of fate, Yedan's knife. I forgot, and so I failed. I need him back. I need my witch-slayer. Behind her trooped the vanguard of her people, Pully and Squish, plump and rosy as maidens, their faces growing slack as the residual magic bled through their meagre defenses. The two officers commanding the watch's company, Brevity and Pithy, had already begun sending squads onto the side streets to scout out places to accommodate the refugees. Their calm, drawling instructions were like a farrier's file over the uneven edge of fear and panic. She could not see Yedan nor his horse, but ahead, close to the center of the city, rose a massive edifice, part temple, part palace and keep, from which 5 towers rose to spear the heavy gloom of the sky. The citadel. It occupied an island encircled by a gorge that could be crossed by but one bridge, and that bridge was reached by this main avenue. Jan Tovis glanced back, found Pithy. "Settle the people as best you can, but don't spread them out too much. Oh, and tell the witches they won't be able to think straight until they've worked a protective circle around themselves." At the woman's nod, Jan faced the heart of the city again, and then set out. He rode to the citadel. Of course he did. He was Yedan Derig, and he wants to see for himself where all the blood was spilled. Some enormous concussion had cracked the marble pillars flanking the great hall. Fissures gaped, many of the columns bowed or tilted precariously, and a fine scattering of white dust coated the mosaic floor. In places that dust had congealed into muddy stains. Indifferent to the rubbish, Yedan crossed the vast chamber. He could feel a warmth coursing through him, as if he was about to wade into a battle. Currents of power still drifted in this place, thick with discordant emotions. Horror, grief, black rage, and terrible agony. Madness had descended upon this citadel, and blood had drenched the world. He found a side corridor just beyond the great hall, its entranceway ornate with arcane carvings. Women marching in solemn procession. Tall, midnight-skinned women. Once within the passage, the images on the walls to either side transformed into carnal scenes, growing ever more elaborate as he proceeded to the far end. After a series of cloisters, the function of which was in no way ambiguous, Yedan entered a domed chamber. The Torondai, was that the word? Who could say how time had twisted it? The sacred eye in the darkness, the witness to all things. There was a time, the secret legends told, when light did not visit this world, and the darkness was absolute. But only the true children of the Mother could survive in such a realm, and no blood remains forever pure. More, there were other beings dwelling in night. Some saw truly, others did not. Light was what seeped in with the wounding of the Mother, a wounding she chose to permit, a wounding and then the birthing that came of it. "All children," she said, "must be able to see. We gift the living with light and darkness and shadow. The truth of our natures cannot be found in the absence of that which we are not. Walk from darkness, walk into shadow, walk beyond into light. These are the truths of being. Without ground there can be no sky." So spoke the Ezathanai in the dust of their quarries. Secret legends, likely little more than nonsense. words to give meaning to what already existed, to what existed with or without the guiding hand of sentient beings. To this rock, to that river, to the molten fires from below and the frozen rain from above. He wasn't much impressed with things like that. The Tarondi was smeared in ashes and cluttered with dried leaves. Shapeless ridges of white dust were all that remained of bodies left lying where they fell. There was no sign of weapons or jewelry, leading Yedan to surmise that looters had been through the chamber, and everywhere else in the citadel, he suspected. Odd that his bloodline's secret legends made no mention of those flitting thieves. Yet weren't we here at the grisly end? Not wielding weapons, not making heroic stands, just what? Watching? Prompting the question, who in the name of the shore were we? Their damned servants? Their slaves? Secret legends. Tell us your secret truths. And what of this ancient claim to some kind of royal bloodline? Rulers of what? The woodshed? The garden island in the river? Yes, he would trot out the righteous assertions that he and his sister were fit to command, if that was what was needed to bend others to his will. They had titles, didn't they? Twilight, the Watch, and Jan Tovis had done much the same, taking upon herself the role of Queen of the Shake, the burden of privilege. See how we bow beneath its weight. Jaws bunched, he scanned the chamber once more, now with greater care. "You damned fool!" He twisted round, eyed his sister. "You're in the temple, idiot! Get off the damned horse!" "There are raised gardens," he said. "Find some farmers among your lot, and get them to start clearing. I'll send others down to the river. We've got plenty of nets." "You want us to occupy the city?" "Why not?" She seemed at a loss for words. Yedan drew his horse round until he faced her. "Twilight, you took us onto the road of Galan, the blind man's road. Now we are in the realm of darkness. But the realm is dead. It is preserved in death by sorcery. If this was once our home, we can make it so again. Was that not our destiny?" "Destiny? Errant's balls! Why does speaking that word sound like the unsheathing of a sword? Yedan, perhaps we knew this city once. Perhaps our family line reaches back and every story we learned was true. The glory of Draconus. But not one of those stories tells us we ruled here, in this city. We were not this realm's master." He studied her for a time. "We move on, then?" "Yes." "To where?" "The forest beyond the river. Through it and out to the other side. Yedan, we have come this far. Let us make the journey to the place where it started, our true home, the first shore." "We don't even know what that means." "So we find out." "The river is still worth a look," he said. "We're short of food." "Of course. Now, in honor of those who fell here, brother, get off that damned horse!" Moments after the two had left the chamber, the stillness that had existed for millennia was broken. A stirring of dead leaves, spinning as if lifted by small whirlwinds. Dust hazed the air, and the strange muted gloom, where light itself seemed an unwelcome stranger, suddenly wavered. And something like a long-drawn breath slowly filled the chamber. It echoed wretched as a sob. Brevity followed Pithy to the mouth of the alley. They carried lanterns, shadows rocking on walls as they made their way down half the narrow thoroughfare's length. She halted beside her friend, and together they stared down at the bodies.
"Dead?"
Brevity asked.
"No, sweetie. In the realm of dreams, the both of them." "When did this happen?" "Couldn't have been too long ago," Pithy replied. "I seen the two wander in here to do that ritual or whatever. Little later I chanced to peek in and saw their torches had gone out. So I come for a look."
Brevity settled into a crouch and set the lantern to one side. She grasped the witch nearest her and pulled the woman over, peering down at the face.
"Polly, I think. They look like twins as it is." "Getting more so, too," Pithy noted. "Or so I noticed. Eyelids fluttering like mad. Realm of dreams, didn't I say so?"
Brevity pushed back an eyelid.
"Rolled right up. Maybe the ritual turned on 'em." "Could be. What should we do?" "I'm tempted to bury them." "But they ain't dead." "I know,
but opportunities like this don't come every day.
What's broken cannot be mended. You broke us, but that is not all. See what you have done. Galan had been horrified. He could not abide this new world. He wanted a return to darkness, and when he'd done gouging out his own eyes, he found it. Sandalath, her son's tiny hand held tight within her solid grip, stood looking down on the madman, seeing but not registering all the blood on his face and smeared across the floor, the impossibility of it here at the very threshold to the Torondai. He wept, choking on something again and again, yet whatever was in his mouth he would not spit out, and his lips were glistening crimson, his teeth red as cedar chips.
"Mother,"
said her son,
"what's happened?"
"The world changes. Galan, you fool. What you've done does not change it back." "An accident," she replied. "We must find someone to help."
"But why is he eating his eyes?"
"Go now. Find a priestess. Quickly, Orphantal." Galan choked, trying to swallow his eyeballs, only to hack them back into his mouth. The holes in his head wept bloody tears. Ever the poetic statement, Galan. The grandiose symbol, artfully positioned at the temple door. You will lie here until someone important comes, and then you'll swallow those damned things down. Even the masterpiece is servant to timing. Will Mother Dark be struck in the heart by this, Galan? Or simply disgusted? "It's done, old man," she said. "No going back." He clearly misunderstood her as he began laughing. She saw one of the eyes in his mouth roll into view, and for one insane moment it seemed to look up at her. "What's broken cannot be mended. You broke us, but that is not all. See what you have done." Sandalath hissed as that echo intruded a second time into her memories. It didn't belong in the scene she had resurrected. It belonged somewhere else, with someone else. With someone else, not to. Of course, that was the horrid thing about it. She heard those words spoken, and they indeed came from her, arriving in her own voice, and that voice was from a woman who truly understood what it was to be broken. "And that is the bitter truth. I have not mended, after all this time." "You asleep?" Withal asked from where he lay behind her. She contemplated the merits of a response, decided against them, and remained silent. "Talking in your sleep again," he muttered, shifting beneath the furs. "But what I want to know is, what broke?" She sat up as if stung by a scorpion. "What?" "Awake after all. What did you just say? Whatever it was, it's put my heart in my throat, and you poised to tear it out. I suppose you could beat me senseless." Snarling, she flung the furs back and rose to her feet. The three Venath demons were, inexplicably, digging a huge hole a short distance down from the road. Mape was in the bottom, heaving enormous boulders into Rind's arms, where the demon crouched at the edge. Rind then swung round to transfer the rock to Puel, who pitched it away. "What in Hood's name are they doing?" "Never mind." She rubbed at her face. "Talking in my sleep? Not those words, please, not those words." She walked some way up the road, eager to be off, but withal needed some sleep. Humans were absurdly frail. Their every achievement proved similarly fragile. If there weren't so damned many of them, and if they didn't display the occasional ant-nest frenzy of creativity, why, they'd have died out long ago. More to the point, if the rest of us hadn't sneered in our idle witnessing of their pathetic efforts, if we'd wised up, in fact, one or all of us would have wiped them out long ago. Tist Andi, Jagut, Gachain Shemal, Forkrul Assail. Gods, Tist Edur, even. Scamandari, you slaughtered the wrong enemy. Even you, Anomander, you play with them as if they're pets, but these pets will turn on you, sooner or later. She knew she was avoiding the scaly beast gnawing at the roots of her mind, urging her thoughts to wander away from the place where kindred blood still glistened. But it was no use. Words had been spoken, violence had given answer, and the rise and fall of chests faded into eternal stillness. And that beast, well, it had the sharpest teeth. Sandalath sighed. Carcanus. The city awaited her.
Not so far away now, her ancient home, her own private crypt, its confines crammed solid with the worthless keepsakes of a young woman's life.
Watch me chase my dreams in the transit of dust.
Snorting, she swung round, retracing her path to where her husband slept. The demons,
Vanath, who'd once been allies of the Jugwood, who gave of their blood to the Trell, and what a fell mix that turned out to be.
The demons had all vanished into the hole they'd dug. Why had the damned things attached themselves to Withal? He said he'd found them on the island where he'd been imprisoned by the crippled god, which suggested that the crippled god had summoned and bound the demons. But later, the Nachts had abetted Withal's escape and seemed instead to be in league with Mael.
And now they're digging a hole.
Never mind, said Withal, rolling over and sitting up. You're worse than a mosquito in a room. If you're in such a hurry, let's just go until we get there. I can rest then.
You're exhausted.
He eyed her. It ain't the walking that's exhausting me, beloved.
You'd better explain that.
I will, but not right now. She saw the defiance in his eyes.
I could make him talk, but that look in his eyes, it's cute. Gather up your gear then, husband, and while you do, I will explain something to you. We are following the road that leads to the city where I was born. Now, that's stressful enough, but it's something I can handle. Not happily, mind you, but even so. No, there is something else.
He'd tied up his bedroll and had it tucked under an arm. Go on.
Imagine a pool of black water, depthless, hidden within a cave where no air stirs and nothing drips. The pool's surface has not known a single ripple in tens of thousands of years. You've come to kneel beside it all your life, but what you see never changes.
All right.
I still see nothing to change that withal, but somewhere far below the surface, in depths unimaginable, something moves.
Sounds like we should be running the other way.
You're probably right, but I can't.
This old life of yours, Sand. You've said you were not a fighter. You knew nothing of weapons or warfare. So what were you in this city home of yours?
There were factions, a power struggle. She looked away up the road. It went on for generations. Yes, that may be hard to believe. Generations among the Tistandi. You'd think that after the centuries they'd be entrenched, and maybe they were for a time, even a long time. But then everything changed. In my life, I knew nothing but turmoil. Alliances, betrayals, war pacts, treacheries. You cannot imagine how such things twisted our civilization, our culture.
Sand.
I was a hostage withal, valued but expendable.
But that's not a life. That's an interruption in a life.
Everything was breaking down. We were supposed to be sacrosanct, precious. It doesn't matter now, she added. It's not a career I can pick up again, is it?
He was staring at her. Would you, if you could?
A ridiculous question. What's broken cannot be mended. You broke us, but that is not all. See what you have done.
Sand.
Of course not. Now, saddle up.
But why is he eating his eyes?
Once, long ago, my son, there was nothing but darkness, and that nothing, Orphantal, was everything.
But why?
He is old. He's seen too much.
He could have just closed them.
Yes, he could have at that.
Mother?
Yes, Orphantal?
Don't eat your eyes.
Don't worry. I am like most people. I can keep my eyes and still see nothing. Now, woman, you said no such thing, and be thankful for that. The other rule applies. Mouth working, nothing said. And that is the ease we find for ourselves. After all, if we said everything we could say to each other, we'd have all killed each other long ago. Galan, you were a poet. You should have swallowed your tongue.
He had hurt someone once, and he had known he had done so, and knowing led him into feeling bad. But no one enjoys feeling bad. Better to replace the guilt and shame with something turned outward, something that burned all within reach, something that would harness all his energies and direct them away from himself. something called anger. By the time he was done, by the time his rage had run its course, he found himself surrounded in ashes, and the life he had known was forever gone. Introspection was an act of supreme courage, one that few could manage. But when all one had left to stir was a heap of crumbled bones, there was nothing else one could do. Fleeing the scene only prolonged the ordeal. Memories clung to the horrors in his wake, and the only true escape was a plunge into madness. And madness was not a thing he could simply choose for himself. More's the pity. No, the sharper the inner landscape, the fiercer the sanity. He believed that his family name was Veed. He had been a Graal, a warrior and a husband. He had done terrible things. There was blood on his hands, and the salty, bitter taste of lies on his tongue. The stench of scorched cloth still filled his head. I have slain. In this admission he had a place to begin. Then all these truths assembled themselves into the frame of his future, leading to his next thought. I will slay again. Not one among those he now hunted could hope to stand before him. Their petty kingdom was no more formidable than a termite mound, but to the insects themselves it was majesty, and it was permanence, and it was these things that made them giants in their own realm. Veed was the boot, the bronze-sheathed toe that sent walls crashing down, delivering utter ruin. It is what I am made to do. His path was unerring. Into the sunken pit and through the entrance, finding himself in a chamber crowded with reptilian corpses that swarmed with orthon and maggots. He crossed the room and halted before the inner portal. They were somewhere far above. They had seen him, he was sure of it. Watched him from the eyes or mouth of the dragon. They did not know who he was, and so they had no reason to fear him. Even so, he knew that they would be cautious. If he simply lunged into their midst, blades flashing, some might escape, some might fight back. A lucky swing. No, he would need his charm, his ability to put them all at ease. It is possible that this cannot be rushed. I see that now. But I have shown patience before, haven't I? I have shown a true talent for deceit. Empty huts are not my only legacy, after all. He sheathed his weapons, spat into the palms of his hands, and slicked back his hair, then set off on a long ascent. He could howl into their faces, and they would hear nothing. He could close invisible hands about their throats, and they would not even shrug.
A slayer has come, the one below. I have sailed the storm of his desires. He seeks to murder you all.
His wretched family remained oblivious. Yes, they had seen the stranger. They had seen his deliberate path to the great stone edifice they had claimed as their own, and they had then resumed their mundane activities as if suffering beneath a gath of careless indifference. Taxilian Rortos and Breath followed Sulkit as the Kachane drone labored over countless mechanisms. The creature seemed immune to exhaustion, as if the purpose driving it surpassed the needs of the flesh. Not even Taxilian could determine if the drone's efforts yielded any measurable effect. Nothing sprang to sudden life. No hidden gears churned into rumbling action. Darkness still commanded every corridor. Feral creatures still scurried in chambers and made nests in the rubbish. Last and Asana were busy constructing a nest of their own, when they weren't hunting orthon or collecting water from the dripping pipes. Sheb maintained vigil over the empty wastes from a perch that he called the Crown, while Nappet wandered without purpose, muttering under his breath and cursing his ill luck at finding himself in such pathetic company. Blind fools, every one of them. The ghost, who once gloried in his omniscience, fled the singular mind of the Graal named Veed, and set out to find the ones accompanying Sulkit. The witch Breath was an adept, sensitive to sorcery. If any of them could be reached, awakened to the extremity of his need, it would be her. He found them in the circular chamber behind eyes, but the vast domicile of the now-dead matron was a realm transformed. The ceiling and walls dripped with bitter slime. Viscid pools sheathed the floor beneath the raised dais, and the air roiled with pungent vapors. The vast, sprawling bed that had once commanded the dais now looked diseased, twisted as the roots of a toppled tree. Tendrils hung loose, ends dripping, and the atmosphere shrouding the malformed nightmare on the dais was so thick that all within it was blurred, uncertain, as if in that place reality itself was smudged. Sulkit stood immobile as a statue in front of the dais, its scales streaming fluids, as if it was melting before their eyes, and strange guttural sounds issuing from its throat. "Awakening behind every wall," Taxilian was saying. "I'm sure of it."
"But nothing like this," Rotos said, gesturing at Sulkit. "Gods below, this air! I can barely breathe."
"You're both fools," Breath snapped. "This is a ritual. This is the oldest sorcery of all, the magic of sweat and scent and tears. Against this, we're helpless as children. Kill it, I say! Drive a knife into its back! Slash open its throat before it's too late!"
"No," retorted Taxilian. "We must let this happen. I feel it. In what the drone does, we will find our salvation."
"Delusions!"
Rotos had positioned himself between the two, but his expression was taut with fear and confusion.
"There is a pattern," he said, addressing neither of them. "Everything the drone has done, everywhere else, it has led to this moment. The pattern, I can almost see it. I want...
But he didn't know what he wanted. The ghost spun wild in the currents of the man's ineffable needs.
"There will be answers," said Taxilian. "Yes," the ghost cried. "And it comes with knives in its hands. It comes to kill you all."
Beneath the level of the womb, Nappet stood beside a strange pipe running the length of the corridor. He had been following alongside it for some time before becoming aware that the waist-high sheath of bronze had begun emanating heat. Dripping sweat, he hesitated. Retrace his route? He might melt before he reached the stairs he had come down. In the gloom ahead, he could make out nothing to indicate side passages. The hot, brittle air burned in his lungs. He was near panic. Something swirled within the pipe, rushing down its length. A whimper escaped him. He could die here.
"Move, you fool! But which way? Hurry! Think!"
Finally, he forced himself forward in a stagger. Somewhere ahead, there would be salvation. There had to be. He was sure of it. The air crackled, sparks arcing from the surface of the pipe. He shrieked, broke into a run. Flashes blinded him as lightning ignited in the corridor. Argent roots snapped out, lanced through him. Agony lit his nerves. His screams punched from his chest, tearing his throat, and he flailed with his hands. Arcs leapt between his fingers. Something was roaring just ahead, bristling with fire.
"The wrong way! I went—"
Sudden darkness, silence. Nappet halted, gasping. He drew a breath and held it. Desultory trickling sounds from within the pipe, draining away even as he listened. He sighed unsteadily. The air reeked of something strange and bitter, stinging his eyes. What had just happened? He had been convinced that he was going to die, cooked like a lightning-struck dog. He had felt those energies coursing through him, as if acid filled his veins. Sweat cooling on his skin, he shivered. He heard footsteps and turned. Someone was coming up behind him. No lantern illuminated the corridor. He heard the scrape of iron.
"Sheb? That you? Last? You damned oaf! Light a lantern!"
The figure made no reply. Nappet licked his lips.
"Who is that? Say something!"
The ghost watched in horror as Veed strode up to Nappet. A single-bladed axe swung in a savage arc that bit into Nappet's neck. Spittle flew from the man's mouth as he rocked with the blow. Bone grated and crunched as Veed tugged his weapon free. Blood gouted from the wound, and Nappet reached up to press his palm against his neck, his eyes still wide, still filled with disbelief. The second blow came from the opposite side. His head fell impossibly on its side, rested a moment on his left shoulder, and then rolled off the man's back. The headless body toppled. "No point in wasting time," muttered Veed, crouching to clean the blade. Then he rose and faced the ghost. "Stop screaming! Who do you think summoned me in the first place?" The ghost recoiled.
I did not."
"Now lead me to the others, life-stealer."
The ghost howled, fled from the abomination. He had to warn the others. Grinning, Veed followed. Stepping down, he crushed the last cinders of the poultry hearth, feeling the nuggets roll under his heel, and then turned to face the lifeless hag. He glared at her scaled back, as if silent accusation could cut her down where she stood. But what Torrent willed, he knew, was weaker than rain. "Those are the spires of my people's legends, the fangs of the wastelands. You stole the stars, witch. You deceived me." Olar Ethiel snorted, but did not turn round. She was staring south. At least he thought of it as south, but such certainties, which he had once believed to be unassailable, had now proved as vulnerable to the deathless woman's magic as the very stones she lit aflame every night, as vulnerable as the bundles of dead grass from which she conjured slabs of dripping meat, and the bedrock that bled water with the rap of one bony knuckle. Torrent scratched at his sparse beard. He'd used up the last of the oils young all-warriors applied to burn off the bristle until such time that a true beard was possible. He must look a fool, but nothing could be done for it. Not that anyone cared, anyway. There were no giggling maidens with veiled eyes, no coy dances from his path as he strutted the length of the village. All those old ways were gone now. So were the futures they had promised him. He pictured a leathery soldier standing atop a heap of bones, a mountain of white that was all that remained of Torrent's people. Beneath the rim of his helm, the soldier's face was nothing but bone, leaving a smile that never wavered. Torrent realized that he had found a lover, and her name was Hate. The leathery details were almost irrelevant. It could be any soldier, any stranger, any symbol of greed and oppression. The grasping hand, the gleam of avid hunger in the eyes, the spirit that took all it could by virtue of the strength and might it possessed. Torrent dreamed of destruction, vast, sweeping, leaving behind nothing but bones. He glanced again at Olar Ethiel. "Why do you want me, witch? What will you give me? This is an age of promises, isn't it? It must be, else I exist without reason."
"When you find your voice," she said without turning, "speak to me, warrior."
"Why? What will you answer?" Her laugh was a hollowed-out cackle.
"When I do, mountains shall crumble, the seas shall boil, the air shall thicken with poison. My answer, warrior, shall deafen the heavens."
She spun amidst flapping rags.
"Do you feel it? The gate, it cracks open, and the road will welcome what comes through, and such a road!"
She laughed again. "My hate is silent," Torrent said. "It has nothing to say."
"But I have been feeding it nonetheless."
His eyes widened. "This fever comes from you, witch?"
"No, it ever lurked in your soul, like a viper in the night. I but awakened it to righteousness."
"Why?"
"Because it amuses me. Saddle your horse, warrior. We ride to the spires of your legends."
"Legends that have outlived the people telling them." She cocked her head in his direction.
"Not yet. Not yet."
And she laughed again.
"Where is he?"
Stavi screamed, her small fists lifted, as if moments from striking her. Setok held her ground. "I don't know," she replied levelly. "He always returned before."
"But it's been days and days. Where is he? Where is Tok?"
"He serves more than one master, Stavi. It was a miracle he was able to stay with us as long as he did."
Stavi's sister looked close to tears, but she'd yet to speak. The boy sat with his back against the lifeless flank of Baljag, where the huge beast lay as if asleep, nose down between its front paws. Playing with a handful of stones, the boy seemed oblivious to his sister's distress. She wondered if perhaps he was simple in the head. Sighing, Setok said, "He turned us into the east, and so that is the direction we shall take."
"But there's nothing out there."
"I know, Stavi. I don't know why he wants us to go there. He wouldn't explain. But would you go against his wishes?"
It was an unfair tactic, she knew, the kind meant to extort compliance from children. It worked, but as every adult knew, not for long. Setok gestured. The eye lifted to its feet and trotted ahead, while Setok picked up the boy and cajoled the twins into her wake. They set out, leaving behind their measly camp. She wondered if Tok would ever return. She wondered if he'd any purpose behind his taking care of them, or had it been some residue of guilt or sense of responsibility for the children of his friend. He had left life behind and could not be held to its ways, or the demands it made upon a mortal soul. No, there could be no human motivation to what such a creature did. and the eye he'd fixed upon her had belonged to a wolf. But even among such beasts, the closeness of the pack was a tense game of submission and dominance. The bliss of brother and sisterhood hid political machinations and ruthless judgments. Cruelty needed only opportunity. So he had led this paltry pack of theirs, and his lordship had been uncontested. After all, he could hardly be threatened with death, could he? She understood, finally, that she could not trust him, and that her relief at his taking command had been the response of a child, a creature eager to cower in the shadow of an adult, praying for protection, willing itself blind to the possibility that the true threat was found in the man or woman standing over it. Of course, the twins had lost everything. Their desperate loyalty to a dead man, who had once been their father's friend, was reasonable under the circumstances. Starvey and Story wanted him back. Of course they did. And they had begun to look upon Setok with something like resentment, as if she was to blame for his absence. Nonsense, but the twins saw no salvation in Setok. They saw no protector in her. They'd rather she had been the one to vanish. The boy had his giant wolf. Would it protect them as well? Not a notion to rely upon.
And I have power, though I can't yet make out its shape, or even its purpose. Who in their dreams is not omnipotent? If in sleep I grow wings and fly high above the land, it does not mean I will awaken cloaked in feathers. We are gods in our dreams. Disaster strikes when we come to believe the same is true in our real lives. I wish Torrent was here. I wish he'd never left me. I see him in my mind even now. I see him standing atop a mountain of bones, his eyes dark beneath the rim of his helm. Torrent, where are you?
They looked near death, Yedan Derrick said. Riding beside her brother, Jan Tovis grimaced.
They must have awakened something. I told them to protect themselves. Now I'm thinking I may have killed them both.
They may look and act like two giggling girls, Twilight, but they aren't. You killed no one. She twisted in her saddle and looked back down the road. The light of torches and lanterns formed a refulgent island in the midst of buildings at the far end of the city. The light looked like a wound. She faced forward again. Darkness, and yet a darkness through which she could see, every detail precise, every hint of color and tone looking strangely opaque, solid before her eyes, as if the vision she had possessed all her life, in that now distant, remote world, was in truth a feeble, truncated thing. And yet this did not feel like a gift. A pressure was building behind her eyes. Besides, Yedan added, they're not yet dead. They rode on at a canter as the road climbed out of the valley, leaving behind the weed-snarled fields and brush-crowded farm buildings. Ahead was the wall of trees that marked the beginning of the forest called Ashane. If the tales were true, Ashane had fallen, every last tree, to the manic industry of the city, and in the leagues beyond that wasteland great fires had destroyed the rest. But the forest had returned, and the boles of blackwood could not be spanned by a dozen men with hands linked. There was no sign of a road or bridle path, but the floor beneath the high canopy was clear of undergrowth. The gloom thickened once they rode beneath the towering trees. Among the blackwood she could now see other species, equally as massive, smooth-barked down to the serpentine roots. High above, some kind of parasitic plant created islands of moss, serrated leaves and black blossoms like huge nests depending from thick tangles of vines. The air was chill, musty, smelling of wet charcoal and sap. A third of a league, then half, the horses' hoofs thumping, hauberks rustling and clasps clicking, but from the forest itself only silence. The pressure had sharpened to pain, as if a spike had been driven into her forehead. The motion of the horse was making her nauseated. Gasping, leaning forward, she reined in. A hand to her face revealed bright blood from her nostrils.
Yedan,
I know, he said in a growl. Never mind, memories return. There's something ahead.
I don't think...
You said you wanted to see the first shore.
Not if it makes my head explode.
Retreat is not possible, he said, spitting to one side. What assails us, Jan, does not come from what awaits us.
What?
She managed to lift her head, looked across at him. Her brother was weeping blood. He spat again, a bright red gout, and then said,
Carcanus, the empty darkness, he met her eyes, is empty no longer. She thought back to the two unconscious witches in the city behind them.
They will not survive this. They cannot. I brought them all this way only to kill them. I must go back.
You cannot, not yet. Ride that way, Twilight, and you will die. And he kicked his horse forward. After a moment she followed.
Goddess of darkness, have you returned? Are you awakened in rage? Will you slay all you touch?
The black pillars marched past, a cathedral abandoned in some timeless realm, and now they could hear a sound coming from just beyond the broken black wall ahead, something like the crashing of waves.
The first shore, where we began.
A glimmer between the boles, flashes of white. Brother and sister rode clear of the forest. The horses beneath them slowed, halted as the reins grew slack, lifeless. With red-smeared vision, silenced like a wound, they stared, uncomprehending. The first shore. The clouds in the west had blackened and fused into an impenetrable wall. The ground was silver with frost, and the grasses crunched and broke underfoot. Hunched beneath firs, Strahl watched the enemy forces forming up on the gentle slope of the valley opposite them. 200 paces to his right, Maral Ebb stood in a vanguard of chosen Baran warriors. Behind him, the mixed units of 4 lesser clans. He had taken command of those warriors who had tasted the humiliation of defeat. A courageous decision, enough to grind away some of the burrs in Strahl's eyes. Some, but not all. Breaths plumed in white streams, warriors stamped to jolt feeling back into their feet. Blue-on hands gripping weapons. Across the way, horses bucked and reared amidst the ranks of mounted archers and lancers. Pennons hung grey and dull, standards stiff as planed boards. The iron taste of panic was in the bitter air, and eyes lifted again and again to stare at the terrifying sky. To the west, the black seething wall. To the east, the cerulean blue sparkling with crystals and the sun burnished white as snow and flanked by baleful sundogs. Directly above, a ragged seam bound the two. The blackness was winning the battle, Strahl could see, as tendrils snaked out like roots, bleeding into the morning. Now on the valley floor, phalanxes of kite-shielded Safi held to the center, their long spears anchored in the hinged sockets at the hip. Duras skirmishers spilled out around the bristling squares, among them archers with arrows nocked, edging ever closer. The Acronai cavalry held to the wings, struggling to keep formation as they advanced at the walk. Septa Irculus was wasting no time. No personal challenges on the field, no rousing exhortations before his troops. The Acronai wanted this battle joined, the slaughter unleashed, as if the chorus of clashing weapons and the screams of the dying and wounded could wrench the world back to its normal state, could right the sky overhead, could send the cold and darkness reeling away.
Blood to pay, blood to appease. Is that what you believe, Acronai?
Strahl stirred into motion, stepping forward until he was 5 paces in front of the Sanan line. He swung round, studied the nearest faces. Belligerents like bruises beneath the sheen of fear. Hard eyes fixing on his, then shifting away, then back again. White-painted faces cracking in the cold. In turn, his officers stung him with their acuity, as if they sought the first sign of uncertainty, the first waver of doubt in his face. He gave them nothing. Strange crackling from the silvered sky, as of a frozen lake breaking in the first thaw, and warriors ducked as if fearing the descent of shards of ice. But nothing came of the eerie sounds. The fists of the gods are pounding against the glass of the sky. Cracks craze the scene. It's all moments from shattering. Well may you duck, my friends, as if that will do any good. Bakal! Strahl said, loudly enough to startle the figures he faced, and he saw how the lone word rippled back through the ranks, stirring them to life. And before Bakal, Onos Tulan. Before him, Humbraltar. We came in search of an enemy. We came seeking a war. He waited, and saw in the nearest faces a host of private wars unleashed. He beheld in those expressions the fiercest battles of will. He saw the spreading stain of shame, and nodded. Here we stand, Sanan.
Behind him he could hear and feel the sudden thunder of soldiers on the advance, of waves of riders sweeping out from the flanks. "And I am before you alone, and I shall speak the words of those before me." He held high in his right hand his Tavore, and in his left the weapon's scabbard. "Not this enemy, not this war." Strahl sheathed the sword, slamming the weapon hard to lock it, and then holding it high with both hands. Weapons flashed, iron vanished, barked commands from the rear, and the Sinan forces wheeled round. "And now we leave. You wanted this, Maral Eb? Then take it." Someone was shouting, but Maral Eb's eyes remained fixed on the enemy as it advanced. The first arrows hissed through the glittering air, almost unseen in the gathering gloom. The phalanxes were readying for a charge, long spears leveled in the first three ranks. On the outer wings, horse archers were fast closing, moments from loosing arrows and then wheeling to rake the front Barghast lines with subsequent salvos. Bastards fought like babies. Once those Safi closed, everything would change. The shouting was suddenly louder, and then a hand gripped his shoulder and yanked him round. He glared into the face of one of his bodyguards, but the man was pointing, spittle flying as he shrieked. What was he saying? The damned idiot? What? Then he saw the growing gap that was his line's center. "What? Did they charge? No, I see nothing, but—"
"They've withdrawn! War leader, the Sinan!"
"Don't be a fool!" He pushed his way through his milling guards until his view was unobstructed. The Sinan were gone, the most powerful of the Barghast white faces, routed. "Get them back!" he shrieked. "Get them back!" Scepter Irkulus reined in, a deep frown knitting his features beneath the helm's flaring rim. What was the center doing? "Do you invite us to march into that moor? Do you really think that will work? Damned barbarians, have you never before faced a phalanx? Rider, inform the Sephi commander to be certain to hold their squares. If the Barghast want to bite down on that mouthful of spikes, they're welcome to." He twisted round until he spotted a second messenger. "Have the lancers draw in closer to our center and await my orders to charge. Go!" Another messenger who had been among the skirmishers rode up, saluting. "Scepter, the center clan is withdrawing from battle." "It's a feint." "My pardon, Scepter, but their leader was seen facing his warriors. He sheathed his weapon and held it high, sir, and they did the same back, and then turned round and left the line." "Errant's pull! Sound the Sephi advance to close, before the bastards can plug the hole. Ride, soldier! Signal us! To me!" Sakara the Vile pushed her way through the press for a better look at the treachery. She was in command of the rearguard, the elders, unblooded youths and their mothers, along with 800 warriors still recovering from wounds. Their task was to hold the line of wagons should the Akranai encircle or pull round to strike for the belly. But with the front center gone, they would have nothing but enemy at their backs. She spat out a string of curses at the retreating warriors.
"Cowards! I will wait for you at the gate, for every one of you!"
She ran out a half-dozen strides. The last ranks of the Sinan were almost within reach. Not of her claws, that would be too risky, but she could spit as well as any Barghast woman, and now— Someone moved up beside her. She twisted round, teeth bared. A gauntleted hand hammered her face. Light exploded behind her eyes. Legs giving out, she collapsed in a heap. Her mouth was full of shards of teeth. Strahl's voice spoke from directly over her. "Sakara, wait at the gate all you want. But remember, your husband's already there, waiting just for you. The dead will say what they dared not say in life. Oh, don't forget to take your horde with you." She heard his moccasins crunching on the grasses as he set off in the wake of his clan.
"My husband! Whenever did he not cower before me?"
She spat out a mouthful of slimy blood.
"We'll stand side by side, Strahl, to welcome you, to tear you to pieces. A curse upon the Sinan. Choose what you will. You shall not see the fangs until it is too late."
The ground shook. A shock wave thundered through the Barghast. Screams battered the frozen air. The battle was joined. Sakara regained her feet, her face already swollen and hot.
"Other side of the wagons!" she shouted. "Everyone through, and then form up!"
She saw them lurch into motion.
"Yes, hold for a time. Time enough for me to run. Darkness, such a blessing."
She staggered towards the wagons. Another sleet of arrows, and Sagal ducked behind his hide shield. 2 thuds bit into the thickly matted reeds, and he flinched as his forearm was pricked. Warm blood trickled beneath his vambrace. He cursed. His brother had done the best he could in selecting this site, but to deal with these Acrini horse archers most effectively, they would have done better to find broken ground. A proper range of hills, plenty of rock, gullies and draws. Instead, the bastards didn't even have to close, at least for as long as they had arrows, and Barghast were dying without even the honor of clashing blades with the enemy. The rattling pass of the horses continued its deadly sweep. The next time, Sagal would straighten and lead a charge, right into the path of the riders.
"See how you will fare with 3,000 white faces in your midst."
The descent of arrows fell off, and Sagal waited a moment longer. He could still hear those horse hoofs, but sound was doing strange things this morning. Yet they seemed heavier than before. He lowered his shield and straightened, blinking, struggling to make out details in the infernal gloom. Crazed motion rising up from the valley, the entire hillside trembling. 3 chevrons of lancers had come in behind the screen of archers. There was no time to close ranks, to lift and settle pikes. He stared, furious, and then unsheathed his tulwar.
"They come! They come!"
The Barghast seemed to grunt like some massive beast stirring awake. As thousands of levelled lances churned up the slope, the white faces answered with a roar, and at the last instant the mass of Baran warriors heaved into the iron fangs. The front lines vanished, ducking beneath the lance heads, heavy blades chopping into horses' forelegs. Beasts shrieked, went down, and all at once the charge ground to a halt against a seething wall of carnage, the points of the chevrons flattening out in wild, vicious maelstrom. Deluged in the fluids of a gutted horse, Sagal surged back to his feet, howling like a demon.
"Time to deliver slaughter! The fools closed! The fools charged! They could have held back all day until the Baran on this flank were nothing but a heap of arrow-studded meat, but their impatience betrayed them."
Laughing, he hacked at everything in sight, cut deep into thighs, slashed through wrists, chopped at the stamping legs of the horses. He could feel the cavalry attempting to withdraw, a giant snagged weapon, its edges nicked and blunted. Bellowing, he pushed deeper into the press, knowing his fellow warriors were all doing the same. They would not let go easily. No, they would not do that.
"Half the free cities of Genabakis have flung their cavalry at us, and we destroyed them all."
Septer Irkalas stared as the heavy lancers fought to extricate themselves from the outer flanks of the Barghast position. Scores of fine warriors and superbly trained mounts were going down with every breath he drew into his aching lungs, but there was no help for it. He needed that retreat as ugly as it could be, slow enough to draw more and more of the enemy down the slope. He needed to see that entire flank committed to the slaughter before he could command the horse archers in behind the Barghast, followed quickly by his skirmishers and then a phalanx of Safi to ensure the entire flank was thoroughly cut off and exposed on the hillside. Then he would send the bulk of his lancers and mounted axe-wielders, the hammer to the Safi anvil. The other flank was not going as well, he saw, as the commander there had managed to lock shields and lift pikes to ward off the cavalry charge, and now the horse archers were resuming their sweeps across the face of the line. This was a game of attrition that served the Acrini well enough, but it took longer. How many arrows could the Barghast suffer? His final regard he fixed on the center, and a surge of pleasure washed up against the chill of the day. The Safi phalanxes had driven deep into the gap, effectively bisecting the enemy line. On the far side, the isolated enemy was locked in a bloody fighting withdrawal back towards the outside flank. Those Barghast knew how to fight on foot, better than any other soldiers he'd ever seen, but they were losing cohesion, pitching wayward as Safi spears drove them back and back. As the Safi Kesandarai, the Jalak-wielding infighters, shot forward into every gap, their curved short swords slashing and hacking. Elements of the lead phalanx had pushed into the rear guard, and flames were rising from the wagons, likely fired by the Barghast after they'd broken and fled through the barrier. That phalanx was falling out into a curling line to close any hope of retreat by the far flank. The savages had found their last day, and they were welcome to it. Irkallus lifted his gaze and studied the sky. The sight horrified him. Day was dying before his eyes. Ragged black arteries, like slow lightning, had arced through the morning sky until it seemed nothing but fragments of blue remained.
It shatters. The day, it shatters.
He could see something now, a darkness descending, falling and falling closer still.
What is happening? The air, so cold, so empty. Errant defenders, what?
Kashat reached over his shoulder and tore the arrow loose. Someone cried out behind him, but he had no time for that.
We hold!
He screamed, then stumbled as fresh blood rushed down his back. His right arm was suddenly useless, hanging at his side, and now the leg it thumped against was growing numb.
Spirits below! It was but a prick, a damned puny arrow! I don't understand! We hold!
The shout filled his mind, but this time it came out weak as a whisper. The army was split in two. No doubt the scepter believed that would prove the death of the Barghast. The fool was in for a surprise. The white faces had fought as clans for generations. Even a damned family could stand on its own. The real bloodbath had yet to begin. He struggled to straighten.
Stupid arrow! Stupid fuck!
A second arrow punched through his left cheek, just under the bone and deep into his nasal passage. The impact knocked his head back. Blood filled his vision. Blood poured down his throat. He reached up with his one working hand and tore the bolt from his face.
In arrows!
But his voice was a thick, spattering gargle. He struggled to find cover behind his shield as more arrows hissed down. The ground beneath him was wet with blood, his own, and he stared down at that black pool. The stuff filling his mouth he swallowed down as fast as he could, but he was beginning to choke and his belly felt heavy as a grain sack.
Try another charge, you cowards. We will lock jaws on your throat. We will tear the life from you. We shall stand on a mountain of your bodies.
An arrow caught a warrior's helmet, almost close enough to be within reach, and Kashat saw the bolt shatter as if it was the thinnest sliver of ice. Then he saw the helmet slide in two pieces from the man's head. Reeling, the warrior stared a moment at Kashat, with eyes burst and crazed with frost, before he collapsed. Arrows were exploding everywhere, the screams of warriors cut short with a suddenness that curled horror round Kashat's soul. Another impact on his shield and the rattan beneath the hide broke like glass.
What is happening?
The agony of his wounds had ceased. He felt strangely warm, a sensation that left him elated. Horses were falling just beyond the line. Bowstrings shivered into sparkling dust, the laminated ribs snapping as glues gave out. He saw Akranai soldiers, their faces twisted and blue, tumbling from saddles. The enemy was a mass of confusion.
Charge! We must charge!
Kashat forced himself upright. Flinging away the remnants of his shield, he tugged his sword into his left hand. Pushing forward, as if clawing through a deadly current, he raised his weapon. Behind him, hundreds followed, moving slow as if in a dream. Mar al-Eb, a mass of mixed clans behind him, led yet another charge into the bristling wall of Safi. He could see the terror in their eyes, their disbelief at the sheer ferocity of the white faces. The shattered stumps of spears marred the entire side, but thus far they had held, pounded and at times close to buckling as the savagery of the war leader's assaults drove like a mailed fist into the square. The air felt inexplicably thick, unyielding, and night was falling. Had they been fighting that long? It was possible, yes. See the ranks of dead on all sides. Safi and Barghast, and there, on the slope, mounds of dead riders and horses. Had the Sinan returned? They must have. Such slaughter. The fierce charge slammed into the wall of flesh, leather, wood, and iron. The sound was a meaty crunch beneath snapping spear shafts. Lunging close, Talwar lashing down, Mar al-Eb saw a dark-skinned face before him, saw the frozen mask of the fool's failed courage, and he laughed as he swung his weapon. The iron blade struck dead center on the peaked helm. Sword, helm, and head exploded. Mar Eb staggered as his sword arm jumped out to the side, impossibly light, his eyes fixed on the stump of his wrist, from which frozen pellets of his blood sprayed like seeds. Something struck his shoulder, careened off, and then two commingled bodies fell onto the ground. The impact had driven them together, and Mar Eb stared, uncomprehending, at their fused flesh, the exposed roots of blood and muscle beneath split skin. He could hear dread groaning on all sides, pierced by brief shrieks. On his knees the war leader sought to rise, but the armored caps of his greaves were frozen to the ground. Leather buckles broke like twigs. He lifted his head. A reddish mist had swallowed the world. What was this? Sorcery? Some poisonous vapor to steal all their strength?
Spirits, no. The mist is blood. Blood from burst bodies, ruptured eyeballs.
He understood. The stump of his wrist, the complete absence of pain, even the breaths he dragged into his lungs, the cold, the darkness. He had been thrown to the ground, a horse, one foreleg stamping down, the bones shearing just above the fetlock, twin spikes of jagged bone plunging through his hauberk, his chest, and pinning him to the earth. Screaming, the huge beast fell onto its side, flinging the lifeless hulk of its rider from the saddle, the man's body breaking like crockery. The scything foreleg tossed Sagal a few paces away, and he landed again, feeling his hip crumple as if it were no more than a reed basket. Blinking, he watched the cold burn the hide from the thrashing, blinded beast. He found its confusion amusing at first, but then sadness overwhelmed him. Not for the hapless animal, he'd never much liked horses, but for everyone on this hillside, cheated of this battle, of the glory of a rightful victory, the honor of a noble defeat. The gods were cruel, but then he'd always known that. He settled his head back, stared up at the red-stained darkness. A pressure was descending. He could feel it on his chest, in his skull. The Reaper stood above him, one heel pressing down. Sagal grunted as his ribs snapped, the collapse jerking his limbs.
The slingstone caught the hair and spun it round in the air. My heart was in my throat as I ran, light as a whisper to the grasses where it had fallen. And I stood looking down on the creature, its panting chest, the tiny droplets of blood spotting its nose. Its spine had broken and the long back legs were perfectly still, but the front paws, they twitched. My first kill. I stood, a giant, a god, watching as the life left the hair, watching as the depths in the eyes cleared, revealing themselves to be shallow things. My mother, walking up, her face showing none of the joy she should have shown, none of the pride. I told her about the shallowness that I had seen. She said, "It is easy to believe the well of life is bottomless, and that none but the spirits can see through to the far end of the eyes, to the end that is the soul. Yet we spend all our lives trying to peer through, but we soon discover that when the soul flees the flesh, it takes the depth with it. In that creature, Sagal, you have simply seen the truth, and you will see it again and again, in every beast you slay, in the eyes of every enemy you cut down." She'd been poor with words, her voice ever flat and cruel. Poor with most things, in fact, as if everything worth anything in the world wasn't worth talking about. He'd even forgotten she'd spoken that day, or that she'd been his teacher in the ways of the hunt. He realized that he still didn't understand her. No matter, the shallowness was coming up to meet him. Septe Irculus crawled, dragging one leg from the carcass of his horse. He could bear its shrieks no longer, and so he had opened its throat with his knife. Of course, he should have done that after dismounting, instead of simply leaning over his saddle, but his mind had become fogged, sluggish and stupid. And now he crawled, with the splintered stub of a thigh bone jutting from the leather of his trouser leg, painless at least.
"Brush lips with your blessings," as the saying went. I used to hate sayings. Now I still do, especially when you find how well they fit the occasion. But that just reminds us that it's an old track we're walking, and all the newness is just our own personal banner of ignorance. Watch us wave it high as if it glitters with profound revelation. Ah!
The field of battle was almost motionless now, thousands of warriors frozen in the clinches of murder, as if a mad artist had sought to paint rage in all its frayed shrouds of senseless destruction. He thought back on that towering host of conceits he had constructed, every one of which had led to this battle. Cracked, grinding, descending in chaotic collapse, he so wanted to laugh, but the breaths weren't coming easy. The air was like a striking serpent in his throat. He bumped up against another dead horse and sought to pull himself atop the blistered, brittle beast. One last look, one final sweep of this wretched panorama. The valley locked in its preternatural darkness, the falling sky with its dread weight crushing everything in sight. Grimacing, he forced himself into a sitting position, one leg held out stiff and dead, and beheld the scene. Tens of thousands of bodies, a rotting forest of shapeless stumps, all sheathed in deadly frost. Nothing moved, nothing at all. Flakes of ash were raining down from the starless, impenetrable heavens.
"End it, then," he croaked. "They're all gone, but me. End it, please, I beg you."
He slid down, no longer able to hold himself up, closed his eyes. Was someone coming? A cold collector of souls? Did he hear the crunch of boots, lone steps drawing closer, a figure emerging from the darkness in his mind?
My eyes are closed. That must mean something.
Was something coming? He dared not look. He had once been a farmer. He was certain of that much, but trouble had befallen him. Debt? Perhaps, but the word was stingless as far as last was concerned, suggesting that it was not a haunting presence in his mind, and when memories were as few and as sketchy as were his, that must count for something. Instead, he had this, the stench of bonfires, that ashy smear of cleared land, everything raw and torn and nothing in its proper place. High branches stacked in chaotic heaps, moss knotted on every twig, roots dripping in inverted postures, enormous boles lying flat and stripped down, great swaths of bark prized loose, red-stained wood and black gritty rocks pulled from the flecked soil. The earth could heave and make such a mess, but it had not. It had but trembled, and not from any deep stirring or restlessness, but from the toppling of trees, the bellowing of oxen straining at stumps, the footfalls of mindful men. Shatter all you see. It's what makes you feel anything. He remembered his hands deep in the rich, warm earth. He remembered closing his eyes for just a moment and feeling that pulse of life, of promise and purpose. They would plant crops, nurture a bounty for their future lives. This was just, this was righteous. The hand that shapes is the hand that reaps. This, he told himself, was pure. Sighing, a sure smile curving his lips, he opened his eyes once more. Smoke, mists here and there amidst the ruination. Still smiling, he then withdrew his hands from the warm earth, to find them covered in blood. He never counted himself a clever man. He knew enough to know that, and not much else. But the world had its layers. To the simple it offered simplicity, to the wise it offered profundity, and the only measure of courage worth acknowledging was found in accepting where one stood in that scheme, in hard, unwavering honesty, no matter how humbling. He stared down at his hands and knew it for a memory not his own. It was, in fact, an invention, the blunt, almost clumsy imposition of something profound, devoid of subtlety and deliberately so, which then made it more complicated than it had first seemed. Even these thoughts were alien. Last was not a thoughtful man. The heart knows need, and the mind finds reason to justify. It says, destruction leads to creation, so the world has shown us. But the world shows us more than that. Sometimes destruction leads to oblivion, extinction. But then, what's so bad about that? If stupidity does not deserve extinction, what does? The mind is never so clever as to deceive anyone and anything but itself and its own kind. Last decided that he was not afraid of justice, and so he stood unmoving, unflinching, as the slayer appeared at the far end of the corridor. Asana's shrieks had run down to silence. He knew she was dead. All her fears come home at last, and in oblivion there was, for her, relief, peace. Murder could wear such pleasant masks. The Slayer met his eyes, and at that final moment they shared their understanding, the necessity of things, and last fell to the sword without a sound. There had been blood on his hands, reason enough, justice delivered. Forgive me? Sheb couldn't remember who he had been. Indebted, a prisoner, a man contemptuous of the law. These things, yes, but where were the details? Everything had flitted away in his growing panic. He'd heard Asana's death echoing down the corridor. He knew that a murderer now stalked him. There was no reason for it. He'd done nothing to deserve this. Unless, of course, one counted a lifetime of treachery. But he'd always had good cause for doing the things he did. He was sure of it. Evading imprisonment, well, who sought the loss of freedom? No one but an idiot, and Sheb was no idiot. Escaping responsibility? Of course, bullies earn little sympathy, while the victims are coddled and cooed over at every turn. Better to be the victim than the bully, provided the mess is over with, all threat of danger past, and it's time for explanations, tales of self-defense and excuses, and the truth of it was, none of it mattered, and if you could convince yourself with your excuses, all the better. Easy sleeping at night, easier still standing tall atop heaps of righteous indignation. No one is more pious than the guilty, and I should know. And no one is a better liar than the culpable. So he'd done nothing to deserve any of this. He'd only ever done what he needed to do to get by, to slip round and slide through, to go on living, feeding all his habits, all his wants and needs. The killer had no reason. Gasping, he ran down corridor after corridor, through strange rooms, onto spiraling ascents and descents. He told himself that he was so lost no one would ever find him. Lost in my maze of excuses. Stop! I didn't think that. I never said that. Has he found me? Has the bastard found me? He'd somehow misplaced his weapons, every one of them. How did that happen? Whimpering, Sheb rushed onward. Ahead was a bridge of some sort, crossing a cavernous expanse that seemed to be filling with clouds. All my life I tried to keep my head down. I never wanted to be noticed. Just grab what I can and get out, get free, until the next thing I need comes up. It was simple. It made sense. No one should kill me for that. He had no idea how thinking could be so exhausting. Staggering on to the bridge, iron grating under his boots. What was wrong with damned wood? Coughing in the foul vapors of the clouds, eyes stinging, nose burning, he stumbled to a halt. He'd gone far enough. Everything he did, he'd done for a reason. As simple as that. But so many were hurt, Sheb. Not my fault they couldn't get out of the way. If they'd any brains, they'd have seen me coming. The way you lived forced others into lives of misery, Sheb. I can't help it if they couldn't do no better. They couldn't. They weren't even people. What? He looked up into the killer's eyes. No, it's not fair. That's right, Sheb. It isn't. And it never was. The blade lashed out. The ghost shrieked, suddenly trapped in the matron's chamber. Mists roiled. Rortos was on his knees, weeping uncontrollably. Breath was casting her tiles, which were no longer tiles, but coins, glittering and bright. Yet every pattern she scanned elicited a snarl from her, and she swept them up yet again. The manic snap and bounce of coins filled the air. "No answers," she hissed. "No answers! No answers!" Taxilian stood before the enormous throne, muttering under his breath. "Sulkit transformed it, and now it waits. Everything waits. I don't understand." Sulkit stood nearby. Its entire body had changed shape, elongating, shoulders hunched, its snout foreshortened and broader, fangs gleaming wet with oils. Grey reptilian eyes held fixed, unblinking. The drone was a drone no longer. Now, a Jan sentinel, he stood facing the ghost. The unhuman regard was unbearable. Veed strode into the chamber and halted, sword blade dripping gore, the front of his studded vest spattered and streaked. His face was lifeless, his eyes were the eyes of a blind man. "Hello, old friend," he said. "Where should I start?" The ghost recoiled. Rortos stood facing his wife. Another evening spent in silence, but now there was something raw in the air. She was searching his face, and her expression was strange and bleak.
Have you no pity, husband?
Pity, he'd replied, is all I have.
She'd looked away. I see.
You surrendered long ago, he said. I never understood that.
Not everyone surrenders willingly, Rotos.
He studied her.
But where did you find your joy, Eskil? Day after day, night after night, where was your pleasure in living?
You stopped looking for that long ago.
What do you mean?
You found your hobbies, the only time your eyes came alive. My joy, husband, was in you, until you went away.
Yes, he remembered this now. One night, one single night.
That was wrong, he said, his voice hoarse. To put all that in someone else.
Her shrug horrified him.
Overwhelmed, were you? But, Rotos, that's just not so, is it? After all, you can't be overwhelmed by something you don't even bother to notice.
I noticed.
And so you turned away from me. Until, as you say, here you stand with nothing in your heart but pity. You once said you loved me.
I once did.
Rotos Hivana, what are these things you are digging up from the riverbank?
Mechanisms, I think.
What so fascinates you about them?
I don't know. I cannot glean their purpose, their function. Why are we talking about this?
Rotos, listen. They're just pieces. The machine, whatever it was, whatever it did, it's broken.
Eskil, go to bed.
And so she did, ending the last real conversation between them. He remembered sitting down, his hands to his face, outwardly silent and motionless, yet inside he was racked with sobs. Yes, it was broken, he knew that, and not a single piece left made any sense. And all his pity, well, turned out it was all he had for himself, too. Rotos felt the bite of the blade, and in the moment before the pain rushed in, he managed to smile. Veed stood over the corpse and then swung his gaze to Taxillian, held there for a moment before his attention drifted to breath. She was on her knees, scraping coins into her hands.
No solutions, no answers. They should be here, in these. These fix everything. Everyone knows that. Where is the magic?
Illusions, you mean? Veed said, grinning.
The best kind. And now the water's rising. I can't breathe.
He should never have accepted you, Feather Witch. You understand that, don't you? Yes, they were all mistakes, all fragments of lives he took inside like so much smoke and dust. But you were the worst of them. The errant drowned you and then walked away from your soul. He should not have done that, for you were too potent, too dangerous. You ate his damned eye.
Her head snapped up, a crazed grin smeared across her face.
Elder blood! I hold his debt!
Veed glanced at the ghost.
He sought to do what Forkrul did so long ago, he said. But Icarium is not an elder god.
He regarded Featherwitch again.
He wanted warrens of his own, enough to trap him in one place, as if it was a web. Trap him in place, trap him in time.
The debt is mine!
Featherwitch shrieked. Not anymore, said Veed. It is now Icarium life-stealers.
He's broken!
Yes.
It's not his fault!
No, it isn't. And no, it's not fair either. But there is blood on his hands and terror in his heart. It seems we must all feed him something, doesn't it? Or perhaps it was the other way round. But the ghost is here now, with us. Icarium is here. Time to die, Featherwitch. Taxillian?
And you? Taxillian asked. Veed smiled.
Me, too.
Why? Taxillian demanded. Why now?
Because Life-Stealer is where he must be. At this moment he is in place, and we must all step aside.
And Veed turned to face the ghost.
The Jan sees only you, Icarium. The nest is ready, the flavors altered to your tastes.
He gestured, and the ghost saw that both Featherwitch and Taxillian had vanished.
Don't think you are quite rid of us. We're just back inside you, old friend. Were the stains on your soul? The ghost looked down and saw grey-green skin, long-fingered, scarred hands. He lifted them to touch his face, fingers brushing the tusks jutting from his lower jaw.
What must I do?
But Veed was gone. He was alone in the chamber. The Jan sentinel, Sulkit, stood watching him, waiting. Icarium faced the throne. A machine, a thing of veins and arteries and bitter oils, a binder of time, the maker of certainty. The flavors swirled round him. The entire towering city of stone and iron trembled.
I am awake. No, I am reborn.
Icarium Lifestealer walked forward to take his throne. The shore formed a ragged line, the bleak sweep of darkness manifested in all the natural ways, the sward leading to the bank that then dropped to the beach itself, the sky directly overhead onyx as a starless night, yet smeared with pewter clouds, the realm behind them, then, a vast promise of purity at their backs. But the strand glowed, and as Jan Tobis dismounted and walked down, her boots sank into the incandescent sand. Reaching down, not yet ready to fix her gaze on what was beyond the shoreline, she scooped up a handful, cool, surprisingly light. She squinted. Not crumbled coral, not stone. "It's bone," said Yedan Derrig, standing a few paces to her left. "See that driftwood? Long bones, mostly. Those cobbles, they're—" "Yes," she snapped. "I know." She flung away the handful of bone fragments. "It was easier," he continued, "from back there. We're too close." "Be quiet, will you?" Suddenly defiant, she willed herself to look, and reeled back a step, breath hissing from between her teeth. A sea indeed, yet one that rose like a wall, its waves rolling down to foam at the waterline. She grunted, but this was not water at all. It was light. Behind her, Yedan Derrig said, "Memories return. When they walked out from the light, their purity blinded us. We thought that a blessing, when in truth it was an attack. When we shielded our eyes, we freed them to indulge their treacherous ways." "Yedan, the story is known to me." "Differently." She came near to gasping in relief as she turned from the vast falling wall to face her brother. "What do you mean?" "A watch serves the shore in its own way." "Then, in turn, I must possess knowledge that you don't. Is that what you're saying, brother?" "The Queen is twilight, because she can be no other. She holds the falling of night. She is the first defender against the legions of light that would destroy darkness itself. But we did not ask for this. Mother Dark yielded, and so, to mark that yielding, twilight relives it." "Again and again, forever." Yedan's bearded jaws bunched, his face still stained with blood. Then he shook his head. "Nothing's forever, sister." "Did we really lack sophistication, Yedan? Back then? Were we really that superstitious, that ignorant?" His brows lifted. She gestured at the seething realm behind her. "This is the true border of Thirlan. It's that and nothing more. The first shore is the shore between darkness and light. We thought we were born on this shore, right here. But that cannot be true. This shore destroys. Can you not feel it? Where do you think all these bones came from?" "This was a gift to no one," Yedan replied. "Look into the water, sister. Look deep into it." But she would not. She had already seen what he had seen. "They cannot be drowning, no matter what it looks like." "You are wrong. Tell me, why are there so few Leosan? Why is the power that is light so weak in all the other worlds?" "If it wasn't, we would all die. There'd be no life anywhere at all." He shrugged. "I have no answer to that, sister. But I think that Mother Dark and Father Light, in binding themselves to each other, in turn bound their fates. And when she turned away, so did he. He had no choice. They had become forces intertwined, perfect reflections. Father Light abandoned his children, and they became a people lost. And lost they remain." She was trembling. Yedan's vision was monstrous. "It cannot be. The Tist Andi weren't trapped. They got away." "They found a way out, yes." "How?" He cocked his head.
Us, of course.
What are you saying?
In twilight was born Shadow.
I was told none of this. I don't believe you. What you're saying makes no sense, Yadan. Shadow was the bastard get of dark and light, commanded by neither.
Twilight, shadow is everything we have ever known. Indeed, it is everywhere.
But it was destroyed.
Shattered, yes. Look at the beach, those bones. They belong to the Sheikh. We were assailed from both sides. We didn't stand a chance. That any of us survived at all is a miracle. Shadow was first shattered by the legions of Andi and the legions of Liosan. Purity cannot abide imperfection. In the eyes of purity, it becomes an abomination. She was shaking her head.
Shadow was the realm of the Edur. It has nothing to do with us, with the Sheikh.
Yadan smiled. She could not even recall the last time he had done that, and the sight of it jolted her. He nodded. Our very own bastard get. She sank down to her knees in the bed of crumbled bone. She could hear the sea now, could hear the waves rolling down, and beneath all of that she could hear the deluged voices of the doomed behind the surface.
He turned away when she did, but his children had no way out. We held against them, here. We stood and we died defending our realm. Our blood was royal, she whispered.
Her brother was beside her now, and one hand rested on her shoulder. Skar Bandaris, the last prince of the Edur. King, I suppose, by then. He saw in us the sins not of the father, but of the mother. He left us and took all the Edur with him. He told us to hold, to ensure his escape. He said it was all we deserved, for we were our mother's children, and was she not the seducer and the father the seduced? He was silent for a moment, and then he grunted and said, I wonder if the last of us left set out on his trail with vengeance in mind, or was it because we had nowhere else to go? By then, after all, Shadow had become the battlefield of every elder force, not just the Tist. It was being torn apart, with blood-soaked forces dividing every spoil, every territory. What were they called again? Yes, warrens. Every world was made an island, isolated in an ocean of chaos. Her eyes felt raw, but not a single tear sprang loose.
We could not have survived that, she said. That assault you described, you called it a miracle that we survived. But I know how, though I never understood its meaning, not until your words today.
Yadan said, The Watch commanded the legions, and we held until we were told to withdraw. It said there were but a handful of us left by then, elite officers one and all. They were the Watch. The road was open then. We but marched.
It was open because of blind Galan.
Yes.
Because, she looked up at him, he was told to save us.
Galan was a poet.
And Seneschal of the court of mages in Carcanus.
He chewed on this for a while, glanced away, studying the swirling wall of light and the ceaseless sweep of figures in the depths, faces stretched in muted screams, an entire civilization trapped in eternal torment. But she saw not a flicker of emotion touch his face. A great power, then.
Yes.
There was civil war. Who could have commanded him to do anything?
One possessing the blood of Tiam and the prince of Carcanus.
She watched his eyes slowly widen, but still he stared at the wall. Now why, he asked, would an Andi prince have done that? She shook her head.
It said he strode down to the first shore, terribly wounded, sheathed in blood. It said he looked upon the Sheikh, at how few of us were left, and at the ruins surrounding us, the death of the forests, the charred wreckage of our homes. He held a broken sword in one hand, a husked sword, and it was seen to fall from his grip. He left it here.
That's all? Then how do you know he commanded Galan to do anything?
When Galan arrived, he told the Twilight. He had torn out his eyes by then, and was accompanied by an Andi woman who led him by an arm down from the shuttered forest. He came down like a man dying of fever, but when he spoke, his voice was clear and pure as music. He said to her these words, There is no grief in darkness. It has taken to the skies. It leaves a world of ashes and failure. It sets out to find new worlds, as grief must. Winged grief commands me. Make a road for the survivors on the shore, to walk the paths of sorrow, and charge them the remembrance of this broken day, as it shall one day be seen, as the birth of worlds unending, where grief waits for us all in the soul's darkness. She slipped out from the weight of his hand and straightened, brushing bone dust from her knees. He was asked then, who was this winged grief? And Galan said, there is but one left who would dare command me. One who would not weep, and yet had taken into his soul a people's sorrow, a realm's sorrow. His name was Silcha's ruin. Yedan scanned the beach. What happened to the broken sword? She started, recovered. Why, after all this time, could her brother still surprise her? The woman with Galan picked it up and threw it into the sea. His head snapped round. Why would she do that? Jan Tovis held up her hands. She never explained. Yedan faced the refulgent wall again, as if seeking to pierce its depths, as if looking for the damned sword. It was just a broken sword. A hast sword, you said so. I don't even know what that means, except it's the name for Ruin's weapon. He grimaced. It should have healed by now, he muttered, walking out onto the strand, eyes scanning the pallid beach. Light would reject it, cast it up. She stared after him. Healed? Yedan? He glanced back. What? We cannot live here. No, of course not. But something is happening in Karkanas. I don't know if I can even go back there. Once she's fully returned, Yedan said, swinging back, the power should ease. She? Who? Don't be obtuse, sister. Mother Dark. Who else arrives like a fist in our skulls? He resumed his search along the first shore.
Erastus, she whispered. Whatever will you do now?
Torrent scowled at the hag. Aren't you even listening? Olar Ethiel straightened, gathering up her rotted cape of furs and scaled hide.
Such a lovely carpet, such a riot of richness, all those supine colours.
The withered knot of this witch's brain has finally cracked. I said these carriage tracks are fresh, probably not even a day old. Olar Ethiel had one hand raised, as if about to wave at someone on the horizon. Instead, one taloned finger began inscribing patterns in the air.
Go round, my friends. Slow your steps. Wait for the one to pass, through and out and onward. No point in clashing wills when none of it has purpose. Such a busy plain. No matter. If anyone has cause to quake, it's not me. Ha!
An enormous carriage, Torrent resumed, burdened. But while that's interesting, it's the fact that the tracks simply begin, as if from nowhere. And look at the way the ground cracked at the start, as if the damned thing had landed from the sky, horses and all. Doesn't any of that make you curious?
Eh? Oh, soon enough, soon enough.
She dropped her arm and then pointed the same finger at him.
The first temple's a mess, besieged a decade ago, just a burnt-out husk now. No one was spared. The matron took weeks to die. It's no easy thing killing them, you know. We have to move on, find another.
Snarling, Torrent mounted his horse and collected the reins. Any good at running, witch? Too bad. He kicked his horse into motion, setting out on the carriage's weaving trail. Let the thing's bones clatter into dust in his wake, the best solution to all his ills. Or she could just stand there and stare at every horizon, one by one, and babble and rant all she wanted, as if the sky ever answered. A carriage, people, living people. That's what he needed now. The return of sanity. Hold on, it dropped out of the sky, don't forget. What's so normal about that? Never mind, he muttered. At least they're alive. Sandalath made it to the bridge before collapsing. Cursing, Withal knelt at her side and lifted her head until it rested on his lap. Blood was streaming from her nose, ears, and the corners of her eyes. Her lips glistened as if painted. The three nachts, or whatever they were called in this realm, had vanished, fled, he assumed, from whatever was assailing his wife. As for himself, he felt nothing.
This world was desolate, lifeless, probably leagues from any decent body of water, but oh, how he wished he could take her and just sail out of this madness. Instead, it looked as though his wife was dying. Crimson froth bubbled from her mouth as she began mumbling something. He leaned closer. Words, yes, a conversation. Withal leaned back, snorting. When she'd thought him asleep, she'd said the same lines over and over again, as if they were a prayer or the beginning of one. "What's broken cannot be mended. You broke us, but that is not all. See what you have done." There was the touch of a lament in her tone, but one so emptied of sentiment it cut like a dagger. A lament, yes, but infused with chill hatred, a knuckled core of ice. Complicated, aye, layered, unless he was just imagining things. The truth could be as silly as a childhood song sung to a broken doll, its head lolling impossibly with those stupid eyes underneath the nose and the mouth looking like a wound to the forehead. Withal shook himself. The oldest memories might be smells, tastes, or isolated images, but rarely all three at once, at least insofar as he knew from his own experience. Crammed into his skull, a crowded mess with everything at the back so tightly pressed all the furniture was crushed, and to reach in was to come up with a few pieces that made no sense at all. Gods, he was tired. And here she was, dragging him all this way, only to die in his lap and abandon him at the gates of a dead city. "See what you have done." Her breathing had deepened. The blood had stopped trickling down. He wiped her mouth with a grimy cuff. She suddenly sighed. He leaned closer. "Sand, can you hear me?" "Nice pillow, but for the smell." "You're not going to die?" "It's over now," she said, opening her eyes, but only for a moment as she gasped and shut them again. "Oh, that hurts." "I can get some water from the river here." "Yes, do that." He shifted her from his lap and settled her down on the road. "Glad it's over, Sand. Oh, by the way, what's over?" She sighed. "Mother Dark. She has returned to Carcanas." "Oh, that's nice." As he made his way down the wreckage-cluttered bank, water-skins flopping over one shoulder, Withal allowed himself a savage grimace. "Oh, hello, Mother Dark. Glad you showed up. You and all the rest of you gods and goddesses. Come back to fuck with 1,000 million lives all over again, huh? Now, I got an idea for you all. Aye, I do. Get lost. It's better, you see, when we ain't got you to blame for our mess. Understand me, Mother Dark?" He crouched at the edge of black water and pushed the first skin beneath the surface, listening to the gurgle. "And as for my wife, hasn't she suffered enough?" A voice filled his head. "Yes." The river swept past. The bubbles streamed from the submerged skin until no bubbles were left. Still, Withal held it down, as if drowning a maimed dog. He wasn't sure he'd ever move again. The descent of darkness broke frozen bone and flesh across the width of the valley, spilling out beyond the north ridge, devouring the last flickering flames from the burning heaps that had once been Barghast wagons. The vast battlefield glistened and sparkled as corpses and carcasses shriveled, losing their last remnants of moisture, and earth buckled, lurching upward in long wedges of stone-hard clay that jostled bodies. Iron steamed and glowed amongst the dead. The sky above was devoid of all light, but the ashes drifting down were visible, as if each flake was lit from within. The pressure continued pushing everything closer to the ground, until horses and armored men and women became flattened, rumpled forms. Weapons suddenly exploded, white-hot shards hissing. The hillsides groaned, visibly contracted as something swirled in the very center of the valley, a darkness so profound as to be a solid thing. A hill cracked in half with a thunderous detonation. The air seemed to tear open. From the swirling miasma, a figure emerged. First one boot, then the other, crunching down on desiccated flesh, hide and bone, striding out from the rent, footfalls heavy as stone. The darkness seethed, pulsed. The figure paused, held out a gauntleted left hand. Lightning spanned the blackness, 1,000 crashing drums. The air itself howled, and the darkness streamed down. withered husks that had once been living things spun upright as if reborn, only to pull free of the ground and whirl skyward like rotted autumn leaves. Shrieking wind, torn banners of darkness spiraling inward, wrapping, twisting, binding. Cold air rushed in like floodwaters through a crumbling dam, and all it swept through burst into dust that roiled wild in its wake. Hammering concussions shook the hills, sheared away slopes, leaving raw cliffs, boulders tumbling and pitching through the remnants of carnage. And still the darkness streamed down, converging, coalescing into an elongated sliver forming at the end of the figure's outstretched hand. A final report, loud as the snapping of a dragon's spine, and then sudden silence. A sword, bleeding darkness, dripping cold. Overhead, late afternoon sunlight burned the sky. He slowly scanned the ground, even as desiccated fragments of hide and flesh began raining from the heavens, and then he stepped forward, bending down to retrieve a battered scabbard. He slid the sword home. A sultry wind swept down the length of the valley, gathering streamers of steam. He stood for a time, studying the scene on all sides. "Ah, my love, forgive me." He set out, boots crunching on the dead. Returned to the world. Draconus. Book 4. The Path Forever Walked. When your penance is done, come find me. When all the judges cloaked in stone have faced away, seek the rill beneath the bowers and strings of fine pearls down in the fold of sacred hills, among the elms where animals and birds find shelter. Come find me. I am nestled in grasses never trod by heartbroken knights and brothers of kings. Not a single root torn in the bard's trembling grief. Seek out what is freely given. Come find me in the wake of winter's dark flight, and take what you will of these blossoms. My colors lie in wait for you and none other. Come find me. Fisher. Chapter 19. In the midst of fleeing the unseen enemy, I heard the hollow horrors of the wretched court. We collected our gasps to make ourselves a song. Let the last steps be a dance. Before the spears strike and the swords slash, we'll run with torches and write the night with glutted indulgences. Our precious garlands, bold laughter to drown the slaughter in the stables of the lame and poor. Entwine hands and pitch skyward. None will hear the dread groans of the suffering, nor brush with tips glistening sorrowed cheeks on stilled faces below. Let us flee in mad joy. The unseen enemy draws near, behind and ahead, and none will muster to this harbinger. Call for as long as we are able to run these perfect circles. Confound the fates, all you clever killers. I am with you. Unseen enemy, Eflit Tarn. Moving like one bludgeoned, Kilmandaros slowly, by degrees, picked herself up from the ground. She leaned to one side and spat red phlegm, and then glanced over to see Erastus lying curled on the dead grasses, motionless as a stillborn calf. Off to one side stood Sechul Lath, arms wrapped tightly about his torso, face bleached of all warmth. She spat again.
"It's him."
"A summoning beyond all expectation," Sechul said. "Odd, Erastus looks less than pleased at his own efficacy."
Kilmandaros levered herself upright, stood unsteadily.
"He could be subtle when he wanted," she said in some irritation. "Instead, he made sure to let us know."
"Not just us," Sechul replied. "Nothing so crass," he added, "as careless."
"Is it anger, do you think?"
He rubbed at his face with both hands.
"The last time Draconus was wakened to anger, Mother, nothing survived intact. Nothing."
He hesitated and then shook his head.
"Not anger, not yet, anyway. He just wanted everyone to know. He wanted to send us all spinning."
Kilmandaros grunted.
"Rude bastard."
They stood at the end of a long row of standing stones that had taken them round a broad, sweeping cursus. The avenue opened out in front of them, with scores of lesser stones spiraling the path inward to a flat-topped altar, its surface stained black. Little of this remained in the real world, of course. A few toppled menhirs, rumpled tussocks and ruts made by wandering Bedouin. Erastus had drawn them ever closer to a place where time itself dissolved into confusion. Assailed by chaos, straining beneath the threats of oblivion, even the ground underfoot felt porous, at risk of crumbling under their weight. The builders of this holy shrine were long gone. Resonance remained, however, tingling her skin, but it was an itch she could not scratch away. The sensation further fouled her mood. Glaring down at Erastus, she asked, "Will he recover? Or will we have to drag him behind us by one foot?"
"A satisfying image," Sachul conceded. "But he's already coming round. After the shock, the mind races."
He walked up to where the errant lay.
"Enough, Erastus. On your feet. We have a task to complete, and now more than ever it needs doing."
"She took an eye," rasped the figure lying on the grasses. "With it, I would have seen—"
"Only what you wanted to see," Sachul finished. "Never mind that now. There is no going back. We won't know what Draconus intends until he shows us, or, abyss forbid, he finds us."
He shrugged.
"He's thrown his gauntlet down."
Erastus snorted.
"Gauntlet? That fetch was his fist."
"So punch back,"
Sachul snapped. Kilmandaros laughed.
"I've taught him well, haven't I?"
The errant uncurled and then sat up. He stared bleakly at the altar stone.
"We cannot just ignore him, or what his arrival tells us. He is freed. The sword Dragnipur is shattered. There was no other way out. If the sword is shattered, then Rake is dead," said Kilmandaros.
Silence for a time. She could see in the faces of the two men sweeping cascades of emotion as they contemplated the raw fact of Anamander Rake's death. Disbelief, denial, wonder, satisfaction, and pleasure. And then fear.
"Yes," she said. "Great changes, terrible changes." "But," Erastus looked up at her, "how was it possible? Who could have done such a thing? Has Osirk returned? No, we would have sensed that."
He climbed to his feet.
"Something has gone wrong. I can feel it."
Sachul faced him.
"Master of the holds, show us your mastery. You need to look to your own hands and the power within them."
"Listen to my son," said Kilmandaros. "Seek the truth in the holds, Erastus. We must know where things stand. Who struck him down? Why? And how did the sword break?"
"There is irony in this," Sachul said with a wry smile. "The removal of Anamander Rake is like kicking down a gate. In an instant the path beyond runs straight and clear, only to have Draconus step into the breach. As deadly as Rake ever was, but a whole lot crueler, that much closer to chaos. His appearance is, I think, a harbinger of the madness to come. Squint that lone eye, Erastus, and tell me you see other than ruination ahead."
But the errant was shaking his head.
"I can tell you now who broke Dragnipur. There could be no other. The warlord."
Breath hissed from Kilmandaros.
"Brood, yes, I see that. The weapon he holds, none other. But that only confuses things all the more. Rake would not have willingly surrendered that weapon, not even to Caladan Brood."
She eyed the others.
"We are agreed that the Son of Darkness is dead, yet his slayer did not take Dragnipur. Can it be that the warlord killed him?"
Sachul Lath snorted.
"Centuries of speculation. Who was the deadlier of the two? Have we our answer? This is absurd. Can any of us even imagine a cause that would so divide those two, with the history they shared?"
"Perhaps the cause was Dragnipur itself."
Kilmandaros grunted.
"Think clearly, Erastus. Brood had to know that shattering the sword would free Draconus and 1,000 other ascendants."
Her hands closed into fists.
"And Elaint. He would not have done it if he'd had a choice. Nothing could have so fractured that ancient alliance, for it was more than an alliance. It was friendship."
She sighed heavily and looked away.
"We clashed, yes,
But even me, no, I would not have murdered Anamanda Rake if the possibility was presented to me. I would not. His existence had purpose. He was one you could rely upon when justice needed a blade's certain edge. She passed a hand over her eyes. The world has lost some of its color, I think.
Wrong, said Featurel. Draconus has returned. But listen to us. We swirl round and round this dread pit of truth. Erastus, will you stand there frozen as a hare? Think you not the master of the deck is bleeding from the ears right now? Strike quickly, friend. He will be in no condition to intercept you. Indeed, make him fear we planned this, all of it. Make him believe we have fashioned the consort's escape from Dragnipur. Kilmandaros's eyes were wide on her son. Erastus slowly nodded.
A detour of sorts. Fortunately, a modest one. Attend me.
I shall remain here,
announced Kilmandaros.
At the surprise and suspicion she saw in the errant's face, she raised her fists.
There was the danger so close to the Elaint that I lose control. Surely, she added, you did not intend me to join you when you walked through that last gate. No, leave me here. Return when it's done.
Erastus looked round at the shrine's standing stones.
I would not think this place suited you, Kilmandaros. The fabric is thin. My presence weakens it more. This pleases me.
Why such hatred for humans, Kilmandaros?
Her brows rose.
Erastus, really? Who among all the races is quickest to claim the right to judgment? Over everyone and everything? Who holds that such right belongs to them and them alone? A woodcutter walks deep into the forest, where he is attacked and eaten by a striped cat. What do his fellows say? They say the cat is evil and must be punished. The cat must answer for its crime, and it and all its kind must answer to our hate. Before too long, there are no cats left in that forest, and humans consider that just, righteous. Could I, Erastus, I would gather all the humans of the world, and I would gift them with my justice, and that justice is here, in these two fists.
Erastus reached up to probe his eye socket, and he managed a faint smile.
Well answered, Kilmandaros.
He turned to Featurel Lath.
Arm yourself, friend. The holds have grown feral.
Which one will you seek first?
The one under a jagged stone, of course.
She watched as blurry darkness swallowed them. With the errant's departure, the ephemeral fragility of the ancient shrine slowly dissolved, revealing the stolid ruins of its abandonment. A slew of toppled, shattered stones, pecked facings hacked and chipped, the images obliterated. She walked closer to the altar stone. It had been deliberately chiseled, cut in two, harsh breaths and sweat-slicked muscles, a serious determination to despoil this place. She knew all about desecration. It was her hobby, after all, an obsessive lure that tugged her again and again, with all the senseless power of a lodestone. A few thousand years ago, people had gathered to build their shrine. Someone had achieved the glorious rank of tyrant, able to threaten life and soul, and so was able to compel hundreds to his or her bidding. To quarry enormous stones, drag them to this place, tilt them upright like so many damned penises. And who among those followers truly believed that tyrant's calling? Voice of the gods in the sky, the groaning bitches in the earth, the horses of the heavens racing the seasons, the mythologies of identity, all those conceits, all those delusions. People of ancient times were no more fools than those of the present, and ignorance was never a comfortable state of being. So they had built this temple, work gangs of clear-eyed cynics sacrificing their labor to the glory of the gods, but it wasn't gods basking in that glory. It was the damned tyrant who needed to show off his power to coerce, who sought to symbolize his power for all eternity. Kilmandaros could comprehend the collective rage that had destroyed this place. Every tyrant reaches the same cliff edge, aged into infirmity, or eyeing the strutting of heirs and recognizing the hungry looks in their regard. That edge was death, and with it all glory fell to dust. Even stone cannot withstand the fury of mortals when fueled by abnegation. Nature was indifferent to temples, to sacred sites. It did not withhold its gnawing winds and dissolute rains.
It devoured such places with the same remorseless will that annihilated palaces and city walls, squalid huts and vast aqueducts. But carve a face into stone and someone is bound to destroy it long before nature works its measured erosion. She understood that compulsion, the bitter necessity of refuting monumental achievements, whether they be dressed in stone or in the raiment of poetry. Power possessed 1,000 faces, and one would be hard-pressed to find a beautiful one among them. No, they were ugly, one and all, and if they managed to create something wondrous, then the memory of its maker must be made to suffer all the more for it. "For every soul sweeping away the dust," said a voice behind her, "there are 1,000 scattering it by the handful." Kilmandaros did not turn round, but bared her teeth nonetheless.
"I was growing impatient."
"It's not rained here for some time. Only the roots of the stones still hold moisture. I have followed your journey in the morning mists, in the damp breaths of the beasts." After a moment, Mael moved up to stand beside her, his eyes settling on the desecrated altar stone. "Not your handiwork, I see. Feeling cheated?"
"I despise conceit," she said.
"And so every mortal creation is to be crushed by your fists. Yes, the presumption of all those fools."
"Do you know where they have gone, Mael?"
He sighed. "The holds are not as they once were. Have you considered they may not return?"
"Erastus is their master."
"Was, actually. The holds have not had a master for tens of thousands of years, Kilmandaros. Do you know, you forced the errant's retreat from the holds. He feared you were coming for him, to destroy him and his precious creations."
"He was right. I was."
"See how things have turned out. His summoning compelled none of us. You must realize that."
"That is no matter."
"Because deceiving him continues to serve your purposes, and now Knuckles walks at his side, or more accurately, a step behind. When will the knife strike?"
"My son understands the art of subtlety."
"It's not an art, Kilmandaros. It's just one among many tactics to get what you want. The best subtlety is when no one even notices what you've done, ever. Can Setchel Lath achieve that?"
"Can you?"
she retorted. Mael smiled. "I know of only a few capable of such a thing. One is mortal and my closest friend. The other wasn't mortal, but is now dead. And then, of course, there is Draconus." She fixed a glare upon him.
"Him? You must be mad."
Mael shrugged. "Try this for a consideration. Draconus needed to get something done, and it now seems he achieved it. Without lifting a hand, without anyone even noticing his involvement. Only one man ever defeated him. Only one man could possess Dragnipur but never kneel before it. Only one man could oversee the weapon's destruction, no matter the cost. Only one man could force an end to Mother Dark's denial. And only one man could stand in the face of chaos and not blink." Breath gusted from her in a growl.
"And now that man is dead."
"And Draconus walks free. Draconus has broken Calor's curse on him. He holds darkness in a blade of annihilation. No longer chained, no longer on the run, no longer haunted by the terrible error in judgment that was Dragnipur."
"All this by his hand? I do not believe it, Mael."
"But that is precisely my point, Kilmandaros, about true subtlety. Will we ever know if what I have just described was all by the consort's hand? No."
"Unless he admits it."
"But who wouldn't?"
"I hate your words, Mael. They gnaw like the waves you love so much."
"We are all vulnerable, Kilmandaros. Don't think Draconus is about to build a little farm in some mountain valley and spend the rest of his days whittling whistles while birds nest in his hair. He knows we're here. He knows we're up to something. Either he's already figured it out, in which case he will come to find us, or he is even now setting out to pull loose all our secret ambitions."
"Who killed Anomander Rake?"
"Decembre, wielding a sword forged by Rake's own hand." She was rocked by that, her mind raced.
"Vengeance?"
"None other."
"That weapon always terrified me," she said. "I could never understand why he set it aside."
"Really?" The hand that holds it must be pure in its desire. Kilmandaros, Rake yielded it to his brother because his heart was already broken, while Andarist, well, we know that tale. As the significance of Mael's words struck home, Kilmandaros found she was trembling.
Andarist,
she whispered. That... But she had no words to describe her feeling. Instead, her hands rose to her face again.
He is gone, she said, voice catching in a sob. Anamander Rake is gone.
Mael spoke, his tone suddenly harsh. Leave Decembre alone. He was as much a victim as anyone else involved. Worse, he has been cheated and used, and now his suffering is immeasurable. She shook her head, the muscles of her jaws creaking.
I was not thinking of Decembre.
Kilmandaros, listen well. My thoughts on Draconus, my musings on his possible culpability, they are unproven. Speculations, nothing more. If you seek a confrontation with Draconus, if you seek vengeance, you will die. And it may well be for naught, for perhaps Draconus is innocent of all charges.
You do not believe that?
I was but reminding you of the danger he presents to us. How long was he trapped within Dragnipur? What did that do to him, to his mind? Is he even sane anymore? One other thing, and think on this carefully, Kilmandaros. Would Rake have willingly freed a mad Draconus? Has he ever shown a thoughtless side to his decisions? Ever? Her eyes narrowed.
He had a purpose.
Mael's smile was wry. Even though he is dead, we find ourselves holding to faith in him. Extraordinary, isn't it?
Mother Dark
no longer faces away. And as with darkness, so too it is with
light. God's pillow, Mael. What has he forced upon us?
A final accounting, I'd wager. An end to the stupid games. He might as well have locked us all in one room, and no one leaves until we settle things once and for all.
Bastard!
Your grief was rather short-lived, Kilmandaros.
Because what you say rings true. Yes, Rake would think that way, wouldn't he?
Else he could not permit his own death, his removal from the stage. More than just ending Mother Dark's obstreperous peak, he now forces our hands. We are all stirred awake, elders and children both, mortal and immortal.
To what end? She demanded. More blood? A damned ocean's worth?
Not if there's a way around it, Mael replied. To what end, you ask? This, I think. He wants us to deal with the crippled god.
That pathetic creature? You cannot be serious, Mael.
The wound ever festers, the poison spreads. That alien god's power is anathema. We need to fix it before we seek anything else, before we lose Korul's gift forever.
Erastus had other ideas.
So do you and Setch. So does Olar Ethil and Ardata.
And Draconus too, I would think.
We cannot know if Anamander Rake and Draconus spoke. Was a bargain reached between them with Dragnipur? I will free you, Draconus, if...
They could not have spoken, said Kilmandaros, for Rake was killed by vengeance. You said so yourself.
Mael walked over to sit down on one of the blocks of the altar stone. Ah, well, there is more to say on that, among other things. Tell me, Kilmandaros, what hold did Erastus choose? She blinked.
Why, the obvious one, death.
Then I will begin with this curious detail, for I wish to know your thoughts on the, implications. He looked up and something glinted in his eyes. Before Rake met Decembre, he met Hood, met him and killed him, with Dragnipur. She stared. Mael continued. 2 gods were in attendance, that I know of.
Oh!
The word came out in a dry rasp. Shadow Throne and Cotillion. Oh, how she wished for a tall, imposing standing stone within her reach, a proud pinnacle of conceit, just there, at the very end of her fist as it swung out its path of ferocious destruction.
Them!
Mael watched her flail and stamp about, watched as she descended on one toppled menhir after another, pounding each one into rubble. He scratched at the bristles on his chin. Oh, you are indeed clever, Kilmandaros. It all falls home, doesn't it? It all falls home. He'd wanted her to consider the implications. So much for being subtle. Suffering could be borne when the blood was pure, purged of injustices. Brederal was not like the others, not the same as Rut or pernicious Badal with Sadik ever at her side. She alone possessed the legacy of the Inquisitors, shining bright beneath her almost translucent skin. And among all the others, only Badal suspected the truth.
I am a child of the Quitters. I am here to complete their work.
She had finally seen her kin on their trail, and now wondered why they did not simply stride into the midst of the Chalmanago to take up the last of these pathetic lives.
I want to go home, back to Estabance. Please come and get me before it's too late.
Suffering could be borne, but even her unhuman flesh was failing. Each morning she looked upon the survivors of yet another night and trembled with disbelief. She watched them drag the corpses close, and she watched them pick the bones clean and then split them to greedily suck at the marrow. Children are quickest to necessity. They can make any world normal. Be careful, daughter, with these humans. To live, they will do anything. She looked upon Rut's world and saw the truth in her father's words. Withheld, cradled in his arms, he called the stronger ones to him and examined the floppy bags of human skin they now used to trap shards whenever a swarm found the ribby snake. These fleshless, deboned bodies, flung into the air as the locusts descended, drew the creatures as flames drew moths, and when the seething mass struck the ground, the children pounced, stuffing locusts into their mouths by the handful. Rut had found a way to turn the war of attrition, to hunt the hunters of this glass wasteland. His followers were hardened now, all angles and flat eyes. Badal's poems had turned cruel, savage. Abandonment honed shore edges. Sun and heat and crystal horizons had forged a terrible weapon. Brederal wanted to scream to her kin. There, in the blurred haze of their wake, she wanted to warn them. She wanted to say, "Hurry, see these survivors! Hurry, before it's too late!" But she dared not slink away. Not even in the deepest of night, beneath the jade spears. They would find out. Badal had made certain that she was watched. Badal knew.
She has to die. I have to kill her. It will be easy. I am so much stronger than them. I could snap her neck. I could unleash my holy voice for the first time ever, and so force my kin to come to my aid when Rut and Sadik and all the others close on me. I could end this, all of it.
Yet the Inquisitors kept their distance. They must have a reason. Any precipitate act by Brederal could ruin everything. She needed to be patient. Huddled beneath layers of rags, ever careful to stand in the way that humans stood, so limited, so bound by physical imperfections, she watched as Rut walked out ahead of the snake's head, the flicking tongue, Badal would say, before snapping open her mouth and sucking in flies, which she then crunched with obvious relish. The city that awaited them did not look real. Every glimmering line and angle seemed to bite Brederal's eyes. She could barely look in that direction, so powerful was her sense of wrongness. Was it in ruin? It did not seem so. Was it lifeless? It must be. There were no farms, no trees, no rivers. The sky above it was clear, dustless, smokeless. Why then this horror and dread? The humans did not feel as she did. Instead, they eyed the distant towers and open faces of buildings as they would the arrival of a new torment. Diamonds and rubies, gems and shards, and she could see the gauging regard in their eyes, as if they silently asked, "Will this attack us? Can we eat it? Is its need greater than ours? Is any need greater than ours?" Sickened, Brederal watched Rut walk ever closer to the faintly raised track encircling the unwalled city.
He has decided. We are going in, and I can do nothing to stop it. In knowing, Badal whispered. I am in knowing, always. See her, Sadik? She hates this. She fears this. We are not as weak as she hopes. Sadik, listen. We have a prisoner in the ribby snake. She is chained to us, even as she pretends her freedom under those rags. See how she holds herself. Her control is failing. The quitter awakens.
Kill her, then, Sadiq pleaded with his eyes, but Badal shook her head.
She would take too many of us down, and the others would help her. Remember how the quitters command, the voice that can drive a man to his knees? No, leave her to the desert, and the city, yes, the city. But is this even true? I could.
She had fled the quitters, made them a thing of her past, and the past was ever dead. It had no hold, no claim upon her. Yet none of this had proved true. The past stalked them. The past was fast closing in. Torn fragments floated through her mind, island memories surrounded in the depthless seas of fear. Tall, gaunt figures, words of slaying, the screams of slaughter.
Quitters.
She caught a fly, crunched it down.
The secret is in his arms, she said. Held is the secret. One day everyone will understand. Do you think it matters, Sadiq? Things will be born. Life will catch fire.
Badal could see that he did not understand, not yet, but he was like all the others. Their time was coming.
The city called to us. Only those it chooses can find it. Once giants walked the world. The sun's rays were snared in their eyes. They found this city and made it a temple, not a place in which to live. It was made to exist for itself.
She had learned so much. When she'd had wings and had journeyed across the world, stealing thoughts, snatching ideas, madness was a gift, even as memories were a curse. She needed to find power, but all she could find within herself was a knotted host of words. Poems were not swords, were they?
Remember temples? She asked the boy beside her. Fathers in robes, the bowls filling with coins no one could eat, and on the walls gems winked like drops of blood. Those temples, they were like giant fists built to batter us down, to take our spirits and chain them to worldly fears. We were supposed to shred the skin from our souls and accept the pain and punishment as just. The temples told us we were flawed and then promised to heal us. All we needed to do was pay and pray. Coin for absolution and calluses on the knees. But remember how splendid those robes were. That's what we paid for. And the quitters came among us, down from the north. They walked like the broken, and when they spoke, souls crumpled like eggshells. They came with white hands and left with red hands. Words have power.
She lifted a hand and pointed at the city.
But this temple is different. It was not built for adoration. It was built to warn us. Remember the cities, Sadiq? Cities exist to gather the suffering beneath the killer's sword. Swords, more than anyone could even count. So many swords. In the hands of priests and quitters and merchant houses and noble warriors and slavers and debt holders and keepers of food and water. So many. Cities are mouths, Sadiq, filled with sharp teeth.
She snapped another fly from the air, chewed, swallowed.
Lead them now, she said to the boy beside her. Follow Rut, and keep an eye on Brederal. Danger comes. The time of the quitters has arrived. Go, lead them after Rut. Begin.
He looked upon her with alarm, but she waved him away and set out for the snake's tattered tail. The quitters were coming, to begin the last slaughter. Inquisitor Sever stood looking down on the body of Brother Beleague, seeing as if for the first time the emaciated travesty of the young man she had once known and loved. On her left was Brother Adroit, breathing fast and shallow, hunched and racked with tremors. The bones of his spine and shoulders were bowed like an old man's, legacy of this journey's terrible deficiencies. His nose was rotting, a raw wound glistening and crawling with flies. To her right was Sister Rail, her gaunt face thin as a hatchet, her eyes rimmed in dull, dry red. She had little hair left, that lustrous mane was long gone, and with it the last vestiges of the beauty she had once possessed. Sister Scorn had collected Beleague's staff, and now leant upon it as would a cripple. The joints of her elbows, high wrists and wrists, were inflamed and swollen with fluids, but Sever knew that strength remained within her. Scorn was the last adjudicator among them. When they had set out to deliver peace upon the last of the South dwellers, these children, they had numbered 12. Among them, 3 of the original 5 women still lived, and but 1 of the 7 men. Inquisitor Sever accepted responsibility for this tragic error in judgment. Of course, who could have imagined that thousands of helpless children could march league upon league through this tortured land, bereft of shelter, their hands empty? Outlasting the wild dogs, the cannibal raiders among the last of the surviving adults, and the wretched parasites swarming the ground and the skies above. No, not one inquisitor could have anticipated this terrible will to survive. Surrender was the easy choice, the simplest decision of all. They should have given up long ago, and we would now be home, and my mate could stand before his daughter and feel such pride at her courage and purity, that she chose to walk with the human children, that she chose to guide her kin to the delivery of peace, and I would not now be standing above the body of my dead son. It was understood, it had always been understood, that no human was an equal to the Forkrul Assail. Proof was delivered 1,000 times a day, and towards the end 10,000, as the pacification of the South Kingdoms reached its blessed conclusion. Not once had the Shriven refused their submission. Not once had a single pathetic human straightened in challenge. The hierarchy was unassailable. But these children did not accept that righteous truth. In ignorance they found strength. In foolishness they found defiance.
"The city," said Scorn, her voice a broken thing. "We cannot permit it."
Sever nodded. "The investment is absolute, yes. We cannot hope to storm it." Adroit said,
"Its own beauty, yes. To challenge would be suicide."
The women turned at that, and he flinched back a step.
"Deny me the clarity of my vision?"
Sever sighed, gaze dropping once more to her dead son.
"We cannot. It is absolute. It shines."
"And now the boy with the baby leads them to it," said Sister Rael. "Unacceptable."
"Agreed," said Sever. "We may fail to return, but we shall not fail in what we set out to do. Adjudicator, will you lead us into peace?" "I am ready," Scorn replied, straightening and holding out the staff. "Wield this, Inquisitor. My need for it has ended."
She longed to turn away, to reject Scorn's offer.
"My son's weapon, fashioned by my own hands and then surrendered to him. I should never have touched it again."
"Honor him," Scorn said.
"I shall."
She took the iron-shod staff and then faced the others.
"Gather up the last of your strengths. I judge 4,000 remain. A long day of slaughter awaits us."
"They are unarmed," said Rael. "Weak."
"Yes. In the delivering of peace, we will remind them of that truth."
Scorn set out. Sever and the others fell in behind the adjudicator. When they drew closer, they would fan out, to make room for the violence they would unleash. Not one Shriven would ever reach the city, and the boy with the baby would die last.
By my husband's daughter's hand. Because she lives, she still lives.
Something like panic gripped the children, dragging Brederal along in a rushing tide. Swearing, she tried to pull loose, but hands reached out, clutched tight, pushed her onwards. She should have been able to defy them all, but she had overestimated her reserves of strength. She was more damaged than she had believed. She saw Sadik leading this charge, plunging after Rut, who was now almost at the city's threshold, but of Badal there was no sign. This detail frightened her.
"There is something about her. She is transformed, but I do not know how. She is somehow quickened."
Her kin had finally comprehended the danger. They waited no longer. Scuffed, tugged, and pushed, she waited for the first screams behind her.
"Words. I have nothing but words. I cast away many of them, only to have others find me. What can words achieve, here in this hard, real place? But doubts themselves are nothing but words, a troubled song in my head. When I speak, the snakes listen. Their eyes are wide, but what happens to all I say once the words slip into them? Alchemies. Sometimes the mixture froths and bubbles. Sometimes it boils. Sometimes nothing stirs and the potion lies dead, cold and grey as mud. Who can know? Who can predict? I speak softly when all that I say is a howl. I pound upon bone with my fists, and they hear naught but whispers. Savage words will thud against dead flesh. But the slow drip of blood, then they are content as cats at a stream.
Badal hurried along, and it seemed the snake parted as if her passage was ripping it in two. She saw skeletal faces, shining eyes, limbs wrapped in skin dry as leather. She saw thigh bones from ribbers picked up on the trail, held like weapons, but what good would they do against the quitters?
I have words and nothing else, and in these words I have no faith. They cannot topple walls, they cannot crush mountains down to dust.
The faces swam past her. She knew them all, and they were nothing but blurs, each one smeared inside tears.
But what else is there? What else can I use against them? They are quitters. They claim power in their voice.
The islands in her mind were drowning.
I too seek power in my words. Have I learned from them? This is how it seems. Is this how it is?
Stragglers, the sickened, the weakened, and then she was past them all, standing alone on the glass plain. The sun made the world white, bitter with purity. This was the perfection so cherished by the quitters.
But it was not the quitters who cut down our world. They only came in answer to the death of our gods, our faith, when the rains stopped, when the last green withered and died. They came in answer to our prayers. Save us from ourselves.
Emerging from the heat shimmer, 4 figures fast closing. Like wind-rocked puppets, every limb snapped back until broken, wheeling loose, and death surrounded them in whirlwinds. Monstrous, clambering out of her memories, swirls of power, she saw mouths open. Yield! The command rushed through Badal, hammered children to the ground behind her. Voices crying out, helpless with dread. She felt it rage against her will, weakening her knees. She felt a snap as if a tether had broken, and all at once she lifted free. She saw the ribby snake, the sinuous length stretched out as if in yearning, but segment by segment it writhed in pain. As that command thundered from bone to bone, Badal found her voice.
Power in the word, but I can answer it. To the assault of wonder, humility takes you in hand.
She spun back down to lock herself behind her own eyes. She saw energies whirl away, ignite in flashes. Halt! Cracking like a fist, lips split, blood threading down. Badal spat, pushed forward, 1 step, only 1.
In softest silence, enfold the creeping doubt.
She saw her words strike them, stagger them, almost close enough, at last, to see their ravaged faces, the disbelief, the bafflement and growing distress, the indignation, and yes, that she understood, games of meaning in evasion, deceit of intent in sleight of hand. Badal took another step.
Yield all these destinations, unbidden jostle to your bones, halt in the shadow thrown beneath the yoke of dismay.
She felt fire in her limbs, saw blinding incandescence erupt from her hands. Truth was such a rare weapon, and all the more deadly for it.
Do not give me your words. They are dead with the squalor of your empty virtues. Yield to your own lies. Halt in the breathless moment. Your lungs scream, and silence answers. Your heart drums. Brittle surfaces bleed.
They staggered back as if blinded. Blue fluid spurted from ruptured joints, gushed down from gaping mouths. Agony twisted their angled faces. One fell, thrashing, kicking on the ground. Another, a woman closer to Badal than the others, dropped down onto her knees, and their impact with the crystalline ground was marked by 2 bursts of bluish blood. The quitter shrieked. The remaining 2, a man and a woman, reeling as if buffeted by invisible fists, had begun retreating, stumbling, half running. The fires within Badal flared and then died. The quitters deserved worse, but she did not have it in her to deliver such hard punishment. They had given her but 2 words, not enough.
2 words, obedience to the privilege of dying. Accept your fate, but we will not. We refuse. We have been refusing things for a long time now. We are believers in refusal. They will not come close now, not for a long time. Maybe, for these ones, never again. I have hurt them. I took their words and made them my own. I made the power turn in their hands and cut them. It will have to do.
She turned round. The ribby snake had begun moving again, strangely mindless, as if beaten by drovers, senseless as a herd of cattle crossing her.
A river? But when have I seen a river?
She blinked, licked salty blood from her lips. Flies danced. The city awaited them.
It is what we can bear, she whispered, but there is more to life than suffering. Now we must find it.
Darkness passed, and yet it remained. A splinter pure, promising annihilation. Onos Tulan could sense it, somewhere ahead, a flickering, wavering presence. His stride, unbroken for so long, now faltered. The bitter rage within him seemed to stagger, sapped of all strength. Depression rose like floodwaters, engulfing all sense of purpose. The tip of his sword bit the ground. Vengeance meant nothing, even when the impulse was all-consuming. It was a path that, once started upon, could conceivably stretch on forever. The culpable could stand in a line reaching past the horizon. An avenger's march was endless. So it had been with the vengeance sought against the Jaghut, and Onos Tulan had never been blind to the futility of that. Was he nothing but an automaton, stung into motion that would never slow in step? He felt a sudden pressure wash over him from behind. Baffled, all at once frightened, his weapon's stone tip carving a furrow in the dry soil, the first sword slowly swung round. He could deny, he could refuse, but these choices would not lead him to the knowledge he sought. He had been forced back from the realms of death. The blood ties he had chosen had been severed. No longer a husband, a father, a brother. He had been given vengeance, but what vengeance could he find sifting through a valley heaped with corpses? There were other purposes, other reasons for walking this pathetic world once again. Onos Tulan had been denied his rightful end. He intended to find out why. Not one among the 1,000 or so Tlanimas approaching him had yet touched his thoughts. They walked enshrouded in silence, ghosts, kin reduced to strangers. He waited. Children of the ritual, yes, but his sense of many of them told him otherwise. There was mystery here, Tlanimas, and yet... When all the others halted their steps, 6 bonecasters emerged, continuing their approach. He knew 3, Brolas Haran, Ulag Togtil, Ilmeb-Synos, bonecasters of the Orshane Tlanimas. The Orshane had failed to appear at Silver Fox's gathering. Such failure invited presumptions of loss, extinction, fates to match those of the Ifail, the Ben-Tract, the Kerloom. The presumption had been erroneous. The remaining 3 were wrong in other ways. They were clothed in the furs of the white bear, a beast that had come late in the age of the Imas, and their faces were flatter, the underlying structures more delicate than that of true Imas. Their weapons were mostly bone, ivory, tusk, or antler, with finely chipped chert and flint insets. Weapons defying the notion of finesse, intricate in their construction, and yet the violence they would deliver promised an almost primitive brutality. Bonecaster Ulag Togtil spoke.
"First sword. Who knew dust could be so interesting?"
There was a frustrated hiss from Brolas Haran.
"He insists on speaking for us, and yet he never says what we wish him to say. Why we ever acquiesce is a mystery." "I have my own paths," Ulag said easily, "and I do not imagine the first sword lacks patience." "Not patience," snapped Brolos. "But what about tolerance?" "Bone bends before it breaks, Brolas Haran. Now, I would say more to the first sword before we all await the profundity of his words. May I?"
Brolos Haran half turned to Ilmeb-Synos, one hand lifting in an odd gesture that baffled Onos Tulan for a moment before he understood. Helplessness.
"First sword,"
Ulag resumed.
We do not reach to you in the manner of Telan, because we make no claim upon you. We are summoned, yes, but we have come to believe, not by your hand. You may refuse us. It is not in our hearts to force ourselves upon the will of another.
Onos Tulan said,
Who are these strangers?
Profound indeed, Ulag said.
First sword, they are Tlani Mas of a second ritual. The descendants of those who sought to follow Kilava Onas when she rejected the first ritual. It was their failure not to determine beforehand Kilava's attitude to being accompanied. But when there is but one hole in the ice, then all must use it to breathe. My sister invited no one. Alas, and so it comes to this. These three are bone casters of the brawled Tlani Mas. Lid Jer, Leira Epar, and Nom Kala. The brawled number 2,712. The majority of these remain in the dust of our wake. Our own Orshane number 612. You see them here. If you need us, we shall serve.
Nom Kala studied the first sword. This warrior she had once believed was nothing but an invention, a myth. Better, she concluded, had he remained so. His bones were latticed, as if he had been pounded into fragments, and some of those bones were not even his own. The first sword was not the giant of the legends. He did not wear a cloak of ice. Caribou antlers did not sprout from his head. He did not possess breath that gave the gift of fire. Nor did he seem the kind of warrior to recount his exploits for 3 days and 4 nights to belittle an overly proud hero. She began to suspect few of those ancient tales belonged to this figure at all. Dancing across the sea on the backs of whales, crossing swords with demon walruses in their underwater towers, the secret seducer of wives left alone at night. How many children among her clan, generation upon generation, bore some variation of the name Onos, to account for impossible pregnancies? The sudden shocked gulp that erupted from her drew everyone's attention. Brolos Haran had been speaking, about what Nom Kala had no idea, and he was not pleased with the interruption.
Nom Kala, what is it about the fall at the Red Spires that so amuses you?
Nothing, she replied, unless it was meant to. I apologize, Brolos Haran. A stray thought. Well, a few stray thoughts.
The others waited. She elected to refrain from elaborating. The wind moaned, whispered through remnants of fur. Onos Tulan spoke.
Orshane, brawled. I have forsworn the Jaghut wars. I seek no battle. I do not invite you to join me, for what I seek is an accounting. Like you, I am summoned from the dust, and it is to dust that I wish to return. But first, I will find the one who has so punished me with resurrection, the bone caster of the Logros Tlani Mas, Olar Ethil.
Ulag said,
Can you be certain it is her first sword?
Onos Tulan cocked his head.
Ulag Togtil, after all this time, do you still hold to the virtue of certainty?
We fought no war against the Jaghut,
Nom Kala said. The bone casters of the Orshane reacted with a chill wave of disapproval. She ignored it. Onos Tulan said,
Ulag, I see the Orshane war leader standing with your kin. Why does Inistral Ovan not come forward? He is shamed, first sword. The losses at the Red Spire.
Nom Kala, Onos then said, have you no ruler of the brawled clan?
Only us, she replied. Even the war we fought against the humans was not a war that demanded a war leader. It was clear that we could not defeat them on a field of battle. There were too many.
Then how did you fight?
By keeping alive our stories, our ways of living, and by hiding, for in hiding we survived. We persisted. This is itself a victory. And yet, cut in Ilmabsinos, you failed in the end. Else you would not have attempted the ritual of Telan. That is true, she replied.
We ran out of places to hide. Ulag spoke.
First Sword, we would accompany you nonetheless. Like you, we wish to know the purpose of our return.
If you join my quest, said Onos Tulan,
then you bow to Olar Ethil's desires. That perception may lead to carelessness on her part, Ulag replied.
Standing amidst the other Tlanimas, Ristal Ev watched, listened, and imagined a world taut with purpose. It had once been such a world, for her, for all of her kin, but that had vanished long ago. Perhaps the First Sword could bind them all to this quest of his. Perhaps answers could relieve the burden of despair. Reasons to stand against. But the dust beckoned with its promise of oblivion. The trail to the end of things had been hacked clear, pounded level. She yearned to walk it. Beside her, Kalt Urmanal said,
See the sword he carries. See how its tip pins the earth. This Onos Tulan, he is not one for poses. He never was. I remember when I last saw him, he had defeated his challenger. He had shown such skill that 10,000 Imas stood silent with awe. Yet he stood as one defeated.
Weary, Ristal murmured.
Yes, but not from the fighting. He was weary, Ristal Ev, of its necessity.
She considered that, and then nodded. Kalt then added,
This warrior I will follow.
Yes. She sat on a pyramid of 3 stacked canvas bolts, huddled beneath her nightcloak. The shivering would not go away. She watched the glowing tip of her smoker dancing like a firefly close to her fingers. Atrisida Arenict listened to the muted sounds of the Malazan encampment, subdued, weary, and shaken. She understood that well enough. Soldiers had fallen out from the column, staggering as if reeling from blows, collapsing senseless or falling to their knees, spitting blood, panic rippling through the ranks. Was this an attack? Not as such. Those stricken soldiers had been, one and all, mages, and the enemy, blind and indifferent, had been power. Her nausea was fading, mind slowly awakening, wandering like a hungover reveller, desultorily sweeping aside the ashes. She thought back to her first meeting with High Mage Ben Adefon Delat. She had been pathetic. It was bad enough fainting in a heap in front of Commander Bryce Benedict. She had barely recovered from that before she was led into Quick Ben's presence. And now, weeks later, only fragments of the conversation that followed remained with her. He had been a distracted man, but when he had seen the enlivened earth cupped in Arenict's hand, his dark eyes had sharpened, hardened as if transformed into onyx. He had cursed, and she remembered that curse. Hood's frantic balls on the fire. She had since discovered that Hood was the god of death, and that if any god deserved its name being uttered in bitter curses, then he was the one. At the time, however, she had taken the High Mage's expostulation somewhat more literally. Fire, she'd thought. Yes, fire in the earth, heat cupped in my hand. Her eyes had widened on the High Mage, astonished at his instant percipience, convinced in that moment of his profound genius. She had no place in his company. Her mind moved in a slow crawl at the best of times, especially in the early morning before she'd drawn alive the coal of her first smoker. Quickness of thought, and there, she'd assumed, must be the reason for his name, was in itself a thing of magic, a subtle sorcery, which she could only view with superstitious awe. Such lofty opinion could persist only in the realm of mystery, however, and mystery rarely survived familiarity. The High Mage had formally requested that she be temporarily attached to his cadre. Since then, she'd heard plenty of curses from Ben Adefon Delat, and had come to conclude that his quickness was less sorcerous than quixotic. Oh, he was indeed brilliant. He was also in the habit of muttering to himself in a host of entirely distinct voices, and playing with dolls and lengths of string, and as for the company he kept... She pulled fiercely on her smoker, watching a figure approach, walking like a drunk, his ill-fitting, cheap clothing caked in dust. Bottle's strangely childlike face looked swollen, almost dissolute. Here we go. Yet another incomprehensible conversation between them. And oh, he doesn't like me being there for it, either. That makes 2 of us.
Is he breathing?
the Malazan soldier asked as he halted in front of the tent. She glanced at the drawn flap to her left. "He sent me out," she said. "He'll want to see me. He wants to know how Fiddler fared." Bottle grimaced, looked away briefly, then back down to her, seeming to study her.
"You've got sensitivity, Atrisida. A draught of rum will soothe your nerves."
"I've already had one." He nodded, as if unsurprised.
"Fiddler's still losing what's left of his supper. He'll need a new tent."
"But he's not even a mage."
"No, he isn't."
She fixed her eyes on him. "Are all you Malazans this cagey?" He smiled.
"And we're getting worse, Atrisida."
"Why is that?"
The smile dropped away, like it never really fitted in the first place. "It's simple enough. The less we know, the less we say. Pretty soon, I expect, we'll be an army of mutes."
"I can't wait."
Sighing, she flicked away the smoker, slowly rose. The stars were returning to the sky in the northeast. At least that was something.
But someone's out there, holding a weapon. God, such a weapon. "Erin's bouncing eye," she said. "He's the High Mage. He can't hide forever."
Bottle's eyes were wide on her. "Never heard that curse before," he said.
"I just made it up."
"Seems oddly irreverent coming from a Letheri. I'm slightly shocked, in fact."
"It's all your bad habits, I suppose." She stepped to the tent flap and rapped the hide with her knuckles. "We're coming in."
"Fine," came the snapped reply. The cramped interior was steamy, as scented candles flickered from the floor in a circle surrounding a cross-legged Quick Ben. The High Mage dripped with sweat. "Bastards reaching out to me," he said, voice grating. "Do I want a conversation? No, I do not. What's to say? Anamander killed Hood. Dassem killed Anamander. Brood shattered Dragnipur, and now Draconus walks free. Burn trembles, the gate of Starval Demelaine rages with fire, and cruel twisted warrens, the like of which we've never before seen, now lie in wait. When will they awaken? What will they deliver? And there's more. Do you realize that? There's more. Stop staring, just listen. Who brokered the whole damned mess? Bottle?" "Sorry, I was listening, not thinking. How should I know? No, wait. Aye. Shadow Throne and Cotillion. Does the Adjunct really believe she chooses her own path? Our path? She's been driving us hard ever since we landed. Sure, it's all a matter of logistics. It's not like the Akron traders are happily handing over everything they have, is it? It's not like things won't get worse the further east we march. The wastelands are well named." "Quick, Ben. Of course I'm babbling. Listen. There are Tlanimas out there." His wild gaze fixed with sudden intensity on Erenict. "The dust will dance. Who commands them? What do they want? Do you know what I want to do with that dirt? I want to throw it away. Who wants to know? Not me." "The Tlanimas," said Bottle, "knelt to the Emperor. He took the first throne and never relinquished it." "Exactly. We're being set up. We need to speak with Tavore, now." But the High Mage was shaking his head. "It's no use. She's made up her mind." "About what?" Bottle demanded, his voice rising. "She thinks she can cheat them. Did you know she was the preeminent scholar of the lives of Kelanved, Dancer, and Dassem? You didn't, did you? Before she was made adjunct. Even before she inherited command of House Paran. A student of war, imperial war. The conquests, not just tactics on the field, but the motivations of the Emperor and his mad cohorts. The lives of them all. Crust, Tok the Elder, Urko, Amaron, Admiral Nock, Surly, even Teishren. Why do you think she keeps Banaskar around? That drunk fool is her potential emissary should Teishren finally decide to do something." But Bottle was clearly stuck at Quick Ben's first revelation. "Cheat them? Cheat the Lords of Shadow? Cheat them of what?" Quick Ben's bad teeth glimmered like gold in the flickering candlelight. "I dare not say." "You don't trust us to keep our mouths shut?" "No. Why would I?" He pointed a long finger at Bottle. "You'd be the first one running for the hills. If it's that bad, why are you still here?" "Because Draconus changes everything, and I'm the only one who can stand against him." Bottle gaped, and then a thin word creaked out. "You?" "But don't think for a moment that I'm doing it for Shadowthrone and Cotillion, and don't think I'm even doing this for the Adjunct. All that time inside Dragnipur, it's changed him. He was never so subtle before.
Imagine, a gentle invitation to converse. Does he think we're idiots? But wait, and he waved his hands. It'd only be subtle if it wasn't so obvious. Why didn't we think of that? Because it makes no sense, you damned fool. But the High Mage did not react to Bottle's outburst. No, he really wants to talk. Now that's subtle for you. Well, we can match that, can't we? Talk? Not a chance. No, and let's see what he makes of it. Let's just see. Aranict ran both hands through the thick hair on her scalp, and then rummaged in her belt bag for a smoker. She crouched and snatched up one of Quick Ben's candles. As she was lighting up, she happened to glance across at the High Mage and saw him staring, his expression frozen. Bottle grunted a laugh. She ain't so shy anymore, is she? Good. Now we'll find out the real Atricida, just like Bryce wanted. Behind a veil of swirling smoke, Aranict's gaze narrowed on Quick Ben. She slowly returned the candle to its pool of melted wax on the hide floor. Bryce? Is that what all this is about? The High Mage shot Bottle a disdainful look. It's ignorance, not bravado. Bravado usually is ignorance, Bottle snapped back. I'll grant you that, Quick Ben conceded. And you're right, he added, sighing. We could do with a little more of the unflappable around here. Aranict snorted. Unflappable? You're not describing me. Maybe not, the High Mage replied, but you manage a convincing pose. That candle you took from the Circle of Protection, you opened a pathway to Draconus. He sensed it immediately, and yet... He didn't use it, Bottle said. He didn't use it. Subtle. Ha-ha, Bottle, but you're more right than you know. The point is, she made us address that so fiercely burning question, didn't she? Unknowingly. Quick Ben glanced up at her, curious, thoughtful. Aranict shrugged. I needed the flame. The reply seemed to please them both, in rather different ways. She decided to leave it at that. What point was there in explaining that she'd no idea what they'd been talking about? All those names Quick Ben mentioned, even Draconus, they meant nothing to her. Well, almost nothing. Draconus. He is the one who arrived in darkness, who made a gate that stole half the sky, who holds in his hand a weapon of darkness and cold, of blackest ice. And Quick Ben means to stand in his path. Errant's mangled nuts. I only joined because I'm lusting after Bryce Benedict, me and 1,000 other women. Quick Ben said, Atricida, your commander, Bryce. She started guiltily. Had he read her thoughts? He died once, didn't he? What? Yes, so it is said. I mean, yes, he did. The High Mage nodded. Best go see him, then. He may have need of you right now. Me? Why? Because Hood is gone, said Bottle. What does that mean to Commander Benedict? She asked. She saw Bottle meet Quick Ben's eyes, and then the soldier nodded and said, The dead never quite come back all the way, Aranict. Not while there was a god of death. It may be that Bryce is now awakened to everything he once was. He will have things to say to his Atricida. We'll see you again, Quick Ben added. Or not. They dismiss me. Oh, well. She turned and exited the tent, paused in the sultry darkness of the camp, drew deep on her smoker, and then set out for the distant Leathery encampment. Bryce wants me. What a lovely thought. Smiles threw herself down by the fire. Stupid patrols, she said. There's no one out there. Those Acrin traders, all creaking old or snot-nosed runts. She glanced at the others sitting round the hearth. See that village we passed yesterday? Looked half empty. No warriors, said Cuttle. All off fighting the white faces. The Acrin can't maintain control of this Kryn free trade right now, which also explains all those Duras traders coming up from the south. Tar grunted. Heard from some outriders about a Barghast camp they came on, site of a big battle, and looks like the white faces got blooded. Might be they're on the run, just like the Acrin are saying. Hard to believe that, Cuttle countered. I've fought Barghast, and it's no fun at all, and the white faces are said to be the toughest of the lot. Smiles unstrapped her helm and pulled it off. Where's Corrick, then? She asked. Wandered off, Tar answered, tossing another dung chip onto the fire. Again, he added. Smiles hissed. That fever, it marked him, in the head.
Just needs a good scrap, Cuttle ventured. That'll settle him right enough. Could be a long wait, Tar said. We've got weeks and weeks of travel ahead of us, through mostly empty territory. Aye, we're covering ground awfully fast. But once we're done with the territories of these plains tribes, it'll be the wastelands. No one can even agree how far across it is, or what's on the other end. He shrugged. An army's deadliest enemy is boredom, and we're under siege these days. Korab not back yet? Smiles shook her head. He had 2 heavies with him on the round. They might have got lost. Someone will find them, Cuttle said, climbing to his feet. I'll check in on the sergeant again. Smiles watched him step out of the firelight. She sighed. Ain't had me a knife fight in months. That stay in Letherus made us soft, and them barges was even worse. She stretched her boots closer to the fire. I don't mind the marching, now the blisters are gone. At least we're squads again. We need us a new scam, Tar said. You see any scorpions? Sure, plenty, Smiles replied, but only 2 kinds, the little nasty ones and the big black ones. Besides, we try that again and people will get suspicious, even if we could find a good cheat. She mulled on the notion for a time, and then shook her head. It's no good, Tar. The mood's all wrong. He squinted across at her. Sharp, you're right. It's like we're past all that, and it'll never come again. Amazing that I should feel nostalgic about 7 cities in that miserable, useless march. We were raw, aye, but what we were trying to do, it made sense. That's the difference. It made sense. Smiles snorted. Hood's breath, Tar. What? Cuttle's right. None of it made sense. Never did, never will. Look at us. We march around and cut up other people, and they do the same to us, if they can. Look at Lether. It's now got a decent king, and people can breathe easy and go about their lives. But what's in those lives? Scraping for the next bag of coins, the next meal. Scrubbing bowls, praying to the damned gods for the next catch and calm seas. It ain't for nothing, Tar, and that's the truth. It ain't for nothing. That fishing village you come from was a real hole, wasn't it? Leave it. I didn't bring it up, soldier. You did. It was no different from anywhere else, that's my point. I bet you wasn't sorry to get out from wherever you come from, either. If it was all you wanted, you wouldn't be here, would you? Some people don't go through their lives searching, Smiles. I'm not looking, because I'm not expecting to find anything. You want meaning? Make it up. You want truth? Invent it. Makes no difference to anything. Sun comes up, sun goes down. We see one, maybe we don't see the other, but the sun doesn't care, does it? Right, she said. So we're in agreement. Not quite. I'm not saying it's not worth it. I'm saying the opposite. You make worlds, worlds inside your head and worlds outside, but only the one inside counts for anything. It's where you find peace, acceptance, worth. You're just talking about everything being useless, starting with yourself. That's a bad attitude, Smiles. Worse than Cuttle's. Where are we marching to, then? Fate's got a face, and we're going to meet it eye to eye. The rest I don't care about. So you'll follow the adjunct, anywhere, like a dog on a master's heel. Why not? It's all the same to me. I don't get you. There's nothing to get. I'm a soldier, and so are you. What more do you want? I want a damned war. It's coming. What makes you so sure of that? Because we're an army on the march. If the adjunct didn't need an army, she'd have dissolved the whole thing in Lether. Maybe, maybe not. What do you mean? He asked. I mean, maybe she's just selfish. The dung burned down to layered, glowing chips. Moths spun round the licking flames. Silence descended on the 2 soldiers, who had nothing more to say to each other, at least for this night. Cuttle found his sergeant lying on the floor. A jug of rum lay on its side close by. The confined space reeked of puke, with the rum's heady layer settling on it like sweet sap. Damn it, Fid. That won't help your gut. I ain't got a gut no more, Fiddler replied in a slur. I tossed it up a bell ago. Come the morning, your skull's gonna crack open. Too late. Go away, Cull. The sapper drew one edge of the cot closer and settled down. Who was it, then? It's all changed, Cull. It's all going bad. That's news to me. Listen, this fast march, I've already worn out one pair of boots, but he's got to tell you something. The adjunct, she's got a nose. She can sniff things out better than you, I think. Ever since the barges, we've been damned near on the run, and even before what happened tonight, you've been a haunted man." He rubbed at the bristle on his cheeks. "I'll follow you, Fid, you know that. I've got your back always." "Don't mind me, cull. It's the young ones. You got to guard their backs, not mine." "You're seeing a lot of dead faces, aren't you?" "I ain't no seer." Cuttle grunted. "It's a precious day you ain't talking it up. Squad's the thing you keep telling 'em. The soldier at your side, the one whose sweat stink you smell every damned day. We're family, you say. Sergeant, you're making us nervous." Fiddler slowly sat up, clutched at his head. "Fishing," he said. "What?" "There's a demon in the deep, sly eyes, watching the bait, you see, just watching. Quick, Ben, he's got to show himself. Finally. We need him all." "Fid, you're drunk." "Darkness got an edge, sharp, the blackest ice, cold like you never imagined. You don't get it. Here we was, all yipping and dancing, but now the biggest wolf of all has returned. Games are over, Cuttle." "What about the adjunct? Fiddler?" He looked up with red, bleary eyes. "She don't stand a chance. Gods below, not a chance."
"Is that the camp? It's got to be." Korab looked at his companions. 3 blank faces stared back at him. "It's all lit up. Too big for a caravanserai. Let's go." He led the way down the grassy slope, waving as a cloud of midges rose to engulf them. "We should never have followed that rabbit. This is no place to get lost in. Didn't I say that? The land rolls too much. You could hide whole armies in these valleys."
"Maybe that's what they did," Saltlick said. "Hey, Korab, did you think of that? They're playing a trick on us."
"The whole bone hunter army? That's stupid."
"It was a big rabbit," said Drawfirst.
"It wasn't a rabbit at all," Saltlick insisted. "It was a wolf. Rabbits ain't got glowing eyes and a bloody muzzle, and they don't snarl neither."
"It got a bloody muzzle biting you," Drawfirst pointed out.
"Passed right by me. Who wouldn't jump on it being so close? It's dark out here, you know, but I jumped on rabbits before, and that was no rabbit." "Beasts are different here," Drawfirst said. "We keep hearing howling, but that could be rabbits. How do we know? Did you see those lizard hides them Duras was selling? Those lizards was even bigger than the ones we saw from the barge. Those lizards could eat a horse." "That's how they catch 'em down south. That's what the trader said. They stick a big hook through a horse and throw it in the river." "That won't work unless you tie a rope to the hook." "He didn't mention that, but it makes sense."
They were drawing closer to the sea of campfires. Well, Korab amended, maybe not a sea, more like a big lake, but an awfully big lake. He glanced over at Flashwit, who wasn't saying much, but then she rarely did. All she did was smile, and wasn't it a lovely smile? It was.
"If we hooked a rabbit," said Saltlick, "we could catch wolves." "Hook a horse and we'd get an even bigger wolf, I bet." "We got horses too. That's an idea, Drawfirst. It surely is. Hey, Korab, we're gonna jump the next big lizard we see, for its skin. You want in?"
"No." A distant howl sounded, drifting mournfully through the night.
"Hear that?" Saltlick asked. "More rabbits. Keep an eye out, Drawfirst. You too, Flashwit." "That sounded more like a hooked horse," Drawfirst muttered. Korab halted. "Cut it out, all of you. I'm Fid's heavy, right? I stand just like you do." He pointed at Flashwit. "Don't even think of winking. I spent half my life making mistakes about people, and I vowed I'd never do that again. So I keep my peace, but I pay attention, right? I'm a heavy too, so stop it."
"We was just having fun, Korab," Saltlick said. "You could always join in."
"I don't believe in funny things. Now, come on. We done enough walking."
They walked a further 20 paces before a sentry in the gloom ahead barked something in Lethery.
"Hood's breath," hissed Korab. "We done found the other army."
"Nobody can hide from the Bonehunters."
intoned Drawfirst. Korik stood in darkness, 100 paces out from the nearest picket. He had a memory that might be real or invented. He could not be certain. A dozen youths commandeered to dig a latrine trench for some garrison troop out on manoeuvres, Seti and Seti half-bloods, back when they were young enough to see no difference between the two, no reason yet for contempt, envy, and all the rest. He'd been one of the runts, and so his friends set him against a boulder at the far end of the pit, where he could strain and sweat and fail. Blistered hands struggling with the oversized pick, he had worked the whole morning trying to dislodge that damned boulder, with the others looking over every now and then with jeers and laughter. Failure wasn't a pleasant notion. It stung. It burned like acid. On that day, he now believed, young Korik had decided he would never again accept failure. He dislodged that boulder in the end, with dusk fast coming on, the other boys long gone, and that troop of riders, their little exercise in independence done, riding off in a cloud that hung like a god's mocking breath of gold dust. That rock had been firmly lodged in place. It had hidden a cache of coins. As twilight crept in, he found himself on his knees at one end of the trench, with a vast treasure cupped in his hands, mostly silver, a few tiny gold clips, not one recognizable to Korik's pathetically limited experience. This was a spirit hoard, straight out from Seti legends.
Under any stone, lad.
Yes, the whores who'd raised him had plenty of tales. Could be the whole memory was just one of those tales. A pathetic story, but he'd found a treasure. That was the meaning of it. Something precious, wonderful, rare. And what did he do with his spirit hoard? Squandered it. Every last fucking coin. Gone. And what was left to show for it? Whores are warm to the touch, but they hide their souls inside a cold keep. It's when you surrender to that world that you know you are truly lost. You are finally alone. It's all cold to the touch these days. Everything. And now I spend the rest of my years blaming every damned coin. But nobody's fooled, except me. Always me. Forever me. He longed to draw his sword, to vanish into the mad mayhem of battle. He could then cut in two every face on every coin, howling that it made a difference, that a life wasn't empty if it was filled with detritus. He could scream and curse and see not a single friend, only enemies, justifying every slice, every lash of blood. At the very least, he vowed, he'd be the last one standing. Smiles said the fever had scarred him. Perhaps it had. Perhaps it would from now on. It had done one thing for certain. It had shown him the truth of solitude, and that truth was seared into his soul. He listened to Fiddler going on and on about this so-called family of companions, and he believed none of it. Betrayals stalked the future. He felt it in his bones. There was coming a time when everything would cut clear, and he could stand before them all and speak aloud the fullest measure of his distrust. We are each of us alone. We always were. I am done with all your lies. Now save yourselves, as I intend to do for myself. He wasn't interested in any last stands. The adjunct asked for faith, loyalty. She asked for honesty, no matter how brutal, how incriminating. She asked for too much. Besides, she gave them nothing in return, did she? Korik stood, facing the empty land in the empty night, and contemplated deserting. Everything they gave me was a lie, a betrayal. It was the spirit hoard, you see, those coins. Someone put them there to lure me in, to trap me. They poisoned me. Not my fault. How could it be? Look at him under that boulder. Careful, Korik. Playing under there will get you crushed. Too late. It was all those fucking coins that did me in. You can't fill a boy's hands like that. You just can't. It was a memory. Maybe real, maybe not. The whores, they just wink. Scannero's lithe form rippled with shadows as someone outside the tent walked past bearing a lantern. The light coming through the canvas was cool, giving her sleeping form a deathly hue. Chilled by the vision, Ruthen Gud looked away. He sat up, moving slowly to keep her from waking. The sweat that had sheathed him earlier was drying on his skin. He had no interest in revisiting the cause of his extremity. It wasn't the love-making, Hood knew. As pleasing as she was, with that sudden smile of hers that could melt mountains of ice, Scanero didn't have it in her to send his heart thundering the way it had not long ago. She could delight, she could steal him away from his thoughts, his memories of a grim and eventful life. She could, in bright, stunning flashes, give him back his life. But this night darkness had opened its flower, with a scent that could freeze a god's soul. Still alive, Greymane? Did you feel it? I think your bones could be rotting in the ground right now, old friend, and still you'd have felt it. Draconus. Fuck. He combed through the damp snarl of his beard. The world shook, balls of fire descending, the terrible light filling the sky, fists hammering the world. Wish I'd seen it. But he remembered the Azath's death cry. He remembered the gnarled trees engulfed in pillars of flames, the bitter heat of the soil he'd clawed through. He remembered staggering free beneath a crazed sky of lurid smoke, lightning and a deluge of ashes. He remembered his first thought, riding that breath of impossible freedom. Jakoruku, you've changed. One found loyalty under the strangest circumstances. Penitence and gratitude, arms entwined, a moment's lustful exultation mistaken for worship. His gaze flicked back to Scanero. The shadows and ill hue were gone. She slept, beauty in repose. Innocence was so precious. But do not think of me with love, woman. Do not force upon me a moment of confession, the truth of foolish vows uttered a lifetime ago. Let us play this game of blissful oblivion a little while longer. It's better this way, Draconus. This is Calor's empire, friend. Will you not reconsider? Reconsider. Yes, there is that. The shore seems welcoming enough, if I mind my own business. He'd smiled at that, and I smiled back. Draconus returned to that continent. I felt his footfalls, there inside my seemingly eternal prison. He returned to see for himself the madness of Calor. You were right, Draconus. I should have minded my own business, for once. Can you hear me now? Draconus, are you listening? I have reconsidered, at long last, and so I give you this. Find me, and one of us will die.
It's the swirl in the dog's fur.
Barm stared. What? Widdershin scowled.
You want this divination or not?
I ain't so sure no more. The mage stared down at the mangy creature he held by the scruff of the neck, and then snarled and sent it winging through the air. Dead Smell and Balm and Throat-Slitter watched the thing twist smartly in the air and manage in the last possible instant to land splayed out wide on its four paws, whereupon, with a flick of its bushy tail, it bolted, vanishing into the night.
Just like a damned cat,
Throat-Slitter said.
Wasn't even a dog,
Dead Smell said. Widdershins threw up a hand in dismissal.
Dog, fox, what's the difference? Now I'll need to find something else.
How about a sheepskin? Barm asked.
Is a sheepskin alive? No, won't work. Needs to be breathing.
Because breathing fluffs the swirls, Barm said, nodding. I get it. Widdershins cast a helpless look upon Dead Smell, who shrugged and then said,
This whole thing's a waste of time anyway. Every seer and diviner in the whole damned world's got scrambled brains right now.
He gingerly touched his own neck.
I swear I felt that sword's bite. What was Hood thinking? It's insane. The whole thing. Never mind, Hood, snapped Widdershins. Wasn't him made me wet my trousers?
Barm stared with huge eyes. Did you really? Gods below! Throat-Slitter burst out a sudden piping laugh, then ducked.
Sorry, well, never mind.
Widdershins spat on the ground.
None of this is funny, Throat-Slitter. You don't get it. That thing, it didn't show up on the other side of the world. It showed up here.
Barm started, looked round. Where? Get me my armor. Who? What?
Relax, Sergeant, Dead Smell said. He didn't mean here as in right here. He meant it as... what did you mean exactly? What's with the jokes? You're as bad as Throat-Slitter. I don't know why I'm talking to any of you. We wanted a divination, said Throat-Slitter. I'm changing my mind. It was a stupid idea. You think Fid's playing with the deck right now? Not a chance. Forget it. I'm going to bed. Not that I'll get any sleep. In fact..."
Barnes stepped up and punched Widdershins. The man fell in a heap. Throat-slitter yelped again.
"Sergeant, what did you do that for?"
Frowning, Barm rubbed at his knuckles. "He said he wasn't going to get any sleep. He's asleep now. You two, drag him to his tent. It's time to take charge of things, and that's what I'm doing. Once you get him tucked in, why, we can go find Ebron. We'll get a divination tonight if it kills us."
"I need more corporals,"
Hellion announced to the night sky. She'd been sitting by the hearth, staring into the flames, but now she was on her back, beneath spinning stars. The world could change in an instant. Who decided things like that?
"One ain't enough. Ball's good. You're now a corporal. You too, probably."
"It's maybe."
"No, I made up my mind."
"And Belgrade."
"That's what I said. As soon as the earthquake's over, we'll get right on it. Who am I missing? How many in my squad? 4 of you, right? That last one, he's a corporal now too. I want 4 corporals to take my orders."
"What orders?"
"The ones I come up with. First off, you're all my bodyguards. I'm done with Skulldum. Keep him away from me."
"He's convinced your royalty, Sergeant."
"And I am iffy, so you got to do what I say. Where my original corporal? Touchy Breath, you here?"
"Aye, Sergeant."
"Yes, Sergeant." "I can't be looking at this mess any longer. Take me to my tent. No, quit that. Don't help me up, you idiots. Take my feet. Nice and slow now. Ow! Who put rocks under me? Corporal Marble, clear them rocks, will you? Gods, where's my tent? Letheras?"
"We're looking, Sergeant. Didn't you put it up?"
"Me? You're my corporal. That was your job."
"Hold on, Sergeant. Just rest here. We're on it."
"So I should think. Dereliction of duty. Give me a wax and a stick, someone. Got to write you up. I'm busting you down to under corporal. What's that pounding?"
"Putting the stakes down, Sergeant. Not long now."
"Hey, look at those green things in the sky. Who put those there? Get rid of them!"
"Wish I could, Sergeant."
"You're now an honor corporal for disobeying honors. Orners, ors, udders. Hold on."
She rolled onto her side and was sick, but in a lazy way.
"Orders? Hey, where are you dragging me to? I wasn't done there. Something's in the sky. I saw it. Cut right across those greens. Saw it, corporals. You listening? Big wings. I saw... Oh, whatever. Someone's in trouble, but it ain't me. Check that tent now. No spiders allowed. Stupid stars. How'd they get in here?"
Gessler brought the lantern close.
"Look at that, will you? One of Bottle's rats did that, I bet. Chewed right through the hood-damned strap. If I catch him, I'm going to twist his tiny head right off."
"The rat or Bottle?" Stormy asked.
"Either. Both. I knew it was hanging funny, down on one shoulder."
"Aye," Stormy said. "You looked ridiculous, lopsided, like some green recruit ain't figured out how to wear the sling work." Gessler glared across at his corporal.
"And you didn't say nothing all day? Some friend you are. What if I got snot smeared across half my face? You just going to stand there?"
"Count on it," Stormy said, "assuming I can keep a straight face."
"Next time I see you with bark hair hanging from your back end, I ain't saying a thing."
"Pays to check twice. I learned that much. Think we should go find Flashwit? She's way overdue."
"Send Mayfly and Shortnose."
"You can't be serious." Gessler paused in his tugging loose the chewed-through strap.
"Huh, right. Off you go, then."
"Sure you don't need any help there?"
"No, you done too much already."
"That's just it. I'm all wore out, Guess. I'm too old to march the way we're marching right now. I'll be walking on stumpy knees if this goes on much longer."
"Thus matching your intellectual height.
Know what your problem is, Stormy? You've gone all edgy.
The huge Falari snorted. Guess we just saw 100 or so squad mages fall out of line, leaking every which way, eyes rolling up inside their skulls, kicking and gagging, and our scary high mage reeled like a damned drunk and nearly brained himself on a wagon's edge. Fid lost his last 5 meals.
None of that's got anything to do with you going round saying someone's spying on us, Stormy.
I'm just telling you what I'm feeling, that's all. Like an itch between my shoulder blades, you know the kind. And it's only got worse since whatever happened.
Fid said you're just imagining things.
No, he didn't. He didn't say anything. He wouldn't even meet my eyes. You were there, you saw.
Well, maybe he didn't say anything, but then he didn't have to.
I've been having strange dreams, Guess.
So?
Stuff falling out of the sky. I look up and I'm right under it, and there's no way to escape. Can't run far enough or fast enough. Can't do anything except watch it come down on me. He leaned forward and slapped his hand on the ground, making Gessler jump. Like that? You'd think I'd wake up then. But I don't. I just lie there, crushed, feeling all that weight. Can't move a muscle, can't even breathe. Gessler tossed down his hauberk and harness.
Stand up, Stormy. You're coming with me.
Where?
Walk, Corporal. It's an order.
Gessler led Stormy through the camp, passing cook fires with their huddled, muttering circles of soldiers. They threaded through the cutter's station, where weary healers worked on soldiers suffering blistered feet, ankle sprains, and whatnot, and then out past the first of the horse corrals. Ahead was a trio of laden wagons, an oversized carriage, and 15 or so tents. Gessler called out as they approached.
Hedge!
A figure came round one end of the carriage and walked over.
Gessler? You deserting the Bonehunters? Come to join the bridge burners? Smart lads. The legend's right here and nowhere else. I got these soldiers stepping smart, but they could do with your learning, and that's a fact. Enough of the rubbish, Gessler said. Where's your 2 beauties? Oh, Gessler, they're beat, honest. Wake 'em up, both of them. Stormy here's got a need. You've got a need, you mean? No, both of them for him. By the time I come to collect my corporal, I want this man's rope so stretched it's tangled round his ankles. I want to see bludgeoned bliss in his tiny blue eyes and curly black hairs in his beard. Tell the lovelies I'll pay triple the going rate. Fine, only you got to consider what I said. About deserting, I mean. Capital offence, Hedge. Unofficial transfer, then. Keneb would never allow it. Fine, then just march with my squads for a week or so. Alongside, like, right? Give 'em advice and stuff. Advice? Gessler snorted. Like what? Don't die, soldiers. First hint of trouble, strap on and belt up. Your weapon's the thing strapped to your web. How's that? That's perfect.
Hedge, what in Hood's name are you doing here? The sapper glanced round and then grasped Stormy by an arm.
See those tents, those big ones there? Go on, Corporal. Tell the lassies it's a special order.
Stormy scowled across at Gessler, who scowled back. I never rolled with real fat women before.
Nothing like it, Hedge said. Get one under you and one over you, and it's all pillows. Go on, Stormy. Me and Guess got to talk.
Pillows, huh?
Aye, nice warm pillows. Step smartly now, Corporal. There you go.
As the Falari trundled off, Hedge looked round suspiciously once more and then gestured for Gessler to follow.
Bottles using bats,
Hedge muttered as they walked away from the firelight.
Almost skewered one of his rats, you see, so now he's gone more cagey. What are you up to that's got him so curious, Hedge? Nothing, honest. Gods below, you're a bad liar. Just comes from being a legend, Guess, all that fawning and spying. You get used to it, so the precautions, they come natural now. All right, this will do. They had walked a dozen or so paces past the ornate carriage, out beyond the faint glows from the fires, and then Hedge had led him into a circle of low stones, which Gessler assumed was an old tepee ring. They now stood within it.
"Bottle could use anything out here, Hedge." "No, he can't. I got my company maid to seal this circle. We do this every night for our staff meetings." "Your what?" "Me, my sergeants, corporals, and Bevedict. Daily reports, right, to stay on top of things." "What things?" "Things. Now, listen. You heard anything yet about what happened earlier?"
Gessler shrugged.
"Some. There was a gate and someone came through it. Someone stinking with power."
Hedge was nodding, and then he changed it to shaking his head.
"That's nothing. So some nasty's shown up. That means he's here in the real world. Anyone here in the real world can die from a damned rotten tooth or a knife or whatever. I ain't shaking in my boots, and if I have to, I'll kiss a quarrel's point and whisper the fool's name. A bolt in the eye can fuck up even a god's day. No, what really matters is what happened before he showed up." "Go on." "It's Hood." "What about him?" "Oh, right. You and he are best friends these days, or bitter enemies. How does he take you coming back anyway?" "Probably not well, but it don't matter anymore. I won." "You won what?" "I won. The Harrower's gone and gotten killed. The god of death is dead, head chopped right off. A carcass, but no grin. A bouncer down the hill, a roll and wobble and blink, a mouth mover, a hat stand." "Hold on, Hedge. What? Who? But that doesn't make sense. How?" "I don't know, and I don't care. Details? Squat and shit on 'em. Hood's dead. Gone. But then, who's taking the throne? Nobody and everybody."
Gessler's right hand twitched. Gods, how he wanted to punch this grinning fool. But that nose had seen a few dozen breaks already. He doubted Hedge would even notice.
"What,"
he said carefully,
"do you mean, Hedge?" "I mean there's a whole crew of 'em, holding the gate. Nothing's shaken out yet. It's all hazy. But one thing I can tell you, and you can ask Fid if you want. He won't say any different unless he lies to you. One thing, Guess. I can feel them. I can feel him."
Gessler stared at the man's glittering eyes.
"Who?" "The fallen bridge burners, Guess. And I, Whiskey Jack. It's him. I'd know that sour look anywhere, no matter how dark it is around him. He's astride a horse. He's in the gate, Gessler." "Wait, that's who stepped through?" "No, never mind that one. That one ain't got a thought that ain't 10,000 years out of touch. Different gate, anyway. I'm talking about Whiskey Jack. Go and die, Guess. And who'd you rather meet at the gate, Hood or Whiskey Jack?" "So why ain't you cut your own throat, if you're so excited about it all?" Hedge frowned. "No reason to get all edgy. I was a sapper, remember? Sappers understand the importance of patience." Gessler choked back a laugh. From the tents someone squealed. He couldn't tell who. "Laugh all you want. You'll be thankful enough when it's your head rolling up to that gate." "I thought you hated worshipping anyone, Hedge." "This is different." "If you say so. Now, anything else you wanted to tell me about?" "Nothing you'd care about either way. You can hand over the coins now, though. Triple the going rate, right? Dig it out, Guess. It's getting late." Commander Bryce threw on his cloak and fastened the breast clasp. "I walk through camp before settling in at Tresidor. Join me, if you please." "Honored, my prince." He stepped out of the command tent and she followed. They set out for the nearest row of legionaries' tents. "That title just won't sit comfortably at Tresidor," he said after a moment. "Commander or sir will do. In fact, when it's just the two of us, Bryce." She wondered if he caught her faint gasp, or noted the momentary wobble in her knees as she moved up alongside him. "Assuming," he continued, "you will permit me to call you Aranict?" "Of course, sir." She hesitated, could feel him waiting, and then said, "Bryce?" A wave of light-headedness followed, as if she'd quaffed a tumbler of brandy.
Her mind spun wildly for a moment, and she drew a deep breath to calm herself. This was ridiculous, embarrassing, infuriating. She itched to light a smoker, but that would likely breach protocol. At ease, Aranict.
Sir?
Relax. Please, you're starting to make me jumpy. I don't bite.
Try the right nipple. Oh, God, shut up, woman. Sorry.
I was hoping your stay with the Malazan High Mage might have calmed you some.
Oh, it has, sir. I mean, I'm better.
No more fainting?
No. Well, almost once.
What happened?
At day's end, I made the mistake of being in his tent when he pulled off his boots.
Ah. And then he shot her a startled look, his face lighting in a sudden smile. Remind me to send you out before I do the same.
Oh, sir, I'm sure you don't. That is, it's not the same.
But he was laughing. She saw soldiers round campfires turn, looking over.